Song Qing unexpectedly acquired the celestial sword Lang Xie, yet his parents met with a tragic and mysterious demise. In pursuit of vengeance, he embarked on a journey of cultivation, entering the path of the sword, mastering the sword techniques, and accompanied by the spirit of the sword, vanquishing demons, slaying immortals, and severing divine beings. With the sword as his essence, he shattered the void and achieved the pinnacle of sword immortality. Chapter 1. The Youth of the Mountain Village. As the sky turned overcast, rain was imminent. In a modest mountain village, a youth of about 15 or 16 appeared, possessing an unremarkable appearance, clad in simple cloth attire, grasping a bundle of hemp rope, seemingly preparing to venture out of the village for some errand. "Xiaoqing, are you off to gather firewood?" A coarse voice from behind interrupted the boy as he reached the village's edge. "Yes, Uncle Li," the boy replied, turning around with a smile. "Given the weather, it looks like it's going to rain soon, so my mother asked me to fetch some firewood from the mountain." "Be sure to return early, and don't get soaked," Uncle Li advised. "Understood." The boy smiled again, waving goodbye as he made his way toward the small mountain outside the village. Indeed, this youth was Song Qing, embarking on his quest to gather dry firewood. Why is there so little firewood? He pondered as he wandered deeper into the woods, having only collected a few twigs after a considerable time. Perhaps those few early risers took it all. Realizing he might need to venture further into the forest, he hesitated, for it was known to be inhabited by ferocious beasts. However, the thought of his home running low on firewood steeled his resolve. "Off I go, what's there to fear?" "Song Qing, you truly are a coward," he muttered to himself, wiping the sweat from his palms as he strode purposefully into the depths of the mountain. Indeed, there seems to be more dry wood this way. Spotting a bundle of firewood propped against a tree, he clapped his hands together, a smile gracing his lips. "At last, I can head back." Song Qing sighed deeply. Although he was quite bold, he was cautious about lingering in a place where wild beasts roamed. He hoisted the bundle of firewood onto his shoulder, surprisingly managing to carry the load despite his slender frame. "Let's go." As Song Qing hummed a cheerful tune, carrying his firewood down the mountain, a sudden howl echoed from behind him. Oh no! Initially buoyed by his good fortune, he felt a wave of dread wash over him upon hearing the wolf's howl. Turning around, he discovered a wolf lurking nearby. The wolf, with its head lowered and eyes glowing a menacing green, fixed its gaze upon Song Qing, baring its teeth. "I didn't expect this encounter," Song Qing remarked, forcing a smile. In the face of danger, his anxiety dissipated, perhaps a reflection of his character. "Come at me," he taunted, beckoning the wolf with a finger. Although the wolf was merely a beast and did not comprehend the gesture, it did not hesitate to spring forward after a few growls. "Oh no!" As the wolf lunged, Song Qing shouted and hurled the bundle of firewood at it before sprinting away. He was aware of his own limitations. His small stature was no match for the wolf's ferocity. The firewood struck the wolf, eliciting a pained growl that only served to enrage it further. Sensing the wolf closing in behind him, panic surged within Song Qing. Yet, he realized that panicking would do him no good, so he ran for his life. Initially, he was aware he was heading toward the village, but as time passed in his frantic escape, he lost his sense of direction, consumed by the singular thought of evading the wolf. Despite his efforts, the wolf continued to gain ground, and he could smell its foul breath. "I cannot die like this." Regret flooded his mind as he lamented his decision to venture into the mountains. In his moment of regret, he stumbled over a protruding tree root. "This is it, I'm finished." As thoughts of his frail father surfaced who relied on him, and his mother for support feared for what would happen if he perished. Suddenly, he realized the wolf had not yet pounced. In that moment of contemplation, he sensed something was amiss. The wolf, with its speed, should have reached him by now. Confused, he turned to glance back, and an astonished sound escaped his lips. Only 3 steps away, the wolf's emerald eyes fixated on him, seemingly eager to pounce, yet it hesitated, as if wary of something. Territory. Recognizing the wolf's behavior, Song Qing's anxiety intensified. He recalled tales from the village hunters. Many powerful beasts possessed their own territories. As long as one did not intrude, they would coexist peacefully. However, once crossed, as far as Song Qing knew, no one from their village had survived such an encounter. He and the wolf remained at the edge of its territory for nearly half an hour, neither daring to advance nor retreat. The sky darkened, a sinister wind swirling about. "Looks like the rain is coming," he murmured, glancing at the ominous clouds overhead, then shifting his gaze back to the wolf, which still showed no sign of leaving. "I suppose I must venture deeper into that territory. What manner of beast lurks within? After all, it's death either way. I might as well see for myself." Song Qing was right. Once the rain began, the scent in the territory would dissipate, and the wolf would not remain as placid as it was now. Thus, rather than await his demise, he resolved to brave the depths of the territory, hoping for a glimmer of survival. With his decision made, Qing wasted no time. He provocatively beckoned the wolf once more before striding boldly toward the heart of the territory, then remembered something and crouched low, as if to avoid startling anything. Crack, crack. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the rain fell in torrents, drenching him completely. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, disregarding everything else as he ran for cover. Is there a cave here? He inadvertently spotted a cave not far off and dashed toward it without hesitation. Finding a cave was no surprise. Such formations were plentiful in these mountains, and he knew of at least a dozen. Once inside, he quickly scanned the interior, smirking as he stripped off his wet clothes, wringing them out before donning them again. This place shouldn't harbor any beasts, right? He thought, glancing into the cave's depths, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Let's go explore. Worst case scenario, he'll just be a hero in 20 years. It seemed he was trying to bolster his own courage as he called out before venturing deeper into the cave. Within the depths, a flickering azure light beckoned, as if calling for something. Chapter 2. The Remnant Sword Lang Xie. The cave appeared unremarkable, and Qing gradually felt at ease, yet he remained cautious, ready to evade any impending danger. It seems to have split into 3 paths. He suddenly halted, staring ahead in surprise. Which way should I go next? Qing gazed at the 3 forks before him, hesitating. His indecision stemmed not only from the paths, but also from uncertainty about what lay within. What if it turned out to be a labyrinth, with one path leading to another? Such an outcome was beyond Qing's imagination. Forget it, it doesn't matter, he muttered, not allowing his worries to deter him. With a slight smirk, he picked up a stone from the ground and approached one of the cave entrances, marking it with several strikes before tossing the stone aside and dusting off his hands. Now I won't get lost. Though bold, Qing was not reckless. Once he had made his marks, he crouched down and cautiously crept into the cave he had marked. Deep within the cave, a flickering azure light pulsed more intensely, as if sensing someone's presence. Qing paused again, his expression reflecting surprise and suspicion. Why is there azure light in this cave? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and terror flickered in his eyes as his legs trembled involuntarily. Could it be a ghost? With this thought, his hands began to shake. At that moment, Qing yearned to flee, yet he felt rooted in place, as if bound by some unseen force. Fear not. Fear not, he patted his chest repeatedly, gradually calming his heavy breaths. It's just a ghost, how scary could it be? Taking a deep breath, he crouched down and felt around on the ground until he grasped a stone for protection. No matter what demon or ghost you are, I'm coming. With a grin, Qing shouted as he charged into the cave, stone in hand. Upon entering, he found himself utterly stunned. The cave was awash in brilliant azure light, at the center of which lay a lotus the size of a basin, cradling an old sword. The stark contrast was as if heaven and earth had divided. Qing stood bewildered, unsure whether to raise the stone or discard it. Ultimately, he lowered the stone but kept it close, wary of any unforeseen circumstances. After placing the stone down, he cautiously approached the ancient sword. Upon reaching it, he touched the azure lotus with the stone, only to find it easily penetrated. Is it safe? Even Qing was incredulous at this sight, prodding with his finger, which also passed through effortlessly. This can't be real. His brows furrowed as he scrutinized the azure lotus and the sword within. After a moment, his furrowed brow relaxed into a smile. What does it matter? He tossed the stone aside and boldly reached for the old sword. With a few swishes, he waved the sword, which appeared to be nothing more than a common relic, causing him to lose interest immediately. What is this? Suddenly, he noticed something on the sword and brought it closer to his eyes for a better look. Lang Xie, no, that's not how Lang Xie is written. Bringing the sword nearer, Qing discerned 2 characters resembling Lang Xie. What does it matter? He muttered, for he had only attended a private school for a year and certainly could not recognize every character in the world. It's just a useless piece of junk, Qing complained, preparing to discard the old sword. Just then, a beam of azure light shot forth from the sword, piercing directly into his forehead. Boom. Qing felt a tremendous impact and collapsed, oblivious to the world around him. He plunged into darkness, utterly unaware of his surroundings, driven solely by a lingering obsession to move forward. Where on earth am I? Eventually, fatigue overcame him, and he halted, gazing into the endless void before him, feeling a sense of confusion. Qing recalled being pursued by a wolf, fleeing into the territory of some unknown beast, then seeking refuge in a cave due to the rain, and out of curiosity, venturing deep within, where he had discovered an old sword, leading him to this predicament. Yes, it must be that old sword if it weren't for it. I wouldn't be trapped here. After retracing his steps, he finally identified the source of his predicament and began to lament. Stop with the incessant chatter about the old sword that is the revered Lang Xie sword, which even gods and demons fear. It's not something for a novice like you to comprehend. As Song Qing lamented, a deep masculine voice suddenly resonated, causing him to shudder. Could it be there really is a ghost here? He struggled to turn around, mumbling to himself. Ghost? Nonsense. I am the soul of the illustrious Lang Xie sword. Upon hearing Song Qing's claim, the voice grew furious. You. Turning around, Song Qing beheld a man in white robes, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, yet his eyes were filled with the weight of countless years, as if he had lived through the ages. If it weren't for your promising potential, I wouldn't have summoned you. The man in white snorted, exuding an air of superiority. I don't want your summons, Song Qing grumbled inwardly, though he kept it to himself. I shall grant you a sword technique, you must cultivate it diligently. Unaware of Song Qing's thoughts, the man continued, then gestured as if to summon something. Wait, why should I receive your sword technique? Just because you say so, I should abide? Song Qing, possessing a spirited nature, scoffed at the man's haughty demeanor, loudly interrupting him. Humph, you will cultivate it because I say so, no need for such nonsense. Seeing his words interrupted, the man in white frowned and, with a cold grunt, forcefully infused a golden light into Song Qing's forehead. Boom. Song Qing felt a resounding explosion in his mind before once again falling into unconsciousness. Chapter 3. Hatred. Alas, my head aches terribly. In a remote cave, Song Qing gradually regained consciousness, propping himself up with one hand and rubbing his forehead with the other. He shook his head slightly, slowly coming to his senses. This was indeed the cave. Once fully awake, he glanced around and felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was merely a dream. Even now, as memories of the dark events flooded back, he was drenched in cold sweat. How could such things happen? He wiped the sweat from his brow with a wave of his hand and closed his eyes slowly, but just then, he suddenly opened them wide. Fear reflecting in his gaze. Could it be that those events were real? As Song Qing closed his eyes, golden characters appeared before him. Although he did not possess extensive literary knowledge, he recognized the sword and the cultivation techniques within those characters. He was certain that these words, manifesting before him, were bestowed by the man in white during the darkness. Was it the sword technique? Song Qing lowered his head slightly, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes as he murmured to himself, deep in thought. Soon, he lifted his head, shook his hair, and forced a smile, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What does it have to do with me? If I choose not to cultivate, then so be it. Seemingly having resolved his thoughts, Song Qing nimbly rose to his feet and brushed off the dust from his clothes. It was then he noticed that the broken sword had vanished. But he paid it no mind. With a smirk, he strode confidently out of the cave. At this moment, he was free from the tension he had felt before. The cave was deep and lengthy, yet Song Qing quickly emerged from its confines. I wonder if it is still raining? He pondered as he walked. Oh, the rain has ceased. It seems it's time to return home. As he stepped out of the cave and beheld the brightening sky and the cessation of rain, a small smile crept across his lips, and he stretched lazily. Time to go home. With that, Song Qing began to hum a little tune, striding confidently onward, no longer fearing anything. At the foot of the mountain lay a quaint village, nestled beside the mountains and streams, exuding tranquility. Indeed, it was serene. Huh, what is this? Why is it so quiet? As he approached the village entrance, Song Qing felt a twinge of confusion, his brow furrowing with concern. Surely, a heavy rain could not silence the voices and barks of dogs. With that thought, he ventured deeper into the village. Tap. Song Qing abruptly halted, glancing down at the puddles at his feet, his brow furrowing once more. Why is there red in the rainwater? A flicker of doubt crept into his mind as he surveyed the village. Mother, father, Xiao Qing is back, he called out loudly, rushing into the village. Uncle Li? Aunt Wang. Suddenly, Song Qing was struck dumb, halting in his tracks as he gazed in disbelief at the villagers lying on the ground. Uncle Li, Aunt Wang, wake up! He dashed over, desperate to rouse the two fallen figures. But as he touched their bodies, he felt an icy chill. How could this be? His eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had only been gone for a short while. How could this happen? Wait. Song Qing sprang to his feet, glancing towards a specific direction in the village. Surely, mother and father are safe. They must be safe. With this thought racing through his mind, he sprinted towards that direction. The door was unlocked, and he burst in. In the kitchen, he found his mother's figure, and in the inner room, his father's form, both lying in pools of blood. As the sun gradually descended, casting a chill over the land, Song Qing remained oblivious to the passage of time, kneeling before a grave. The tombstone was a dilapidated wooden plank. upon which were scrawled a few crooked characters, the grave of father and mother. Only when darkness enveloped the land did Song Qing rise, staring coldly at the tombstone. Father, mother, rest assured, Shao Qing will avenge you. Each word he spoke resonated with intensity. Sigh. At that moment, a sigh emerged, and a white figure appeared silently behind him. Do not be sorrowful. Though the voice was cold, it bore an undertone of concern. Hey, sword soul, I have learned that sword technique. Song Qing turned to face the white figure, delivering his words with icy detachment. Well, I will do my utmost to assist you. Taken aback by Song Qing's sudden declaration, the sword soul seemed slightly astonished, but nodded faintly. I do not require your sympathy, sword soul. Song Qing remained ungrateful, his demeanor still exceedingly aloof. Humph, my assistance comes with conditions. Do not mistake it for pity towards you, young man. The sword soul, displeased by Song Qing's lack of gratitude, snorted coldly. Once you reach a certain level, you will owe me a favor. What favor, sword soul? Song Qing's cold gaze fixed upon the sword soul, a hint of mockery in his tone. Humph, you will learn of it when the time comes. The sword soul's expression gradually darkened as he snorted again. And do not call me sword soul anymore. My name is Tianlang. Very well, Tianlang. Song Qing nodded and turned back towards the grave. What are your plans now? After a lengthy silence, Tianlang spoke again, inquiring of Song Qing. I wish to bury the villagers first. Song Qing's voice was cold and unwavering as he did not turn back. And thereafter? I do not know. Another prolonged silence ensued. The moon slowly ascended, casting a layer of frost upon Song Qing. Let us depart. Song Qing turned to glance at Tianlang, then dismissed him, walking alone towards the village. Hey, seeing Song Qing leave in such a manner, Tianlang was taken aback, mumbling to himself. I did not anticipate this incident would affect him so profoundly. But perhaps it is for the best. Sigh. I believe it would be wise for you to join a cultivation sect in the future. Observing Song Qing's solitary figure, Tianlang hesitated for a moment before speaking again. A cultivation sect? Song Qing paused, turning back to Tianlang, utterly perplexed. What is that? Witnessing Song Qing's ignorance regarding cultivation sects, Tianlang was briefly stunned, but soon composed himself to explain. In this world, there are individuals known as cultivators. They absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it for their own use, progressing step by step until they ascend to the immortal realm. The sects established by these individuals are what we refer to as cultivation sections. Cultivators? Ascending to the immortal realm? Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing murmured softly to himself. Yes, you will come to understand all this in due course. Tianlang nodded slightly, but then furrowed his brow and continued, moreover, if I am not mistaken, your parents were slain by cultivators. If you enter a cultivation sect, it would aid you in your investigation. Before Tianlang could finish, Song Qing interrupted him. All right, I will join a cultivation sect. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, he would pursue it with all his might. Father and mother, your son will surely avenge you. Chapter 4. Haiyang Ancient Town. Is this indeed Haiyang Town? At the entrance of Haiyang Ancient Town, a youth of about 15 or 16 gazed in awe at the majestic city walls before him, unable to contain his admiration. Truly remarkable. With that, the boy smirked slightly, shook his head, and strode confidently inside. Indeed, he was Song Qing, who, after months of travel, had finally located this town of cultivation, Haiyang Ancient Town. At this moment, having undergone several months of trials, Song Qing was no longer as frigid as before, though he still bore a hint of aloofness. Overall, as Tianlang would say, he had matured. Halt, young one. Just as Song Qing was about to enter Haiyang Ancient Town, a booming voice rang out, and a man clad in black wielding a spear obstructed his path. Why? Startled by the shout, Song Qing momentarily froze before regaining his composure and weakly inquired of the spear-wielding man. Youngster, your pass. The man extended his hand and commanded Song Qing. I don't have one. One spirit stone. Spirit stone? What is that? I don't have it. Scram. The man shouted furiously, visibly exasperated. But how can they enter? And I cannot. Ignoring the man's outburst, Song Qing pointed at those who passed by and asked, They are cultivators, and you are not. The man replied dismissively, returning to his previous stance. This absurd scene drew laughter from passers-by, causing Song Qing's face to flush crimson. At that moment, he wished for nothing more than to vanish into the ground. Perhaps I should spend the night outside, after tonight. You shall break through to the first layer of Qi refinement. Just then, Tianlang's voice echoed in his mind. All right. Song Qing nodded in agreement. Having learned to communicate with Tianlang mentally over these days, he then shot a fierce glare at the spear-wielding man, as if to say, just wait until tomorrow when I will leave you speechless. Seeing Song Qing finally depart, The spear-wielding man shook his head helplessly. The ordinary folk around the town had grown increasingly audacious lately. As long as they weren't spies, it was acceptable. Hey, Tianlang, why didn't you tell me this earlier? After leaving Heian ancient town, Song Qing shouted in his mind. Stop yelling. I had no idea about these rules either. I'm merely a sword spirit, not an omniscient celestial being. Tianlang replied, seemingly annoyed by Song Qing's incessant noise. Well then, you should at least explain how cultivators are distinguished, right? And what is this first layer of qi refinement you mentioned? After hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and proceeded to inquire about cultivators. You still haven't explained it to me. Let me enlighten you. Just don't let anyone treat you like a fool again. After a moment of silence, Tianlang finally agreed to explain. To understand cultivators, one must first distinguish them from ordinary people. Cultivators absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine qi, which they then gather in their dantian to form a primordial dan. Once they successfully cultivate, their lifespan will increase. Furthermore, regarding the first layer of qi refinement, it is the most basic level among cultivators. In the realm of cultivation, there are 5 major stages: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. Each stage is divided into 9 tiers, with every 3 tiers constituting a phase. For instance, the 1st to 3rd tiers are the early phase. The 4th to 6th are the mid phase, and the 7th to 9th are the late phase. Occasionally, one may hear references to the peak of a stage, which also falls within the late phase, indicating that one is nearing the next stage. Tianlang shared an abundance of information, nearly providing a comprehensive overview of cultivators in the mortal realm, and for Song Qing, who was encountering such wonders for the first time, it was utterly captivating. Is that all? Noticing Tianlang's sudden silence, Song Qing asked, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. That's it. Just that? Song Qing could hardly believe it. Yes, that's all. Tianlang's tone had grown slightly impatient. It was unprecedented for him to share so much in one go. What about the heavenly tribulation you mentioned earlier? And what is this eastern sea realm of cultivation? Song Qing was not ready to let it go, pressing on with his inquiries about the heavenly tribulation and the eastern sea. You can gather information on those topics from miscellaneous texts in the future. For now, find a quiet spot and focus on your cultivation. Tianlang coldly replied, then remained unresponsive to Song Qing's further calls. All right, I'll look for miscellaneous texts later. With Tianlang ignoring him again, Song Qing could only helplessly smirk, shake his head, and walk toward a nearby grove. Time to cultivate. As night slowly descended, the world grew tranquil. In a certain part of the grove, a youth of about 15 or 16 sat cross-legged, clad in gray and white robes. His appearance unremarkable, it was Song Qing. At one moment, Song Qing opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth. Then he exhaled deeply, dispelling the stagnant energy within. I have reached the first layer of qi refinement. I am now a cultivator. Song Qing clenched his fists, his expression shifting from joy to a cold resolve. Father, mother, do not worry, I will avenge you. The following day, under clear skies, the same figure stood at the entrance of Heian ancient town. This time, Song Qing walked with renewed confidence. Halt, little brat, go home and play. A long spear was once again thrust before him, accompanied by the same dismissive voice. Humph, did your eyes deceive you? I am a cultivator now. Song Qing disdainfully glanced at the spear-wielding man, snorted coldly, and strode past him, ignoring the man's astonishment. How could this be? He was just a boy yesterday, and now a cultivator at such a young age. Watching Song Qing's retreating figure, the spear-wielding man remained in a daze. After all, he himself was in his 20s and only at the second layer of qi refinement. Chapter 5. Worries meanwhile. Within Heian ancient town, Song Qing was blissfully unaware of the spear-wielding man's embarrassment and anger. Even if he knew, he would pay it no mind, for he was utterly captivated by everything in Heian ancient town. As Song Qing wandered aimlessly, he was enchanted by the myriad of sights in Heian ancient town, where mortals and cultivators mingled, a place where ordinary people embarked on the path of cultivation and cultivators soared to great heights. Within Heian ancient town, there were countless shops, selling everything from miscellaneous goods to alchemical ingredients, weapon forging, and talismans, hundreds in total. The town was divided into 5 districts, and at this moment, within the southern district, a young man in plain clothing stood before a small alchemy shop. It seems this is the only place. Gazing at the recruitment notice in front of the alchemy shop, Song Qing smirked and murmured to himself, yes, this is quite good. Although the pay is only 1 spirit stone for 3 months, it includes food and lodging, making it suitable for you. Just then, Tianlang's voice echoed in Song Qing's mind. You are correct. Take it step by step. Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing nodded slightly, then took a step toward the alchemy shop. Esteemed guest, what type of elixir do you require? Though my humble establishment may be small, it is replete with all manner of offerings to ensure your satisfaction. Despite noting that Song Qing was dressed rather modestly, a young attendant approached him with enthusiasm. Aware that some austere cultivators, while appearing ordinary, were often affluent and not stingy when it came to purchasing elixirs. Actually, I am here to seek employment. Song Qing replied awkwardly, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Employment? Over there. The attendant's smile vanished upon hearing this, as he pointed dismissively towards an old man seated in a corner before turning away, muttering under his breath, another one looking for work. My luck is truly dismal. Song Qing caught the tail end of his complaint but paid it no mind. He approached the old man in the corner. Greetings, esteemed sir, he said, bowing respectfully. What brings you here? The old man nodded in acknowledgement, his interest piqued by Song Qing's respectful demeanor. Sir, I am here to apply for the position of an alchemy apprentice, Song Qing stated, bowing again, though he felt a twinge of nervousness. Do you have any experience? The old man scrutinized him, his gaze appraising. None, Song Qing replied honestly, thinking to himself that he was merely an apprentice, after all. Oh, we do accept those without experience, but it will be 1 spirit stone per month for the first 4 months, and thereafter, it will be 3 spirit stones per month. Are you agreeable to this? The old man shot Song Qing a sidelong glance, suppressing a smirk, yet maintaining a facade of aloofness. I agree, Song Qing responded without hesitation. From now on, you shall call me Old Lu. Upon hearing Song Qing's acceptance, the old man's smile broadened, and he beckoned to the attendant who had initially greeted Song Qing. Zhuwen, take him to the back courtyard to commence work. Yes, sir. Zhuwen bowed respectfully to Old Lu before turning to Song Qing, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Follow me, he commanded. Understood, Old Lu. Song Qing replied respectfully, ignoring Zhuwen's contemptuous expression. Your task will be to chop these spirit woods and deliver them to the alchemy chamber over there. Once they reached the back courtyard, Zhuwen halted, gesturing towards a pile of spirit woods resembling a small hill. Also, you will reside in that room over there and eat in the cafeteria. I will show you these shortly so you can familiarize yourself with your surroundings. Zhuwen pointed towards a small building and kitchen, then seemed to recall something and added, by the way, you need not work today, even if you did. There would be no pay. You can start tomorrow. Let us go. I'll show you your lodging and the cafeteria. Very well. Throughout the entire exchange, Song Qing remained silent, only speaking when Zhuwen mentioned taking him to see other places, at which point he offered a polite bow. Time flew by, and before he knew it, a month had passed. Ah, how exhausting. Song Qing stretched lazily as he walked towards his room, voicing his exhaustion. Sigh. Such is the fate of lowly cultivators. If one lacks fortune, they are destined to accept their lot in life. Just as he finished his lament, a cold voice echoed from behind him, and Zhuwen walked alongside him. Hey, Zhu, does it feel comfortable to wear that stern expression all day? Song Qing, already anticipating Zhuwen's presence, was not surprised and continued to rub his sore back while engaging him in conversation. Humph. Smiling at others all day is even less comfortable, Zhuwen replied, maintaining his icy demeanor. Over the course of the month, while they were not inseparable, Song Qing and Zhuwen had become decent friends, and Song Qing understood his character well enough not to take his tone to heart, merely managing a slight grin. Brother Song, you are still young. You need not waste your time here. Learn a couple of spells and venture to the outskirts of the Spirit Mist Mountain Range to hunt some magical beasts. You could trade their materials for spirit stones in the nearby city. It would be far more lucrative than remaining here. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuwen spoke more than usual. The Spirit Mist Mountain Range? Hunting magical beasts? Song Qing furrowed his brow, looking towards Zhuwen, clearly unfamiliar with the latter's suggestions. Indeed, while magical beasts can be fierce, there are still some that low-level cultivators can hunt near the outskirts, such as spirit mice, Zhuwen explained, nodding thoughtfully, then seemed to recall something. Moreover, in October of next year, the 5 major sects will hold their triennial selection of disciples. If you are fortunate, Brother Song, you might become one of them and ascend to greater heights. Disciple selection? That is precisely why I am here. As he listened to Zhuwen, Song Qing's mind raced with thoughts, and he bowed in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhu. It's nothing. After all, I lack the talent. If you become a disciple of a certain celestial sect, I will have some stories to tell. Zhuwen smiled bitterly at Song Qing's remarks, then waved his hand dismissively as he opened a door, turning back to say, I'll head back now. You should rest as well. Once back in his room, Song Qing sat cross-legged but found it impossible to calm his mind for cultivation, Zhu Wen's words echoing in his thoughts. I cannot continue like this. After a long silence, he declared resolutely, clenching his fists tightly. I must seek vengeance. If I remain as I am, when will I ever succeed? What do you intend to do? Just as Song Qing finished speaking, a white light erupted from his body, transforming into the figure of a man, Sword Soul Tianlang, who gazed at Song Qing and inquired, I wish to hunt magical beasts. Song Qing fixed his gaze on Tianlang, speaking each word with determination. Please teach me spells, Tianlang. Chapter 6, Sword Chi Pointer Spells? I cannot teach you. Upon hearing Song Qing's request, Tianlang was taken aback for a moment before furrowing his brow. Cannot. That is impossible. Song Qing's expression darkened at Tianlang's claim of inability. For one of your caliber to lack the ability to wield spells is laughable, unless, of course, you choose not to call me. You misunderstand. Indeed, I cannot teach you spells. What I know is solely the sword technique. Tianlang's brow remained furrowed, his expression displeased. But he understood Song Qing's current feelings and restrained his annoyance. After all, I am merely a sword soul. Then teach me the sword technique. Song Qing implored eagerly upon hearing Tianlang's words. The sword technique? I have already taught you. Tianlang shot Song Qing a glance, as if regarding him as a fool. Are you not currently practicing the sword technique I taught you? That does not count. What about something else? Something that can attack? Song Qing retorted, though his response only elicited a look of incredulity from Tianlang. Every sword technique is an offensive art. The one I taught you simply does not manifest its power yet. Tianlang scoffed, then formed a hand seal, causing a silver light to suddenly appear at his fingertip. He turned to Song Qing and instructed, watch closely. With that, Tianlang flicked the silver light away, and it shot forth with incredible speed. Whoosh! The silver radiance struck the ground nearby like a shooting star, creating a deep fissure nearly a foot in depth. Astonished, Song Qing gasped at the sight of the crack. Then greedily turned to Tianlang, swallowing hard. This is impressive. Teach me, Tianlang. Observing Song Qing's expression, Tianlang felt speechless, but soon chastised him. You fool. I have already taught you this. It is in that sword technique. Just look for yourself. With that, he disregarded Song Qing and transformed into a streak of silver light, slipping into Song Qing's body. Wait, I already learned it, Song Qing stammered, scratching the back of his head, clearly in disbelief. However, upon seeing Tianlang morph into silver light and directly return to the Lang Xie sword within him, he could only smile wryly. It seemed he would have to rely on his own exploration. That fellow Tianlang was indeed unreliable. With that thought, ignoring whatever Tianlang might be thinking from within the Lang Xie sword, Song Qing closed his eyes, and a golden sword technique appeared before him. The sword control technique. Song Qing meticulously searched for the sword technique employed by Tianlang, but no matter how diligently he looked, he found no mention of it. How could this be? There is nothing here. Is that rascal Tianlang playing tricks on me? As he pondered, Song Qing's expression grew increasingly grim. Do you think I'm a fool? Tianlang, he muttered darkly in his mind. Ah, you are indeed a fool, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Now you can't find it, and you blame me? Tianlang's voice echoed in Song Qing's mind once more. Soon, a white light emerged, forming a white silhouette that observed Song Qing, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, rubbing his temples in apparent frustration. The power refined from that sword technique is the Lang Xie sword chi, and concentrating that sword chi at your fingertips is what I just demonstrated. It's that simple. Really? It's that simple? Song Qing was taken aback, his face displaying disbelief. The sword chi he had searched for countless times was, in fact, so straightforward. Yes, it is indeed that simple. Tianlang nodded slightly and continued. Although this sword technique is uncomplicated, it encompasses all sword paths. As long as you diligently practice, you will surely achieve greatness in the future. Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing was filled with disdain, scoffing as if to say he was treating him like a child. It encompasses all sword paths? It doesn't even mention anything beyond the late foundation stage and golden core? What do you know? This sword technique comprises 3 chapters in the mundane version, and I have only taught you the first. Before Song Qing could retort, Tianlang interjected again. Now focus on your training and do not disturb me further. With that, Tianlang transformed back into white light, retreating into the Lang Xie sword. With the secret of the sword chi at his fingertips now revealed, Song Qing had no desire to interrupt Tianlang. After a dismissive scoff, he closed his eyes to meditate and began practicing the sword chi. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed. Song Qing had also acquired his very first spirit stone, bringing him immense joy. However, once the excitement faded, he regained his composure, bidding farewell to Zhu Wen before returning alone to his room. I can't believe 4 months have passed so quickly. Upon entering his room, Song Qing plopped down onto a chair, placing the verdant wooden spirit stone on the table, his eyes lowered, shimmering with brilliance. I've nearly perfected the sword chi technique. There's no need to linger here, he murmured, contemplating his earnings over the past 4 months. He informed old Lu that he would no longer be working there, and the old man did not make it difficult for him. Tonight, I'll stay here, and tomorrow I'll set out for the Lingwu mountain range. Having made his decision, Song Qing glanced at the wooden spirit stone on the table, speaking to himself. Do you think I should activate the spirit of the Lang Xie sword now? Just as he finished speaking, a white light shot from his body. It was Tian Lang, who looked at him coldly, his expression darkening slightly. You're not seriously considering using that wooden spirit stone to activate the spirit, are you? Yes, Song Qing replied calmly, nodding his head. Do you realize the consequences of such an action? Setting aside the backlash from the Lang Xie sword, even if you succeed, your sword chi will forever be of the wood attribute. How can you wield the sharpness of the sword path in combat then? Tian Lang's expression soured as he reprimanded Song Qing, but then he softened his tone. Little Qing, don't activate the spirit yet. You possess fire, wood, earth, and water attributes. You have options. Wait until you obtain a fire spirit object before activating it. Fire spirit object? Tian Lang, you're overestimating things. In these 4 months, have you not realized how scarce fire spirit stones are around Lingwu mountain range, let alone fire spirit objects? Song Qing's eyes gleamed as he gave Tian Lang a cold smile, mercilessly countering him. Moreover, I've heard you say that the Lang Xie sword chi is different from others. It can summon spirits to activate attributes and merge 2 types of chi to form extraordinary attributes like wind, thunder, and ice. I can activate the spirit with the wooden spirit stone now and later combine it with a fire spirit object to create a wind attribute. But, little Qing, you should know that can only be achieved once you reach the transformation stage. Tian Lang remained unfazed by Song Qing's expression, countering sharply. Song Qing gazed at Tian Lang for a long while, his expression softening. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if uttering something entirely unrelated to himself. I can wait. All right, tonight it is then. I will assist you. Ultimately, Tian Lang relented, nodding gently. Thank you, Tian Lang, Song Qing exclaimed, seizing the wooden spirit stone from the table and turning to express his gratitude. Don't mention it. Helping you also aids me. Tian Lang observed Song Qing take the wooden spirit stone and walk toward the bed, casually remarking, now, let us begin. Activating the spirit is quite a hassle. Okay, Song Qing replied, following Tian Lang to the bed, where he climbed up first, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to meditate. Noticing that Song Qing had entered a meditative state, Tian Lang's demeanor grew serious. He formed a hand seal, seemingly preparing to act at any moment. Song Qing's cultivation was still quite low, so even though he had entered the training state, he could only draw a minimal amount of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, barely perceptible. With a swift motion, Tian Lang extended his left hand and grasped the wooden spirit stone from the bed, channeling streams of spiritual power from his palm into the stone. This would enhance the sword chi after he summoned the spirit. Watching the wooden spirit stone glow with a vibrant azure light, within which faint white glimmers could be seen, Tian Lang nodded in satisfaction, gazing at Song Qing, his eyes sparkling with resolve. He will also increase his combat strength, ensuring he won't perish before completing that task. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, who was now deeply engrossed in his meditation, Tian Lang decided that the moment had come. Seeing Song Qing reach an optimal state, Tian Lang placed the wooden spirit stone against his chest, formed a sword seal with his right hand, pointed at the wooden spirit stone, and bellowed, "Go." Suddenly, the wooden spirit stone emitted a brilliant azure light, shooting directly towards Song Qing, entering his body through his dantian. At that moment, Song Qing's body trembled as a surge of excruciating pain engulfed him, causing him to furrow his brows tightly. However, he managed to endure it, though his body continued to shudder intermittently. Such remarkable willpower. He is indeed an excellent candidate for cultivation. Observing Song Qing's ability to withstand the pain, Tian Lang couldn't help but commend him silently. He then refocused his thoughts, his hands moving like whirling wheels as he formed intricate hand seals. As Tian Lang infused the wood spirit stone into Song Qing's body, within the latter's dantian lay a dilapidated sword. It seemed to sense something, quivering in response, and then emitted a burst of white sword energy. In that instant, Song Qing felt as though a multitude of sharp blades were mercilessly slicing through his abdomen, causing him unbearable pain, making him involuntarily gasp for air. Maintain a calm heart. "Embrace unity," suddenly echoed Tian Lang's command in Song Qing's mind, alleviating some of the pain. Promptly, Song Qing complied, slowly concentrating again on his dantian. To his astonishment, he could now perceive the scene within his dantian. There floated a gaseous orb, whose nature he could not discern, yet he sensed its critical importance to him. Remarkably, the long-lost broken sword was situated beside the orb. As Song Qing gazed at the sword, it radiated with brilliant light, predominantly white, though the scant blue light attempted to suppress the white glow. In that fleeting moment, Song Qing comprehended that he was witnessing the process of spirit summoning, with the blue light being the form of his wood spirit stone. However, given the stalemate, it appeared the blue light struggled to dominate the white light. Realizing this pivotal issue, Song Qing felt a surge of anxiety. Yet he found himself powerless to change the situation. Lang Xie's sword technique. In Song Qing's room, Tian Lang suddenly executed another sword seal, pointing decisively at Song Qing's forehead while bellowing, "Suppress!" Boom. Within Song Qing's dantian, the Lang Xie sword trembled as the dazzling white light diminished significantly. It must be Tian Lang. Witnessing this transformation, Song Qing felt a surge of joy, quickly deducing the cause of the change. As night fell and the moon ascended, Song Qing remained oblivious, wholly engrossed in the movements within his dantian. In his dantian, the white light of the Lang Xie sword had dwindled to a mere flicker, while the blue light, due to prolonged consumption, was also nearly exhausted. Now, it was a matter of which would be depleted first, the blue light or the white light. Tension enveloped Song Qing as he clasped his hands, silently praying. In the room, Tian Lang was enveloped in flickering white light, yet his body appeared somewhat ethereal, lacking the solidity it had earlier possessed. Nevertheless, Tian Lang paid it no heed, continuing to execute the sword seals, directing a stream of white energy from his fingertips into Song Qing's forehead, infusing it into his body. Within Song Qing's meridians flowed long, white rivers that gradually converged in his dantian. Strangely, whenever the white rivers reached his dantian, they vanished completely, to the extent that even Song Qing was unaware of their existence. Tian Lang's actions were merely to await the arrival of a specific moment. Slowly, dark clouds obscured the moon, plunging the ancient town of Heong into darkness. Awaken the spirit. At that moment, Tian Lang's voice erupted in Song Qing's room. Suddenly, Tian Lang began forming hand seals with fervor, his hands spinning like wheels as he executed the seals in rapid succession. "Shout!" Tian Lang yelled again, transforming his hands into sword fingers, pointing fiercely at Song Qing. Boom. In Song Qing's dantian, the Lang Xie sword quaked, and then unleashed a torrent of energy far more powerful than before. Song Qing could no longer maintain his meditative state, his eyes widening in shock as he let out a roar towards the heavens. "Stay calm." Observing Song Qing's demeanor, Tian Lang spoke gravely, "Otherwise, all will be in vain." Understanding, Song Qing struggled to utter 2 words before forcibly closing his eyes and resuming his breathing exercises. Whoosh. As Song Qing once again closed his eyes in meditation, Tian Lang transformed into a beam of white light and unhesitatingly entered Song Qing's dantian. It was late, yet Zhu Wen had not slept a wink. Knowing that Song Qing would leave the next day, he felt restless, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. As dawn broke, he finally succumbed to slumber. Why hasn't he woken up? Never mind, I'll leave. The next day, Song Qing waited before Zhu Wen's room for quite some time. Seeing that Zhu Wen was still asleep, he merely smirked and departed from the small alchemy shop. Facing the morning sun, Song Qing stretched lazily and then strode towards the center of the ancient town of Heong. "Let us go. Time to form a team." Chapter 8. Forming a team to exit the city in the heart of Heong. There stood a contest arena originally intended for the selection of disciples by the 5 major sects, typically a place of solemnity, but now it was filled with clamor. Amidst the noise, a group of young individuals had gathered, conversing in clusters. "Hey, young brother, are you also heading to the outskirts of Lingwu Mountain to hunt for monsters?" As Song Qing walked through the area, a voice called out from behind him. Upon hearing the voice, Song Qing turned around to find a young man around 20 years old. He did not conceal his intentions and nodded in acknowledgement. "Great. I'm also forming a team to hunt monsters. We already have 4 members, just 1 more is needed. Would you like to join us?" Upon learning that Song Qing was headed to Lingwu Mountain, the young man displayed immense enthusiasm and promptly invited him. Song Qing glanced behind the young man and indeed saw 3 others not far away, 2 males and 1 female, all of whom smiled and nodded in greeting upon making eye contact with him. "Sure," Song Qing replied with a smile, his expression brightening. "Fantastic." The young man beamed with joy upon hearing Song Qing's acceptance and began introducing himself. "I'm Wang Yong, at the 2nd level of Qi refining. This is my younger brother, Wang Li, at the first level of Qi refining. These two are the ones I just invited. He s. Good Qing Shi. Also at the first level, and she s. Huang Xia at the first level as well. Hello everyone. I'm Song Qing, at the first level of Qi refining. After hearing Wang Yang's introduction, Song Qing clasped his hands in greeting and introduced himself. Hey, no need for formality. Good Qing Shi chuckled as he approached Song Qing, throwing an arm around his shoulder. What a coincidence. Both our names contain Qing. I'm Qing as in blue. Song Qing, which Qing are you? Though Song Qing found Good Qing Shi's familiarity somewhat overwhelming, he did not brush off his arm. Instead, he smirked and replied casually. Oh, Qing, as in the wind as clarity. A beautiful name, unlike what my father named me. Qing Shi, which means blue stone. It sounds dreadful. Good Qing Shi nodded earnestly as he listened to Song Qing, expressing admiration. Huh, it's all the same. It's just a name. Song Qing chuckled in response to Good Qing Shi. Exactly, merely a name. I intend to join one of the 5 major sects, so I wouldn't concern myself with such trivialities. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Good Qing Shi slapped his thigh, emphatically affirming the sentiment, as if he were already a member of the 5 great sects. In the moment that Good Qing Shi struck his thigh, Song Qing finally freed himself from the latter's hold and promptly approached Wang Yong, inquiring, Brother Wang, when shall we depart the city? Haha, are you quite eager, Brother Song? Wang Yong chuckled, then proceeded to elucidate. The city gates have yet to open. It would be futile to leave now. It is wiser to wait here, allowing everyone to procure supplies needed for our journey outside the city. Oh, I see. Just as they were conversing, Wang Li had returned, a spiritual blade in hand. And upon seeing Wang Yong, he smiled and remarked, Brother, look, I finally managed to wring 35 spirit stones from Old Man Zhong. Quite impressive, isn't it? Indeed. It is valuable. With this, our future hunts shall be significantly more convenient. Wang Yong accepted the blade, weighing it in his hand, testing its balance, then exchanged a glance with Wang Li, praising, Truly, you are my brother. You have managed to extract feathers from that miserly old man. After lingering in the square for a while longer, Song Qing and the others made their way toward the city gate, during which time the girl named Huang Xia remained silent. Although the gate was not in close proximity to the central square, their banter made the journey swift. And without any obstruction, they exited Huyang ancient town. Taking in the scenery beyond the ancient town, Song Qing exhaled deeply. After 4 months, he had finally emerged. This time, he had undergone a profound transformation. His initial romanticized vision of the path of cultivation had faded, replaced by a stark awareness of its arduous nature. Just wait. He vowed silently, his fists clenched. I shall enter the immortal sect, reach the Yuanying stage. No, the Huashan stage. At that time, not only will I take revenge, but I will also earn the respect of others. As Song Qing silently made his vow, Wang Yang's voice broke through. I presume this is your first venture to Lingwu Mountain to hunt for demon beasts. I have been there a few times, so allow me to share some insights about Lingwu Mountain. The other side, while Song Qing was engrossed in his thoughts, Wang Yang continued. The Lingwu Mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles and is divided into 3 tiers. We shall be heading to the outermost layer. Though it is referred to as the periphery, it comprises plains, marshes, and forests. Brother Wang, what about the other 2 layers of the Lingwu Mountain range? Gu Qingshi inquired as soon as Wang Yong finished. Haha, the other 2 layers are quite remarkable, Wang Yong responded with a grin, gazing toward the Lingwu Mountain range. A flicker of both fear and longing crossing his face. Deep within the Lingwu Mountain range lie the domains of the 5 great sects, and beyond those sects, within the periphery of Lingwu Mountain, extends a territory teeming with millions of demon beasts, a realm where we lowly cultivators dare not tread. Oh, why do the 5 great sects not eliminate them? Gu Qingshi exclaimed, bewildered. Those demon beasts are not so easily vanquished by the 5 great sects. Moreover, if they were to eradicate the beasts, they would lose a natural barrier. Wang Yong replied with a scoff, but quickly regained his composure to explain further to Gu Qingshi. Are they truly that formidable? Even the 5 great sects cannot deal with them? Gu Qingshi murmured, struggling to believe Wang Yong's words. Subsequently, Song Qing and the others engaged in light conversation, and after a day's journey, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Lingwu Mountain, known as Lingshu Plain, a name derived from the abundance of spirit mice. Low-level cultivators from Huyang ancient town often came here to hunt spirit mice. As Song Qing and the others reached Lingshu Plain, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and nightfall was gradually enveloping the landscape. We shall set up camp here for the night and hunt spirit mice tomorrow. Upon arrival at Lingshu Plain, Wang Yong took charge, assuming the role of leader within the small group. Understood. The group seemed to accept Wang Yong's command, acknowledging his superior age and cultivation level. Very well. Seeing the agreement among his companions, Wang Yong nodded in satisfaction, only to recall something and issue another directive. We will take turns keeping watch tonight. Each person will stand guard for 1 hour. I shall go first. Thank you, Brother Wang. Song Qing and the others clasped their hands in gratitude before heading off to eat and rest. Once everyone had departed, Wang Yong turned back, gazing into the distance, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, as if awaiting something. Chapter 9. The hunt for spirit mice. After a night of rest, the dawn of a new day finally arrived. Song Qing awoke early, stretching lazily in the warm morning light and letting out a contented yawn. Then he looked over at Wang Li, who had stood watch last night. Good morning, Brother Wang. Upon hearing Song Qing's greeting, Wang Li turned around and nodded in acknowledgement. Good morning, Brother Song. Hey, you all are up quite early. Just then, another voice chimed in, and Song Qing turned to see Gu Qingshi approaching with his arms crossed. You're not too late either. Song Qing nodded at Gu Qingshi, then teased. I see you were just as early as I. I was on duty, so it is only natural that Brother Song arose earlier. Wang Li chimed in almost simultaneously. Hee. We're all the same, Gu Qingshi said, lowering his arms, feeling a bit embarrassed as he asked Song Qing and Wang Li, have you had breakfast yet? Hee. I finished my provisions yesterday. Same here. Upon hearing Gu Qingshi, Song Qing shrugged, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Just as Song Qing finished speaking, Wang Li waved his hand, reassuring them not to worry. I heard from my brother that breakfast will be arranged for everyone. How will it be arranged? At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in, and Huang Shasha approached, hands clasped behind her back. You finally spoke. I thought you were mute, Gu Qingshi remarked, rolling his eyes at Huang Shasha. Humph, was it not you who sought me out yesterday, and I chose not to respond? Why hold a grudge? Huang Shasha retorted, not mincing her words. Humph, who is holding a grudge? I merely speak the truth. Am I wrong? Gu Qingshi's face flushed with anger upon hearing her words, and he pointed a finger at her, questioning her assertively. Since yesterday, you've been sulking as if someone owes you something, and now that you're hungry, you decide to speak. I say you should keep that cold demeanor. You HMPF. Gu Qingshi's barrage left Huang Shasha momentarily speechless, her face reddening with indignation, and she could only respond with a cold huff to contain her fury. You're still huffing? Am I wrong in my statements? Gu Qingshi pressed on, relentless in his interrogation. Enough, Gu Qingshi, we are all part of the same team. Let us not quibble over trivial matters. Wang Li interjected, unable to bear the tension any longer, while Song Qing also tugged at Gu Qingshi, signaling him to ease up on Huang Shasha. However, Gu Qingshi chose to ignore these distractions, directly pushing Song Qing's hand aside before casting a scornful glance at Wang Li. Am I being petty? I would never stoop to her level. A true gentleman does not engage in disputes with women. That was enough. Just as the situation reached a boiling point, a thunderous shout from Wang Yong interrupted, as he strode forward to position himself between Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha. We are all on the same team. Let us not create discord. Do you still wish to eat? Instantly, Gu Qingshi fell silent, and Huang Shasha merely shot him a glare before turning away. This matter seemed to be resolved. Prepare yourselves. We are about to go hunting, and will return to prepare breakfast. Observing that Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha had ceased their bickering, Wang Yong solemnly directed Song Qing and the others. Absolutely, I have been ready for some time. Upon hearing Wang Yong mention hunting, Song Qing perked up and joyfully exclaimed. Yes, me too. Wang Li nodded in agreement, addressing Wang Yong. What about you two? Noticing both Song Qing and Wang Li's approval, Wang Yong nodded and then turned his attention to Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha, inquiring once again. Always prepared. Of course. Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha replied promptly upon meeting Wang Yong's gaze. Good, then let us set off. Wang Yong nodded, waved his hand, and took the lead, with Song Qing and Wang Li closely following, while Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha brought up the rear, exchanging a glance filled with fierce determination. The Lingmouse plain was neither too large nor too small, yet it served as an ideal habitat for the spirit mice. Although these creatures were merely first-tier demon beasts, lacking remarkable characteristics, their reproductive capabilities were astonishingly high. There were easily tens of thousands of spirit mice roaming this plain. Look, Wang Yong, experienced and astute, quickly led Song Qing and the others to the traces of the spirit mice. He pointed towards a nearby group of mice and commanded, spirit mice typically appear in groups, so everyone must exercise caution. Xiao Li and I will approach from the front. Brother Gu, you take the left, Miss Huang, you flank the right, and Brother Song will provide support from the rear. Is that clear? Understood. Got it, brother. Yes. After Wang Yong's instructions, Song Qing and the others responded in unison, subsequently moving cautiously towards the spirit mice under Wang Yong's guidance. Remember, we are only hunting enough for breakfast. Once we have sufficient, we will retreat immediately. As the distance to the group of spirit mice closed, Wang Yong suddenly sprang into action, forming a spell with his right hand, and a fireball materialized, which he hurled forth. Attack! Almost simultaneously, Wang Li leapt into action, producing a spirit blade from his waist with a flourish. How peculiar, Song Qing thought. Observing Wang Li's sudden display of the spirit blade with a furrowed brow, despite his astonishment, he remained vigilant, preparing his sword technique just in case. Just as the Wang brothers unleashed their skills, Huang Shasha and Gu Qingshi also joined the fray. Water ball technique. A blue water sphere appeared in Huang Shasha's hand, which she launched, causing her face to pale with the effort. Earth spike technique. Gu Qingshi, not to be outdone, gathered his strength and struck the ground, sending a spike of earth shooting forth. Boom. The spirit mice, being mere first-tier low-level demon beasts, stood no chance against the coordinated assault and were swiftly annihilated. Success! Gu Qingshi shouted in exhilaration upon witnessing the defeat of the spirit mouse, yet Wang Yong's brow furrowed with concern as he scanned the surroundings, remaining on high alert. It seems we need to alter our strategy for the next hunt. Wang Yong regretted not clarifying earlier that one spirit mouse was more than sufficient for him and Wang Li to handle. Unbeknownst to Gu Qingshi, who was reveling in his first kill of a spirit beast, his vigilance began to wane. Just then, calamity struck. Whoosh! A dark shadow darted towards Gu Qingshi. Brother Gu, watch out. Song Qing noticed the impending danger, but the shadow moved too swiftly for him to intervene. It was only then that Gu Qingshi realized the peril he was in, but it was too late to evade. He felt a sharp pain in his calf before collapsing onto the ground. The moment he fell, he narrowly avoided the dark projectile. It was a spirit mouse. Song Qing discerned the nature of the shadow, astonished by the mouse's remarkable speed. Gu Qingshi hastily scrambled to his feet, on high alert as he thanked Wang Li beside him. Thank you, brother. Had it not been for you, I might have met my end. It was nothing. Merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, Wang Li replied, revealing that he had used the back of his blade to strike Gu Qingshi's calf, allowing him to evade the spirit mouse's attack. After the recent incident, everyone became acutely aware of the need for vigilance, no longer daring to let their guard down. The emerald light flickered at the tip of Song Qing's sword, as if ready to be unleashed at any moment. Slowly, an enticing aroma wafted through the air from a pot not far from Song Qing, bubbling with broth, a reminder of their earlier hunt. Even amidst the thrill of the hunt, Song Qing felt a surge of excitement at the memory. Previously, not only had Gu Qingshi narrowly escaped death, but Wang Yong had also exhausted his abilities, while Song Qing had been busy tending to both sides, fully occupied. All right, everyone, eat quickly. Once you're done, we'll head out to hunt more spirit mice. Wang Yong, seeing that the spirit mouse soup was ready, ladled a bowl for each person, and they eagerly filled their bowls to satiate their hunger, except for Huang Shasha, who hesitated to take any soup. Here, don't think of it as spirit mouse soup. Just consider it spirit beast soup. Wang Yong, noticing Huang Shasha's reluctance, personally offered her a bowl of the soup, understanding her hesitation. We still need to hunt, so you can't hold everyone back. All right. Huang Shasha's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she eventually accepted the bowl. Seeing her take it, Wang Yong served himself a bowl as well, quickly devouring it, then looking towards Song Qing and the others, wiping the broth from the corner of his mouth. During this hunt for spirit mice, there were many shortcomings that nearly cost them their lives. As Wang Yong prepared to address the group's deficiencies, everyone immediately focused their attention on him, eager to listen. Continue eating while I speak. Actually, I share some responsibility for what happened earlier. I assumed everyone was familiar with the spirit mice, so I did not elaborate. Do not blame Brother Wang. If it weren't for you, we might have been overwhelmed by the spirit mice, Song Qing interjected, and the others echoed his sentiments, praising Wang Yong's prowess. You all exaggerate. Wang Yong waved his hand to quiet their praise and continued. Now, I shall speak to you about the spirit mouse. However, before delving into the topic, I wish to ask, does anyone know the rank of the spirit mouse? It is likely a first-tier demon beast. Upon hearing Song Qing's answer, Wang Yong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, Brother Song is correct. Now, who knows how a first-tier demon beast corresponds to the cultivation level of us practitioners? The early stage of Qi refinement. This time, it was Wang Li who responded, and after his answer, Wang Yong nodded in acknowledgement. Correct. However, the spirit mice we hunt are merely equivalent to the first layer of Qi refinement. Do you all think that spirit mice can be easily underestimated? After Wang Yong paused, without waiting for Song Qing and the others to respond, he continued. In truth, The Spirit Mouse King is equivalent to the third layer of Qi refinement. Even I would retreat in the face of one. What? There is also a Spirit Mouse King? It is even at the third layer of Qi refinement. Upon hearing Wang Yong's words, Qingshi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed. Therefore, when encountering a horde of spirit mice in the future, we must not let our guard down. Understood, Brother Wang. Song Qing, shedding his usual nonchalance, nodded seriously, and Qingshi and the others followed suit. Now, I shall explain the characteristics of the spirit mouse, which will aid you in your hunts. Seeing that Song Qing and the others understood, Wang Yong nodded and began to get to the heart of the matter. The spirit mice are numerous, yet there are few kings among them. On average, there is only one spirit mouse king for every 100 spirit mice across the entire spirit mouse plane, so there is no need for concern. As the sun gradually traversed the sky, Song Qing took a lengthy breakfast, lingering for over an hour. In a corner of the spirit mouse plane, Wang, Song Qing, and the other three sat together, and from among them, Wang Yong's voice resonated. Although the spirit mouse's attacks are not particularly potent, their speed is astonishingly swift. Upon hearing Wang Yong's words, Song Qing nodded in agreement, then turned to Qingshi, only to see him shudder slightly, evidently recalling something. While the spirit mouse's speed may not rival that of higher-tier demon beasts, it is certainly beyond that of lesser creatures like the demon hedgehog. Wang Yong elucidated the rapidity of the spirit mouse and offered some countermeasures, which proved beneficial for Song Qing and the others. Once Song Qing and the others had nearly finished their meal, Wang Yong rose, gesturing grandly. That concludes our discussion. True experience must be gleaned through personal practice. Please tidy up, and we shall proceed to hunt the spirit mice shortly. Understood. As Wang Yong stood, Song Qing and the others followed suit, gathering their dishes. Their apprehension replaced by excitement. Brother, when shall we strike? Wang Li quietly inquired as he approached Wang Yong. Just a moment. We will wait until after the hunt for the spirit mice, and when we reach the ancient town of Heong to act. Upon receiving Wang Li's transmission, Wang Yong glanced at Song Qing and the others, noting that they remained unaware, before responding to Wang Li. At that time, our gains will be greater. But what if someone leaves beforehand? Upon hearing Wang Yong's words, Wang Li furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before asking again. Do your utmost to retain them. If they cannot be kept, let them go. Shall Li, exercise patience. Yes. After hearing Wang Yong's reply, the furrow in Wang Li's brow finally relaxed. Let us set forth. Soon, Song Qing and the others had cleaned up their dishes. Wang Yong, seeing this, called out loudly, then led the way, striding toward the camp's exit. Chapter 11, The Spirit Mouse King. Song Qing and the others ventured beyond the camp once more, yet this time they were considerably more cautious than before. We shall separate and hunt individually, relying solely on our own skills. Upon spotting a horde of spirit mice, Wang Yong first hushed them before addressing Song Qing and the others. After all, this is not for cooking. Understood. Song Qing and the others comprehended this notion. Thus they nodded in agreement. Crouching low, Song Qing cautiously approached the swarm of spirit mice. Since this was to be a test of individual capability, and he was not trailing behind, he proceeded with utmost care. The horde encountered this time was significantly larger than before, ensuring that even if they spread out, each person would have dozens of spirit mice to contend with, enough for them to fill a pot. Brother Song, there are far too many spirit mice. Should we not hunt together? Just as Song Qing was carefully nearing the swarm, Qingshi approached him and spoke. Otherwise, it is likely that none of us will be able to finish hunting the spirit mice, and we could even sustain injuries. Hearing Qingshi's words, Song Qing frowned, remaining silent for a moment before forcing a smile and declining Qingshi's offer. No, let us take our time. It is manageable. This was not out of arrogance. While he could not handle dozens of spirit mice alone, he had a presence within him. Moreover, he was more concerned about the potential for conflict with Qingshi during the hunt. Had it not been for the incident with Qingshi and Huang Shasha, perhaps he would have considered collaborating with him, but now that thought was completely dismissed. Never mind. Hearing Song Qing's refusal, Qingshi waved his hand and walked away. Song Qing noted this action and, with a slight smirk, resumed his careful approach. Within Song Qing's small group, there was a subtle division. Only the brothers Wang Yong and Wang Li remained together to hunt the spirit mice, while the others fought their own battles. Tianlang. As Song Qing gradually neared the horde of spirit mice, he silently called out. Yet he did not use his spiritual sense to inspect his dantian, for he needed to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from the spirit mice. What is it? After a while, Tianlang lazily responded, then paused before speaking to Song Qing. Is it not merely a first-tier spirit mouse? Is my assistance truly required? No, I wish for you to keep an eye out, as they are quite swift. Upon hearing Tianlang's voice, Song Qing immediately replied, his hands forming a sword gesture, his heart racing as he gazed at the nearby spirit mice. Very well. Sensing Song Qing's anxiety, Tianlang agreed. However, there are others nearby, and I cannot reveal myself or act suspiciously. How about this? I will temporarily control your left arm. What do you think? Fine. Song Qing did not hesitate, agreeing immediately, and he soon felt as though he had no left arm. Yet from the corner of his eye, he noticed his left hand was also forming a sword gesture, which was quite peculiar. Impressive. Simultaneously, Song Qing held Tianlang in even higher regard. Such a technique was beyond anything he had ever encountered. You've not seen much. Tianlang, seemingly unimpressed, huffed and remarked, either in disdain or complaint. What is so special about this? Were I not bound as a sword spirit, unable to perform the possession technique, I would not need to go through such trouble. The possession technique? Is it truly remarkable? Regarding Tianlang's mention of the possession technique, Song Qing was entirely ignorant, furrowing his brow as he asked Tianlang. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Tianlang replied tersely. How remarkable? Why inquire so much? If you wish to know, read a book. Tianlang, suddenly enraged, shouted at Song Qing. Why are you being so stubborn? Can't you just let it go? Song Qing sighed, a hint of helplessness creeping into his voice. Just don't ask. You only need to know that if others employ this technique against you, it would be extremely detrimental. Tianlang replied calmly, his left hand emanating a brighter white light. As Song Qing approached the spirit rat swarm, the green light from his right hand sparkled, while the white light from his left hand shone brilliantly. Catching the attention of Wang Yong, who was nearby, this person is no ordinary individual. Suddenly, several spirit rats, known for their agility, darted towards him as he neared them. With swift reflexes, Song Qing unleashed a sword chi strike, successfully slaying one of the spirit rats. However, he was unable to execute a second strike in time. At that moment, Tianlang, from within Song Qing's dantian, called out sharply, prompting Song Qing to swing his left hand, releasing multiple white sword chi strikes that annihilated the remaining spirit rats. Focus. I can't do all the killing for you, Tianlang reminded him. Understood, Song Qing replied, forming another sword gesture and launching yet another strike. Almost simultaneously, others engaged with the spirit rats. However, aside from the Wang brothers, who fared relatively well, Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha were seen fleeing in panic from the swarm. After unleashing several sword chi strikes, Song Qing exhaled heavily, feeling fatigued as his magical energy dwindled. Tianlang, do you have any solutions? We cannot continue like this. It will drain us completely. After a moment of silence, Tianlang responded, use my magical energy. As he spoke, Song Qing felt a surge of pure magical energy emanating from the Lang Xie sword, replenishing his depleted dantian. All right, let me unleash my full might. With the continuous flow of magical energy invigorating him, Song Qing eagerly formed another sword gesture. Yet, at that moment, a piercing scream from Gu Qingshi captured everyone's attention. He was seen clutching his right arm, stained crimson with blood, staggering backward with a look of terror on his face. It's the spirit rat king, Song Qing noted, and Wang Yong, glancing in Gu Qingshi's direction, quickly shifted his gaze to the grass, a look of alarm spreading across his features. Everyone, be cautious. Upon hearing Wang Yong's warning, Song Qing was startled and turned to see the black-furred spirit rat with blood on its claws, the very creature responsible for Gu Qingshi's injury. Though it was slightly larger than the others, this must be the spirit rat king. Song Qing observed the creature, devoid of fear, and inquired of Tianlang. Is that correct? Indeed, Tianlang confirmed with a slight nod, seemingly unfazed aside from a flicker of surprise. Song Qing swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with ambition as he gazed at the rat. Tianlang, it's all up to you. Its hide must be incredibly valuable. Chapter 12. Tianlang's spell, but we have no spirit stones. Tianlang scoffed at Song Qing's enthusiasm. The price for the spirit rat's hide is standard. 10 hides for a single spirit stone, unless the shopkeeper is utterly mad. Despite his dismissive tone, he elaborated. So don't expect to sell the spirit rat king's hide for a high price. It's equivalent to a third-level Qi refinement beast. Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing exclaimed in disbelief, you can't be serious. You are correct. It is indeed equivalent to a third-level Qi refinement beast, Tianlang replied, his brow furrowing solemnly. However, it remains merely a first-tier demon beast. Tianlang, what do you suggest? Song Qing's spirit sank at Tianlang's revelation, yet he clung to a flicker of hope. In my opinion, we shouldn't attack the spirit rat king, Tianlang stated after a moment's contemplation. What? Not attack it? Song Qing was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Are you saying you can't defeat it with your strength? I can certainly kill it, Tian Lang retorted, a note of disdain lacing his voice, but after a pause. He continued, however, if I do that, my existence would be exposed, placing you in danger. Exposed? That can't happen. You can strike while we engage. And there would be no issue. Song Qing dismissed Tian Lang's concerns lightly, but his body tensed as the spirit rats had now converged upon them. Humph. You underestimate the situation, Tian Lang scoffed, forming a sword gesture that made Song Qing's left hand glow even brighter. With your current strength, you are not capable of defeating the Spirit Rat King. What if we join forces? It may be somewhat troublesome, but we should have no trouble defeating it. Song Qing argued, preparing himself while countering Tian Lang's claim. Perhaps if it were only the Spirit Rat King, but there remains a horde of spirit rats, Tian Lang countered, sweeping his consciousness over the approaching swarm. Thus, I will ensure you do not perish, but nothing beyond that. Very well. Acknowledging Tian Lang's resolute tone, Song Qing could only manage a wry smile before turning to Wang Yong for guidance. Brother Wang, what should we do now? Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha also looked to Wang Yong, clearly relying on him as their anchor in this dire moment. The odds are stacked against us. We must seek an opportunity to retreat and avoid further casualties, Wang Yong replied, his expression darkening as he pondered the situation. After a moment's thought, he addressed the group. We are in a precarious position. Wang Li, standing beside him, also wore a grim countenance. Their original plan had been to use Song Qing and his companions as decoys to cover their own escape, then return for spoils once the spirit rats retreated. Now, everything had been thrown into disarray due to Chun Yuanqing's interference. Understood. The group responded in unison, though an unnoticeable flicker of regret crossed Song Qing's features. Suddenly, the Spirit Rat King emitted a series of high-pitched calls, prompting the massive swarm to spring into action. In an instant, dozens of dark figures surged towards Song Qing and the others, sending them into a panic as they prepared to defend themselves. Earth Armor Talisman. Gu Qingshi was the first to react, slapping a talisman onto himself, causing a brilliant yellow light to envelop him in a suit of earthy armor. Water Spirit Shield. Huang Shasha followed closely, casting a water blue sphere around herself with a swift motion. Retreat. While Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha fortified their positions, Wang Yong acted with more pragmatism, seizing Wang Li's arm and employing lightness techniques to evade the encircling swarm. Despicable. Song Qing silently cursed Wang Yong's actions, but he continued to unleash sword chi strikes without pause. Xiao Qing, don't exhaust yourself. While I can provide you with magical energy, your meridians may not be able to handle it, Tian Lang cautioned, weaving sword gestures while communicating telepathically. Understood. Feeling the intense pain in his fingers, Song Qing was acutely aware of his predicament. However, without the agility granted by lightness techniques, he found himself unable to escape the encirclement of the spirit mice. Brother Wang, I need your assistance. I can barely hold on. At that moment, Gu Qingshi, his face ashen, called out to Wang Yong. Huh. Wang Yong chuckled at the sight of Song Qing and his companions before turning to Wang Li. Let us depart. Huh. You all can take your time here. We shall be on our way. Wang Li nodded in agreement, then laughed heartily at Song Qing and the others before both men activated their lightness skills and sped off toward the camp. Damn it, Song Qing cursed inwardly, his expression darkening as he endured the pain in his hand. He unleashed a sword chi and transmitted a message to Tian Lang. What shall we do now? Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Tian Lang, residing within the Lang Xie sword, closed his eyes for a moment before opening them, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. Here is the plan. I will lead you out, but first, we must eliminate those two. Those two? Are you referring to Brother Gu and Lady Huang? Initially confused about whom Tian Lang was speaking, Song Qing soon realized, his voice tinged with surprise. Indeed, Tian Lang affirmed with a nod, having emerged from the sword. Very well. Song Qing replied after a moment of contemplation, his gaze turning cold as he regarded Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha. I am sorry. Unbeknownst to Gu Qingshi and Huang Shasha, who were still struggling to endure, Song Qing had already made his decision. What should we do? He redirected his attention to Tian Lang, his tone indifferent as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself. Relax your mind, Tian Lang instructed, then ceased to engage with Song Qing further. His hands moved like flying wheels as he formed intricate seals, and beams of white light erupted from him, splitting into two streams, one entering the Lang Xie sword, the other merging with Song Qing's essence core. Gradually, Song Qing felt his mind easing, and at that moment, Tianlong's booming voice resonated in his mind. Lang Xie sword haste. A jolt surged through Song Qing's consciousness, scattering his spiritual awareness, causing him to lose all perception of the external world. To Gu Qingshi's eyes, Song Qing suddenly radiated a brilliant white light, shooting forth in dazzling beams. Don't. Song Qing's voice echoed as the 13th chapter unfolded, titled Confrontation with the Wang Brothers. The sun had finally descended behind the mountains, darkness enveloping the land, with a crescent moon hanging in the sky, casting a frosty glow upon the spirit mouse plain. On the plain lay two cold corpses, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, namely Qing and Huang Shasha. Surrounding their bodies were countless fallen spirit mice, abandoned and unnoticed. This was the very place where Song Qing had hunted spirit mice during the day, yet now, he seemed to have vanished without a trace. Brother, do you think they are all dead? In the eerie silence, a male voice abruptly broke the stillness, sounding particularly jarring. Heh, they must be finished. Another voice followed shortly after, colder than the first. Humph, even if they aren't dead, I will ensure they meet their end. Indeed, the first speaker acknowledged, and soon, two figures emerged in the distance, Wang Yong and Wang Li. Heh, who would have thought those three managed to kill so many in their final moments? We shall reap the rewards, Wang Yong remarked with a grin as they approached the scene, surveying the lifeless spirit mice strewn across the ground. Brother, look. Just as Wang Yong chuckled, Wang Li's expression shifted to one of alarm, gripping his brother's arm while pointing ahead. There are only two corpses. Why are there only two? Only two corpses? Let me take a look. Wang Yong, though initially incredulous, remained composed as he strode forward. Who would have thought that the elusive Song Qing could escape from the spirit mice? Upon seeing only the bodies of Qing and Huang Shasha, Wang Yong's eyes gleamed with interest. I underestimated him. What should we do now? Wang Li inquired, his brow furrowed as he joined Wang Yong. Do not worry. He has escaped the spirit mice's assault, but he is likely gravely injured and cannot have gone far. We shall search separately. Once we find him, we will eliminate him to prevent future troubles. Understood. Wang Li nodded firmly, and the two men began their search, one heading left and the other right. Not far from Wang Yong, Song Qing lay unconscious, seemingly unharmed yet in a deep slumber. Xiao Qing, wake up. Wang Yong is coming. Within Song Qing's essence core, Tianling called out, simultaneously forming a sword seal. If Song Qing did not awaken soon, he would have no choice but to intervene. What is it? Soon. Song Qing's fatigued voice emerged. Wang Yong is approaching. What? Startled by Tianlong's words, Song Qing shook off his previous weariness. Try to move your body now. Tianlang offered no further explanation, merely issuing the command. Ouch, that hurts. Obeying Tianlong's instruction, Song Qing attempted to move, only to be met with a wave of intense pain that made him grimace. I will channel some of my power into your meridians to help repair your body. With that, Tianlang formed a sword seal, and a stream of white spiritual light surged from his fingertip, entering Song Qing's meridians and smoothing the previously cracked pathways, even expanding them slightly. All right, try moving again. Without hesitation, Song Qing complied, moving his fingers, and was relieved to find the pain had subsided, although he felt completely drained of energy. Okay, no more pain. Good. Now, I leave the rest to you. Unless your life is in danger, I will not intervene. With that, Tianlong's form shimmered in white light and returned to the Lang Xie sword. Wait, Tianlang, I have no energy. Realizing Tianlang had returned to the sword and that he was utterly depleted, Song Qing felt a wave of despair wash over him. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of immense energy emanating from the Lang Xie sword, directly infusing his essence core, revitalizing it. Do not worry. I will continuously supply you with power. Tianlong's voice reassured him once more. With renewed confidence, Song Qing mentally roared. All right, just watch me. Strange, why haven't we seen Song Qing's figure yet? Could he have already escaped from Heong Town? At this moment, not far from Song Qing, Wang Yong murmured to himself. Although he had spoken with unwavering confidence to Wang Li, deep down, he felt an overwhelming sense of uncertainty. If this were indeed the case, it would spell trouble. Returning to Heong Town would no longer be an option. If captured by the law enforcement team, the consequences would be dire. In Heong Ancient Town, there existed a law enforcement team formed collaboratively by the 5 major sects and the town's mayor, specifically tasked with dealing with unruly practitioners, particularly those like Wang Yong, who were deemed as evil cultivators. As Wang Yong pondered these thoughts, he gradually approached the location where Song Qing was situated. At this moment, Song Qing was crouched low, resembling a leopard poised to strike. Suddenly, in a swift motion, Song Qing leapt towards Wang Yong, fingers forming a sword gesture, the sword energy already coalescing. Wang Yong, taken aback by Song Qing's sudden attack, quickly regained his composure. He slapped the pouch at his waist, producing a spirit blade that he wielded with great force, aiming it directly at Song Qing. As the spirit blade grew larger, Song Qing knew he could not confront it unarmed. He released the sword energy from his fingertip and rolled swiftly to the side, evading the strike. A gust of green sword energy shot towards Wang Yong, who, undeterred, pivoted his blade to counter the incoming attack. The impact of the sword energy pushed Wang Yong back 3 steps, revealing its lack of sharpness. Otherwise, his spirit blade would have suffered damage. Not wasting a moment, Song Qing formed another sword energy gesture, launching it towards Wang Yong without allowing him a moment to breathe. "Don't harm my brother," Wang Li's thunderous voice echoed as he leapt in front of Wang Yong, slashing at the incoming green sword energy with a swift stroke of his blade. Wang Li was also sent reeling by the force of the sword energy, though not as far as Wang Yong. They've both arrived, Song Qing said with a grim expression, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. "Very well, let us meet our end together." With that, a new sword energy gesture formed at the tip of Song Qing's right finger. Unlike others, he harbored no fear of killing. Rather, a sense of excitement coursed through him, likely due to the massacre that had befallen his entire village. Wang Yong, wary of the impending danger, produced a talisman, casting a reluctant glance at it before slapping it onto himself. Instantly, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and a set of vine armor adorned his body. Seeing Wang Yong's actions, Wang Li hesitated momentarily before following suit, activating a talisman that cloaked him in earthen armor. Song Qing, observing the brothers' preparations, could not help but scoff. "What difference does it make if you wear armor? My magical power is boundless." With that thought, Song Qing took action, flicking his finger to unleash a burst of green sword energy towards Wang Yong. "Now!" Both brothers shouted in unison. Wang Yong swung his blade towards the incoming sword energy while Wang Li charged directly at Song Qing, his spirit blade poised for attack. Not intimidated by Wang Li's advance, Song Qing rolled on the grass to evade the attack, simultaneously forming another sword energy gesture. Without hesitation, he unleashed the sword energy towards Wang Li, rendering the latter unable to pursue him further. Seizing the moment, as Wang Li dealt with the sword energy, Wang Yong remained momentarily stunned. Song Qing leapt backward, distancing himself from the Wang brothers. "Now, it is my turn to attack," Song Qing said, licking his lips, his right hand forming a gesture. With a commanding shout, he unleashed another sword energy towards Wang Yong, knowing that he was stronger than Wang Li, thus intending to first subdue him before focusing on Wang Li. Indeed, Wang Yong found himself momentarily distracted by the sword energy, while Wang Li lunged towards Song Qing. Seeking your own demise, Song Qing smirked as he executed a swift motion with his right hand, unleashing another green sword energy towards Wang Li. In that instant, Wang Li activated a lightness technique, deftly evading Song Qing's attack and closing in on him. "Humph, is that all you can do?" As Wang Li approached, Song Qing charged forward as if to confront him head-on. "Shaoli, take him down." Wang Yong had dispelled the sword energy, but did not advance, appearing to anticipate the outcome. "Die!" Wang Li shouted, swinging his spirit blade towards Song Qing. As the blade loomed larger, a sly grin crept across Song Qing's face, his eyes sparkling with cunning. With a fierce cry, Wang Li swung his blade, his face flushed with excitement, convinced he would soon see Song Qing fall. Impossible. Yet, as Wang Li approached, a look of terror crossed his face as he beheld the glimmering azure light at the tip of Song Qing's finger. With a flick, Song Qing unleashed a smaller yet potent sword energy towards Wang Li's exposed abdomen. "Shaoli!" Wang Yong shouted in disbelief as he rushed forward. The small sword energy struck Wang Li's earthen armor, causing it to crack and sending him sprawling to the ground. Cough! Wang Li spat out a mouthful of blood, gravely injured. "Shaoli, how are you?" Wang Yong hurried to his brother's side, supporting him. "I'm fine, brother," Wang Li replied weakly, but as he moved, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Rest now. I will deal with that scoundrel," Wang Yong said, realizing Wang Li's condition as he helped him sit up. He then stood, glaring at Song Qing. "You will surely perish." "Ha! You should worry about your own life first," Song Qing retorted with a smirk, conjuring another sword energy. "Is that so? Then I shall no longer play with you," he scoffed, provoking Wang Yong further. In a furious response, Wang Yong activated the lightness technique and charged at Song Qing. "Go!" Unfazed, Song Qing unleashed a sword energy, preparing to form another. "Die!" This time, Wang Yong did not attempt to deflect the attack, but instead gracefully dodged, maintaining his momentum as he closed in on Song Qing. Unbelievable. Seeing Wang Yong evade the sword energy, Song Qing decisively abandoned the formation of another attack, rolling on the ground in an attempt to escape Wang Yong's range. "Trivial skills," Wang Yong sneered, pressing forward, perfectly blocking Song Qing's path. Infuriating. Cursing inwardly, Song Qing shifted from rolling to leaping back with all his might, narrowly escaping Wang Yong's strike. As he escaped, He quickly formed a sword energy gesture and launched it towards Wang Yong. Wang Yong, mirroring Song Qing's earlier actions, rolled on the ground to evade the attack and then leapt back towards Song Qing. Infuriating. With a muffled curse, Song Qing evaded once more. Subsequently, he and Wang Yong engaged in a back-and-forth battle. Gradually, Song Qing shed his initial awkwardness, while Wang Yong began to falter in his magical prowess. Thus, Song Qing turned the tide in his favor, forcing Wang Yong to retreat repeatedly. At a pivotal moment, Song Qing seized the opportunity to unleash a sword chi strike. Wang Yong attempted to evade, but found that his own escape would inadvertently target Wang Li. After a contemptuous curse, he braced himself for impact. This defiant stance caused Wang Yong to stagger back several steps. Observing Wang Yong's beleaguered state, Song Qing noted that even the vine armor had dissipated, drained of energy. He recognized that this chance was indeed fortuitous. Sensing the opening, Song Qing did not hesitate. He surged forward and unleashed a second sword chi strike. This time, Wang Yong was unable to evade and was propelled back several more steps. As the moon ascended and night enveloped the land in silence, Song Qing lay sprawled in the grass on Lang Xie Plain, his form forming a large character. Nearby, two lifeless bodies lay cold, those of Wang Yong and Wang Li, their faces frozen in expressions of unfulfilled defiance. After catching his breath, Song Qing sat up, surveying the chaos around him. A hint of a smile crept across his face. It was time to tidy up and prepare to return. Chapter 15. A transaction to the eyes of low-level cultivators. Qing ancient town might seem an imposing city. Yet within the vast expanse of Haozhou, it is merely a quaint town. This is why Qing has consistently been referred to as a town rather than a city. Amidst this modest establishment, a youth clad in simple garments meandered, glancing left and right, pausing at each shop to observe before either entering or moving on. This youth was none other than Song Qing, returning from Lang Xie Plain. At this moment, Song Qing appeared to be searching for something, though all the shops he paused at were general stores. Soon, he lingered at another general store, contemplating the modest space before him. This is it, he thought, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he patted the bag at his waist, marking his decision, and strode confidently forward. Shopkeeper, he called out as he entered. The store was small, occupied only by an elderly man hunched over the counter. Upon hearing Song Qing's voice, the old man jolted awake, his murky eyes turning towards the young intruder. A surge of surprise washed over him as he beheld the confident youth approaching, prompting an involuntary smile to spread across the old man's face, despite the youth's humble attire. "Good day, young sir. How may I assist you? Do you buy spirit mouse pelts?" Song Qing inquired as he approached the counter. "Indeed," the old man replied, his earlier warmth dissipating upon noting Song Qing's cultivation level of merely the first layer of qi refinement. "How many do you possess?" "Approximately over 100, though I haven't counted them precisely." Song Qing responded casually, unfazed by the old man's sudden detachment. "What? Over 100? The old man was taken aback, quickly regaining composure and donning a skeptical expression. "Did you collect them all by yourself?" "Indeed." Song Qing spoke nonchalantly, unwilling to elaborate further. "Are you going to buy or not?" "Don't waste time," Song Qing urged. "Of course, I will buy them," the old man hastily replied, finally realizing that Song Qing was no ordinary individual. "Here, take a look for yourself," Song Qing said, producing a bag from his waist and tossing it onto the counter. A storage bag. The old man gasped at the sight, astonished that such a rare item would be treated so carelessly by a low-level cultivator. "Oh, so this is called a storage bag," Song Qing mused, recognizing its value in the old man's reaction. He then recalled the two brothers, Wang Yong and Wang Li, realizing that they were indeed exceptional individuals, as evidenced by their possession of such a treasure. The storage bag originally belonged to them, and he had retrieved it after their demise, with only one of the two now being presented to the shopkeeper. "Very well, young sir. There are 126 pelts in total. I shall offer you 130, which amounts to 13 spirit stones. How does that sound?" The old man, having completed the count, addressed Song Qing. "Agreed." Song Qing nodded, seizing the opportunity for a good deal. "Here you are, young sir. Do come again." The shopkeeper promptly handed Song Qing the 13 spirit stones, which varied in color but notably lacked fire spirit stones. "Certainly," Song Qing replied, though he knew not where his next visit would lead him. "Xiao Qing." Just as Song Qing was about to exit, Tian Lang's voice resonated in his mind. "Ask that old man if he has any qi-nourishing pills." "Why?" Song Qing was taken aback by Tian Lang's sudden intrusion. "If he has them, buy some. They will benefit your cultivation," Tian Lang advised, undeterred by Song Qing's irritation. "Oh," Song Qing acknowledged, turning back to the shopkeeper. "Do you sell qi-nourishing pills?" "Yes, young sir." Don't you need any? The old man, aware that Song Qing was at the first layer of qi refinement, inquired. How much? Song Qing nodded and asked about the price. 1 spirit stone each. The old man replied, retrieving a small vial from behind him and placing it on the counter, his murky eyes gleaming with anticipation. How many would you like? So expensive. Song Qing gasped, his disbelief evident as he widened his eyes. Not expensive. This is the standard price for pills. The old man chuckled, eyeing Song Qing as if he were a treasure trove. Fine, I will take 10. At that moment, Tian Lang's voice echoed once more. 10. That's 10 spirit stones. Song Qing felt a wave of despair wash over him, yet he ultimately waved his hand decisively. I will buy 10. After a moment's hesitation, he handed the shopkeeper 10 spirit stones. Excellent. The old man rejoiced, quickly fetching a vial and presenting it to Song Qing. This vial contains 5 qi-nourishing pills. Take a look. Song Qing picked up the small vial and scrutinized it carefully. Upon confirming that it matched the shopkeeper's description, he stowed it away in his storage bag. I shall take my leave, he said casually, anxious that Tian Lang might relay a message. After completing his inspection, he swiftly turned to depart. In a small and within the ancient town of Heong, Song Qing sat cross-legged on the bed. Tian Lang, what purpose does this serve? He exclaimed, staring at the 2 bottles of qi-nourishing pills before him, his heart seething with anger. 10 spirit stones. If you do not explain yourself, we are far from finished. Do you wish to break through to the second layer of qi refinement? Tian Lang inquired nonchalantly, seemingly unperturbed by Song Qing's frustrations. Of course. Why else would I be cultivating? Song Qing retorted indignantly, feeling that if not for his inferior cultivation compared to Tian Lang, he might have skinned the latter alive by now. Follow my instructions, Tian Lang advised. Do what? Song Qing deflated at Tian Lang's words, realizing he was reliant on him. Consume the pill and cultivate. Chapter 16. The second layer of qi refinement. Song Qing, seated cross-legged on the bed, closed his eyes and formed a sword gesture with his hands, entering a state of cultivation. Though the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was sparse, it gradually accumulated into a small stream. Within Song Qing's meridians flowed a 4-colored stream, which, after circulating around his body, converged in his dantian, where it was absorbed by his nascent soul. The nascent soul was small and gaseous, yet with each portion of gathered energy absorbed, it expanded slightly or became denser. The effects of this qi-nourishing pill are remarkable. One alone brings me close to a bottleneck, he mused. Observing Song Qing's condition, Tian Lang nodded slightly. It appears that only 2 pills are necessary for you to break through to the second layer of qi refinement. With that, Tian Lang returned to the Lang Xie sword to continue his cultivation. Although he was known as a sword spirit, he was still capable of breaking free and becoming an immortal, albeit a loose immortal, and this required Song Qing to reach a certain level of cultivation. Thus, he too was engaged in his practice. Why has it depleted so quickly? Song Qing frowned as he sensed the spiritual power of the qi-nourishing pill nearing exhaustion, even while in a meditative state. Continue. Do not consume the qi-nourishing pill yet. Wait until after 5 full cycles. Tian Lang's voice advised just as Song Qing was about to conclude his session. Why? Despite not ending his practice, Song Qing couldn't help but inquire. One must progress gradually in cultivation and not rely on external aids. Otherwise, even a high cultivation level will merely be a hollow facade. Tian Lang patiently explained, then asked, do you understand? Yes. Song Qing acknowledged with a soft hum and resumed his cultivation. The delicate stream of energy slowly completed a full cycle, subsequently entering his nascent soul, after which he immediately began refining the second stream of energy. Yet, even this effort could not satiate the hunger of his nascent soul. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the night sky twinkled with stars. In that guest room, Song Qing remained seated in meditation as the spiritual energy continued to gather around him. At last, 5 cycles completed. At a certain moment, Song Qing concluded his session. Exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze fell upon the 2 bottles of qi-nourishing pills, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He swiftly grabbed one vial, tapped it into his palm, and a milky white pill tumbled out, the very qi-nourishing pill he had sought. Hee. A smile crept across Song Qing's face as he inhaled the fragrant pill. Initially unaware of its true efficacy when he purchased it, he had felt disgruntled by Tian Lang's sudden decision. Now, however, his perspective had entirely shifted. I never imagined that cultivators could concoct such miraculous elixirs. Song Qing, knowing little about the ways of cultivation, learned about pill concoction only through Tian Lang. I, too, shall become an alchemist, he resolved inwardly. When discussing pills, one must also mention their creators. In this realm, cultivators, aside from honing their skills, often study various ancillary arts, and alchemy is one of them. Practitioners of alchemy are known as alchemists. To become an alchemist requires exceptional talent, and the pills they create are highly coveted by cultivators, bestowing great esteem upon them. Not only alchemists are revered, many professions are held in high regard, such as artifact refiners, array masters, and talisman makers. Song Qing returned the vial of qi-nourishing pills to its place, then swallowed the pill in hand, re-entering his cultivation state. The qi-nourishing pill dissolved upon entering his throat, transforming into a stream of energy that coursed through his meridians. Though Lang had slightly widened his meridians, Song Qing remained cautious, meticulously controlling the flow of energy, allowing it to circulate around his body. With each cycle, a portion of energy was refined and subsequently infused into his nascent soul. Each absorption made the nascent soul swell or condense further. As time progressed, the spiritual power of the qi-nourishing pill gradually waned, while the nascent soul in Song Qing's dantian ceased to change, seemingly reaching its limit. Shao Qing. Consume another qi-nourishing pill, and you will break through to the second layer of qi refinement. Just as Song Qing grappled with the stagnation of his nascent soul, Lang's voice resonated once more from the Lang Xie sword. Did you not say to progress gradually, not to rely on the power of pills? Song Qing, though tempted to immediately consume another pill, restrained himself and questioned Lang. That is the principle, but one must also adapt to circumstances. Lang, rather than taking offense at Song Qing's rebuttal, nodded in agreement, then earnestly elaborated. Understood, Song Qing responded, then concluded his practice, grasping a vial of qi-nourishing pills. He tapped one out, consumed it, and resumed his cultivation, now acutely aware that he stood on the precipice of breaking through to the second layer of qi refinement. The qi-nourishing pill dissolved as it entered his throat, causing the stream of energy within his meridians to swell significantly. Boom. Shortly after Song Qing ingested the third qi-nourishing pill, his nascent soul underwent a transformation, suddenly expanding several folds. The originally balanced four colors of blue, green, red, and yellow in his nascent soul now predominantly manifested as green. At last, a breakthrough. Song Qing concluded his session, a joyful expression gracing his face. Feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Second layer of qi refinement. Sensing the power coursing through his meridians, now doubled compared to before. Song Qing couldn't help but clench his fists, murmuring in satisfaction. Indeed, quite impressive, Lang remarked, emerging from the Lang Xie sword and nodding approvingly at Song Qing. Fast. It has been 4 months, Song Qing retorted, unconvinced by Lang's praise. In the early stages of cultivation, adapting to the practice of qi refinement was considerably more challenging than advancing from the first to the second layer. Seeing Song Qing's skepticism, Lang merely smiled and patiently began to explain further. However, apart from the breakthroughs in realms and the bottlenecks encountered while transitioning from the initial to the middle stage and from the middle to the later stage, everything else is smooth sailing. Ah, I see. After listening to Tianlong's words, Song Qing gently nodded and then smirked slightly. In that case, I am not doing too badly. Humph. Yet, Tianlong's expression turned serious as he let out a huff, admonishing him sternly. Do not become complacent. Remember, there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals beyond your current capabilities. Oh, I understand. Song Qing waved dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Nevertheless, before Lang could continue his reprimand, he inquired, what shall we do now, Lang? Since a single spirit stone can sustain you for a month, you shall cultivate here for a month. Upon hearing Song Qing's question, Lang pondered for a moment before responding. After a month, venture out alone and hunt the spirit mice. Chapter 17. Lightness technique. Outside the ancient town of Heong, on the spirit mouse plain, a figure was gracefully flipping and maneuvering. Initially somewhat clumsy, but through diligent practice, they began to find their rhythm. Indeed, this individual was Song Qing, and a month had already passed. After this time, Song Qing promptly made preparations and set off alone to the spirit mouse plain. He now realized that, with Tianlong's assistance, he was unlike others and did not require a team. Moreover, his previous experience with team formation had left a lingering shadow, which was another reason for his preference to venture solo. Lang naturally did not oppose Song Qing's decision. In fact, he even expressed some approval. If that is the case, then the Lang Xie sword will remain concealed. Finally, after tiring from practice, Song Qing paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lang, how do you find my lightness technique? The technique Song Qing had been practicing was the lightness skill he had acquired from Wang Yong. Very good. Upon hearing Song Qing's inquiry, Lang replied flatly, then added, merely saying it is good holds no weight. You would be wise to test it in practical scenarios. Practical scenarios? Are we to seek out the spirit mice? Song Qing was somewhat taken aback by Tianlong's suggestion. He was not eager to provoke the spirit mice just yet. There is no need to worry. I will assist you from the sidelines. Tianlang, believing Song Qing to be fearful, offered him reassurance. You won't be harmed. It is merely practice. Not quite. Song Qing could only manage a wry smile at Tianlong's unfounded assumptions. He then plopped down onto the ground, crossing his legs without a care for appearance. I wish to master the earth spike technique and the water ball technique before hunting the spirit mice. The earth spike technique and the water ball technique? Upon hearing that Song Qing intended to practice these techniques, Tianlang scoffed, dismissing their value. Must you still practice these two spells? You possess the sword chi finger. So there is no need to waste time on such trivial techniques. Tianlang, you do make a valid point. Yet I cannot simply leave these two spells in my storage bag forever. Having rested sufficiently, Song Qing shook his head, agreeing with Tianlong's sentiment. Though a hint of regret lingered in his expression. If they were defensive spells, then practicing them would be acceptable, but as for these two spells, Tianlang chuckled derisively and continued, then seemed to recall something, his eyes brightening. However, they are not entirely without merit. Once we return to Heong Town, you could set up a stall and sell these two spells to others. Oh, that is a splendid idea. How did I not think of that? Upon hearing Tianlong's suggestion about setting up a stall, Song Qing's eyes lit up, and he immediately made a decision, expressing his gratitude to Tianlang. Thank you, Tianlang. No need for thanks. You simply had not thought of it. Tianlang replied lazily, then inquired, so what do you plan to do now? Will you go hunt the spirit mice? Of course, I am eager to get started. Song Qing rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had already spent his 13 spirit stones. Shall we go now? All right. Tianlang was taken aback by Song Qing's sudden enthusiasm, but he nodded and added a caution. However, remember, I will only assist you at critical moments. You must rely on your own strength. Understood. With that, Song Qing swiftly rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and ventured into the depths of the spirit mouse plain, where the spirit mice dwelled. Following his previous experience with team formation, Song Qing quickly located the traces of the spirit mouse swarm, stealthily approaching them. Let me show you the fruits of my labor over the past 3 days. As he neared the spirit mice, Song Qing grinned, his fingertips glowing with a green light, which he promptly flicked forward. Whoosh! Although the spirit mice were quite alert, they could not react faster than the sword chi finger, and one was swiftly dispatched by Song Qing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After Song Qing unleashed his first sword chi finger, his presence was revealed, and in an instant, dozens of dark projectiles shot toward him, encircling him. Lightness technique. Realizing the impending danger, Song Qing smirked and activated his lightness technique, retreating swiftly. However, as his mastery of the lightness technique was still developing, he could not escape the range of the dark projectiles in time. He quickly unleashed another sword chi finger, targeting the stragglers. As soon as he landed, Song Qing leapt again, continuously casting sword chi fingers, confident in his nearly inexhaustible magical energy due to Tianlong's support. Another sword chi finger flew forth, striking down another spirit mouse. Squeak! As Song Qing continued eliminating spirit mice, a furious shriek echoed, causing the spirit mouse swarm to erupt into chaos. Following that shriek, the swarm's attacks became ferocious, with 300 dark projectiles hurtling towards Song Qing simultaneously. This is troublesome. Upon hearing the mouse's cry, Song Qing sensed danger. Seeing the swarm charge at him like a horde, his heart raced, and he retreated hastily. I'll fight back. Sword chi finger. While retreating, Song Qing quickly formed another sword chi finger and shouted as he released it. Whoosh! The green light shot forth, killing another spirit mouse, but several others were still advancing. Curse it! Song Qing cursed under his breath, then crouched low, rolling on the ground just in time to evade the spirit mice's attacks. However, the spirit mouse swarm was relentless. Just as Song Qing escaped one wave of attacks, another followed swiftly, again encircling him. Sword chi finger. Song Qing rapidly formed another sword chi finger, but this time he did not aim it at the dark projectiles. Instead, he struck the ground beneath him, pushing off to leap backward. Spirit blade. As he leaped, he reached into his storage bag and grasped the spirit blade, swinging it forward. Boom! The spirit blade met the oncoming dark projectiles, and Song Qing was knocked back a considerable distance, his palms tingling with pain and bruising. Fortunately, he managed to evade yet another crisis. It cannot always be this way. Song Qing knelt partially on the grass, intently gazing at the approaching horde of spiritual mice, his eyes shimmering with a keen light as he murmured to himself. It appears I must first eliminate the spiritual mouse king. Though it possesses the strength of the third layer of chi refinement, such power is futile without intellect. With that, A sudden brilliance ignited in Song Qing's eyes, and he let out a fierce shout, bending his body before leaping directly into the swarm of mice. Chapter 18, Harvest Whoosh. Almost 100 streaks of black light shot toward Song Qing, yet this time he did not retreat as before. Instead, he charged forward undeterred. Tianlang. Simultaneously, he shouted, switching his sword energy to his left hand. I thought you could handle this yourself. Upon hearing Song Qing's roar, Tianlang, residing within the Lang Xie sword, smiled slightly, forming hand seals as his white spiritual energy surged. With a low command from Tianlang, an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as the black rays were about to strike Song Qing, a brilliant white light erupted from him, sending the attacking mice flying several yards away. I won't let you escape. Gritting his teeth, Song Qing flicked his right hand toward the spiritual Mouse King, releasing a streak of azure light. Squeak! The spiritual Mouse King let out several disdainful cries before leaping forward, transforming into a swift black streak aimed directly at Song Qing, its speed 3 times faster than the others. Seeking death. Unfazed by the approaching threat, Song Qing formed another sword energy with his right hand while his left arm drew back the spiritual blade. Boom! The spiritual Mouse King collided with the azure light, producing a thunderous sound. Come again. As the spiritual Mouse King continued its assault, a cruel smile crept onto Song Qing's face. He flicked his hand once more, sending another azure beam hurtling forth. Prepare to taste my blade. After unleashing the sword energy, Song Qing advanced, extending his left arm to slice forward, radiating white light. Bang! Squeak! His successive attacks overwhelmed the spiritual Mouse King, causing it to cry out in pain and ultimately attempt to flee. Nowhere to run. Realizing the mouse was attempting to escape, Song Qing felt a surge of urgency and shouted, activating his light-footed technique as he lunged toward the fleeing creature. Squeak! The spiritual Mouse King, truly terrified now, frantically clawed at the ground, quickly digging a tunnel to escape. How unfortunate! Standing atop the tunnel, Song Qing spat in frustration, dirt flying into his mouth as the mouse burrowed away. You may be quick, but I would have simmered you for a meal. He kicked the entrance of the hole multiple times, grumbling as he stowed his spiritual blade into his storage pouch with a flicker of light. Such a swift escape, coward. Song Qing retracted his blade upon noticing the remaining mice fleeing after their king, feeling compelled to voice his complaints while he secured the weapon. Let's not be greedy. Let's see what I've gained from this hunt. As he continued to grumble, Tianlong's voice echoed once more. Well, this is how it must be. With a slight tug at the corners of his mouth, Song Qing surveyed the ground littered with the fallen mice, his eyes gleaming with delight as a smile crept across his lips. The ground is covered with spiritual stones. Song Qing worked swiftly as he processed the mice, wielding his somewhat dull spiritual blade with efficiency. In mere moments, he dispatched one after another, carelessly discarding their pelts and disregarding the blood as he moved on to the next. Before long, a day had passed, and the sun sank behind the mountains. Unbeknownst to him, he had gathered kindling from nearby to ignite a fire in the place he hunted during the day, holding a piece of roasted meat in his hand, taking hearty bites. Shaoqing, you performed admirably today. Just as he savored the roasted meat, a white light emanated from his abdomen, coalescing into a figure nearby. Turning to face Song Qing, Tianlang offered his praise. Of course, Song Qing replied without a hint of modesty, returning to his hearty meal. Shaoqing. Upon hearing Song Qing's confident response, Tianlang raised an eyebrow, pausing for a moment before continuing. While you did well, there are still areas for improvement. Do you know where they lie? Which areas? I am unaware. Upon hearing Tianlong's observation of his shortcomings, Song Qing ceased eating, wiping the grease from his lips as he inquired. Overall, there are 2 points. Noticing Song Qing's seriousness, Tianlang nodded slightly before elaborating. Firstly, recklessness. In the face of hundreds of spiritual mice, only you dared to charge in. Of course, you are aware of my presence, which grants you confidence. But what if I were not here? Without you, I would not have dared to charge. Song Qing responded, somewhat dismissive of Tianlong's first critique, feeling it was a plan he had devised. Even if that instance wasn't reckless, what about your confrontation with the spiritual Mouse King? You dared to clash with it directly, catching even me off guard. Noting Song Qing's disagreement, Tianlang furrowed his brow and provided another example before continuing with the second point. Secondly, dependency. Whether it be your magical powers or your reckless charge, it stems from your reliance on my presence, which is your true flaw. Ah, that is indeed true. After hearing Tianlong's words, Song Qing did not contest, lowering his head as a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. However, do you not aspire to advance beyond the Qi refinement stage? Or perhaps to the foundation establishment stage? Tianlang pressed on, not offering any comfort, but rather tightening the pressure. If that is the case, I misjudged you. But let me tell you, if you continue this way, you will have no chance of avenging your parents. No, I will definitely avenge them. Tianlong's words struck a nerve within Song Qing, causing him to leap to his feet and shout angrily. Humph. It is not enough to just raise your voice. You must take tangible action. Tianlang coldly retorted, continuing to challenge Song Qing. Then what should I do? Song Qing furrowed his brow, seeking guidance from Tianlang. Do not rely on me as before. Conserve your magical energy and act as if I do not exist. Tianlong's tone softened slightly as he offered his advice. This is the true harvest from your hunt of spiritual mice. Chapter 19. Lodging on the plains of spiritual mice. Hundreds of them gathered densely, and at any given moment, nearly 100 would leap, transforming into black streaks aimed at a solitary figure. That figure, appearing quite ordinary in tattered clothing, wielded a battered spiritual blade in hand. Nevertheless, the figure moved with agility, and with each swing of the blade, a spiritual mouse met its demise. Indeed, this was none other than Song Qing himself. After Tianlang pointed out his shortcomings, Song Qing requested that the former refrain from providing him with a continuous supply of magical power, opting instead for intermittent reinforcements that should not exceed 50% of his total energy. Consequently, over the next month, Song Qing gradually honed his control over his magical power. During this time, he also became increasingly adept at the lightness technique. Thus, unlike before, Song Qing did not rely solely on a single sword strike from beginning to end. Instead, he adopted a dual dagger style, which not only reduced his magical consumption, but also allowed him to practice the lightness technique. Today, the swarm of spirit mice was particularly immense. One wave followed another without respite. However, Song Qing faced this onslaught without fear, and his bloodshot eyes gleamed with an almost palpable excitement. Indeed, even such a formidable horde of spirit mice proved to be less than daunting. It seemed he would need to seek other beasts for his next challenge. This spirit mouse swarm was intentionally sought out by Song Qing. Although his cultivation level remained at the second layer of Qi refining, his actual strength surpassed that of the fourth layer. Once he eliminated this swarm, he planned to return to Heong Town for further training, aiming to break through to the third layer of Qi refining before attending to other matters. At that moment, after murmuring to himself, Tianlong's voice echoed. You no longer possess any energy-restoring pills. It would be prudent to procure some for your breakthrough to the third layer. Understood. Song Qing acknowledged, recognizing the value of the energy-restoring pills and no longer hesitant about expending spirit stones. He readily agreed. Thereafter, Song Qing concentrated entirely on dealing with the spirit mouse horde. This swarm was indeed vast, with even 3 spirit mouse kings among them. Upon realizing this, Song Qing managed to defeat the 3 only with Tianlong's assistance. Following their demise, the absence of the spirit mouse kings allowed Song Qing to embark on a one-sided massacre. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sun began to set. Breathless, Song Qing seated himself on the grass, gasping heavily, and gazed at the numerous slain spirit mice surrounding him, a wry smile appearing on his lips. It was undeniably a nuisance. Facing such a horde of spirit mice, it would be disingenuous to claim there was no difficulty involved. Although he had specifically sought out this swarm, he did so with the mindset of training. Backed by Tianlong's support, have you rested enough? Just as Song Qing was lamenting, a flash of white light appeared, and Tianlang materialized, inquiring about his condition. Yes. Song Qing replied with a slight grin, well aware that Tianlang had ulterior motives. What is it you need, Tianlang? Nothing of great importance. You should quickly dispose of these spirit mice, Tianlang responded with a nonchalant smile. Not far from here, there is a small campsite. Perhaps you could find lodging for the night and return to Heong Town tomorrow. Very well, Song Qing replied casually, promptly rising to brush off the dirt from his clothes. As he was about to collect the spirit mice, Tianlang added something that instantly brightened his spirits. There are indeed other people here. During this period of training, Song Qing had been secluded in a rather remote area, thus he had not encountered anyone for quite some time. The prospect of nearby company was indeed delightful. At the campsite, a roaring bonfire crackled, with a dark pot set upon it, seemingly simmering something that emitted a bubbling sound. Come, everyone, let us eat something first. We will hunt the spirit mice tomorrow, a portly young man said as he lifted the pot's lid, beckoning the others. Haha, is the food ready? At that moment, another voice called out from a distance, and a man in his 20s approached, directly sitting by the fire to warm his hands. I have set up a magical formation around the campsite, so you need not freeze while standing guard. Hee hee, Brother Yi is impressive. Even the intricate magical formations are within your grasp, a melodious voice chimed in. As a girl in a pale yellow dress praised him while holding a bowl of hot soup, which the portly young man had just handed her. Haha, you flatter me. Miss Sue, it is merely a trivial skill, the young man named Yi replied with a hearty laugh, humbly accepting the hot soup. Brother Ma, you need not be so modest. We all know that among us, only Brother Yi possesses such profound knowledge. The portly young man rubbed his hands together, expressing admiration. With the upcoming selection of disciples from the 5 major sects next year, it seems only Brother Yi stands a chance of being chosen. Brother Ma, you are also being modest. With your physical skills and a bit more training, it would not be difficult for you to enter the 5 major sections. The young man named Yi took a sip of hot soup, responding politely, after which the others joined in the conversation. We still have over 10 months until the selection. As long as we all train diligently, it is within reach. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted their discussion, causing the young man named Yi to spring to his feet, staring intently at the entrance of the campsite. Not good. Someone has breached the formation. Upon hearing his words, the others also stood up, warily eyeing the entrance. Everyone, be cautious. My formation has been compromised. Shortly thereafter, the young man named Yi grimly announced, his aura shimmering as he summoned his magical power. Could it be an evil cultivator? Several others tensed, channeling their own magical energy, while the portly young man directed a question at Yi. Evil cultivator? Yes, it should be. This place is so remote. Brother Yi, what should we do? The girl in the pale yellow dress turned pale at the mention of evil cultivators. Her eyes filled with terror as she anxiously inquired. Fear not. Let us assess the situation first. The young man named Yi remained relatively composed, fixing his gaze on the entrance. Even if it is an evil cultivator, we need not be afraid. We are not weak ourselves. Yes, if it is an evil cultivator, let us confront them. Despite his trembling lips, the portly young man gritted his teeth and declared. At that moment, a series of coughs echoed, and a figure emerged. Though clad in tattered garments, he exuded a faint aura of menace, causing the young man named Yi and his companions to feel a sudden tightness in their chests. What is wrong with you all? You need not welcome me so extravagantly, the ragged youth said, taken aback by the young man named Yi's imposing demeanor. Realizing something, he smirked and waved his hand, apologetically stating, There's no need to be nervous. I merely seek a place to stay for the night. This ragged youth was none other than Qing, who had come seeking refuge. Chapter 20. The arrival of the evil cultivator deep within the spirit mouse plain. A modest campsite lay at its heart, where a pile of firewood blazed brightly. Surrounding the bonfire sat 7 individuals, including Qing and the young man named Yi. Haha, I never imagined Brother Song would dare to venture here alone. This is indeed the depths of the spirit mouse plain. I am impressed, the young man named Yi remarked, taking a sip of hot soup as he praised Qing. Haha, Brother Yi is jesting. I merely stumbled upon this place by chance. Qing replied with a hearty laugh, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks as he held a bowl of hot soup. His expression then grew somber. And after a sigh, he continued speaking to Yi and the others. Previously, I had teamed up with others to hunt the spirit mice, but unexpectedly encountered a malevolent cultivator. All my companions perished, leaving me as the sole survivor, lost and disoriented. Had I not crossed paths with Brother Yi and the others, I shudder to think of the outcome. This narrative was crafted by Lang, designed to evade suspicion and avert unnecessary complications. Though Qing harbored doubts about this account, he relayed it nonetheless. Indeed, those wicked cultivators are despicable. Following Qing's words, the plump man, surnamed Ma, and his companions expressed their indignation in unison. The stout man, Ma, slammed his bowl down with a fierce determination, exclaiming, Humph, that damned cultivator better not cross paths with me, or I shall tear him limb from limb. Upon hearing his words, even Brother Yi could not suppress a chuckle, although, in a moment concealed from Qing, a glint of suspicion flickered in his eyes. Something felt amiss. The aura surrounding that individual suggested he might be a malevolent cultivator himself. Yet, Brother Yi kept this thought to himself, nodding in response to Ma and the others. Qing, though he had never encountered a malevolent cultivator, had faced similar tribulations and naturally held no fondness for them. The meal was brief, and after finishing, Qing engaged in further conversation with Brother Yi before retiring to his tent to rest. As Qing had disrupted the magical formation at the campsite's entrance, Brother Yi chose not to rest, but instead ventured alone to repair the formation once everyone else had returned to their tents. Curiously, who exactly was that individual? The heavy, malevolent aura surrounding him was puzzling. Could he genuinely be a malevolent cultivator, standing at the campsite's entrance, with no one around? Brother Yi furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, but if he were a malevolent cultivator, with the strength to dismantle the formation, why would he not attack us? Shaking his head, he dismissed his earlier thoughts, suddenly struck by a realization that left him astonished. Could he be a cultivator of asceticism? Indeed, it must be so. Who would have thought he would encounter such an individual here? Brother Yi had surmised Song Qing's true identity. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, even if he had known, he would remain unconcerned, as he had already settled into a meditative state within his tent. The night was unusually dark. Glancing upwards, he observed that the moon had hidden behind clouds, leaving the vast night sky devoid of stars. Within the campsite, Song Qing and the others had succumbed to slumber. Yet some remained awake. Not far from Song Qing's campsite, 3 figures had gathered, 2 men and a woman, all appearing to be in their 30s. Who would have thought these little rabbits possessed a magical formation? One among the trio sneered, casting a disdainful glance toward the campsite. Alas, this formation is of too low a grade. Brother Lu speaks truly, another man remarked respectfully, while the woman beside him, though silent, conveyed admiration with her subtle gestures. Let us make our move. Encouraged by the flattery and the woman's approving looks, Brother Lu felt elated, laughing heartily before unleashing his power towards the campsite. Without hesitation, the other man and woman followed suit, channeling their energy as they sped towards the campsite. A thunderous explosion erupted, as Song Qing was meditating in his tent. The noise jolted him from his trance, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Tianlang, what is happening? The campsite is under attack. The outer formation has been breached. Just as Song Qing posed his query, Tianlang's voice echoed back. Upon hearing this, Song Qing sprang to his feet, parting the tent flap to venture outside. At that moment, Brother Yi and the others emerged from their tents, their faces pale, save for Brother Yi, who remained somewhat composed. 3 figures approached with menacing speed. The leader sneering as he proclaimed, "Hand over everything you possess, and perhaps I shall spare your lives." Chapter 21. Blade and Sword Qi. Upon seeing Brother Lu and his companions, the stout man, surnamed Ma, trembled with fear. What is the matter? A woman's voice chimed in, drawing Song Qing's gaze to a voluptuous figure clad in revealing attire. Despite being around 30, she still exuded a captivating allure, prompting Song Qing to steal a lingering glance. We implore you to show mercy. We are newcomers to this place and possess little to offer. The words came from Brother Yi, who addressed Brother Lu with a respectful bow, maintaining his dignity. Is that so? Then let your life be the tribute. Brother Lu sneered, his voice sharp as he lunged forward to attack Brother Yi. Facing Brother Lu's assault, Brother Yi stood resolute, unleashing his power in retaliation. With a swift motion, Brother Lu conjured a spirit knife, its blade blazing with flames, and struck towards Brother Yi. Water sphere technique. Unfazed by the fiery weapon, Brother Yi knew that water extinguished fire and launched a blue water sphere in response. Brother Lu laughed menacingly, angling his blade to cleave the water sphere in 2. Flames surging with intensity. The impact shattered Brother Ye's defense, sending him staggering back. With a burst of force, Brother Lu's strike drew forth blood from Brother Ye's lips. Die. Observing Brother Ye's injury, Brother Lu charged forward, unleashing his fiery knife once more. Clang. The clash of weapons resounded as Brother Lu was forced back, astonished by the strength of his opponent. You are quite the hidden gem. Though surprised, Brother Lu's grin remained wicked. But no matter how strong you are, you will still fall beneath my blade. Despite recognizing Brother Lu's cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, Song Qing remained undaunted, coldly retorting, "Not necessarily." Aware of his own limitations, he tossed his spirit knife to Brother Yi. What? Brother Yi caught the weapon, momentarily speechless, only to watch as Song Qing produced yet another spirit knife from his storage pouch. Brother Ma, let us rally together. We may yet have a chance of survival. After retrieving the second knife, Song Qing turned to the stout man and the others, urging them to fight back. Yes, let us fight. Even in death, one must seek a companion. With a fierce shout, Song Qing's voice resounded like a clarion call, awakening Ma Pengzi and the others from their stupor, prompting them to roar in unison. TSK, TSK. Observing the transformation in Song Qing and his companions, the man surnamed Lu could not help but smirk, his eyes brimming with disdain. Let us see if these little brats dare to continue their clamor. With that, the man brandished his fire spirit blade and lunged directly at Song Qing, who had just thwarted his plans. Kill, he commanded, and the 2 others echoed his shout as they charged at the men surnamed Yi. Brother Yi, I shall deal with that man, Song Qing declared. His expression hardened as he faced the oncoming assailant, showing no sign of fear as he gripped his spiritual blade and charged forward. I will handle this one. You all team up against the woman. With Song Qing already engaged, the man surnamed Yi wasted no time, turning to Ma Pengzi and the others to shout a command before he himself swung his spiritual blade at another adversary. Come on. The man facing Yi displayed a gleeful demeanor, bellowing as he drew a spiritual spear from his storage bag and thrust it towards him. "Die?" he exclaimed, while a sultry woman merely observed, a playful smile on her lips. "Hand over your belongings, little dears, and perhaps I might leave you with complete corpses." The expressions of Ma Pengzi and his companions shifted as they heard her words. "Let us do this. Even if we die, we will take her down with us." Trembling slightly, Ma Pengzi suddenly shouted and began to cast his spell. "What? Seeking death?" The woman's countenance darkened with fury as she withdrew a long green whip from her storage bag and lashed it at Ma Pengzi. Earth Spike Technique. Ma Pengzi thrust his hands into the ground, summoning a sharp earth spike towards the woman. However, the spike was shattered before it could reach her, and the whip returned to strike at Ma Pengzi. Fireball Technique. Waterball Technique. Earth Spike Technique. Earth Spike Technique. Amidst Ma Pengzi's panic, the other four unleashed their spells, all aimed at the woman. "How annoying," she complained, and with a flourish of her whip, she countered the four spells. Boom, boom, boom. All four spells were dispelled, yet she was pushed back 3 steps, her complexion paling. Ma Pengzi and the others did not pursue, panting heavily as they stood their ground. After all, they were merely in the qi refining stage and could not withstand such consumption. Meanwhile, the man surnamed Yu was engaged with the evil cultivator, struggling against his expertise in spear techniques, forced to retreat under the relentless assault. This situation does not bode well, Song Qing thought grimly, recognizing that even though Ma Pengzi's side appeared to have the upper hand, prolonged confrontation would be detrimental. "It appears I must seek a swift resolution." "Humph. You still have the leisure to concern yourself with others. Tend to yourself first." The man surnamed Lu scoffed at Song Qing's preoccupation, raising his fire spirit blade once more to strike. "You shall perish." Realizing Lu was refocusing his attention on him, Song Qing swiftly activated his agility technique, leaping aside to evade the attack. "Humph. Merely a coward relying on agility," Lu seethed, enraged that Song Qing had evaded him once again. He cursed and swung his fire spirit blade, aiming a horizontal slash at Song Qing. "Come at me if you dare," Song Qing retorted defiantly, nimbly dodging once more out of Lu's reach. "Vile!" Lu bellowed, his aura swelling as his blade ignited with fiery energy. Fire spirit triple slash. He raised his fire spirit blade high and struck down towards Song Qing, unleashing 3 massive flames in the process. He actually possesses a battle technique. Even Song Qing felt a flicker of alarm as the flames surged towards him. Having grown wise to the lethal potency of such techniques, he recognized the urgency of the moment. With a powerful shout, he channeled all his energy into his agility technique and veered to the side. Yet, the flames were too swift. Despite his utmost effort, he could not escape their reach. In a moment of desperation, he recalled a previous encounter with Wang Yong, crouching down and rolling on the grass just in time to evade. "Heh." The man surnamed Lu smirked deviously, thinking that such a trick would not save Song Qing. With that, he leaped high into the air, positioning himself above Song Qing, and raised his fire spirit blade once more, bellowing, "Fire spirit triple slash." The 3 flames descended, enveloping Song Qing below, leaving him nowhere to hide. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Song Qing silently resolved, his body emanating a brilliant azure light as his sword energy surged. Channeling all his might, he concentrated the sword energy into the blade in his hand, which began to glow with a fierce azure radiance. As he gazed at the oncoming flames, feeling the power of the sword energy, a subtle smile crept across his face. "You have forced my hand." Bracing himself, Song Qing took a stance, gripping his blade with both hands, and unleashed a mighty shout as he slashed upwards. Sword Energy Slash. Chapter 22. The decisive strike. With a thunderous roar, Song Qing cleaved through the 3 flames with a crescent arc of azure energy. Boom. The clash reverberated like a thunderous roar, sending gusts of wind that compelled Song Qing to bow his head against the force. "You too can wield a battle technique." The man surnamed Lu, though momentarily thrown upwards by the residual force, landed safely, astonished at Song Qing's display. "I underestimated you." Ignoring Lu's remarks, Song Qing's gaze remained locked on him, excitement flickering in his eyes as he contemplated the success of his maneuver. Despite Lu's newfound prowess, he knew he too would emerge victorious, for his own magical power was nearly limitless. Who shall live and who shall die remains uncertain. With flames of battle igniting in his eyes, Song Qing's azure aura intensified. He firmly grasped his blade, channeling his magical energy into it, causing it to glow fiercely once more. "You can still unleash battle techniques." The man surnamed Lu's eyes widened in disbelief as the azure light emanated from Song Qing's blade, revealing a hint of fear behind his astonishment. "Prepare to meet your end." Song Qing paid no heed to the man with the surname Lu, raising the spiritual blade in his hand and launching a swift strike. A crescent of azure light shot forth, directly aimed at Lu. Humph! What gives birth to fire? How can you hope to defeat me? Observing Song Qing's renewed assault, Lu's trepidation was palpable. Lacking the agility to evade the blade's energy, he did not falter. With a cold snort, he formed a hand seal. Fireball technique. With a display of immense effort, Lu conjured a fireball larger than any ordinary manifestation. Boom! The fireball collided with Song Qing's blade energy, shattering upon impact, but only slightly diminishing the blade's speed. Yet, that brief moment allowed Lu to escape. As he unleashed the fireball, he leaped outward, curling into a ball and rolling on the grass, evading Song Qing's attack range. Humph! Blade energy finger. After witnessing Lu evade his onslaught, Song Qing scoffed, gripping the blade with his left hand and flicking his right, releasing another azure flash. Having executed the blade energy twice, Song Qing recognized its considerable consumption of spiritual power and instinctively shifted to the blade energy finger. Whoosh! This finger technique was not merely swift. In an instant, it reached Lu, who, in a moment of alertness, narrowly dodged and avoided a fatal blow. You managed to wound me. I underestimated you. But your chances are running out. Seeing the blood seeping from his side, Lu's rage ignited. His countenance contorted as he raised the fire spirit blade once more, flames surging skyward. Fire spirit triple slash. With a fierce cry, Lu charged at Song Qing, 3 flames forming a crescent, larger than before. Heh, who fears whom? As the blazing crescent hurtled towards him, Song Qing licked his parched lips, excitement illuminating his eyes. Blade energy slash. With a decisive swing of his spiritual blade, another azure crescent was unleashed. Yet, he did not relent. Catching his breath, he raised his arms again, the azure glow intensifying upon his blade. Blade energy slash. Once more, Song Qing unleashed a second blade energy, the 2 azure crescents aligned against the incoming fiery crescents. Boom, boom. In no time, the 2 azure crescents struck the 3 flames. The first shattered, followed closely by the second, both dissipating into nothingness. TSK. Witnessing Song Qing's ability to unleash 2 blade energies in quick succession, Lu's pallor deepened. His remaining spiritual power was nearly depleted. I cannot afford to continue like this. With this thought, Lu lunged at Song Qing, recognizing that only close combat could yield victory. Retreat was not an option he would accept. Death. You are courting death. Noticing Lu charging at him, Song Qing's lips curled into a smirk. I was just lamenting the lack of opportunity to eliminate you. With that, Song Qing's spiritual blade glowed intensely, but instead of raising it, he clasped it with both hands and delivered a horizontal slash. Blade energy slash. A crescent of azure light shot forth, and Lu had no avenue for escape. Unless a miracle occurred, his demise was imminent. Diamond talisman. Just as the blade energy was about to strike Lu, he swiftly produced a talisman, slapping it against himself, enveloping him in a golden barrier. Boom. The blade energy collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound. Haha, meet your end. As the blade energy struck the golden shield, Lu closed the distance, a sinister smile twisting his pale features, and swung the fire spirit blade at Song Qing. Not so fast. Surprisingly, as Lu approached, Song Qing smiled gently, employing a light body technique to evade backward, escaping the blade's range. You shall be the one to perish. Lu was evidently caught off guard by Song Qing's evasion, his expression shifting from shock to terror. Blade energy finger. Once out of range, Song Qing swiftly switched to holding the blade with his left hand, flicking his right toward the man before him, sending forth a sudden flash of azure light. Whoosh! This time, Lu had nowhere to escape. The azure light pierced through his chest. Bang! Lu collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his chest, yet he continued to murmur. You plotted this. As Song Qing approached, he heard the muffled voice. Smirking slightly, he squatted beside Lu. Indeed. With a swift motion, Song Qing dispatched Lu. Standing upright, Song Qing glanced into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Only 2 remain. Chapter 23. Assistant Song Qing stood, surveying the nearby scene. A slight twitch at the corner of his mouth revealing another 2 battles unfolding. At that moment, the man with the surname Yi was clearly at a disadvantage. Several wounds marring his bloodied clothing. Had it not been for his combat experience, he might have already succumbed. Meanwhile, in another skirmish, the rotund man and his companions, lacking experience and all at the first level of Qi refinement, were barely managing to withstand the vicious assaults of the alluring woman. I must assist Brother Yi. Observing the situation, Song Qing made a resolute decision and activated his light body technique, darting towards Yi. His reasoning was sound. By eliminating Yi's opponent, he would gain an ally, facilitating a more manageable confrontation with the woman. Conversely, aiding the rotund man would only add burdens. The fates of the rotund man and his companions were of no concern to Song Qing, as they were mere acquaintances, who truly cared for whom. Song Qing did not flee after dispatching Lu, as fears of pursuit from the other two loomed large in his mind. His actions were solely for self-preservation. Blade energy finger. In a heartbeat, Song Qing reached Yi's side, forming a hand seal and shouting. Whoosh! An azure flash erupted, catching Yi's adversary off guard, resulting in an injury to his left arm. Brother Yi, I'm here to assist. Song Qing leapt beside Yi, casting a glance at him before focusing on the foe before them. The adversary, tall and gaunt, bore a sullen expression, his gaze fixated on Song Qing and Yi like a viper. However, upon realizing that Lu was slain, fear flickered across his features, mingled with a hint of apprehension as he regarded Song Qing. I can manage, Brother Song. Go aid Brother Ma and the others. Surprised by Song Qing's swift victory over Lu, Yi was taken aback, but, after a moment's hesitation, uttered a surprising suggestion. Brother Yi? Song Qing's eyes widened in astonishment, staring incredulously at Yi, feeling utterly taken aback. I too have my difficulties. Upon witnessing Song Qing's appearance, the man bearing the surname Yi's expression darkened, and he spoke to him. If any of us were to perish, I too would not survive. Hence, I implore you, Brother Song, to assist them first. After a brief moment, that Yi man glanced back at Song Qing and managed a smile, saying, Rest assured, I am capable. They cannot take my life. Aware of Song Qing's concerns, he offered this reassurance. Very well. Heeding Yi's words, Song Qing lowered his head slightly, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. Brother Yi, I trust you. After a respectful salute, Song Qing activated his light body technique and darted towards Ma Pengzi and the others. With Tianlang still within him, he felt no fear of being besieged should Yi fall. This was the very reason for his compliance. Do you truly believe you can extinguish my life alone? After Song Qing departed, the adversary engaged with Yi smirked ominously, twirling his spear. Is this not precisely what you desire? The sinister cultivator posed this question, causing a shadow to cross Yi's face, his body tensing with no intention of relaxing. Though I cannot kill you, I can surely delay you. As he spoke, golden light emanated from Yi, his innate golden spiritual root shining brightly, an advantage in this moment. Oh really? The wicked cultivator squinted at Yi, a hint of darkness clouding his gaze. Meanwhile, peril surrounded Ma Pengzi and the others. A long azure whip, akin to a venomous serpent, lashed out from the graceful woman, leaving Ma Pengzi's group battered and bruised. Hee, little ghost, I shall no longer play with you. With a flick of her whip and a slight furrow of her delicate brows, she smiled menacingly at Ma Pengzi, who perceived her as a demon. Be cautious, Brother Ma, it's the sword chi. Just then, Song Qing's voice resounded like refreshing rain after a long drought, bringing joy to Ma Pengzi and the others. With a thunderous shout, Song Qing arrived at their side, accompanied by a streak of azure light that shot towards the enchanting woman. How did he arrive? The alluring woman gasped in surprise upon seeing Song Qing, soon realizing that the man surnamed Lu had already been slain by him. He managed to kill our leader. As this thought crossed her mind, her fighting spirit waned, and she sought any opportunity to retreat, hastily dodging the sword chi and preparing to escape. Brother Ma, together we shall surely defeat her. Unaware of the woman's intention to flee, Song Qing turned to Ma Pengzi and the others, brimming with fighting spirit. After his battle with Lu, Song Qing's confidence soared. If he could vanquish someone at the third layer of chi refinement, how could he falter against one at the second layer? Excellent. Upon Song Qing's arrival, Ma Pengzi and the others were elated. His presence not only signified an additional ally, but also confirmed that Lu had been dispatched. The Song Qing capable of slaying Lu was far more than a mere assistant. Sword chi. Once more, Song Qing formed the sword seal, a luminous azure glow appearing in his hand, astonishing Ma Pengzi and the others. It is indeed the sword technique. He knows the sword technique. No wonder he could kill that man. Perhaps Song Qing was unaware of the sword technique's might, but Ma Pengzi was well informed. In this world of combat, 3 paths exist, with sword techniques being one. Though once merely a method of battle thousands of years ago, it evolved into its own path, reflecting its significance. As Ma Pengzi contemplated this, Song Qing snapped his fingers, unleashing a surge of azure light aimed directly at the enchanting woman. Although the woman had lost her will to fight, she did not fear combat. With a sharp cry, she wielded her whip to counter the azure light. Boom! The whip clashed with the azure light, rebounding forcefully. Fortunately, the azure light dissipated, but Song Qing's assault was far from over. While Ma Pengzi and the others had exhausted their magic, Song Qing, with Tianlang's presence, possessed virtually limitless power. Sword Chi Slash. After executing the Sword Chi technique, Song Qing charged towards the captivating woman, his form radiating azure brilliance. With his spiritual blade aglow, he lifted it overhead and, with a mighty shout, brought it down with force. A beam of azure sword light surged forth. Chapter 24, Spirit Horn Lake Whoosh. A streak of azure light shot forth, plunging the unwilling woman back into peril. Retreat. At that moment, her sole thought was to escape. Although she was unaware of Song Qing's true capabilities, fear had already taken root in her heart. If he could slay our leader, how could I possibly stand a chance? With this in mind, the enchanting woman invoked a talisman with her left hand while employing her light body technique, retreating swiftly. Fireball technique. With a commanding shout, she hurled the talisman into the air, transforming it into a fireball the size of a head, launching it towards Song Qing's sword light. Boom. The fireball, a low-level spell, could not withstand Song Qing's sword chi slash. Upon collision, the fireball was extinguished, yet the sword light continued its advance, albeit at a slightly diminished speed. However, this slight delay allowed the enchanting woman to evade Song Qing's strike, propelling her directly towards Yi. Not good. Upon witnessing her trajectory, a sense of dread washed over Song Qing. If she were to unite with the other wicked cultivator and harm or slay Yi, their situation would become dire. Though he recognized this impending threat, he was powerless to intervene. The light body technique required preparation time, and even once activated, he could not outrun someone employing the same technique. Our leader has been killed, we must flee. Just as Song Qing felt helpless, the unexpected occurred. Upon reaching Yi, the enchanting woman did not attack. Instead, she called out to another wicked cultivator before making her escape. This time, consider yourselves fortunate. Gazing at the almost vanquished Yi, the other wicked cultivator gritted his teeth, uttering a harsh remark before retreating alongside the enchanting woman. Brother Yi, are you unharmed? Soon, Song Qing reached Ye's side, supporting him with a hint of concern. I am fine. This time, I owe my gratitude to Brother Song. Please allow me to bow in respect. As he spoke, Yi attempted to kneel, but Song Qing quickly assisted him up. Do not do that, Brother Yi. Were it not for your efforts installing those two, I would have surely met my end. Regardless, Brother Yi, you saved our lives. At that moment, Ma Pengzi also arrived. While he did not bow as Yi had, he expressed his admiration fervently. Indeed, upon hearing Ma Pengzi's words, those accompanying him nodded in agreement. Without a doubt, Brother Song, you should not be so modest. Yi, now standing, clapped Song Qing on the shoulder, unable to suppress his admiration. To my astonishment, Brother Song, despite his youth, possesses such remarkable skills. His future is indeed boundless. With Brother Song's abilities, he is certain to succeed in the selection of the 5 major sects next year. Upon hearing the words of the man with the surname Yi, the rotund man named Ma nodded in agreement. When Ma suddenly expressed this sentiment, Song Qing merely smiled humbly and nodded, choosing to remain silent, yet within his heart, he had already made a solemn vow. Next year, I, Song Qing, shall undoubtedly become a member of one of the 5 great sections. Time flows like a river, and as the first rays of sunlight graced the Lang Xie plain, Song Qing and his companions awoke, reflecting on the perilous battle of the previous night. It was indeed fraught with danger, especially at the end. Had it not been for the enchanting woman's disinterest in continuing the fight, the man with the surname Yi would have surely met his demise. Fortunately, that was all in the past now. Good morning, Brother Song. Good morning, Song. Song Qing greeted each individual in turn, and after the events of the previous night, they were evidently no longer as awkward with one another. Brother Yi, Brother Ma, let us part ways here. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Qing clasped his hands together in farewell. What? Brother Song, you are leaving already? The sudden farewell from Song Qing took the others by surprise, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Yes, Song Qing nodded affirmatively, indicating that this decision had been made well in advance. I have been training here for quite some time. It is time for me to return to Hyang Ancient Town. Indeed, after hearing Song Qing's words, the man with the surname Yi nodded, but then added, there is no need to rush back to the city. Brother Song should have breakfast here first. Very well. After pondering for a moment, Song Qing agreed. Excellent. Seeing that Song Qing had acquiesced, the man with the surname Yi appeared particularly pleased and immediately instructed Ma and the others to prepare breakfast. Let us hasten to prepare the meal. Understood. Ma and the others nodded in response and hurried toward the spot where they had kindled the bonfire the previous night, bustling about as they began to prepare breakfast. Before long, breakfast was ready. Song Qing and the others each held a bowl, savoring the meal with great delight. Haha. I had no idea Brother Ma possessed such culinary skills. After finishing his meal, Song Qing wiped his mouth and complimented Ma. It turned out that the breakfast had been prepared by Ma, while the others merely assisted in the process. Oh, it's nothing. I just cooked a bit when no one was watching. I hope Brother Song is not laughing at me. Ma chuckled bashfully, though a flicker of shadow passed through his eyes unnoticed by Song Qing. Not at all, Song Qing replied with a smile. Brother Song, what are your plans for the future? After finishing his meal, the man with the surname Yi wiped his mouth and unexpectedly posed this question to Song Qing. Naturally, I intend to cultivate and then enter one of the 5 major sections. Upon hearing Ye's inquiry, Song Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon articulated his intentions. Oh, so Brother Song will be practicing here on the Lang Xie plain? The man with the surname Yi nodded gently, then asked, will you not be training elsewhere? Where else could I possibly go? The beasts in other areas are far more formidable than those here. Song Qing frowned, puzzled by Ye's question. To Ling Jiao Lake. Ma suddenly interjected, but upon noticing Song Qing's continued confusion, he leaped up and pointed at him, exclaiming, does Brother Song not know of Ling Jiao Lake? What is Ling Jiao Lake? Is it well known? Must I be aware of it? Song Qing's brows furrowed deeper at Ma's fervor. Indeed. Upon Song Qing's acknowledgement, Ma abruptly declared, returning to his seat without addressing Song Qing's queries. Haha, I can't believe Brother Song is unaware of Ling Jiao Lake. It is rather renowned within the Ling Mist Mountain range. The man with the surname Yi chuckled upon realizing Song Qing's ignorance about Ling Jiao Lake, then proceeded to explain. Essentially, every participant in the selection for the 5 major sects must spend their final year at Ling Jiao Lake to prepare for the selection. Why must one go to Ling Jiao Lake? Song Qing remained perplexed, unable to grasp the rationale behind it. Ling Jiao Lake is abundant in spiritual energy, making it an exceptional training ground for us lower-tier cultivators. The man with the surname Yi gazed into the distance, sighing softly. Without the support of powerful families, Ling Jiao Lake is our only significant advantage. Indeed, we too shall be heading to Ling Jiao Lake, Ma added, nodding in agreement. You are also going to Ling Jiao Lake. Song Qing was taken aback by Ma's revelation. Did you not come to the Lang Xie plain to hunt Lang Xies? Haha. Brother Song, have you ever seen anyone hunting Lang Xies who would come here? Well, aside from you, of course. The man with the surname Yi laughed heartily, standing up and patting Song Qing on the shoulder. Only someone as formidable as you would dare venture here to hunt Lang Xies. Hee. It was merely a case of stumbling in. Song Qing responded sheepishly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Had it not been for Tian Lang's presence, he would not have dared come here. Given Brother Song's prowess, you should indeed visit Ling Jiao Lake. After training there for a while, I am certain you will shine in next year's selection. The man with the surname Yi, undeterred by Song Qing's awkwardness, sat beside him and continued. Not to say you will be first, but you will undoubtedly be among the top 5. I will certainly make a trip to Ling Jiao Lake. After contemplating the man's words, Song Qing nodded resolutely, making a decision. However, I cannot accompany Brother Yi just yet. I must first return to Heyang Ancient Town to procure some items. Very well, Brother Song. We shall await you at Ling Jiao Lake. The man with the surname Yi was elated upon hearing Song Qing's decision to go to Ling Jiao Lake, giving him another pat on the shoulder before standing up and calling to Ma and the others. Brother Song, let us part ways here. Brother Song, we shall meet again at Ling Jiao Lake. Ma and the others rose, clasping their hands in farewell to Song Qing as they echoed the sentiment. Certainly. Song Qing also stood, clasping his hands in return, but did not take his leave just yet. After spending so much time together, I still do not know everyone's names. Haha, how could I forget? My surname is Hua, this is Ma Yuan. Upon hearing Song Qing's request, the man with the surname Yi appeared to remember something, laughing sheepishly as he introduced the others. I am Song Qing. Until we meet again at Ling Jiao Lake. After hearing Yi Hua's introduction, Song Qing returned the gesture, introducing himself in turn. Until we meet at Ling Jiao Lake. Yi Hua and the others also waved their hands in farewell, and then Song Qing swiftly employed his light body technique, darting towards the direction of Heyang Ancient Town. After Song Qing departed, Yi Hua and the others did not immediately begin to tidy up. Instead, they lingered for a moment to observe. Song Qing is quite extraordinary. Yi Hua finally remarked, turning to Ma Yuan. It was indeed he who was invited to Ling Jiao Lake. If he comes, we might even acquire a training chamber. Hearing Yi Hua's words, Ma Yuan chimed in. Young Master Ma, even if he cannot secure us a training chamber, we must do our utmost to win him over. I believe he will undoubtedly become a member of one of the 5 major sections. At this moment, Yi Hua's address to Ma Yuan had shifted, as he earnestly cautioned him, in your faction, you are at a disadvantage. If you can win him over, it will greatly aid you in your bid for clan leader. Yes, I understand, Ma Yuan nodded, though his expression darkened, his tone icy. Let us proceed to Ling Jiao Lake. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, the The conversation between Yi Hua and Ma Yuan transpired without his knowledge. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, as this world is merely one of exploitation and being exploited. At that moment, Song Qing was utilizing his light body technique, racing towards Heong ancient town. After these days, he had exhausted his resources and urgently needed to replenish them at the town. Whoosh whoosh. Just as Song Qing raced at full speed, two sharp sounds of air being sliced through reached his ears. Instinctively, Song Qing rolled his body to evade the attack. Upon steadying himself, he discovered that two fireballs were hurtling towards him. Who is it? Why hide away in the shadows? Song Qing crouched low, warily scanning his surroundings, while summoning a fire spirit blade into his hand with a clap. After dispatching the man surnamed Liu, Song Qing had claimed all of his possessions, including this fire spirit blade. Hee, brotherly, did I not say correctly? The boss's belongings are all in that kid's hands. Shortly after Song Qing drew the fire spirit blade, a beguiling voice emerged from a nearby thicket, followed by the appearance of the two sinister cultivators who had ambushed him the previous night. They are persistent. A shadow of gloom darkened Song Qing's expression as he thought to himself. In that case, I shall send you to accompany that person. Hee, San Yang is indeed insightful. The man surnamed Li chuckled, complimenting San Yang. Of course, San Yang, not one to be modest, directly commanded Li, let us attack together. We will surely kill this brat. Upon hearing San Yang's words, a hint of darkness clouded Li's face. The ugly witch thinks she is truly the boss. However, despite his thoughts, Li complied and attacked alongside San Yang, knowing that otherwise, they would be defeated one by Song Qing, placing their own lives in jeopardy. Kill. The man surnamed Li brandished his spear and charged directly at Song Qing, thrusting the weapon towards him. Simultaneously, San Yang changed her position, swirling her azure whip, which shot towards Song Qing like a giant azure python. Sword chi slash. Realizing the lethal intent behind their attacks, Song Qing did not dare to be careless. He horizontally brandished the fire spirit blade, shouting fiercely as he countered with a slash. Whoosh. A crescent of azure light shot forth, and due to the fire attribute of the spirit blade, flickers of flame could be seen dancing within the azure light. Boom. The sword chi slash collided with the azure whip and spear, producing a thunderous roar. The azure whip was sent recoiling, and the man surnamed Li's charge faltered. Yet at that moment, Song Qing's sword chi slash dissipated into the air. Sword chi point. But Song Qing did not relent. Facing the two adversaries, he pressed forward, sending a sword chi point towards Sen Yang while lunging at the man surnamed Li. Seeing the incoming azure glow, Sen Yang dared not underestimate it and immediately retreated, attempting to counter the sword chi point with her whip. Die. Since the man surnamed Li had charged a distance, he was relatively closer to Sen Yang, which was why Song Qing targeted him. Leaping into the air, he raised his blade overhead and bellowed, swiftly delivering a slash. Sword chi slash. In that brief moment, Song Qing unleashed another sword chi slash, sending a streak of azure light hurtling toward the man surnamed Li. Damn it. Upon witnessing Song Qing's second sword chi slash, the man surnamed Li cursed under his breath, then shouted, attempting to block the attack with his spear. Seeking death. Observing the man's futile attempt to block his attack, Song Qing scoffed disdainfully, leaping backward as a radiant white light suddenly gleamed from his fingertip, which he then flicked towards the man. Whoosh. A beam of white light shot forth, directly striking the man surnamed Li. The man cried out in agony as the white light pierced through his abdomen. At that moment, he was occupied with defending against Song Qing's sword chi slash, leaving him no strength to evade or block the sword chi point. Thus, the white sword chi point pierced through him directly. After being struck by the sword chi point, the man surnamed Li found his magical energy faltering, unable to withstand the sword chi slash, ultimately meeting a gruesome demise. Seeing the man surnamed Li lifeless, Song Qing smirked, casting a cold gaze at San Yang, silently expressing gratitude to the Lang Xie sword. Thank you, Tian Lang, for your precision just now. Only Tian Lang could be so accurate. Otherwise, even if Song Qing could shoot out that sword chi point, he would not have been able to seize the perfect moment. It was nothing. The next one is yours to handle. In response to Song Qing's gratitude, Tian Lang scoffed dismissively, instructing him, this time, I will not intervene to assist you. Understood. If I could deal with the man surnamed Liu, how could I not handle her? As he spoke, Song Qing licked his lips, narrowing his eyes. This time, I shall eliminate the threat for good. At that moment, San Yang had neutralized the sword chi point, but when she glanced towards Song Qing, her face turned pale. It was clear she had not anticipated that he could eliminate her companion in such a brief span of time. San Yang, is it? Now it is your turn. Noticing Sin Yang's gaze, Song Qing grinned menacingly, his fire spirit blade radiating even more potent energy. Hee hee, little brother, I was merely toying with you. If you dislike it, I shall take my leave. San Yang chuckled, retreating as fear flickered in her eyes, though she maintained a forced smile. Oh, is that so? I have not yet had my fill of fun. Let us continue. With that, Song Qing activated his light body technique, charging directly at San Yang, raising his fire spirit blade high and shouting, Sword Chi slash. Witnessing Song Qing resort to his most formidable technique, San Yang felt another wave of dread wash over her. However, instead of blocking like the man surnamed Li, she chose to retreat hastily. Whoosh! The sword Chi slash was exceedingly swift, and it was clear that San Yang could not evade it merely by retreating. It relentlessly pursued her, drawing ever closer. Fireball technique. As the approaching sword Chi slashed through the air, the third lady disregarded all caution and swiftly drew several fireball talismans from her storage bag. With a swift incantation, she hurled them towards the sword Chi. Whoosh! 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 Several fireballs took shape, hurtling directly towards the sword Chi. Boom! The first fireball collided with the sword Chi and instantly disintegrated, yet the sword Chi was merely diminished by a fraction, continuing its relentless advance towards the third lady. Boom! 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 Additional fireballs followed suit, crashing against the sword Chi with a deafening roar, and soon the sword Chi was extinguished by the onslaught of fireballs. Remarkably, 2 more fireballs shot towards Song Qing. Humph, sister will play with you, the third lady exclaimed, her spirits soaring at the sight. With a cold snort, she brandished her green whip and advanced boldly. Who fears whom? Sword Chi, engage. Song Qing smirked, flicking his right hand to unleash a streak of azure light that detonated one of the fireballs. With a swift motion, he switched his knife to his right hand and charged towards the third lady. Huh! Song Qing shouted, gripping the fire spirit knife with both hands and swinging it in front of him to strike another fireball. Boom! The fireball exploded, forcing Song Qing back 3 steps. Huh! At that moment, the third lady closed in, letting out a delicate shout as her green whip coiled like a python, lunging towards Song Qing. Damn it! Seeing her vicious assault, Song Qing cursed under his breath. It was too late to execute his sword technique. He could only raise the fire spirit knife in a desperate attempt to block her attack. However, the third lady's whip technique was cunning. Instead of striking directly, she ensnared the fire spirit knife with her whip and, with a sharp tug, wrenched it away. Hee hee, now you have no fire spirit knife. Let us see what you can do now. With a triumphant giggle, the third lady advanced towards Song Qing once more. Is that so? Song Qing murmured softly, then lunged for the fire spirit knife. As the third lady attacked again, he rolled on the grass, narrowly evading her strike. Got it. Spotting the fire spirit knife within reach, Song Qing's excitement surged, and he reached out without hesitation. You're courting death, the third lady scoffed, her whip snaking around Song Qing's calf and pulling him away from the fire spirit knife. We shall see who meets their end. Unfazed by his failure to seize the fire spirit knife, Song Qing's lips curled into a cold smile as he gazed at the third lady. With a swift motion, he patted his storage bag at his waist, producing a damaged spirit knife, which he unleashed like a ferocious tiger towards her. Die sword Chi slash. A streak of azure light surged forth. No. The third lady, caught completely off guard, expressed her terror with a scream. However, Song Qing showed no signs of halting as the sword Chi struck true. Boom. A cloud of dust billowed, and as it settled, the third lady's form was revealed, having been cleaved in 2. Deserved it, Song Qing remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned his gaze towards the direction of Hayang Ancient Town. It's time to head back. Chapter 27. Journey to Lingjiao Lake Shaoqing. Are you going back to that same shop? Upon reaching Hayang Ancient Town, Song Qing began searching for buyers to sell the items he had acquired. Yet he had yet to find a satisfactory buyer when Tianlong's voice echoed in his mind. Why go to that shop again? Can't you find another? Hearing Tianlang's inquiry, Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly. He had no intention of returning to that particular shop. It's not a necessity. After a moment of contemplation, Tianlang began to explain the reasoning behind his suggestion. Firstly, your situation is unique. To be able to hunt such a multitude of spirit mice at the 2nd level of Qi refining is exceedingly rare. If you avoid that shop and seek out other buyers, it will only raise more suspicions. Should anything go awry, my existence may be exposed, leaving you with no escape. Secondly, returning to that shop may yield benefits due to your status as a regular customer and your current prowess in hunting spirit mice. After laying out these points, Tianlang paused, then added, ultimately, the decision of where to sell the spirit mice pelts and other items lies with you. I shall not interfere. Is it really up to me? After what you've said, Where else could I possibly go? Song Qing remarked with a wry smile, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. He then turned into a narrow alleyway, heading towards the familiar shop he had visited before. I merely shared some advice from my experience. I did not make the decision for you. Tianlang's voice rang out again as Song Qing entered the alley. Not making a decision for me. You specifically waited until I reached here to call out to me, didn't you? Song Qing retorted, not genuinely angry but merely voicing his complaints. Tianlang, I'm not saying this out of malice. You obviously want me to return to that shop. Isn't this for your own good? Tianlang remarked nonchalantly, crossing his arms with indifference. Forget it. There's no need to discuss it further since we've already arrived. Gazing at the small grocery store before him, Song Qing smiled faintly and stepped inside. Boss, I'm back. Song Qing called out before he even entered, striding confidently towards the modest counter. Thankfully, the shop was small and devoid of customers, or else he would have been subjected to the bemused stares of bystanders. Haha, the young man is back. How much fur are you planning to sell today? The old man's murky eyes brightened upon seeing Song Qing, his face instantly transforming into a joyous smile as he welcomed him. Song Qing was somewhat taken aback, surprised that the old man still remembered him after more than a month. I'm not quite sure. You'll have to check for yourself. With that, Song Qing tossed the storage bag he had given the old man previously. After a moment of contemplation, he added, but this time, it's not just spirit mouse pelts I'm selling. What? You have other items? The old man's excitement surged at Song Qing's words, his smile widening further as he eagerly inquired about the new offerings. Indeed, Song Qing nodded, casually tossing another storage bag towards him. These are some unexpected finds. See what they're worth. All right. The old man, momentarily forgetting about the spirit mouse pelts, began examining the contents of the new storage bag. With his years of experience in commerce, he knew that the value within was likely far superior to that of the spirit mouse pelts. 2 damaged spirit knives, forged from dark iron. If they were intact, they could sell for 50 spirit stones, but now they're only worth 10. Indeed, the contents of the storage bag Song Qing just presented were of greater value, prompting the old man to eagerly list them one by one. In addition to the fireball technique, waterball technique, wood spike technique, earth spike technique, and the lightness technique, there are also respective scrolls for each. The first 4 represent low-level spells within the 5 elements, each valued at merely 30 spirit stones, while the lightness technique, although also a low-level spell, holds a slight superiority, fetching 40 spirit stones. Subsequently, the old man announced the prices of 4 or 5 more items, and after concluding, he summarized, stating that the total amounted to 237 spirit stones. What do you think, young man? Song Qing nodded promptly, pleasantly surprised at the unexpectedly high price. Joy bubbling within him. Haha, who would have thought I, Song Qing, would become a wealthy man so swiftly? With this thought, he pointed to a nearby storage bag and addressed the old man. Boss, could you tell me the value of this fur bag? Sure thing. The old man responded cheerfully, realizing that Song Qing's gain was also his own. There are a total of 1,567 pieces. Let's round it to 1,570 pieces, which amounts to 157 spirit stones. What do you think? The old man, a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refining, quickly assessed the contents of the fur bag and then inquired of Song Qing. Upon hearing the old man's offer, Song Qing did not quibble and nodded in agreement. He then instructed, Boss, please give me 30 Qi nourishing pills and 30 essence nourishing pills, and if possible, I would prefer the remaining spirit stones to be wood spirit stones. These were all directives from Tianlang, and without further inquiry, Song Qing conveyed them to the old man. All right. The old man nodded with a smile, turning to fetch 12 small vials and a bag of spirit stones. These 6 green vials contained Qi nourishing pills, and these 6 yellow vials contained essence nourishing pills. This storage bag contains 272 spirit stones. Please check if everything is correct. As he handed the vials and storage bag to Song Qing, the old man reminded him. Quite right. Song Qing scanned the contents with his spiritual sense and found them to be as the old man claimed. He nodded casually, then swept the 12 small vials into the storage bag, which he subsequently stowed away. I'm off. Young man, do come again. The old man called out as he saw Song Qing making his exit. Song Qing responded lightly, already stepping out of the general store. He must be a rogue cultivator, the store owner mused with narrowed eyes shortly after Song Qing departed. But what concern is that of mine? I shall simply tend to my own business. Song Qing was unaware of the old man's baseless conjectures, and even if he had known, he would have merely chuckled in response. After selling the furs, Song Qing did not linger in Heong ancient town and headed straight out of the city. Now, it was time to proceed to Lingjiao Lake. Gazing at the ethereal Lingwu mountain range in the distance, A glimmer of determination sparkled in Song Qing's eyes. He sighed softly and began his journey towards Lingjiao Lake. Chapter 28. Encounter with a porcupine. In comparison to the Ling Mouse Plains, Lingjiao Lake was further away. Following the traces of Yi Hua and the others, Song Qing returned to the spot where they had previously set up their tents. Indeed, they had already departed. Observing the empty grassland, Song Qing tugged at the corners of his mouth. Although he had anticipated this outcome, a sense of disappointment washed over him. It seemed he would have to traverse the death forest alone. Looking in a particular direction, he murmured to himself. After deciding to venture to Lingjiao Lake, Yi Hua had informed him of its general situation. Unlike the Ling Mouse Plains on the outskirts of the Lingwu mountain range, Lingjiao Lake was located at the edge of the mountains. Although merely an edge area, it was frequently haunted by fearsome demonic beasts. For the moment, setting aside the ever-present demonic creatures, reaching Lingjiao Lake was a formidable challenge, as one must pass through a forest. For low-level cultivators, the journey to that forest was fraught with peril. It was said that half of those who attempted it would meet their demise. Thus, among low-level practitioners, this forest was aptly dubbed the Death Forest, illustrating the fear it instilled. This was also the reason Song Qing returned here, hoping to find Yi Hua and the others waiting for him. With Tianlang around, there's nothing to fear. With this thought, Song Qing began to stride towards the direction he had been observing, all the while mentally organizing the information he had gathered regarding Lingjiao Lake. The lake, a place of cultivation, was situated at the edge of the Lingwu mountain range. To reach it, one must traverse the Death Forest, which served as a trial for cultivators. Lingjiao Lake was originally constructed collaboratively by the 5 major sects and the 3 prominent families of Heong Town for 2 primary reasons: to test the cultivators and due to the existence of the lake itself. Centuries ago, a predecessor inadvertently discovered the lake's unique properties. Above its surface were 108 spirit chi springs, brimming with abundant spiritual energy, which warranted the establishment of a cultivation site there. Due to the limited number of these spirit-rich locations, only a little over 100 small cultivation rooms were built, leading to conflict. Each year, thousands, if not tens of thousands, would participate in the selections of the 5 major sects, with most aspiring to cultivate at Lingjiao Lake. 100 small cultivation rooms were hardly sufficient, resulting in battles for dominance. Over the centuries, these battles evolved from individual contests to team skirmishes, with a limit of 6 members per team. Exceeding this number would lead to insufficient cultivation rooms. Of course, those who believed themselves strong enough could challenge 6 opponents alone. If victorious, they could claim a room for themselves, perhaps due to the fairness of these battles or to deter demonic beast attacks. The 5 major sects and 3 families would station personnel here, including a formidable foundation-building cultivator who resided there year-round. As Song Qing pondered this, a sense of yearning for Lingjiao Lake blossomed within him, and before he realized it, he had stepped into the Death Forest. Simultaneously, the original inhabitants of this place took notice of him. A robust porcupine stealthily approached, its small eyes gleaming with menace, and its tusks tinged with a hint of green, revealing it to be a mutated venomous porcupine. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, who continued to stroll leisurely while contemplating how to reach Lingjiao Lake and assemble a team to claim a cultivation room, danger lurked nearby. Be careful. Just as Song Qing was lost in thought, a sudden roar from Tianlang erupted from the Lang Xie sword, and a radiant white light burst forth from Song Qing's left hand as he flicked it towards a certain direction. Whoosh! The white light shot forth, aimed directly at the venomous porcupine. Roar! The charging porcupine abruptly halted, letting out a furious roar, lowering its large head to charge forward, undaunted by the oncoming white light. Boom! The white light collided with the porcupine's snout, causing only minor damage to its fur. Roar! This slight irritation only served to enrage the venomous porcupine further, prompting another furious roar as it charged at Song Qing once more. Unfortunate. At this moment, Song Qing had regained his senses. Upon realizing that he was confronted by a porcupine, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He swiftly retrieved the fire spirit blade from his storage pouch and activated his agility technique, leaping onto a branch. With a thunderous crash, the poisonous porcupine collided with the massive tree, causing it to sway despite its formidable girth, which could be embraced by 2 individuals. Seeing the porcupine crash into the tree, Song Qing felt a surge of joy. Ignoring the swaying tree, he switched the fire spirit blade to his left hand and, with a decisive gesture of his right hand, unleashed a beam of azure light. However, to his astonishment, the porcupine's hide proved to be exceedingly thick, and his attack merely grazed a few quills without causing significant damage. Shaoqing, you are no match for that porcupine. Retreat immediately and head to Lingjiao Lake, a voice echoed in his mind. Fear not. Even if I cannot slay it, it shall not harm me, Song Qing murmured, his lips dry, his eyes sparkling with determination. This porcupine is merely a test of my strength, given my cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement. With that, he grasped the fire spirit blade once more, wielding it with both hands and leaping directly toward the poisonous porcupine. With a fierce shout, he executed a sword strike. The azure light emanated from him as he descended upon the porcupine with all his might. The impact was thunderous, sending shockwaves that propelled him backward, landing several paces away before he could regain his footing. Goodness, he muttered, shaking his tingling hands in disbelief, before turning to the spot where the porcupine had been. The dust gradually settled, revealing that the creature had vanished. Surprised, Song Qing quickly activated his agility technique again, leaping back onto a branch. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the nearby bushes, and the porcupine charged toward him. Had it not been for Song Qing's quick reflexes, he would have met a dire fate. That was close, he thought, feeling the tremors beneath him as the tree swayed violently. A smirk crept onto his face. The porcupine was not as fearsome as he had imagined. The creature bore a significant wound on its back, with blood still oozing from the gash, an unmistakable mark of his earlier attack. Roar! The enraged porcupine let out another roar, its eyes bloodshot from fury. It seemed to have lost its senses, charging blindly into the tree beneath Song Qing, which, despite its sturdy trunk, began to tremble under the relentless assault. This cannot continue, Song Qing thought, frowning as he realized the tree might soon succumb to the porcupine's onslaught. Yet, a gleam of inspiration sparked in his eyes. Perhaps he could still kill it. With renewed determination, he hefted the fire spirit blade, a fierce light igniting in his gaze, and leaped once more at the rampaging porcupine. Azure sword strike! He roared, the azure glow enveloping him and the blade as he closed in on the porcupine. With a resounding crash, the sword strike connected. But unlike before, he quickly retreated, wary of the consequences. Roar! Just as he took a step back, the porcupine charged toward his previous position, its fury undiminished. Thank goodness I retreated in time, he thought, watching as a nearby tree succumbed to the porcupine's reckless charge. He flicked his fingers, sending forth a beam of azure light. Roar! The porcupine howled in agony as the energy struck its wound, revealing bone beneath the flesh. Huh, my plan has succeeded. He chuckled, preparing for another strike with the fire spirit blade. But then, something entirely unexpected occurred. Roar! The porcupine, in a fit of rage, turned and fled. Trying to escape? Seeing the porcupine retreat, Song Qing wasted no time and pursued it with the fire spirit blade in hand. Today, I shall slay you. Confidence surged within him, believing he now possessed the strength to bring down the beast. He quickly caught up, lunging forward with both hands gripping the fire spirit blade, raising it high while shouting, Azure sword strike. The azure energy surged forth, aimed directly at the fleeing porcupine. This is your end, he thought, a smile forming on his lips as he relaxed his grip on the blade. Who would have thought I, Song Qing, could slay a full-grown porcupine, equivalent to the 4th level of Qi refinement? But just as he relished this thought, the unexpected happened. The sword energy struck the porcupine, yet it charged forward undeterred, its fangs glinting with a sinister green light. The impact was tremendous. The sword strike landed, but it failed to halt the porcupine's advance as it barreled toward him. Song Qing was utterly unprepared for the creature's sudden charge. Just as the porcupine was about to collide with him, a cold snort emanated from the Lang Xie sword, and with a flick of his left hand, he launched another azure beam. The porcupine was sent sprawling backward, its massive body tumbling until it crashed into a tree, the force of which would have sent it sprawling even further had it not encountered the trunk. Humph! It grunted as it regained its footing and, after a few snorts, dashed deeper into the woods. With a sigh of relief, Song Qing collapsed onto the ground, exhaling deeply as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow, glancing up to find Tian Lang materializing before him. Thank you this time, Tian Lang, he said, though Tian Lang merely snorted in response, pausing before speaking again. Do you understand why this happened, Shaoqing? I was careless, I know, and I shall improve, Song Qing replied quietly, a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Shall improve? If it weren't for my intervention, would you even have a future? With that, Tian Lang fell silent, transforming into a beam of white light back into the Lang Xie sword. None left. After Tianlang's departure, Song Qing clenched his fists, his fingers turning pale as he spoke slowly. However, I will not do so again. After Tianlang had repelled the venomous hedgehog, Song Qing encountered no more beasts and successfully traversed the death forest, arriving at the site of Lingjiao Lake. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the lake before him, Song Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Finally arrived. With this thought, he made his way towards Lingjiao Lake, seamlessly blending into the bustling crowd. So many people. observing the throngs around him. Song Qing could not help but exclaim, though his feet continued to move forward. Oh, there are actually street vendors here. Had I known, I wouldn't have come to Haiyang ancient town. After taking a few more steps, Song Qing was astonished to discover that there were indeed vendors by Lingjiao Lake. What useless items are they selling? As he approached, he realized these stalls merely offered items that the vendors themselves had no use for, devoid of any establishments akin to those in Haiyang town, leading to a surge of disappointment within him. Fortunately, I, the young master, had the foresight to return to Haiyang ancient town first. Regaining his composure, Song Qing quietly praised himself. What should I do first? After walking for a while, Song Qing paused in an open area, gently touching the tip of his nose, pondering, I should find a place to stay. At that moment, Tianlong's voice echoed from within the Lang Xie sword, prompting Song Qing to snap his fingers in realization. Right. He then scanned his surroundings and noticed numerous tents pitched nearby Lingjiao Lake. Clapping his hands, he headed in that direction. Before long, Song Qing arrived at the lakeside, where a group was setting up a tent. He approached them with a smile. Hello, brothers, are you setting up a tent here? Upon entering their vicinity, he clasped his hands together and inquired. The group initially appeared tense upon hearing his question, but their demeanor relaxed when they saw a slender youth clad in simple clothing. One of them spat dismissively and said, Where did this little brat come from? Go play somewhere else. Upon hearing this, Song Qing's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from showing any outward signs of anger. Instead, he forced a smile, nodding and gradually retreating. How infuriating. If it weren't for the crowd, I would have let Tianlang deal with you. Just wait. I won't let you off easily. Though seething with anger, Song Qing recognized the situation's complexity. Had it been just those few individuals, he wouldn't have hesitated to summon Tianlang to eliminate them, but the multitude of onlookers made him reconsider. It seems I must cultivate further. If my strength were greater, they wouldn't dare treat me this way. Not only did he think of Tianlang, but he also grasped the reality of this world, where the strong are revered, thus resolving in his heart as he withdrew. Shaoqing, what will you do from now on? At that moment, Tianlong's voice resonated from the Lang Xie sword. He had witnessed the earlier scene and, though aware, he did not intend to intervene, believing that certain matters were best handled personally, especially for a young man. What can I do now? I suppose I must seek out Yi Hua and the others. After hearing Tianlong's inquiry, Song Qing smirked slightly, then surveyed the area around Lingjiao Lake, contemplating before replying, Those people? Shaoqing, you can't trust them. They might just be using you. Tianlang frowned upon hearing Song Qing's words, scoffing with disdain as he cautioned, I know that too. Song Qing nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with determination, and a smile crept onto his lips. But aside from them, we have no one else to turn to. Moreover, we are unfamiliar with Lingjiao Lake. If they wish to exploit me, it won't be that simple. Well, as long as you understand, I have no objections. It's up to you to decide. Tianlong's brow relaxed, and he nodded slightly, no longer opposing. All right, let us seek out Yi Hua and the others. With Tianlong's agreement, Song Qing nodded and gazed again at the lakeside, muttering to himself, however, finding them will be quite a hassle. With that, he ceased to linger and began his search for Yi Hua and the others. As predicted, amidst the sea of people, locating a few individuals proved challenging, especially since the crowd seemed wary of one another, unwilling to allow outsiders into their territory, complicating his search significantly. Having searched the west shore, let us move to the east shore. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Song Qing gazed across the water, exhaling deeply before turning to head towards the opposite shore. Shaoqing, when we reach the other side, I will use my spiritual sense to assist you in the search. As Song Qing made his way to the east shore, Tianlong's voice emerged, though it sounded more like a command than a suggestion. That's not feasible. Others will detect my spiritual sense. If it were possible, I would have used it by now. Surprised by Tianlong's sudden comment, Song Qing hesitated before casually explaining. That is your spiritual sense. Tianlang coldly scoffed, then paused for a moment before elaborating to Song Qing. The higher one's cultivation, the less likely one's spiritual sense will be detected. Is that so? Song Qing seemed skeptical, tilting his head and casually inquiring. Of course. Can you perceive my cultivation level now? Tianlang, slightly irritated by Song Qing's disbelief, spoke out without thinking. Tianlang, you are a sword spirit, a being of the spirit realm. I cannot discern your cultivation. Song Qing felt a moment of speechlessness. It was absurd to expect a cultivator to identify the level of a spirit. I almost forgot. It was only when Song Qing mentioned it that Tianlang realized his identity as a sword spirit had changed everything, momentarily casting a shadow over his expression before he quickly regained his composure. Song Qing, now I must impart a fundamental truth to you. Remember it well, otherwise, If you lose your life in the future, do not blame me. Speak. Noticing Tianlong's sudden seriousness, Song Qing dropped his previous nonchalance, straightening his face and responding earnestly. I will keep it in mind. Good. Observing Song Qing's transformation, Tianling nodded in satisfaction, then pondered for a moment before continuing. Cultivators are generally categorized into 3 realms. The first realm pertains to the vital energy cultivated, the second to magical combat prowess, and the final realm is spiritual sense. Among these 3, vital energy serves as the foundation, magical combat prowess as the application, while spiritual sense is of utmost importance and should not be overlooked. Let me enlighten you about the knowledge of spiritual sense. Why not discuss all 3 together? Hearing this, Song Qing furrowed his brow and couldn't resist interjecting. Humph. Greedy as always, just understanding spiritual sense will be sufficient for you to digest for now. Tianlang coldly retorted, reprimanding him without reservation. All right, please continue. Despite Tianlong's reprimand, Song Qing could only smile wryly at the situation. Listen closely. Tianlang had no idle time to chastise Song Qing. After a brief admonition, he resumed his explanation. The divine consciousness, a fusion of a cultivator's spiritual power and vital energy, typically resides within the mud pill palace, emerging only when summoned by the cultivator. This consciousness serves various purposes, including inspection, illusion, and awakening. For now, I shall discuss its role in inspection. Inspection can be understood in 2 aspects. One is the ability to inspect others, and the other is being inspected by others. When inspecting someone of superior cultivation, one cannot perceive their presence. Conversely, when one's cultivation surpasses another's, the latter remains oblivious. Ah, this is the reason you mentioned aiding me in inspection earlier. Song Qing exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Tianlong's explanation of divine consciousness. Do not interrupt, Tianlang replied, his brow slightly furrowing in irritation before continuing. When one is being inspected, the situation is precisely the opposite. That is sufficient. I am finished. With Tianlong's abrupt conclusion, Song Qing could not help but voice his complaint. And you still expect me to assist in finding Yihua and the others? Tianlang, unfazed by Song Qing's grievance, inquired nonchalantly. Yes, of course, I do desire your assistance. Upon hearing Tianlong's response, Song Qing immediately retracted his complaint, exclaiming, Over there. As Tianlang spoke, a flicker of white light emanated from his fingertips, darting directly into Song Qing's mud pill palace, causing the latter to experience a sudden epiphany, exclaiming in awe, so soon. Subsequently, Song Qing began moving in a specific direction, but Tianlang interjected again, nearly causing him to stumble. I have already located those individuals. Chapter 31. The conflict of the training room by the shores of Lang Xie Lake. Song Qing sat among Yihua and others. Ha, Brother Song, I did not expect you to arrive so swiftly. I thought we would have to wait a while longer, or else we would have waited for you at Lingshu Plain. Yihua laughed heartily, patting Song Qing on the shoulder casually. No worries. I am not unfamiliar with this place. I simply did not anticipate such a multitude of people. Song Qing responded with a smile, gesturing around him, where numerous tents came into view, causing him to gasp in astonishment. Indeed, there are many. This is merely the beginning. Over the next 2 months, the number of people here will increase significantly, but after that, it will cease to grow and may even dwindle. Hearing Song Qing's remarks, Yihua rose, surveyed the surroundings in silence for a moment, then spoke to Song Qing. Brother Yi, you seem quite knowledgeable about this. Song Qing also stood, brushing off the dust from his trousers, glancing at Yihua, seemingly casually. It is merely the wisdom of someone who has been through it. I have participated in the disciple selection 5 times before, each time failing. If I fail again this time, due to my advancing age, I shall no longer be eligible to participate. Upon hearing this, Yihua shook his head with a smile, waving his hand to dismiss the sentiment. Imbued with a sense of melancholy. I apologize, Brother Yi. I did not intend to touch upon painful memories, Song Qing said, lowering his head slightly in apology. No matter. I have grown accustomed to it, and I may not have formally introduced them yet. Yihua waved his hand nonchalantly, then turned to Ma Yuan and the others, beckoning them over. In the ancient town of Heong, there are many families, some large, some small, and among these families, numerous disciples reside. They are among them. While speaking, Yihua smiled wryly, disregarding Ma Yuan's attempts to intervene. I came to Lang Xie Lake because of them. I had originally given up on participating in the disciple selection, but their request compelled me to come. Brother Yi, a girl among the group, could no longer contain herself and called out, trying to halt Yihua's words. What employment? We are merely novices seeking Brother Yi's guidance. Ma Yuan remained silent for a moment before casually speaking, then playfully punched Song Qing. Do not heed his nonsense. He is merely feigning pity. Song Qing nodded, but Yihua was undeterred, patting Ma Yuan on the shoulder. I understand you mean well. Fearing that revealing my identity would diminish my standing. However, some truths are better exposed, and I trust that Brother Song is not such a person, correct? Brother Song? Indeed. Feel free to speak freely, Brother Yi. I, Song Qing, am not one to look down upon others. At this moment, Song Qing perceived that Yihua and the others were concealing something, and since they were willing to divulge it, he naturally would not oppose, thumping his chest in assurance. Very well, Yihua, proceed as you wish. Ma Yuan nodded in agreement, subsequently plopping down, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. As I mentioned earlier, I am here under employment, and my purpose in coming here is to vie for a training room. Regrettably, I have yet to secure one, which is quite embarrassing. Seeing that everyone had acquiesced, Yihua felt no further reservations, directly revealing his intentions to Song Qing. A training room? What exactly is a training room? Is it significant? Upon hearing Yihua suddenly mention the training room, Song Qing wore a perplexed expression, ultimately scratching his head and inquiring. Brother Song is unaware of the training room? Seeing Song Qing's bewilderment, Yihua was taken aback, but then suddenly recalled something, his realization dawning. I had forgotten. Brother Song is unfamiliar with Lingjiao Lake. So how would he know of the training room? The training room, you see, is one of those. As he spoke, Yihua gestured toward Lingjiao Lake, where a small building stood. Throughout Lingjiao Lake, there are a total of 108 training rooms, all situated in areas rich in spiritual energy. So many. Even Song Qing could not help but marvel upon seeing the training rooms, then turned to Yihua and the others, saying, with this many training rooms, Brother Yi should easily secure one. Indeed, while the number of training rooms is considerable, the number of cultivators is far greater. It is a classic case of too many monks and not enough porridge. Yihua nodded, then pointed toward the tents lining the shore of Lingjiao Lake. All of these individuals failed to secure a training room. They remain here unwilling to concede. If what you say is true, Brother Yi, then the competition for the training rooms is indeed fierce. Glancing around at the many tents, Song Qing nodded thoughtfully, then looked back at Yihua. So, why are you telling me this? Brother Song may have already guessed. Upon hearing Song Qing's question, Yihua appeared relaxed, even breaking into a hearty laugh. Just as you surmised, we wish to invite you to join us in competing for the training room. Rest assured, once we secure it, I shall step back and leave it for you and Brother Ma. That is unacceptable, Yihua. Before Song Qing could respond, Ma Yuan interjected. Yet Yihua simply gestured for him to be silent, then turned back to Song Qing. Brother Song need not fear our change of heart. Should we waver, we would likely be ousted from the training room within 3 days. Very well, I accept. Song Qing nodded in agreement. At the outset, he was already aware of the contention surrounding the training rooms. However, he feigned ignorance merely to test Yihua and the others. Now, not only did they reveal everything without reservation, but their sincerity was also evident in their clarity. It was precisely for this reason that Song Qing consented. Very well. I shall rely on you, Brother Song. Upon hearing Song Qing's agreement, Yihua was immensely pleased and expressed his delight repeatedly. But, brother, I must first lay out some harsh truths. I may not be able to secure a training room, so do not hold it against me should the outcome be unfavorable. Song Qing, however, waved his hand, seemingly earnest, though a hint of difficulty flickered across his expression. Brother Song, you jest. As long as you give it your all, success will surely follow. Yihua, unfazed by Song Qing's words, laughed heartily, then patted Song Qing on the shoulder with utmost assurance. Indeed, as long as Brother Song commits fully, victory is within our grasp. I have faith in your abilities. Chapter 32, Cultivating Sword Qi / Indeed, as long as Brother Song commits fully, victory is within our grasp. I have faith in your abilities. Upon hearing this, Song Qing could not help but smile wryly. Although his face bore an expression of resignation, internally he harbored a quiet complaint. It seemed Yihua and his companions had meticulously devised a plan, and he was about to bear the brunt of it. Now, let us strategize. The day is waning. And since you have just arrived, Brother Song, it would be prudent to rest for the night and pursue the training room tomorrow. Unaware of Song Qing's inner grievances, Yihua beckoned him to sit down after delivering his statement. Song Qing acknowledged, settling into his seat. Shortly thereafter, he accepted a bowl of hot soup handed to him by the robust Ma Pengzi, sipping it haphazardly. The sun had already set, casting a golden hue over the horizon. Come, Brother Song, look over here. Before Song Qing could finish his soup, he heard Yihua's call and turned to see that Yihua had unfurled a bamboo slip on the ground. What is this? Noticing the bamboo slip, Song Qing furrowed his brow in confusion, yet he set down his bowl and focused on it. In the days past, although we have not managed to seize a training room, we have thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of its occupants. As Yihua pointed to the bamboo slip, he continued, "Herein lies their information, detailing their practice techniques, spiritual root attributes, and backgrounds." Ah, this is quite a treasure. Remarkable that you gathered all this in such a short time. Upon hearing Yihua's explanation, Song Qing joyfully slapped his thigh, praising him heartily. With this, our endeavor to secure a training room shall be considerably easier. Heh. In truth, we have not gathered everything. We only compiled what is widely known and what we are confident we can overcome. Yihua chuckled modestly at Song Qing's praise, promptly clarifying. Indeed, Yihua speaks wisely. The usually taciturn Ma Yuan chimed in, validating Yihua's words while pointing at certain names on the bamboo slip. While these individuals' backgrounds may be known, they are formidable opponents, each backed by powerful families. Even if Brother Song can contend with them, challenging them directly would be unwise. Otherwise, we may not survive the selection meeting. Understood. After hearing Ma Yuan's caution, Song Qing nodded thoughtfully and remarked, in that case, we can only select those whose strength is comparable to ours. With that, he extended his hand and circled a few names on the bamboo slip. These individuals. Indeed. That aligns with my thoughts. After glancing at the names Song Qing had circled, Yihua nodded in agreement, not opposing Song Qing's decision. Next, let us gather information about these individuals. With that, Yihua shifted his finger to point at a name on the bamboo slip. This person is Fan Hu, a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. There are 5 of them in total. 5 individuals? Why is only one name written? Upon hearing Yihua mention 5 individuals in the training room, Song Qing interjected curiously. Haha, I took note of that. I merely recorded the strongest for ease of remembrance, omitting the others. Ma Yuan, seated nearby, chuckled as he explained. Oh, I see. After absorbing Ma Yuan's words, Song Qing murmured softly as Yihua continued. Aside from Fan Hu, who knows fireball technique and lightness technique, the other 4 can wield wood binding technique, water ball technique, earth armor technique, and earth spike technique, and they coordinate exceptionally well. What about the others? After hearing Yihua's description, Song Qing frowned. Such a cohesive team would be beyond their capabilities. If this does not suffice, there are 2 others, though they are similarly matched. Yihua mused, clearly placing his hopes in Song Qing. Let us observe for now. Even if their strengths are comparable, we may still uncover vulnerabilities in their techniques. Song Qing sensed the underlying meaning in Yihua's words, yet he was reluctant to confront a team head-on. Very well. Hearing Song Qing's response, Yihua seemed to regain hope and promptly introduced the next 2. This one is Sun Hai, a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, who knows water ball technique and water wave technique. There are 6 of them in total, and similarly, each can only wield one technique. Fireball technique, fireball technique, wood spike technique, water ball technique, and metal spike technique. And this one, named Chu Nu, is also at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Yet he cultivates 2 types of techniques, fireball technique and vine armor technique. As Yihua spoke of Chu Nu's techniques, even this seasoned individual could not suppress a chuckle. Heh, his approach is purely offensive. When he uses fireball technique, he ensnares his opponent with vine armor technique, resulting in an amplified attack due to the synergy of wood and fire. Song Qing added insightfully. Quite right. However, he is rather aloof, with few companions, only 3, and they do not hold him in high regard. Yihua affirmed, continuing to elaborate on Chu Nu's companions. Of course, their skills are commendable. 2 are at the 2nd level of Qi refinement, each mastering 2 techniques. One knows fireball technique and lightness technique, while the other wields wood spike technique and vine armor technique. The last is at the 1st level of Qi refinement and can only use earth spike technique. Good. These will suffice. After hearing Yihua's account, Song Qing resolved decisively. Brother Song, they are not to be underestimated. Upon hearing Song Qing's decision, Yihua grew anxious, as he had mentioned these for last in hopes that Song Qing would avoid selecting them, yet the opposite transpired. Each of them is formidable, and that one named Chu Nu is particularly strong. However, their lack of unity is their Achilles heel. As the night deepened and the moon rose high, Yihua and the others retired to rest, while Song Qing remained awake. Tianlang, what should I do? He called out into the stillness of the night. What can be done? We shall face challenges as they come. After a prolonged silence, a languid voice emerged from within the Lang Xie sword, answering Song Qing. I am aware of that. However, I am currently unable to proceed. After listening to Tianlang's words, Song Qing voiced his complaint and subsequently inquired, Tianlang, do you have any solutions? Upon hearing Song Qing's remarks, Tianlang fell silent. He genuinely wished to assist his companion. for the contest over the training room was intrinsically linked to their future entry into the immortal sect, as well as to his own matters. Therefore, he could not remain passive. Let us do this. I shall impart to you the technique of Sword Qi/. You must master it by tonight. Sword Qi/. I am already familiar with it. Hearing Tianlong's statement, Song Qing felt somewhat perplexed, as this was indeed a technique he had already mastered. Humph. What you know is merely a haphazard use of Sword Qi. It is not the true Sword Qi/. Now, I shall teach you the authentic form. Oh, I see. Of course, I shall learn. With Tianlong's assurance, Song Qing felt a surge of joy, his hand instinctively tightening into a fist. Sword Qi/. Sword Qi/. At last, I am to learn the genuine Sword Qi/. Chapter 33. Departure. The following day dawned bright and clear, with the sun shining brilliantly, a rare occurrence amidst the autumn winds. In the camp by Lang Xie Lake, Song Qing rose early, making his way to a vacant area where he casually stretched. He then gazed towards the training room on the lake, his eyes sparkling with determination. After today, one of those rooms shall belong to me. After a night of studying the Sword Qi/ under Tianlong's guidance, Song Qing was filled with confidence. His skill had improved significantly compared to before. If he were to encounter a venomous porcupine now, he felt assured that he could defeat it without Tianlong's assistance. Haha, good morning, brother Song. Just as Song Qing was immersed in his thoughts, a hearty laughter rang out. He turned to find Yi Hua approaching, and a smile instinctively crept onto his lips. Good morning, brother Yi. Haha, seeing you like this gives me confidence in our quest for the training room. After noticing the smile on Song Qing's face, Yi Hua chuckled and walked over, giving his shoulder a friendly pat. Once we finish breakfast, we shall set out. Are you joining us, brother Yi? Song Qing displayed a look of surprise, pondering the implications. Hadn't he withdrawn from the competition? Haha, after reflecting on our discussion last night, I realized that your chances of success alone are slim. Therefore, I have decided to join you. Noticing Song Qing's confusion, Yi Hua patted his shoulder again, signaling for him to sit down. He then took a seat beside him. I thought to remove one of your team members and replace them with myself. Once we secure a training room, I shall withdraw. Should others challenge us afterward, I will rejoin. Isn't that unfair to you, brother Yi? Upon hearing Yi Hua's explanation, Song Qing furrowed his brow, clearly disapproving of this arrangement. Hey, you know my background. A fleeting shadow crossed Yi Hua's face as he spoke, though it vanished almost immediately, unnoticed by Song Qing. My apologies, brother Yi. No worries. Please remain here while I wake the others and prepare breakfast. Yi Hua waved his hand dismissively and stood, heading toward the tents of Ma Yuan and the others. All right. Song Qing nodded, watching Yi Hua's retreating figure, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning pale. I cannot remain like him. I must not fade into obscurity. I must grow stronger and avenge my parents. As Song Qing contemplated this, Ma Yuan and the others were roused by Yi Hua's call. Moments later, they emerged from their tents one by one. What is Yi Hua up to? It's still quite early. Ma Yuan yawned, grumbling as he approached Song Qing and plopped down beside him. Morning, Song. Morning. Song Qing nodded in acknowledgement before turning to the others with a smile. Good morning, everyone. Gurgle, gurgle. Song Qing glanced ahead. Breakfast was prepared, yet his mind was elsewhere. While cooking, Yi Hua shared his thoughts from the night before, and after a moment's contemplation, Ma Yuan and the others nodded in agreement, ultimately deciding that a girl named Su he would not participate in the competition. Song Qing's focus remained on this matter, as they confirmed their strategy and shared their techniques. Yi Hua, at the second level of Qi refinement, was proficient in fireball technique and some formations, likely to serve as support during the battle. Song Qing calculated in his mind, then turned his gaze to a girl in a pale yellow dress, Su Hie's twin sister, Su Lian, who was slightly stronger than her sibling. Su Lian, at the first level of Qi refinement, could only use waterball technique and, being a girl, would also act as rear support like Yi Hua. Next, Song Qing looked at Ma Yuan and his two brothers, all sharing the surname Ma. The other two were Ma Qiaoyang and Ma Shangyue. Though Ma Yuan was merely at the first level of Qi refinement, he was a body cultivator and could serve as a primary attacker, while Ma Qiaoyang and Ma Shangyue, also at the first level, had skills in with spike technique and earth armor technique respectively, providing harassment and defense. Surveying Yi Hua and the others, Song Qing swiftly devised a battle plan. After hastily consuming a few mouthfuls of the porridge handed to him by Ma Yuan, he cleared his throat and shared his strategy with Yi Hua and the group. What does everyone think? Upon finishing his proposal, Song Qing noted the thoughtful expressions on their faces and prompted further discussion. I believe Brother Song's plan is viable. With this strategy, we shall not falter when the time comes. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Hua nodded in agreement. Su Lian responded quietly, offering no further input. The sisters had remained mostly silent, only occasionally glancing at Song Qing, their cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Song Qing, however, remained unaware of their attention. Rest assured, Brother Song, my brothers and I will assist you diligently. Ma Chaoyang exchanged glances with Ma Shangyue before assuring Song Qing. I am indifferent. As long as Yihua deems it feasible, it shall certainly work. With everyone expressing their support, Ma Yuan grinned and waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Since we are all in agreement, let it be settled. With the consensus reached, Song Qing clenched his fist, affirming his newfound role as the leader of this small team. In truth, his reputation had been established when he repelled the malevolent cultivators. Although Yihua and the others may have had ulterior motives, their subconscious respect was undoubtedly influenced by his standing. However, I have one more matter to address. Once the plan was finalized, Song Qing pondered briefly before speaking again, directing his attention to Ma Shangyue. When Chu Nu employs the fireball and vine armor combination technique, you must cast earth armor on that individual. Turning to Su Lian, he hesitated momentarily, as if weighing his words. Of course, Lian can also use waterball technique against that person, with the protection of both vine armor and earth armor. It should be safe, but you must wait until Shangyue casts earth armor before you proceed. I shall remember. Su Lian lightly nodded her head, her cheeks already flushed. Is there something wrong with you, Miss Lian? Seeing Su Lian's rosy complexion, Song Qing furrowed his brow with concern. It was crucial that nothing went awry at this moment. No, I'm fine. Upon hearing Song Qing's words of concern, the blush on Su Lian's face deepened. Well, if you're fine, then let's go, Song Qing replied. And noticing that everyone had finished breakfast, he stood up, prompting Yihua and the others to rise as well. Let us set off, Chu Nuo. Chapter 34. The contest for the training room. Song Qing and his companions found a small boat, with Yihua taking the helm as they headed towards the training room where Chu Nuo was located. Observing their departure, the cultivators by the shores of Lang Xie Lake hurriedly sought their own boats to follow suit, not to seize territory, but to witness the battle unfold. This would allow them to gather intelligence on both sides while also learning from the experience. That's the place, said Ma Yuan, pointing towards Song Qing as they approached Chu Nuo's training room. Song Qing nodded and gazed ahead, spotting a stone cottage nestled in the mist, modest in size, measuring no more than 10 feet in length and width. The wooden door was ajar, with 4 figures standing outside. Indeed, those were Chu Nuo and his companions, likely alerted by the commotion and waiting for Song Qing's challenge. Before them lay a clear space of about 10 feet, presumably designated for the duel between challengers and the challenged. Song brother, that person is Chu Nuo, Ma Yuan indicated the figure in the center. Song Qing looked over to see a youth clad in black, approximately 18 or 19 years old, arms crossed defiantly, exuding an air of arrogance. The 3 individuals beside him were his companions. Ma Yuan continued with his introductions. The one in yellow is Duan Jinrong, skilled in the wood spike and vine armor techniques. The one in green is Li Dong, proficient in the fireball and lightness techniques. And the one in blue is Shi Yong, the only one among them at the first level of Qi refining, adept in the earth spike technique. After listening to Ma Yuan's explanations, Song Qing nodded thoughtfully. He had not chosen them for their weakness. Rather, they could very well be the strongest among the 3 groups. However, his reasoning was sound. Their strength was a double-edged sword, causing internal discord, which made Song Qing perceive an opportunity. Time to disembark. Soon, their boat reached the shore, and Yihua called out, leaping onto dry land first. So, you are the challengers? Chu Nuo inquired upon their arrival, still maintaining an arrogant posture. Song Qing frowned, already feeling a growing disdain for this Chu Nuo. If it's you all, I advise you to turn back now, Chu Nuo taunted. Noticing that Song Qing and his companions remained silent and hesitated to retreat, a smirk crept across his face. Even if you were to take this place, there isn't enough spiritual energy to share. Don't be embarrassed, just go home. He laughed. Are you afraid of being defeated and losing face? Which is why you want us to leave. Song Qing casually flicked his ear and replied nonchalantly, don't worry, although there are 7 of us, only 6 will fight you. We won't bully you. Oh, you have some guts. Chu Nuo sneered, then turned to Yihua, a smug smile playing on his lips. You must be their leader. Shall we begin? The spectators, having anchored their boats around, beamed with excitement as they witnessed the mounting tension between Song Qing and Chu Nuo. Now this is going to be entertaining. Though Chu Nuo is only at the 3rd level of Qi refining, his combat prowess rivals that of a 4th level practitioner. Some speculated, with such strength, they will surely defeat the 6 challengers. Not necessarily. Did you see that lad? He dares to challenge Chu Nuo so boldly. He must have some skill. As the tension escalated between Song Qing's group and Chu Nuo's, the onlookers buzzed with anticipation. Let's get started, But I'm not the leader, Yihua said, cracking his knuckles with a cold smile. He took a step back, fingers weaving a complex array, seemingly preparing to cast a spell. Are you the leader? Chu Nuo dismissed Yihua's actions, turning back to Song Qing with a disbelieving smirk. Indeed, Song Qing, initially reluctant to assume the role of leader, recognized Yihua's assertion and promptly accepted, not wishing to hesitate further. Very well, I shall see what your leadership is capable of. Without further ado, Chu Nuo surged forward, channeling his energy and summoning a spirit sword from his storage bag. Everyone attack. As Chu Nuo charged, Song Qing wasted no time, calling to Yihua and the others. He also summoned his fire spirit blade from his storage bag and propelled himself forward using lightness technique. Stick to your roles, Yihua commanded, leaping back as he formed an intricate formation with his hands. Damn, this guy is acting on his own. We're going in. Duan Jinrong spat, rallying his spirit sword as he rushed forward. Li Dong and Shi Yong followed suit without hesitation, while Ma Yuan and the others, seeing their advance, also joined the fray with their respective artifacts. In an instant, both sides were engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Song Qing and Chu Nuo faced each other, having been the first to clash but swiftly separating, maintaining their standoff. You're not too shabby, Chu Nuo remarked, a hint of provocation in his tone. The earlier encounter had surprised him. He had not anticipated that Song Qing, merely at the second level of qi refining, could match him. You're also impressive, Song Qing replied, acknowledging Chu Nuo's strength. While information indicated that Chu Nuo was only at the third level, his capabilities rivaled those of a fourth-level practitioner. Had it not been for his training under Tian Lang, Song Qing might have already been at Chu Nuo's mercy. Is that so? However, words are futile. Let our skills speak for themselves. Chu Nuo scoffed at the praise, typically reserved for him alone. Chapter 35, Battle with Chu Nuo. Boom. With that, Chu Nuo lunged forward, his sword swirling, unleashing a burst of sword energy. Who fears whom? As Chu Nuo charged forward, Song Qing remained undaunted, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With both hands clasped around the fire spirit blade, he unleashed a fierce shout and swung the blade horizontally at Chu Nuo. The blade emitted a sharp, azure arc of energy, hurtling toward the approaching Chu Nuo. How infuriating. He has actually mastered sword energy. Even the typically proud Chu Nuo could not suppress a curse upon witnessing the crescent blade's advance. However, he had no intention of waiting passively nor foolishly taking the hit. Instead, he executed a light-footed maneuver, leaping into the sky to evade the sword strike. Simultaneously, as he avoided Song Qing's assault, Chu Nuo conjured a fireball in his left hand and flicked it toward Song Qing. The fireball, roughly the size of a human head, sped directly toward him. Just as Song Qing attempted to evade, he realized with dismay that his body felt heavier. It's the Vine's armor technique. Looking down, Song Qing noticed that at some point, he had been ensnared by Chu Nuo's Vine's armor, but he quickly sensed another layer of earth armor forming within it. It must be Ma Shanyue's doing. Recognizing this, Song Qing felt a surge of courage. Chu Nuo, no matter how seasoned in battle, could not surpass the strength of their teamwork. With this thought, Song Qing firmly planted himself in a horse stance, raising the fire spirit blade to prepare for the incoming fireball. Seeking death. Observing Song Qing's stance, Chu Nuo scoffed derisively. He could see the earth armor within the Vine's armor, but dismissed it as an obstacle. Receive my blade, Chu Nuo bellowed, thrusting his spirit sword towards Song Qing with fervor. Boom. Song Qing swung the fire spirit blade at the approaching fireball, shattering it upon impact. However, some embers still splattered onto him. The Vine's armor ignited, but thankfully, the earth armor protected him from harm. Despite being unharmed by the flames, Song Qing could not afford to underestimate Chu Nuo's sword thrust, especially after realizing the latter's vast combat experience. In an instant, they exchanged blows over a dozen times. Yet Chu Nuo seemed disinterested in prolonged engagement, swiftly leaping back to create distance. What immense strength! Though it was merely a fleeting encounter, Song Qing's hands tingled from the impact, and he recognized that Chu Nuo had likely trained in mortal sword techniques, making his swordplay exceptionally refined. Why wasn't this mentioned in the intel? Song Qing lamented internally, his hands gradually regaining their strength as he remained vigilant against Chu Nuo's movements. They likely overlooked it, considering it mere mortal martial arts, unworthy of cultivators. Not long after Song Qing's silent complaint, Tian Lang's voice echoed from the Lang Xie sword. How trivial. I nearly lost my life to his sword techniques. It turned out that during their confrontation, Chu Nuo's every strike had been vicious, nearly putting Song Qing in peril. Huh, you are no better, Chu Nuo retorted, noticing Song Qing's cautious demeanor, his lips curling into a sneer. If that's the case, then perish, Chu Nuo shouted once more. lunging at Song Qing again, his spirit sword shimmering as it transformed into a flurry of sword shadows. Knowing his shortcomings, Song Qing refrained from a direct clash. Instead, he released a sword energy strike while employing the light-footed technique to evade the incoming assault. Cowardly as a mouse. Seeing Song Qing's change in tactics, Chu Nuo gritted his teeth, yet he could not escape the sword energy strike. So he infused his spirit sword with energy and swiped at the azure light hurtling towards him. Nowhere to run. With that, Chu Nuo activated his light-footed technique, charging toward Song Qing while simultaneously sealing off his escape route. Infuriating. Upon witnessing this, Song Qing cursed inwardly, but just as he prepared to endure, Yihua's voice rang out. Take this, formation. Moments later, a cerulean formation rose and descended upon Chu Nuo, who had just completed the formation. What the hell? There's even a formation. Startled by the impending suppression of the azure formation, Chu Nuo cursed again, abandoning his pursuit of Song Qing to contend with the formation. Whoosh. Seeing Chu Nuo relinquish his retreat, Song Qing wasted no time, leaping away while simultaneously firing a blue light back at him. Though formidable, Chu Nuo could not withstand the combined assault of Song Qing and Yihua, thus he shouted, attempting to evade the sword energy strike while repeatedly stabbing at the azure formation above him. Crack, crack. Ultimately, the azure formation could not withstand Chu Nuo's relentless strikes and began to crumble, yet he could not completely evade the sword energy strike, resulting in a gash on his right arm. His combat strength should have diminished now. Observing the injury on Chu Nuo's sword arm, Song Qing felt a surge of delight and, without granting the latter a moment to recover, charged forward, gripping the fire spirit blade with both hands for a powerful strike. Sword energy strike. Seizing the opportunity, Song Qing unleashed the sword energy strike and, immediately afterward, rolled across the ground to close the distance to Chu Nuo. Upon witnessing Song Qing release another sword energy strike, Chu Nuo felt a jolt of alarm. As he noticed Song Qing rolling closer, a flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. Light-footed technique. In a moment of desperation, Chu Nuo shouted and activated his light-footed technique to retreat, attempting to distance himself from Song Qing before evading the sword energy strike. Too late. With a smirk, Song Qing released another azure light, though it was not as close as he had hoped. There was no way for Chu Nuo to evade it. Whoosh. The sword energy strike shot forth, precisely blocking Chu Nuo's escape. As the saying goes, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Now it's your turn to face misfortune, Chu Nuo. Seeing this turn of events, Song Qing felt a surge of triumph but did not relent. He activated the light-footed technique once more, lunging toward Chu Nuo. If this doesn't finish him off, I shall unleash another sword energy strike. At this moment, Song Qing was resolute, eager to eliminate Chu Nuo. Chapter 36. Do you think you can take a life? As Song Qing advanced toward Chu Nuo, the other three battlefields had erupted in conflict, revealing distinct dynamics. Among them, with the weakest cultivation, Shi Yong was held at bay by Ma Yuan alone, who, due to his physical prowess, maintained the upper hand throughout. Haha, where do you think you're running? Seizing an opportunity, Ma Yuan swiftly approached Shi Yong and, upon closing the distance, unleashed a punch glowing with yellow light, presumably protected by Earth's spirit energy. I fear nothing. During Ma Yuan's recent pursuits, Shi Yong had grown thoroughly weary. Thus, upon seeing the relentless advance of his opponent, he resorted to desperate measures, daringly charging forward without regard for the disparity in their strengths. With a thunderous impact, Shi Yong found himself sent sprawling several feet away by a single punch, a trickle of blood now adorning the corner of his mouth. I was waiting for you to fall into my trap, Ma Yuan gleefully observed, reveling in Shi Yong's disheveled state. Yet, he did not relent. Instead, he leapt into the air, executing a fierce kick aimed at Shi Yong. In stark contrast to Shi Yong's plight, the situations in the other two encounters were far more complex, as both Li Dong and Duan Jinrong were at the second level of qi refining. Particularly, Li Dong possessed exceptional agility and wielded a spiritual blade with remarkable finesse, intermittently unleashing fireballs that proved to be quite troublesome for his adversaries. Ultimately, even Yihua, after casting a formation, was compelled to join the fray, which slightly alleviated the pressure on Li Dong, though Duan Jinrong remained a vigilant threat, preventing Yihua from fully concentrating on Li Dong. Li Dong, Duan Jinrong. It would be wise for you to concede, Yihua remarked, a smile gracing his face as he surveyed the other battles. Dream on, Li Dong retorted with a scoff, activating his agility technique to become a fleeting shadow racing towards Ma Shangyue. Come at me. Ma Shangyue, recognizing Li Dong's desperation, showed no fear and prepared a defensive earth technique to meet him head-on. At that moment, As Ma Shangyue initiated his earth technique, Su Lian conjured a water ball spell, which shot towards Li Dong with a splashing sound. The water ball possessed a slowing effect, making it particularly effective against Li Dong. Formation, suppress. Yi Hua swiftly cast several simple seals with his hands, quickly sketching out a small formation, which he then hurled towards Li Dong. Heh, you still question my consent? Observing the collaborative effort to subdue Li Dong, Duan Jinrong recognized the adage of the lips being gone, the teeth are cold, and thus did not remain idle. He decisively executed a wood spike technique. With a swift motion, Duan Jinrong's mastery of the wood spike technique shattered Yi Hua's formation, sending the spikes hurtling towards Yi Hua. Just as he prepared to execute further actions, a thunderous shout from Ma Zhaoyang reached his ears. Earth spike technique. Ma Zhaoyang struck the ground with both hands, sending a spike of earth hurtling towards Duan Jinrong, forcing him to pivot and respond. Darting vine technique. Lacking the agility technique, and with the earth spike's speed being formidable, Duan Jinrong had no choice but to cast a protective vine technique upon himself, brandishing his spiritual blade in readiness to face the impending onslaught. The subsequent sounds of thunderous clashes resonated simultaneously. Although Duan Jinrong managed to deflect the earth spike, he was still pushed back several steps, while Yi Hua neutralized the wood spike with a fireball spell. As for Li Dong, he deftly evaded the water ball spell and once again lunged towards Ma Shangyue. Meanwhile, while Yi Hua's side erupted in fervent combat, Song Qing was dominating the situation. After Yi Hua cast his formation against Chu Nu, Song Qing seized the initiative, pressing forward relentlessly, denying Chu Nu even a moment's respite, let alone a chance to turn the tide. Initially, Chu Nu believed he could outlast Song Qing, reasoning that his lower cultivation would eventually lead to an advantage, but soon he realized the precariousness of his situation. Chu Nu recognized that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, while Song Qing appeared to be brimming with power, continuously employing his agility technique and releasing successive sword energies without granting Chu Nu a single opening. Haha, Chu Nu, your energy is running low, isn't it? You wanted to outlast me. I shall gladly oblige. Seeing the pallor of Chu Nu's face, Song Qing was filled with exhilaration. For Chu Nu was akin to a fourth-level Qi refining practitioner. Don't be so smug. You likely have little energy left yourself, Chu Nu retorted, his heart seething with resentment. Was this truly the same individual he had once regarded as insignificant? Indeed, my energy is waning, Chu Nu admitted, concealing the secret of his nearly boundless energy. However, shortly after, he emphasized, but it will suffice to wear you down. As he spoke, Song Qing unleashed several sword energies, leaving Chu Nu with no choice but to evade. Damn it, Chu Nu cursed inwardly, for he too had cultivated a sword technique and was now at the third level of Qi refining. Yet, due to the peculiar nature of his sword technique, his sword energies were pitifully sparse and had already been expended. Without the enhancement of sword energies, his sword strikes were as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of withstanding Song Qing's relentless assaults, which was a significant reason for his continued suppression. Time passed swiftly. Aside from the heated battle on Yi Hua's front, the other two confrontations began to tilt favorably. With a resounding crash, Ma Yuan's glowing punch sent Shi Yong sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth, rendering him unable to continue. You have been defeated, Ma Yuan proclaimed, not sparing Shi Yong another glance as he charged towards Duan Jinrong to join Yi Hua's skirmish. With Ma Yuan's arrival, the balance of battle finally shifted. Yet, at that moment, a new development unfolded on Song Qing's front. I concede. As the onslaught of sword energies bore down upon him, Chu Nu slowly closed his eyes, realizing there was no escape. At that moment, sword energies were converging from all sides, above and below, threatening to cleave him in two or pierce him through. Upon hearing Chu Nu's words of concession, Song Qing recalled that this was merely a contest, not a battle to the death. However, it was too late for him to halt the oncoming sword strike. Fool! Just then, an enraged voice echoed from the heavens, followed by a massive yellow sword soaring towards Chu Nu. Boom! The enormous sword embedded itself in front of Chu Nu, dispelling all sword energies and strikes. A figure clad in a green robe appeared in midair, sweeping his sleeve to retract the giant sword, his gaze fixed on Song Qing, brimming with fury. You reckless fool! Do you seek to take a life? Chapter 37. Acquiring the Training Room. Under the oppressive aura of the elder in the blue robe, Song Qing was drenched in sweat. Yet he gritted his teeth and managed to utter a phrase. Humph, should there be a next time, I shall not be so lenient. The elder, with a barely perceptible nod, let out a cold huff before retracting his spiritual pressure, stating icily, Indeed, the disciple will ensure there is no next time. Feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, Song Qing hurriedly expressed his gratitude to the elder, who, however, disregarded him and transformed into a streak of yellow light, vanishing from sight. Following the elder's departure, not only Song Qing but the others too felt as if they had been granted a reprieve. Although the elder's spiritual pressure had been directed solely at Song Qing, its residual effect had left everyone too intimidated to breathe. "My apologies for earlier," Song Qing said, glancing at Chu Nu with a tinge of regret. He had regained his composure and recognized his previous misstep. "Humph, a loss is a loss. I, Chu Nu, do not require your sympathy." Chu Nu showed no mercy in response to Song Qing's apology. He promptly rose from the ground and strode towards the empty vessel that had been resting aside. "This fellow remains as willful as ever. Let us depart," Li Dong remarked, his expression darkening as he witnessed Chu Nu's disregard. He called out to his companions and followed suit towards the empty boat, glancing back at Song Qing and the others after taking a few steps. "This time, it was Chu Nu who lost, not us, you shall see." With that, Li Dong and his two companions boarded the vessel, sharing a glance with Chu Nu that was fraught with tension. "Umph, how can these fellows remain so arrogant after losing? Come, Lord Ma waits. I shall defeat you once more." After Chu Nu and his companions sailed away, Ma Yuan let out a cold snort, shaking his fist and curling his lip in disdain. "Alas, it is over. We should take our leave. I did not anticipate their prowess. Indeed, particularly that one skilled in sword techniques. What was his name? Song Qing? Truly formidable." As the spectators gradually dispersed following Song Qing's battle, they engaged in discussions, primarily revolving around the young man named Song Qing. It was from this confrontation that Song Qing's reputation began to emerge, unfazed by the chatter surrounding him. Song Qing greeted Yi Hua and the others before sheathing his fire spirit blade and making his way to the training room. "Haha, let me see what this training room is like," Ma Yuan exclaimed joyfully, racing towards the training room and bursting through the door, prompting Song Qing to shake his head in exasperation. "Brother Song, thank you for your assistance," Yi Hua approached, patting Song Qing's shoulder earnestly. "Oh, no need for thanks. Without everyone's efforts, I would not have been able to defeat Chu Nu," Song Qing replied, turning to Yi Hua with a shy smile, just as the others joined them. "Boss, you are truly impressive. Even someone like Chu Nu cannot match you," Ma Jinrong remarked with a grin, giving a thumbs up, while Ma Shangyuan nodded in agreement. Previously, they had tacitly acknowledged Song Qing as their leader, but addressing him as boss had been out of the question. However, after this battle, Song Qing had not only gained their respect, but also captured their hearts. "What boss? Jinrong, do not speak nonsense." Song Qing feigned anger at Ma Jinrong's words, raising his hand as if to scold him. In response, Ma Jinrong dramatically yelped and quickly hid behind Ma Shangyuan, eliciting laughter from the others. "What is happening? Come inside." Ma Yuan's head popped out from the training room, looking puzzled at Song Qing as he scratched his head. "Hee, did you provoke Brother Song?" Su Lian giggled, seemingly chiding Ma Yuan with a nonsensical remark, causing Song Qing to glance at her. "What did I do?" Ma Yuan was bewildered by Su Lian's comment and stepped out of the training room to inquire. "It's nothing. Let us go in," Song Qing said, patting Ma Yuan's shoulder and beckoning to the others before leading the way into the training room. Yi Hua and the others merely chuckled and followed him inside. "Hey, what did I do? Where did I go wrong? Just tell me, and I will change." Seeing that no one was paying him any mind, Ma Yuan grew anxious and called out, chasing after Song Qing and the others, while Su Lian's cheeks flushed pink, rendering her unable to clarify the situation to Ma Yuan. Inside the training room, the space was divided into 6 small compartments for the group to cultivate, each occupied by one of Song Qing's companions. Though Yi Hua was notably absent, it turned out that Yi Hua had merely perused the training room before contentedly paddling back to shore, reminding Song Qing to inform him immediately if anyone posed a challenge, assuring him he would come right away. In one of the small compartments, Song Qing sat cross-legged, with 2 small bottles before him, one empty and the other containing a recently used energy replenishing pill. Over a month had passed since the contest for the training room, and due to Song Qing's near-fatal encounter with Chu Nu, rumors had spread about his ruthless nature, granting him a modest reputation. Consequently, while conflicts raged elsewhere, Song Qing's location had grown notably quieter, and he was quite pleased with this, dedicating the time to focused cultivation. Ma Yuan and the others, initially engaging in playful antics, began to follow suit and entered their own states of deep cultivation. Having purchased the energy replenishing pills at the Spirit Corner Lake, a month passed without any of them emerging from their meditative states, and Song Qing's energy gradually reached saturation. Chapter 38, Breakthrough, refining to the 3rd layer of Qi. Song Qing was well aware of his increasing energy saturation and recognized it as a sign of impending breakthrough, yet he remained patient. continuing his cultivation while awaiting the natural opportunity to arise. Indeed, this young man possesses great potential, Tian Lang mused, cognizant of Song Qing's thoughts and nodding in approval. Such restraint was not something he could easily achieve himself, given that Song Qing bore the heavy burden of his parents' and villagers' blood vendetta. If he could maintain such a methodical approach to his cultivation, it would certainly be a testament to a level of endurance beyond that of ordinary individuals, leading to extraordinary accomplishments. Thus, my endeavors should hold promise, Tian Lang thought to himself as he gradually withdrew back into the Lang Xie sword, realizing that remaining within Song Qing's dantian would only disturb his cultivation. Shortly after Tian Lang retreated, Song Qing opened his eyes, raised his hand to tap his storage pouch, and a flash of azure light appeared, revealing an energy-replenishing pill in his palm. Consuming this energy-replenishing pill should allow me to break through, he reflected, recognizing the pill in his hand. The energy-replenishing pill would sustain him for half a month without the need for food. With that, Song Qing promptly consumed the pill and resumed his meditative practice. At the same time, Ma Yuan emerged from his state of cultivation, clenching his fists as he felt the changes within himself, a smile creeping onto his face. Unexpectedly, the period of secluded cultivation progressed so swiftly. From now on, I shall dedicate myself to intensive training. Even if I cannot enter one of the 5 major sects, I must earn my father's honor upon returning to the family. At this moment, Ma Yuan's gaze shifted downward, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes as he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning pale with determination. Ma Hao, just you wait. You may be the head of the family, but I, Ma Yuan, will undoubtedly bring you down and repay you tenfold, no, 100-fold. Uncertain of how much time had passed, in another chamber, Su Lian had also emerged from her meditative state, lost in thought, her cheeks subtly flushed. Yet, soon after, she waved her small fist in determination. No, this isn't enough. How can I attract his attention more effectively? With her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation, she seemed to devise a plan. Soon, her eyes sparkled with realization as her hands collided in triumph. Yes, only the strong can capture the attention of the strong. If I become powerful, then Brother Song will surely notice me. With this thought in mind, Su Lian tapped her storage pouch, producing a pill of energy consolidation, which she promptly consumed, closing her eyes to begin her cultivation anew. This was the moment she had been waiting for. In less than 10 days, Song Qing quietly acknowledged a breakthrough within himself. He picked up the last bottle of vitality pills before consuming the final pill. As the essence flowed down his throat, it transformed into a warm current that coursed through his meridians, gradually refining the potency of the pill, thereby expanding the energy core within his dantian. Tian Lang, observing Song Qing's every move from within the Lang Xie sword, chose not to intervene or offer guidance. After all, Song Qing could not rely solely on his instruction to achieve breakthroughs. A fledgling eagle must learn to soar on its own, lest it falter under its mother's wing. At this juncture, Tian Lang's purpose was to facilitate Song Qing's flight. Of course, Tian Lang would not remain idle. Should Song Qing encounter genuine difficulties, he would extend his assistance. The transition to the 3rd level of Qi refinement was a natural process, and thus Song Qing remained unhurried, slowly refining the pill's essence and converting it into vital energy to store within his energy core. Boom. Approximately 3 hours later, a resounding thrum echoed in Song Qing's mind, followed by a wave of exhilaration that coursed through his being, leaving him feeling remarkably light. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, and gazed at his hands with a newfound brightness, a smile naturally forming on his lips. I've broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Staring at his hands in disbelief, the abundant energy and lightness of his body compelled him to accept the reality. Finally, I've succeeded, confirming that he was not dreaming. Song Qing's heart soared with joy, prompting him to leap up and exclaim. Outside his chamber, faint sounds soon emerged, rustling garments, the creaking of a small door, and footsteps, all of which were imperceptible to him. Brother Song, you've broken through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Congratulations, Brother Song. At last, we have someone at the 3rd level among us. The voices of Ma Yuan and others reached his ears, and upon hearing them, Song Qing couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth, tempering his elation as he opened the small door to his chamber. Yes, I've had a fortunate breakthrough, he replied with a smile, nodding to Ma Yuan and the others. Though he attempted to contain his excitement, it was still evident. Haha. Brother Song, there's no need for modesty. Your strength was always bound to advance. Ma Yuan exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. You've defeated Chu Nu before. How could you possibly remain at the 2nd level? It's merely that our leader was not eager to break through. Indeed, Our leader's strength must be even greater now. Dealing with someone like Chu Nu should be a piece of cake, they chimed in, their voices filled with admiration. Upon seeing Song Qing emerge, Ma Yuan could not contain his hearty laughter, unabashedly praising him, while Ma Shangyue and Ma Chouyang joined in with their own accolades. Congratulations, Brother Song, on your significant progress. Su Lian also nodded slightly, congratulating Song Qing, though amidst her joy, a hint of unnoticeable melancholy lingered. What should I do? He's broken through again. I must work even harder, she resolved. Haha. Even Song Qing, flattered by their praise, felt a bit bashful, scratching his head in embarrassment. After a brief conversation with Ma Yuan and the others, they each returned to their respective rooms, all eager to resume their intensive training. Back in his chamber, Song Qing refrained from immediate cultivation, instead taking a moment to sense his current state. After all, without acclimatizing to his condition, he could not unleash his full power. Not bad, he mused, clenching his fists and savoring the changes within him, a smile creeping onto his face as he reflected. Previously, utilizing his own energy to unleash 10 sword energies would have exhausted him, yet now he could release 20 before feeling fatigued. However, as he pondered this, a cold voice emanated from within the Lang Xie sword. What is the big deal? You still rely on my power. Tian Lang's remark irked Song Qing, prompting him to dismiss thoughts of his energy and delve into focused cultivation. Chapter 39. A challenge arises at Lingjiao Lake. The competition for the training rooms was gradually concluding. Many places had ceased to be contested, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, the victors would maintain possession of the training rooms until the selection of disciples for the 5 major sections. Remarkably, the training room occupied by Song Qing and his companions was among them. However, unlike others, they had not engaged in any battle since claiming it, which somewhat undermined their credibility. After all, strength was the key to securing a training room, and demonstrating that strength required showcasing it through combat. Thus, despite Song Qing's rumored ruthlessness, there remained individuals of considerable self-assuredness who scoffed at such tales. Now, in a certain area near Lingjiao Lake, 6 individuals sat together, one of whom, the apparent leader, pointed at a bamboo scroll on the ground, addressing the others. On that scroll, the name Song Qing was inscribed. Did everyone remember what I just said? The leader inquired, surveying the group. Indeed, what Brother Wang said is correct. The one named Song Qing possesses only the strength of the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The others likely refrained from challenging him out of fear of his notorious reputation. But there's truly nothing to be afraid of, a scholar in a long robe nodded, assessing Song Qing's capabilities. Right, let us go teach him a lesson. What is there to fear? Another chimed in, waving his hand dismissively. A tall, slender youth nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Very well, it's settled then. Seeing that everyone agreed, the leader, Brother Wang, decisively stood up and turned his gaze toward the direction where Song Qing and his companions were situated. As he rose, the others followed suit, with one rushing off to prepare a boat. They are not ordinary individuals, but rather fearsome practitioners of dark arts. However, their establishment is relatively recent, and their strength is lacking. Even their leader, Wang Kaishan, is merely at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, accompanied by 2 at the 2nd level and 3 at the 1st level. This time, they arrived late due to fleeing from the law enforcement team. Otherwise, they would likely have already established their training chamber by the Spirit Corner Lake. On a platform before a training chamber, Song Qing and his companions stood opposed to Wang Kaishan, surrounded by numerous boats that had come to witness the confrontation. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to make a move? Wang Kaishan stood with arms crossed, disdainfully glancing at Song Qing. Although he had discerned Song Qing's cultivation level, he thought little of it. Haha, you must be afraid. Why not simply relinquish the training chamber to us to avoid any unnecessary harm? After Wang Kaishan's taunt, a man in a short-sleeved shirt laughed in agreement. Hey, do you wish for death so badly? Fear not, one of our members is outside. When he returns, we shall entertain you. Not one to back down from provocation, Song Qing scoffed in response. Wang Kaishan frowned slightly, initially dismissive of the rumors surrounding Song Qing's fierce reputation. But he now recognized that Song Qing was not only unyielding, but also exuded a menacing aura. Very well, I shall wait for your companion's return. But do not deliberately delay. With a slight smirk, Song Qing turned away from Wang Kaishan and gazed towards the Spirit Corner Lake. Sensing an approaching challenger, he had sent Su He to find Yihua, confident they would return shortly. Initially, Song Qing had not intended to trouble Yihua, but upon realizing the strength of his opponents, he had no choice but to notify him, for although he possessed considerable power, he was still weaker than Wang Kaishan and his crew. Brother Song, I'm back. As anticipated, Yihua arrived shortly. calling out to Song Qing and the others without coming closer. Good to have you back. Seeing Yihua's arrival, Song Qing smiled and nodded. And Ma Yuan and the others were equally delighted. They wished to fight, so let them be punished. Quite formidable. This could be troublesome. Not only do they have someone comparable to Chu Nu, but they also have many in their ranks. Yihua approached Song Qing, observing Wang Kaishan and his group with a furrowed brow. He leaned in and whispered to Song Qing, "Do not worry. With your presence, we can certainly defeat them." Hearing Yihua's words, Song Qing smiled faintly, signaling him not to fret, and then casually inquired, "Brother Yi, did you not notice my cultivation has advanced?" Brother Song, you broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement in just a month?" Yihua's expression shifted to one of confusion, but upon inspecting Song Qing's cultivation with his spiritual sense, his eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe it. "Ha, Brother Yi is jesting. I lack such talent. I merely exhibited signs of a breakthrough earlier." Song Qing chuckled, crafting a small fib. Before he could finish, Wang Kaishan interrupted. "Have you finished talking? If you're done, let us begin." Wang Kaishan had been eager to engage but was cautious not to appear opportunistic, thus delaying for some time. Now that Song Qing and his companions were present, he would not allow them to delay any longer. "Let us begin. If you seek death, I shall accommodate you." As Wang Kaishan cut in, Song Qing turned his head, dismissively retorting, "You fool, seeking your own demise." Wang Kaishan, enraged by Song Qing's words, slapped his storage bag, drawing forth a fire spirit blade, and charged at Song Qing. "Ha, we've been waiting. Let us go." As Wang Kaishan rushed forward, Song Qing remained undaunted, brandishing the fire spirit blade, and called to Yihua and the others, then advanced to meet Wang Kaishan head-on. Upon witnessing their leader charge, the others followed suit, shouting as they joined the fray against Yihua and his group. With nearly limitless magical energy, Song Qing did not conserve his strength like Wang Kaishan, and as his opponent approached, he gripped the fire spirit blade with both hands and executed a horizontal slash. Chapter 40. A Crushing Defeat. A blade of green light surged forth, and a look of terror crossed Wang Kaishan's face as he realized he could not evade it. Golden spike technique," Wang Kaishan exclaimed, halting in his tracks. Lacking agility, he had no hope of dodging, and with a reddened face, he shouted as he executed the golden spike technique in such a brief moment. Boom! The sword energy strike, being of the wood element, was countered by the metal element of the golden spike, which effortlessly severed the sword strike, though the spiritual energy of the spike was exhausted in the process. Whoosh! Despite being intercepted, 2 segments of the sword energy still shot forth, creating a gust of wind as they whizzed past Wang Kaishan. His eyelids twitched, and a strand of hair fell to the ground. Fortunate indeed. I had hoped to conclude this with that move. Witnessing Wang Kaishan narrowly evade the sword strike, Song Qing couldn't help but curl his lips in dissatisfaction at the outcome. "You are quite formidable. Your reputation precedes you." Wang Kaishan, now cautious, gripped the fire spirit blade. Fully alert, unlike his previous reckless charge. "Reputation? What reputation?" Song Qing, taken aback by Wang Kaishan's mention of a fearsome title, paused his intended attack and inquired. "You don't know?" Wang Kaishan was momentarily stunned by Song Qing's ignorance, but quickly deduced the reason. Song Qing must have been entrenched in training within the chamber since taking it over, never having ventured out. Realizing this, Wang Kaishan felt a surge of elation. While he knew he could not defeat Song Qing, he recognized that Yihua and the others were currently at a disadvantage, prompting him to consider a strategy of delay. That fearsome title? Well, it's the fierce wolf Song Qing. Fierce denotes a reckless fighting spirit, while wolf signifies a bloodthirsty nature. If that elder from the immortal sect hadn't intervened last time, you might have killed that Chu Nu fellow. It's surprising that elder spared you. Oh, is that so? Are you not afraid of meeting the same fate as Chu Nu? Song Qing appeared unfazed by the moniker, smirking as he regarded Wang Kaishan, licking his lips with an air of amusement. Do not compare me to that insignificant brat. You think you can just say anything? At Song Qing's retort, Wang Kaishan did not soften. Instead, he snorted coldly and with a sweeping gesture, unleashed a golden spike. The sword energy pointed towards him. As the golden spike shot towards him, Song Qing exhibited no fear. Instead, he flashed a grin and promptly flicked his right hand, unleashing a streak of azure light. The sword energy struck the golden spikes, momentarily halting them, but yielding no further effect. However, that brief pause provided Song Qing with the opportunity to escape. He swiftly employed his light body technique, darting to the side before racing toward Wang Kaishan. Perish! In an instant, Song Qing was at Wang Kaishan's side, gripping the fire spirit blade with both hands. With a fierce shout, he aimed a devastating strike at the latter's midsection. A wave of azure sword energy erupted forth. How infuriating! Despite being aware of Song Qing's capabilities, Wang Kaishan found himself caught off guard. In a moment of desperation, he crouched low and rolled on the ground, narrowly evading the sword energy's lethal arc. Did you think you'd escape so easily? Not at all surprised that Wang Kaishan had dodged. Song Qing let out a scoff and flicked his left hand, sending forth another azure beam. He had now mastered the ability to wield sword energy with his left hand. Whoosh! The blue light shot directly toward Wang Kaishan, who, having already exhausted his options for rolling away, remained composed. Drawing upon his experience with blades, he raised the fire spirit blade against the impending attack, channeling his magical energy to block it. Clang! The azure beam collided with the fire spirit blade, producing a resounding clash. Even in a crouched position, Wang Kaishan was pushed back a step. Yet, Song Qing did not pursue his advantage. With a decisive sword energy strike, Song Qing swung the fire spirit blade horizontally toward Yi Hua and the others, disrupting their opponent's offensive and altering the tide of battle, ultimately saving Ma Yuan's life. It turned out that while engaged with Wang Kaishan, Song Qing had been acutely aware of Yi Hua and the others' precarious situation. When a scholarly opponent attempted to attack Ma Yuan, he abandoned his duel with Wang Kaishan to execute a sword energy slash in their favor. Of course, this decision allowed Wang Kaishan to temporarily evade disaster. At that moment, Wang Kaishan leaped back, creating distance between them. Upon seeing Song Qing glance his way again, he became increasingly wary. Hey, how do you feel now? Seeing Wang Kaishan seize the opportunity to retreat, Song Qing couldn't help but smile, revealing teeth that shone unnaturally white. Who would have thought Song Qing was this formidable? It's fortunate we didn't challenge him, some spectators murmured. He has always been impressive, but he seems even stronger this time. We must refrain from confronting them in the future. It's utterly one-sided. From the onset, the onlookers had witnessed the spectacle, and their chatter escalated as they observed Song Qing dominate Wang Kaishan. Yet, one detail went unnoticed. Song Qing exhibited no signs of magical fatigue or depletion. Brother Song, end this swiftly. Prolonging the battle will be detrimental to us, Yi Hua urged. Hearing Yi Hua's voice, Song Qing smirked, advising Wang Kaishan to surrender. Meanwhile, Yi Hua recognized that Song Qing wasn't exerting his full strength, prompting him to call out during a lull in the fight. Did you hear that? I'm about to unleash my full power. If you're not prepared to face certain defeat, it would be wise to concede. Song Qing's counsel was practical. Given his limited combat experience, he was wary of repeating past mistakes. With Wang Kaishan already retreating, the loss of face was minimal, allowing him to challenge other practitioners later. As Wang Kaishan and his peers possessed considerable prowess. Come at me if you dare. I fear nothing, Wang Kaishan bellowed. His pride ignited despite the fear instilled by Song Qing's strength. If you refuse to recognize your situation, don't blame me for what follows. Unfazed by Wang Kaishan's defiance, Song Qing snorted, abandoning further words as he prepared to strike with his blade. Whoosh! A sword energy slash was unleashed, and undeterred, Song Qing activated his light body technique, launching himself toward Wang Kaishan. Chapter 41. The dust settles. Witnessing Song Qing's relentless advance, Wang Kaishan resolved to fight back. He evaded the sword energy strike and, with a determined gesture, unleashed a spell to summon golden spikes. Compared to the earth spikes, the golden spikes were swifter, especially as Song Qing charged toward him. Yet, Song Qing remained calm in the face of such aggression. He unsheathed his blade with both hands, letting out a fierce shout as he executed another sword energy slash. Another sword energy strike from me. After launching the sword energy slash, Song Qing flicked his left hand toward the golden spikes. Having learned that the golden spikes could intercept his sword energy, he supplemented the attack with another sword energy strike at the point of interception. Indeed, when Wang Kaishan saw the sword energy slash approaching, he refrained from moving, attempting to dodge as before. Boom! Upon collision with the sword energy, Wang Kaishan distinctly heard two successive sounds of air being split. Impossible! Is that a sword energy strike? Initially incredulous, Wang Kaishan soon realized the truth and shouted in alarm, hastily raising the fire spirit blade to block the incoming attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Wang Kaishan was thrust back several steps. Once he steadied himself, he felt a hotness at his neck, accompanied by a chill, compelling him to drop the fire spirit blade and utter three words: I concede. Yi Hua and the others halted, witnessing the scene unfold. Not only was Ma Yuan injured, but even Yi Hua bore wounds. Had Song Qing chosen to prolong the fight, their position would have crumbled. Do you wish to continue? Song Qing inquired, casting a glance at Wang Kaishan before shifting his attention to Yi Hua and the others. No more fighting. We've already lost our leader, What is the point? The 5 opponents waved their hands in unison, one of them stating, "Heh, that's for the best." Seeing their unanimous surrender brought a smile to Song Qing's face. He sheathed the fire spirit blade and bowed to Wang Kaishan and his companions before calling to Yi Hua and the others to return to their practice room. "Let us depart." Observing Song Qing and his companions walk back confidently to their practice room and close the door, Wang Kaishan could only shake his head with a bitter smile, gesturing to his comrades before heading toward the empty ship. "Don't be disheartened. We've suffered no significant loss. We can still challenge other practice rooms." Seeing Wang Kaishan's dejected figure, the one who had previously waved rushed over to comfort him. "Yes, let us return." Responding to the words of consolation, Wang Kaishan paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Heh, the fierce wolf truly is formidable. Yes, we should leave. The lake will soon be sealed, won't it? Indeed, we should observe closely. Soon we won't be able to challenge anyone." As the duel concluded on Song Qing's side, the spectators departed, still buzzing with excitement, and in their conversations, they alluded to the impending closure of the lake. In order to prevent disturbances to cultivation during the winter season, a regulation was established for the Spirit Corner Lake. Challenges could no longer be made after November. Time flies, and before one realizes, 3 months have swiftly passed. Compared to the chaotic skirmishes of challenges and counter-challenges that once filled the air, a serene tranquility now envelopes the area. The lake has been covered in heavy snow for over 2 months, having frozen long ago. However, perhaps due to the abundance of spiritual energy within the lake, snow and ice only arrive here in November, unlike other places. Within a secluded training chamber, Song Qing remains seated in meditation. Indifferent to the timing of snowfall or ice formation on the lake, his sole focus is on cultivation. Although he possesses the ability to easily defeat those at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, he himself is still at the 3rd level. To participate in the selection of the 5 major sects, one must attain the 4th level of Qi refinement. There are exceptions, of course, such as those with exceptional spiritual roots or shorter training periods, who may be directly recruited by the sections. Another route to admission involves having connections with certain elders or stewards within the sect. However, Song Qing is neither exceptionally gifted nor connected, leaving him with no choice but to diligently cultivate. Initially unaware of these nuances, he learned about them through casual conversations with Ma Yuan and others. Fortunately, his decisive victory against Wang Kaishan seemed to intimidate potential challengers, leading to a cessation of conflicts thereafter. Now, as Ma Yuan mentioned, the lake is frozen, and thus, there are no more battles. Song Qing relishes the opportunity for respite, as what he needs most now is time. He immerses himself in his secluded practice, disregarding the passing days. Of course, Song Qing's cultivation level is not particularly high, so he periodically emerges from his meditative state to consume spiritual pills. In the other chambers, the doors remain shut, with each occupant lost in their own intense training. Although Ma Yuan and his companions are disciples of a cultivation family, they are not favored by their clan. Otherwise, they would have had the support of their elders during their journeys to participate in the sect selections. Shao Qing, from now on, you should consume the Yang Yuan Dan, as your remaining Yang Qi Dan is running low. Just as Song Qing is deeply absorbed in his training, the voice of Tian Lang unexpectedly breaks through, and sensing the potential disturbance, he quickly withdraws. Unperturbed, Song Qing continues his practice, seemingly oblivious to Tian Lang's communication. In front of him, a yellow vial materializes. In terms of pill vials, before Song Qing lie numerous green Qi restoration vials, totaling 15. Although Spirit Corner Lake does not rival Heong Town in terms of resources, it does offer low-tier pills such as Qi restoration pills, Yang Yuan pills, and pill of abstinence. Among the disordered green vials, over half were purchased from Spirit Corner Lake. Soon, Song Qing awakens from his cultivation, glancing at the vials before casually grabbing the yellow one. He cracks it open to reveal a pale yellow pill, which he promptly consumes before returning to his training. Tian Lang, observing this scene within the Lang Xie sword, nods approvingly but soon furrows his brow. Merely cultivating in this manner is insufficient. Song Qing must also gain practical experience through combat. As 5 months slip by in the blink of an eye, the ice upon Spirit Corner Lake has melted, and the surrounding trees have begun to sprout their spring buds. Song Qing arrived in Heong Ancient Town around last June, and now, in the blink of an eye, it is already July of the new year. Unbeknownst to him, more than a year has passed. The naive youth of the past has transformed into a practitioner at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, steadily approaching the threshold of the 4th level. Fueled by a singular resolve and under the guidance of the sword spirit Tian Lang, Song Qing has shed his youthful Na vet and matured. In one of the training chambers of Spirit Corner Lake, designed for practitioners, there are 6 compartments. In one such compartment sits a young man clad in black, hands forming sword seals as he quietly cultivates, surrounded by dozens of small vials in disarray. Indeed, it is Qing, who has not undergone significant changes during this time, save for the gradual sharpening of his facial features. After a moment, Qing begins to conclude his practice, exhaling and inhaling naturally, no longer as awkward as before. I can sense the threshold of the 4th level, Lang, he declares, fists clenched and eyes gleaming with determination. After a brief pause, he speaks again to Lang. Excellent. If you can sense it, do not emerge yet. Seize this momentum and strive to break through to the 4th level quickly. Once you achieve that, I will teach you a technique to conceal your cultivation, allowing you to exit Spirit Corner Lake ahead of time. Hearing Qing's acknowledgement of sensing the threshold, Lang nods approvingly. After pondering for a moment, he articulates the plans moving forward. Leave Spirit Corner Lake early? Where shall we go afterward? Qing, intrigued by the prospect of learning a new technique, expresses curiosity about leaving the lake prematurely. What other place could we possibly go? It would be better to utilize our time for thorough cultivation. Qing, with my presence, your magical energy is nearly limitless. Thus, you need not worry about your magical power. Simply meet the requirements for the disciple selection. The priority is practical experience. Only by slaying monsters can you enhance your combat prowess and distinguish yourself. Observing Qing's hesitance regarding his plans, Lang patiently elucidates the rationale. After a moment, he adds, there is no need to visit the Spirit Mouse Plains. It holds no significance. Instead, we shall venture to the Death Forest, where there are demon boars and wolf demons. Ample opportunities for your training. Very well, we shall go there. Nodding in agreement to Lang's suggestion, Qing closes his eyes again, forming seals with his hands as he resumes his cultivation. Meanwhile, in the plaza before the training chamber, Ma Yuan and others are either standing or squatting. Why hasn't Brother Song come out yet? Doesn't he usually emerge around this time each month? Ma Yuan scratches his head, glancing toward the training chamber with a puzzled expression. Lang had advised Qing to avoid prolonged seclusion, suggesting he emerge once a month for fresh air and to alleviate the tension of rigorous training. However, as the time to emerge approaches, Qing shows no signs of doing so, prompting Ma Yuan's comment. Brother Song is likely still in training. Unlike you, who is so lazy, Su Lian interjects. Then resumes her observation of the lotus flowers in Spirit Corner Lake with Su He, both girls playfully bantering and giggling like silver bells. Lazy? I'm already at the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you know? Upon hearing Su Lian's accusation of laziness, Ma Yuan immediately becomes flustered, pointing to his own nose and raising his voice at her, while Ma Shangyue and Ma Chuyong beside him gesture for him to calm down. Hee. You've reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. How impressive. Look around. Are any of us not at the 3rd level of Qi refinement? Seeing Ma Yuan still unconvinced, Su Lian stood up, sneering coldly, and pointed at the crowd, speaking without reservation. Ma Yuan was left speechless, but observing Su Lian's arrogant demeanor, he could not contain his frustration and finally managed to muster a retort. Well, Mount Yueshan and Xiaoyang have only just broken through to the 3rd level. Even your sister has not been at it long, while I am on the verge of reaching the 4th level. Is that so? I am also close to the 4th level, fool. Su Lian coldly laughed again, then took Su He by the hand, pointing towards the distant lotus flowers and beckoning her. Come, here, let us go admire the lotus flowers, rather than staying here to listen to barking dogs. Jia, it's not lotus flowers, it's water lilies. How many times must I tell you? Su He allowed herself to be led by Su Lian, though she continued to grumble. Fine, water lilies it is. Is it not just a matter of changing the name? After all, they are all flowers. Wait, Su Lian, I will surely surpass you and break through to the 4th level faster. Let us see what you have to say then. Ma Yuan's voice echoed behind Su Lian and Su He, after which he ignored Ma Shan and Ma Chuyong, heading straight back to his own compartment, leaving the two to shrug in resignation. Chen Yuan, unaware of the outside events, would not have cared even if he had known, at this moment. He had already touched that barrier, thus swallowing another Yang Yuan pill and once again began to meditate. The Yang Yuan pill dissolved upon entering his throat, transforming into a stream of spiritual energy flowing into his meridians, ultimately refining into essence after circulating through the heavens and earth, which Chen Yuan absorbed into the essence within his dantian. It's time for a breakthrough. After an indeterminate period, Lang's voice resonated from the Lang Xie sword. Not long after this voice sounded, a resounding boom echoed from Chen Yuan's dantian, and in a moment of clarity, he felt the essence within grow larger by several portions. Finally, I have broken through. I have waited long for this moment. Chun Yuan concluded his practice, exhaling a breath of stale air, his eyes sparkling with joy. He was now beaming with happiness. Ah, it is good to have broken through. A beam of white light surged from Chun Yuan, transforming into a figure before him. It was Tian Lang, making his first appearance since Chun Yuan entered the Spirit Corner Lake. He nodded approvingly and uttered a few words of encouragement. Thank you, Tian Lang. Without your assistance, I would likely have perished, or at best, lived a life of obscurity, devoid of hope for avenging my parents. Upon seeing Tian Lang emerge, Chun Yuan smiled at him sincerely. Tian Lang, hearing these words from Chun Yuan, was momentarily speechless, before giving Chun Yuan's shoulder 2 hearty pats. Chapter 43. The breathing technique completed, concealing one's cultivation this time, due to Chun Yuan's silence. Ma Yuan and the others remained oblivious, much to Chun Yuan's satisfaction. Since he intended to conceal his cultivation, he preferred not to attract their attention. With a plan forming in his mind, he suppressed his joy, closing his eyes to sense his changes. In addition to a doubling of his magical power, his body felt lighter and more vigorous. Now, even without the lightness technique, my speed should rival that of the spirit rat. It turns out that a cultivator's training not only enhances one's essence and magical power, but also fortifies the body. After all, to extend one's lifespan, one must possess a robust body to endure the passage of time. Otherwise, even the highest cultivation is in vain. However, you need to practice the lightness technique further. It is quite remarkable, so do not neglect it. Hearing Chun Yuan's murmurs, Tian Lang nodded. Although Chun Yuan currently required little magical power, physical strength was still essential. I understand, but when will you teach me the breathing technique, Tian Lang? Chun Yuan opened his eyes, gazing intently at Tian Lang as if beholding a delicate maiden dancing gracefully. Look at you. I emerged precisely to instruct you in the breathing technique. Why the impatience? Seeing Chun Yuan's eagerness, Tian Lang furrowed his brow slightly, then waved his hand, appearing somewhat helpless. Oh, then please teach me quickly. I want to master it, so I can venture into the Death Forest for training soon. Upon learning that Tian Lang's purpose for appearing was to teach him the breathing technique, Chun Yuan's face lit up with joy, nodding repeatedly and hastily urging him, even mentioning his desire to train soon. All right, I will first teach you the method of the breathing technique, then I will clear a hidden meridian for you, allowing you to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After that, you can train on your own. Tian Lang nodded slightly, not wasting time, extending his right hand. Instantly, a sphere of white light appeared at his fingertip, which he then pressed against Chun Yuan's brow. Before Chun Yuan could react, the sphere of light entered his mind. Boom! As the white light surged into his brain, Chun Yuan felt a dull pain in his head, followed by a torrent of information flooding in. Realizing that Tian Lang was imparting the breathing technique, he remained calm and promptly closed his eyes to begin digesting the vast amount of information. This breathing technique was truly extraordinary, divided into 3 levels. Once the first level is mastered, no cultivator of the same rank can detect one's cultivation. Upon reaching the second level, even those of higher cultivation cannot perceive it, provided they are of the same realm. For instance, I am currently at the Qi refinement stage. So they must also be at the Qi refinement stage, otherwise, it becomes ineffective. However, upon mastering the third level, only those at the golden core stage or above can discern one's cultivation. Truly impressive. After skimming through the method of the breathing technique, Chun Yuan could not contain his delight, opening his eyes to reveal a glimmer of brilliance within, his hands rubbing together in hope as he gazed at Tian Lang. Do not be greedy. For now, you only need to master the first level, and the meridian I will clear for you is merely to assist in your training of the first level. Tian Lang was well aware of Chun Yuan's thoughts but unflinchingly dismissed them, emphasizing that establishing a solid foundation was paramount. Oh, so when can I practice the second and third levels? Upon hearing Tian Lang's words, Chun Yuan's spirits dampened, yet he did not give up and continued to inquire. Well, if I must set a deadline, then aim to practice the second level when you reach the foundation establishment stage, and the third level when you attain the golden core stage. After contemplating Chun Yuan's persistent questioning, Tian Lang finally responded, then instructed him, now calm your mind, embrace the essence, and I will clear your meridians. Understood. Upon hearing that Tian Lang was about to clear his meridians, Chun Yuan sat cross-legged, closing his eyes and casting aside previous thoughts. Tian Lang nodded discreetly, then formed hand seals, a radiant white light emanating from him. With a commanding shout, he pointed his sword finger at Chun Yuan, releasing a beam of white light from his fingertip that surged directly into Chun Yuan's body. Tian Lang maintained his stance, closing his eyes as well. Within Chun Yuan's body, A white glow, under Tian Lang's control, gradually flowed from the widened meridians into a small meridian obstructed by debris, beginning the process of clearing it. As the white light entered that meridian, an intense pain struck Qin Yuan, causing him to involuntarily utter a low cry. Yet despite this, he maintained his resolve and did not give up. Enduring the pain is necessary, for if you successfully surpass this trial, your mastery of the breath containment technique will yield remarkable results. Although Tian Lang observed that Song Qing had managed to withstand the ordeal, he felt compelled to remind him, being well aware of the suffering associated with this secret art of his clan. Meanwhile, Ma Yuan and the others were oblivious to the circumstances within Song Qing's compartment. As they diligently practiced in their own spaces, mindful of the approaching disciple selection and unwilling to slacken their efforts. As time swiftly passed, 3 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Within one compartment, Song Qing slowly opened his eyes. Exhaustion marred his complexion. He exhaled a deep breath, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. He had finally mastered the first layer of the breath containment technique. Over these 3 days, not only had he successfully unblocked his meridians, but he had also completed the initial stage of the technique. Remarkably, he had achieved this in just 3 days, an accomplishment that had taken him 2.5 days previously. Now, take a moment to rest, and then we shall venture into the death forest, Tian Lang said, a smile of commendation lighting his face as he gazed at the weary Song Qing, offering a gentle reminder. Very well, Song Qing replied, and he casually reclined in a corner, quickly succumbing to sleep. Seeing him in such a state, Tian Lang did not interfere. He understood that while cultivating in a state of fatigue could yield greater efficiency, overexertion was detrimental. Furthermore, they would soon enter the death forest, where one must remain ever vigilant. Thus, allowing Song Qing to relax was not unwarranted. With this plan in mind, Tian Lang departed, transforming into a streak of white light and returning to the Lang Xie sword. Song Qing slept for a full day and night. Upon awakening, he hastily gathered his belongings and, noticing that Ma Yuan and the others were still immersed in their training, left them a note. Although his writing skills were rudimentary, it sufficed to convey his departure. After adjusting his mood, Song Qing set off alone, piloting his boat away. Chapter 44. Trials in the Death Forest. The Death Forest, dense with foliage, remained shrouded in shadows, rarely graced by sunlight. Even the faintest ray of light would vanish almost instantaneously. Amidst this darkness, a shadowy figure darted through the trees. It was Song Qing, newly arrived. Given the vastness of the death forest, locating a suitable test subject, such as a porcupine, would prove challenging. After a short while, Song Qing perched himself on a tree branch, surveying his surroundings. A hint of frustration crossed his face as he lamented his predicament. After departing from Lingjiao Lake, he had come directly to the death forest. Over the next 3 months, even with diligent practice, reaching the 5th layer of Qi refinement seemed implausible. Thus, he had not replenished his supply of nourishing essence pills. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his training. Though his stock of fasting pills was dwindling, he could sustain himself with the flesh of magical beasts, alleviating his worries. Little Qing, are you seeking my assistance in locating a magical beast? Tianlong's voice resonated from the Lang Xie sword, having discerned Song Qing's thoughts. Indeed, you understand me best, Tianlang. If I possessed your formidable spiritual awareness, I would not trouble you. Song Qing replied, a wry smile on his lips as he acknowledged Tianlong's insight while offering a compliment. Very well. But let me clarify. I shall only provide you with a modicum of my spiritual power. Beyond that, I will not assist you further. Tianlang disregarded Song Qing's praise, sternly asserting his limitations. After stating this, he began to search for magical beasts using his spiritual awareness. I have found one, a mature magical porcupine. At the 4th layer of Qi refinement, perfectly suited for your practice, located 3 miles to the east. Tianlong's spiritual perception proved formidable, quickly identifying an appropriate target for Song Qing. Understood, Song Qing responded, his eyes gleaming with determination as he focused eastward. With a swift incantation, he activated his lightness technique, propelling himself towards the direction with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of a spirit rat. For an ordinary person, 3 miles might seem distant, yet for Song Qing, it felt trivial. He reached his destination in mere moments. Indeed, there lay a magical porcupine, rolling about in a puddle. Upon witnessing the creature, Song Qing's face lit up with excitement. It was the perfect moment to strike. Without hesitation, he lunged towards the porcupine, swiftly gripping his spirit blade, and unleashed a powerful strike. Spirit blade slash. A streak of azure light erupted from his blade, startling the porcupine, which let out a series of distressed grunts before scrambling to escape. Though it evaded a fatal blow, it lost a hind leg in the process. Hee hee, now I see that this porcupine is not so formidable after all. Watching the creature struggle to retreat, Song Qing's lips curled into a satisfied smile, brimming with pride. He casually tapped the back of his fire spirit blade against his shoulder and strolled past the wounded porcupine. Humph. As if realizing its impending doom, the magical porcupine suddenly surged with ferocity, launching itself at Song Qing with its sharp fangs bared. Choosing death? Startled at the porcupine's sudden aggression, Song Qing initially hesitated before his expression hardened. With a flick of his left fingertip, a flash of azure light shot forth, striking the creature. Boom. The spiritual energy struck the porcupine squarely on its forehead, sending it staggering back several paces. It stumbled, then collapsed to the ground. To his surprise, the spirit blade strike had become more potent after advancing to the fourth layer of Qi refinement. This was the discernible difference between the early and middle stages of cultivation. Observing the white brain matter oozing from the porcupine's forehead, a glimmer of sharpness ignited in Song Qing's eyes. He approached the fallen beast to begin processing the carcass. Compared to the spirit rat, the only valuable parts of the magical porcupine were its two fangs. While bringing the porcupine meat back to Heian Town could yield some profit, Song Qing ultimately shook his head, deciding against it after appraising the beast's massive size. After securing the porcupine's fangs, Song Qing gathered some dry twigs, ignited a fire, and began roasting the porcupine meat. Although he was not particularly hungry, it would satisfy his cravings, especially after consuming fasting pills for several months. Regarding Song Qing's act of gutting the porcupine, Tianlang did not object. He understood that while fasting pills could stave off hunger, they lacked flavor. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Little Qing, how do you find your current approach to the porcupine?" "Quite manageable, far easier than the first time," Song Qing replied, momentarily taken aback by Tianlang's sudden question, before casually responding. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. Thus, I believe you should seek a more formidable magical beast to hone your skills." Tianlang nodded in agreement with Song Qing's reply and proceeded to elaborate. "As I mentioned earlier, there are only two types of magical beasts in this death forest. The magical porcupine, whose juvenile forms equate to the second or third layer of Qi refinement, and even mature ones only reach the fourth layer. For you, they likely pose little challenge. Consequently, he advised, rather than hunting porcupines now, it would be wiser to seek out stronger magical beasts for practice. Is it that Songlong demon you mentioned earlier?" Upon hearing Tianlang's analysis, Song Qing nodded in agreement, as he too had sensed something similar. While roasting porcupine meat, he casually inquired of Tianlang. "Indeed, the adult Songlong demon is equivalent to a practitioner at the fifth level of Qi refinement, quite formidable for your training." Tianlang replied with a slight nod from within the Lang Xie sword. Since teaching Song Qing the breath control technique, he had not emerged, wary of the crowds at Lingjiao Lake, and had seemingly developed a habit of remaining concealed within the sword, even in the desolate death forest. "All right, but wait until I finish this meat," Song Qing declared with determination, followed by a playful smirk directed at Tianlang. "I know, look at your demeanor, so shameless," Tianlang retorted, seemingly unimpressed, before severing their connection. Unfazed, Song Qing continued to savor his porcupine meat. After finishing his meal, Song Qing finally set off, transforming into a shadow and darting away. The real trial was about to commence, with the destination being the territory of the Songlong demons in the Death Forest. Chapter 45, A Narrow Encounter with the Wolf. Only speed can prevail. Unlike the porcupine demons, Songlong demons possess their own territories and seldom venture alone. They are typically encountered in groups of 3 or 5. The location Song Qing was heading to was merely one of the many Songlong demon territories within the Death Forest, and indeed, it was one of the smaller ones. However, having departed from the area frequented by the porcupine demons, it took him a considerable amount of time to reach his destination. Even while employing the lightness technique to its fullest, whoosh, among the trees of the Death Forest, a shadow flitted by, and after a few flashes, it vanished entirely. This shadow was Song Qing, racing towards the domain of the Songlong demons. "Be careful, Shaoqing," just as Song Qing was rushing forward. Tianlang's voice suddenly emanated from the Lang Xie sword. Instinctively, Song Qing rolled his body and pushed off a tree trunk, landing safely. Upon regaining his footing, he glanced back at the spot he had just occupied, where a distinct claw mark had appeared, a wolf's claw print. Startled by the sight, Song Qing realized how fortunate he had been to react swiftly. Otherwise, he might have met a grim fate at the claws of a wolf. Tensing his body, he scanned the surroundings for the source of the claw print, and to his right, a wolf resembling a lion or tiger emerged, the very Songlong demon he sought. That Songlong demon was enormous, its eyes gleaming with a green light, drool dripping from its gaping maw. Despite its fearsome appearance, it was tall and slender, bearing visible wounds. Goodness, I never expected that Songlong demon to be so large, and why is it here alone? This is not its territory. Song Qing gasped, astonished. Although he had seen wolves before, he had never encountered one of such colossal size. After his initial shock, curiosity took hold. It seems to have been exiled from its pack. Shao Qing, did you notice the injuries on its body? It must have been inflicted by other Songlong demons. Tianlong's voice chimed in, tinged with a hint of excitement. Shao Qing, this is a splendid opportunity. We were struggling to find a solitary Songlong demon, and now one has presented itself, injured no less. Perfect for your training. Indeed, Tianlang, you speak wisely. Let it witness my prowess, Song Qing affirmed, resolutely nodding his head as he licked his lips, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. That Songlong demon, however, bore no fear of Song Qing. It was a being on par with a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Yet, due to its injuries, it approached the situation with caution. Lightness technique. Song Qing shouted, activating the technique and swiftly retrieving the fire spirit blade from his storage bag, a radiant blue aura surrounding him, ready to unleash its power. That Songlong demon, growing impatient, bared its claws and lunged at Song Qing, a foul stench accompanying its ferocious advance. Sword Qi slash. With a flicker of blue light from his left hand, Song Qing unleashed a burst of energy while deftly dodging to the side. Aware that he could not match that Songlong demon's strength, he opted for evasion, releasing a sword Qi slash to distract it. The moment the blue light shot towards it, that Songlong demon halted its assault, leaping aside to evade the attack. Seizing the moment, Song Qing bent low, gripping the fire spirit blade with both hands, and shouted as he executed a horizontal slash. The sword Qi slash erupted forth. After several encounters with both humans and beasts, Song Qing had discerned a subtlety. Horizontal slashes had a far greater impact than vertical ones, given their wider range and difficulty to evade. Yet, it seemed ineffective against the Songlong demon, which nimbly leaped upwards, its claws gripping a massive tree trunk. Boom! The sword Qi slash ultimately missed its target, crashing into the giant tree, which toppled with a thunderous crash. That Songlong demon hastily descended from the tree, and when its gaze met Song Qing's again, a glimmer of wariness flickered in its emerald eyes. Despite its might, that Songlong demon remained a mere beast, lacking advanced intelligence and relying on instinct to gauge the battle's dynamics. Seeing Song Qing's ability to fell the giant tree instilled fear within it. It managed to evade that, Song Qing thought, momentarily surprised. Noticing that 3 of the Songlong demon's 4 legs were injured, he had assumed it would not escape his strike. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Recognizing that the Songlong demon hesitated and refrained from attacking, Song Qing understood he had instilled fear, which was a victory in itself. With resolve, he shifted from defense to offense, transforming into a shadow that lunged at the Songlong demon. However, the beast was not as feeble as he anticipated. As he charged, it let out a ferocious howl and counterattacked with a gust of rancid wind. Desperation often breeds cunning, and the Songlong demon was no exception. Swish, swish, swish. The foul wind whirled around, making it difficult for Song Qing to pinpoint the beast's location. Moreover, the Songlong demon occasionally lashed out, leaving several claw marks on him. Had it not been for Tianlong's covert protection, he might have already succumbed to the wolf's claws. Shao Qing utilized the lightness technique to its fullest and seek an opportunity to counterattack. Tianlong's voice resonated from the Lang Xie sword, guiding Song Qing like a beacon in the dark. All right, lightness technique, here I go, Song Qing exclaimed, channeling all his energy into the technique. Feeling the wind beneath him as he leaped away from the Songlong demon's attack zone. With a furious roar, the Songlong demon was relentless in pursuit, launching itself at Song Qing once more. Sword Qi slash. Rather than retreating, Song Qing met the oncoming assault with a gleeful expression, bellowing as he executed a horizontal slash. Boom. This time, he struck true, sending the Songlong demon flying backward, tumbling several times before crashing into a tree, finally coming to a halt. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Song Qing was astounded to discover that the Azure Wolf demon had not perished. Rather, its maw was now a grotesque display of blood and flesh. In a desperate bid to evade the deadly sword Qi, the Azure Wolf had lunged forward, jaws agape, and while it had narrowly escaped death, it was now left incapacitated on the ground. To his surprise, Song Qing realized the formidable strength of the Azure Wolf demon, capable of withstanding his sword Qi for the first time. Yet, a flicker of joy ignited within him, for he was on the verge of slaying an adult Azure Wolf demon, a creature equivalent to someone at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Chapter 46. The Azure Wolf Territory, concealed and awaiting opportunity with a decisive slash, Song Qing dispatched the Azure Wolf demon without any unforeseen occurrences. However, he soon found himself utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground as he gasped for air. Although he had effortlessly vanquished the Azure Wolf, he was acutely aware of the peril he had faced. Had it not been for Tianlang's presence and the wolf's prior injuries, he would have been the one lying lifeless upon the earth. How did the battle feel, Shaoqing? As he sat, catching his breath, Tianlang emerged as a beam of white light from the Lang Xie sword, glancing at the beads of cold sweat trickling down Song Qing's forehead. Quite exhilarating. Yet, to slay such a beast is no simple feat, Song Qing replied, wiping the sweat from his brow and expressing two contrasting sentiments. Indeed, you understand. In your venture into the territory of the Azure Wolf demon, my role will be to ensure your survival. Beyond that, my assistance will be minimal, and even your magical prowess will be limited to merely 10%. Prepare yourself for this reality. Do you comprehend? Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Tianlang nodded with a smile, a hint of reassurance in his expression, before adopting a more serious demeanor. Very well, I shall truly undergo a trial this time. With a deep exhale, Song Qing picked up the fire spirit blade, swiftly rising to his feet and casting his gaze toward the Azure Wolf demon's territory, nodding resolutely. The sun was nearing its descent, and he planned to rest briefly before stealthily entering the Azure Wolf's realm under the cover of night, seeking opportunities to practice against solitary Azure Wolves. As Song Qing prepared to embark on his journey to the Azure Wolf territory, Tianlang spoke once more, then transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the Lang Xie sword. Agreed. After Tianlang's return, Song Qing silently invoked a thought, observing the lifeless form of the Azure Wolf demon on the ground. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he approached with the fire spirit blade. For lunch, he would feast on porcupine meat, and in the afternoon, he would savor Azure Wolf meat. Such was the life he aspired to lead. Swiftly, Song Qing skinned the Azure Wolf, its pelt akin to that of a spirit mouse, yet far more valuable as a second-grade demon beast. After processing the hide, he meticulously extracted the wolf's fangs, which could be fashioned into low-tier magical artifacts, ensuring that nothing went to waste. Now, he needed to gather some dry wood to roast the wolf meat. After stowing away the pelt and fangs in his storage pouch, he brushed off his hands and turned to search for firewood. As night fell and the moon ascended, the death forest remained shrouded in darkness. Amidst this inky gloom, shadows seemed to shift, though their forms were indecipherable. In the place where he had slain the Azure Wolf demon, Song Qing had vanished, now employing his lightness and breath concealment techniques to make his way toward the Azure Wolf's territory. Shaoqing has arrived at the Azure Wolf territory. Slow your pace to avoid detection by the wolf pack. At a certain moment, Tianlang's voice echoed unexpectedly, causing Song Qing to reduce his speed and lightening his steps. The Azure Wolf territory was eerily quiet, save for a few patrolling Azure Wolves. The rest lay sprawled in slumber. The territory was vast, yet the wolves resided in a cavern at its center, where they rested according to their strength. Naturally, the young Azure Wolves occupied the innermost recesses of the cave, as they were vital for the continuation of their lineage. However, Chen Yuanqing had no intention of venturing to the heart of the territory. He merely sought to locate solitary wolves for practice. Thus, upon entering the Azure Wolf's domain, he began to scout for a suitable resting place. Knowing he had 3 months until the disciple selection, with plans to remain for 2 of those months. Once in the Azure Wolf territory, Tianlang ceased to assist him, making the search for a place to settle more arduous. Ultimately, Song Qing discovered a small cave on the periphery of the territory. Despite its modest size, it connected to an underground spring, facilitating access to water in the future. After securing his dwelling, Song Qing dedicated himself to cultivation and rest. The night passed swiftly, and the following day, he awoke early to enjoy the roasted wolf meat he had prepared the previous day. After breakfast, he set out to find a solitary Azure Wolf. Having adapted to life in the wilderness over the past few days, Song Qing moved with the agility of a spirit monkey, deftly climbing the towering trees and leaping between branches as he sought the opportune moment. Employing his breath concealment technique, even the keenest Azure Wolf would be unable to detect his presence. For several days, this continued, with Azure Wolves below roaming frequently, yet none perceived Song Qing's existence. Curse it, after searching for so long, I have encountered at least 2. Yet when will I find one alone? After days of fruitless searching, frustration bubbled up within Song Qing, prompting a complaint. Humph, you have barely begun your search, and already you express dissatisfaction. If you wish to find a solitary one, Persistence is key. Just as Song Qing's grievance escaped his lips, a cold snort emanated from the Lang Xie sword, followed by Tian Lang's voice. Do not expect me to assist you in your search. If you truly cannot find a solitary one, you may have to create one. Create? How would one do that? Upon hearing Tian Lang mention the creation of solitude, Song Qing's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired. Lure the azure wolves out of their territory, crafting an opportunity for them to become isolated, and then strike for practice. Upon receiving Song Qing's inquiry, Tian Lang responded casually before falling silent. Unperturbed, Song Qing smirked and perched on a tree branch, gazing skyward. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the treetop, clinging to a fragile branch, surveying his surroundings. Oh, there it is. Song Qing spotted a small hill in the distance, seemingly having discovered something of significance, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. With that, he skillfully descended, and upon reaching a sturdy branch, he executed a swift turn in midair, landing gracefully on the branch. Now, I shall return and restore my energy. Tomorrow, I will set my plan into motion. With that, Song Qing departed, employing his lightness technique as he soared back to his dwelling. Chapter 47. The plan commences as dawn broke. The death forest was bathed in the gentle light of the rising sun. Birds began to chirp, and the beasts stirred, heralding the start of a new day. On this tranquil morning, a shadow darted through the woods, startling a flock of morning birds. However, the shadow paid them no heed as it boldly swept towards the heart of the territory of the wolf demon. This shadow was none other than Song Qing. Following Tianlong's suggestion to create an opportunity for solitude, he had devised a plan, and now was the time to execute it. Song Qing, employing his lightness technique with utmost precision, swiftly approached the center of the wolf demon's territory, despite the considerable distance. As he entered the heart of the realm, his presence was immediately detected by the patrolling wolf demons, resulting in a sudden howl of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qing turned on his heel and fled. His objective had been accomplished, and he certainly had no intention of remaining to become prey. Regardless of whether Song Qing's actions were deliberate or inadvertent, they were a direct affront to the authority of the wolf demons. Moreover, the creatures were hungry, and thus, even as he turned to escape, the wolf demon king issued a command. Immediately, 3 adult wolf demons surged after him. Unlike ordinary wolves, these creatures could climb trees, and despite Song Qing's agile movements among the branches, he could not evade their pursuit. Damn it, 3 against me, a mere cultivator at the 4th level. As the adult wolf demons closed in, Song Qing cursed inwardly, but then channeled more of his power into his feet, propelling himself faster through the branches. His efforts paid off, as the distance between him and the demons began to stabilize, though they were still gaining ground. At last, the moment has come. I shall play with you, he thought, invoking his breath-concealing technique as he neared the edge of the wolf demon's territory. A flicker of joy surged within him, and he slowed his pace slightly, casting the spell. Despite his attempts at concealment, the wolf demons did not lose track of him, even beyond their territory. They continued their relentless pursuit. Indeed, the wolf demons were ravenous in the early morning, driven by their bloodlust, making it the perfect opportunity to lure them away. Feeling the chilling wind of their pursuit, Song Qing was not filled with fear, but rather a sly smile crept upon his lips. This was all part of his plan, which was why he had refrained from enticing the wolf demons the day before. Just as he momentarily lost focus, one of the wolf demons lunged at him. Unfazed, he pushed off from a tree trunk, narrowly avoiding the creature's attack. Sword Chi slash. After evading the wolf demon's strike, Song Qing had no intention of fleeing without retaliation. He produced the fire spirit blade from his storage pouch, and, with both hands gripping the hilt, executed a horizontal slash. However, the wolf demon's speed was overwhelming, and his sword Chi failed to connect, instead cleaving into a nearby tree, which toppled with a resounding crash. In that brief moment, the other 2 wolf demons arrived, their claws poised to strike and jaws agape, ready to pounce upon Song Qing. Faced with the 2 incoming threats, Song Qing felt a surge of anxiety but maintained his composure. He decisively threw the fire spirit blade while darting in its direction, simultaneously unleashing 2 beams of sword Chi from his fingertips. The oncoming assault from the 2 wolf demons faltered momentarily, allowing him to evade their grasp. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the fire spirit blade and propelled himself further away. However, one of the remaining wolf demons quickly regained its focus and transformed into a streak of wind, pursuing him once more. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 joined the chase, but after a short while, they halted, unable to locate Song Qing's presence. They sniffed the ground, peering around with their green eyes, displaying a hint of confusion. Though they could detect the scent of their fellow demon, they failed to pick up on Song Qing's trail. Huh. With my breath-concealing technique, you two beasts cannot find me now, Song Qing thought with a smirk, observing from a distance as the two wolf demons ceased their search. Just as he relished his triumph in silence, he felt the chilling wind of pursuit drawing closer, prompting him to accelerate while maintaining his lead. Impressive speed. But I shall draw you further away, he mused, astonished that the distance between him and the wolf demon had not increased. Nonetheless, he remained undistracted, continuing to navigate through the trees with agility. In the depths of the death forest, two shadows raced swiftly, just a few paces apart. Yet that small distance proved insurmountable for the latter. One shadow belonged to Song Qing, while the other was the relentless wolf demon. The two remaining wolf demons, having wandered for a time, eventually returned to their territory. At a certain moment, Song Qing thought to himself, and with a swift motion, he altered his direction, leaping to the opposite side of a tree. The wolf demon abruptly halted at the tree branch, its gaze shifting towards the trunk, where Song Qing was now concealed. The wolf demon sniffed the air and, spotting his presence, leapt to the ground, its green eyes fixed intently in his direction, as he had now dispelled his breath-concealing technique. As the wolf demon lunged towards him, Song Qing swiftly drew the fire spirit blade from his waist pouch, not waiting for the creature to attack before charging forward. The wolf demon, driven by its primal instincts, rushed at him with ferocity. In the ensuing clash, Song Qing refrained from employing his sword chi, relying instead on his martial prowess, engaging the wolf demon in a series of relentless exchanges. This was not entirely by choice, but rather a necessity born from the circumstances. After numerous exchanges, he finally managed to create some distance between himself and the wolf demon, breathing heavily yet eyeing the creature with a predatory glint. Meanwhile, the wolf demon, emboldened, resumed its assault, growling menacingly, though it seemed to harbor a hint of trepidation. Lang, provide me with more power. Song Qing silently urged within the confines of his mind, addressing the spirit within the Lang Xie sword. Previously, his restraint had not been due to frugality, but rather a depletion of power while enticing the wolf demons. Frustratingly, Lang remained steadfast in its promise, sustaining only a fraction of Song Qing's power, which was insufficient for executing his sword chi. I had promised that I would rely on you henceforth. If I assist too much, can this still be considered a trial? After a prolonged silence, Lang's voice finally resonated from the sword, reluctant to offer further aid. With that, Lang severed the connection, leaving Song Qing to face the impending threat alone. Song Qing wished to express more, yet ultimately fell silent, nodding slightly as he gazed into the eyes of the Songlong demon, his resolve unwavering. Meanwhile, the Songlong demon emitted a low growl, its claws shifting restlessly, revealing its impatience to strike. Song Qing understood he could not allow this beast to gain the upper hand. Observing the movement of the demon's claws, he realized another attack was imminent. With determination, he channeled his magical energy into his feet and suddenly lunged at the Songlong demon. Though he could not unleash a sword strike, he employed the sword chi finger, a technique to disrupt the demon's offensive. As anticipated, upon seeing the incoming sword chi, the Songlong demon swiftly leapt aside to evade. The moment had arrived. A flicker of joy crossed Song Qing's face as he charged forward, gripping the fire spirit blade with both hands and executing a sweeping motion. Though he refrained from using a formal sword technique, the inherent fiery searing of the blade was formidable. A crimson arc flashed through the air, exuding a lethal threat amidst the dazzling flames. Due to its unstable foundation, the Songlong demon did not retaliate but instead leapt away from Song Qing's onslaught. However, Song Qing was not one to relent after a single strike. Noticing the demon's retreat, he pressed forward once more, unleashing a flurry of slashes, horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and upward thrusts, each strike a blend of swordplay and knife techniques that left the fifth-tier Songlong demon utterly defenseless. Faced with Song Qing's relentless barrage, the Songlong demon could only retreat further, the onslaught resembling crashing waves, each more powerful than the last, hinting at some profound cosmic principles. Eventually, the demon found itself cornered against the trees, while Song Qing showed no signs of halting his assault. With a ferocious howl, the Songlong demon finally began to counterattack, transforming into a gust of foul wind aimed at Song Qing. Startled by the demon's retaliation, Song Qing let out a fierce shout, his blade strikes accelerating into a swift net of slashes. The claws of the Songlong demon collided with the luminous blade, resulting in a burst of flames and, upon closer inspection, a grotesque spectacle of fur and flesh flying in all directions. With a resounding crash, Song Qing was hurled backward, landing several feet away. while the Songlong demon fared no better, crashing into a tree that trembled violently. The demon was now covered in wounds and blood, while Song Qing bore torn garments and claw marks. Yet, he remained in a far better condition than the demon, for had the demon not possessed greater strength, he might have sustained even less injury. Suddenly, a realization struck Song Qing. He had not been in control of the fire spirit blade. Everything had flowed naturally, one strike following another, an unbroken rhythm. As he contemplated this state, the Songlong demon, swaying unsteadily, began to rise. Without hesitation, Song Qing roared and lunged again. The Songlong demon, clearly intimidated by Song Qing, showed no inclination to fight and attempted to flee, but with its injuries, it could not escape the agile Song Qing. Utilizing his lightness technique, Song Qing leapt ahead of the Songlong demon, delivering a decisive strike. Realizing it had no escape, the demon, driven by desperation, bit down on the fire spirit blade, while simultaneously striking Song Qing with its forepaw, sending him flying back several feet. Song Qing felt a searing pain in his chest, where the demon had clawed him earlier, but he paid it no heed, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Before him stood the Songlong demon, teeth clamped around the fire spirit blade, its blood-red eyes locking onto Song Qing. At that moment, Song Qing had lost the fire spirit blade, akin to the demon losing its claws and fangs. With a menacing growl, the Songlong demon bared its teeth, emitting a threatening sound. Yet it seemed oblivious to the blade's burning heat as it continued to bite down on it. This was troublesome. Witnessing the demon transform from a retreating foe to an aggressive one, Song Qing smirked and took a deep breath, gradually rising to his feet, his fingertips shimmering with azure light. Indeed, though he now lacked the fire spirit blade, he still possessed the agility to evade and the sword chi finger for offense. As the sun began to set, the death forest was enveloped in darkness, where its Songlong demon lay in a pool of blood, while beside it, Song Qing reclined in a haphazard manner, disregarding his own blood-soaked state. Amidst the stillness of the death forest, footsteps echoed, and shortly after, a white figure emerged, Tian Lang, carrying a bundle of firewood. Shao Qing, do not remain lying on the ground like that. The Yinsha energy will seep into your body, he remarked, his brow furrowing as he noticed Song Qing still on the ground. He casually set down the firewood and continued speaking. Only after Tian Lang finished did Song Qing slowly rise, glancing at the bloodied Songlong demon. A faint smile tugging at his lips as he turned to Tian Lang and inquired, Tian Lang, must I continue like this? It was a narrow victory, and you were the one who ultimately resolved the situation. Yes, return and recuperate. Once you have healed, we shall resume training. However, I shall ensure you do not sustain such grievous injuries again. After all, recovery consumes time, and your time is limited, Tian Lang replied, contemplating Song Qing's question before nodding in affirmation. Then, as if recalling something, he added, moreover, your fighting style earlier was commendable. Refine it further, and you may yet develop a unique set of combat techniques. Song Qing nodded, sensing the validity of Tian Lang's words. Although the notion felt elusive and vague, only future battles would clarify it. Chapter 49. All returned to Heong Town. At the edge of the Songlong demon's territory lay a small cave, from which Song Qing emerged, stretching lazily, a hint of lethargy gracing his features. After sustaining injuries, he had spent several days recuperating here, practicing the recuperation techniques imparted by Tian Lang, coupled with his own fourth-tier cultivation, and now his wounds had fully healed. From today onward, I shall resume my training. Song Qing gazed at the sunlight filtering through the trees, squinting slightly as he inhaled deeply and murmured to himself before setting off toward the Songlong demon's domain. As before, he chose to venture in the early morning. However, bolstered by his previous experience, he refrained from recklessly charging into the heart of the territory, instead opting to lie in wait at the periphery. In the early light, famished Songlong demons began their hunt, emerging in small groups under the command of their wolf king. Within the Songlong demon's territory, not only did the Songlong demons exist, but also various lower-tier beasts like the demon hedgehog, serving merely as prey for the Songlong demons. At this time, Song Qing had taken refuge near a small colony of spirit mice, numbering roughly 100. It was precisely for this reason that he chose to lie in wait here. With food available, the starving Songlong demons would undoubtedly arrive, and the limited food supply indicated that not many would venture into this area. During these recent days of respite, Song Qing did not remain idle. He attentively listened to Tian Lang expounding various survival combat techniques, while employing the breath retention technique to explore the territory of the Tsong wolf demon. Occasionally, he would reflect upon the scene of his battle with the Tsong wolf demon, In his recollections, he primarily focused on the remarkable state of his attacks, which flowed seamlessly, one strike after another, like an unending torrent of colossal waves. Indeed, shortly after Song Qing concealed himself, he sensed movement. He instinctively held his breath and tensed his body. The rustling of leaves soon rewarded his patience as two Tsang wolf demons approached. Although both were fully grown, they clearly bore injuries and illness. This was to be expected. Had they been in prime condition, they would not have been assigned to this area. As before, Song Qing utilized the breath retention technique to mask his presence, luring the Tsang wolf demons from their territory, disposing of one while swiftly dealing with the other. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Now, only a month remained before the disciple selection in October, and the Lang Xie Lake had already closed. In Heyong ancient town, an influx of people had suddenly appeared, most of whom were at the 3rd or 4th level of Qi refinement, and notably, none of them were over the age of 25. The cultivation requirement for the disciple selection was the 4th level of Qi refinement. However, after the closure of Lang Xie Lake, those who had not reached this level returned to Heyong town, both to alleviate the stress of prolonged cultivation and to replenish their supplies, as their previous purchases had nearly been exhausted. Brother Yi, this time we can truly participate in the disciple selection, a cheerful young girl, no more than a teenager, exclaimed amidst the bustling crowd. Indeed, I never anticipated such rapid progress on this journey to Lang Xie Lake. Thankfully, I can finally take part without merely watching others, she continued. Upon hearing her voice, a young man clad in green seemed quite pleased, nodding affirmatively, his hands clasped together, though his eyes sparkled with a hint of concealment. The 5 individuals surrounding him, including Yi Hua and Ma Yuan, nodded in agreement, having also returned to Heyong town. Yes, this is promising, for out of our 6 have reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. Soon, we will all enter the immortal sect, Ma Yuan proclaimed excitedly, his face glowing. However, I wonder how Brother Song is faring, Su Lian interjected, a slight frown creasing her delicate brow. Brother Song? He should be fine. He is so formidable that he must have broken through to the 4th level of Qi refinement by now. We will surely see him at the disciple selection. Ma Yuan responded, momentarily taken aback by Su Lian's concern for Song Qing, but quickly regaining his composure with a smile. Indeed, Su Lian nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she strolled leisurely, her jade-like arms clasped behind her back. Meanwhile, as Yi Hua and Ma Yuan sought accommodation at an inn, an unusual figure approached the entrance of Heyong town. This individual appeared disheveled, bloodied, and emanated a menacing aura, reminiscent of a wild beast emerging from the wilderness. His hair was somewhat unkempt, bound by a strip of black cloth, revealing a fair face beneath, none other than Song Qing, returning from the territory of the Tsang wolf demon. As Song Qing approached the town, the crowd at the city gate hurriedly parted to make way for him. Although some possessed higher cultivation than he, they were momentarily intimidated by his palpable aura of menace. Unperturbed by their instinctive retreat, Song Qing strode into Heyong town, his mind occupied with other matters, leaving their whispers behind. Who is this person? Quite terrifying. It seems the disciple selection will be intense, murmured the onlookers, hoping fervently not to encounter such a powerhouse during the competition. Song Qing paid no heed to the discussions at the city gate. Once inside Heyong town, he made his way directly to the largest shop in the city, Heyong Commercial Firm. His expedition in the territory of the Tsang wolf demon had not only enhanced his combat prowess, but also yielded a wealth of spoils, which he intended to sell. He had no intention of returning to the small general store. He sought to sell the wolf fangs and pelts of the Tsang wolf demon, necessitating a larger establishment. With his arms crossed and an impassive expression, the aura of menace surrounding him caused passers-by to steer clear as he approached Heyong Commercial Firm. Upon entering the hall, Song Qing's presence immediately captured the attention of the patrons, yet he remained indifferent, heading straight for the counter. The 2nd floor is for private discussions, he noted as he recalled that Heyong Commercial Firm had private rooms for significant transactions. The young woman at the counter appeared momentarily stunned by Song Qing's presence, quickly recovering to apologize profusely before scurrying to the back room. After a brief interval, she returned, accompanied by an elderly man in gray, who greeted Song Qing with a smile and gestured for him to follow. Young master, please, upstairs, the elder said, leading the way. He had intended to confirm whether Song Qing wished to utilize the private room, as it required a fee of 3 spirit stones, but upon sensing Song Qing's formidable aura, he refrained. Unfazed by the elder's advance, Song Qing followed him upstairs, navigating several turns before stopping. The elder smiled back at him, inviting him into the room. Please, come in, he said, pushing the door open. Song Qing nodded in acknowledgement and entered. The interior was simply furnished, featuring a table and 2 long benches, with a tea set placed atop the table. The elder took a seat on one of the benches, while Song Qing settled onto the other. I am surnamed Wang. May I inquire whether you have come to buy or sell? The elder asked after they were both seated. Naturally, I am here to sell. Pray, assess the worth of these items in spirit stones, Song Qing replied, retrieving a storage pouch from his waist and tossing it onto the table. If the elder's attitude was to be dismissive, Song Qing would respond with pride. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly at Song Qing's boldness, but quickly returned to his previous demeanor as he picked up the pouch. Upon opening it and scanning its contents with his divine sense, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. There are 23 pelts of the Tsang wolf demon within. Would you care to verify? Song Qing's voice remained calm, as if discussing a matter entirely unrelated to himself. Indeed. May I inquire if these are the prey you have hunted, young master? It was not long before the elder of the Wang clan awoke from his astonishment, his demeanor towards Song Qing transforming into one of respect. He was well aware of Song Qing's cultivation level, and if one were to hunt so many beasts alone at the 4th level of Qi refining, then, I wonder how many spirit stones these might fetch? Song Qing nodded slightly, and then inquired of the Wang elder. His tone softened as he reciprocated the latter's change in attitude. According to the purchasing price of our Heong Trading Company, an intact Songlong demon pelt is worth 50 spirit stones, but alas, these are damaged. So let us settle on 40 spirit stones each, totaling 920 spirit stones. What do you think? After a moment of contemplation, the Wang elder proposed a favorable price, recognizing that with Song Qing's prowess, he would surely become a disciple of the immortal sect within a month. Hence, this was also a means of courting favor. Very well, it is settled. Upon hearing the elder's offer, Song Qing readily agreed. Recalling that Tianlang had previously appraised these pelts, and that the Wang elder's offer exceeded that by 20 spirit stones, leaving no room for hesitation. Please hold on a moment. I shall have the spirit stones brought to you shortly. Witnessing Song Qing's immediate acceptance and the joy in his tone, the Wang elder beamed, rising to dispatch the matter. But wait, I also require a fire spirit sword and an outfit. My magical tools and attire are in tatters. Just as the Wang elder was about to depart, Song Qing chuckled, glancing at his blood-stained and tattered clothes, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Very well, shall the outfit be a dust-repelling garment? Observing Song Qing's condition, the Wang elder promptly understood, nodding before inquiring further. Indeed, Song Qing nodded, with spirit stones now in hand. He was unconcerned about the 10 spirit stones for the dust-repelling garment. Upon confirming this, the Wang elder smiled and exited the compartment to make arrangements. Once the elder had left, Song Qing gradually withdrew his gaze, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. He had never imagined he would one day possess nearly 1,000 spirit stones. He picked up a teacup, poured himself a drink, and finished it in one gulp. A refreshing sensation coursing through him. After consuming the greasy meat of the Songlong demons for several days, he had not tasted such light fare in a long while. The Wang elder did not keep him waiting long. Soon he returned, not only holding a storage bag but accompanied by a young maiden, who cradled a set of black clothing and the fire spirit sword. Young master, the dust-repelling garment is 10 spirit stones, and the fire spirit sword is 120 spirit stones. Here are the remaining 790 spirit stones. Do they meet your approval? Saying this, the Wang elder handed the storage bag to Song Qing, gesturing for the maiden to place the clothing and sword on the table. The maiden set the items down while casting a furtive glance at Song Qing, pondering who might command such respect from the elder. Upon catching Song Qing's warm smile, she quickly averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing, heart racing, and retreated at the elder's signal. Indeed, you have gone to great lengths, Wang elder. At this point, Song Qing had already accepted the storage bag, confirming the accuracy of the contents with a sweep of his spiritual sense, and then directly stowed the fire spirit sword and clothing into the bag. Since all is in order, I shall not linger here. After securing the storage bag, Song Qing rose, cupping his fists in respect towards the Wang elder. The elder did not impede him, offering words of welcome for his return, and escorted Song Qing to the first floor. As Song Qing made his way outside, he suddenly turned back. Please fetch me 10 bottles of nourishing yuan pills. I had nearly forgotten. After securing the 10 bottles, Song Qing exited the Heong Trading Company, observing the bustling crowd before him. He silently expressed his gratitude to the Lang Xie sword. Just now, I almost neglected to purchase the nourishing yuan pills, thanks to your timely reminder. It was Tianlong's subtle prompting that led to this realization, yet Tianlang paid no heed to his gratitude, delivering a brief message before severing their connection. Now, It is imperative to find a place to stay and dedicate this final month to diligent cultivation. Chapter 51. Registration at the Wanjian sect during this last month of training. Although Song Qing did not achieve a breakthrough, his cultivation advanced significantly. After a month had passed, it was time for the disciple selection of the 5 great immortal sections. At this moment, the town of Heong was abuzz with activity. The streets were thronged with people brushing past one another. In the heart of Heong, there lay a vast plaza, sprawling over 100 acres, typically a gathering place for cultivators to trade and form teams, but now it was a sea of eager faces. Amidst this throng stood a young man in black, arms crossed, brow furrowed as he surveyed the crowd. Indeed, it was Song Qing. There are truly so many people. After standing for a while, Song Qing instinctively tugged at the corner of his mouth, exclaiming in awe, before stepping forward, trying to make his way to the center of the plaza. Not everyone is here to register. Why are they all just standing around? After much effort, he still found himself unable to push through, grumbling under his breath. Today is not the official start of the selection. The various sects merely dispatched representatives to organize the registration here. Tianlang, lend me a hand. It would not benefit you if I fail to register. After struggling for a while longer without making any progress, Song Qing's brow furrowed deeper, mentally calling out to Tianlang. All right, I understand. Song Qing's reasoning was sound. And Tianlang could not stand idly by. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Song Qing, and he slipped through the crowd like an eel. Hey, what kind of person are you? I finally secured a spot. Who pushed me out? Complaints and curses erupted behind him, but Song Qing merely smirked, ignoring the outcry as he continued his quest to navigate through the throng. With Tianlang's assistance, reaching the center of the plaza became significantly easier, and in mere moments, Song Qing found himself amidst a clearer space. Due to the presence of the immortal sect disciples organizing the registration, a large area remained unoccupied despite the crowd outside. In this clearing, 5 long tables were set up, each accompanied by a banner. Upon seeing these, Song Qing immediately recognized the symbols of the 5 great sections. From left to right, they were the Azure Sun of the Qingyang sect, the crossed swords of the Deluo sect, the 3 crossed swords of the Wanjian sect, the violet mist of the Hahuan sect, and the pentagram array of the Xuanzhou sect. Upon witnessing these emblems, Song Qing was filled with immense excitement. The 5 great sects of cultivation had previously been mere tales to him, but today he was finally seeing them in person. He gazed longingly at the 5 tables. But unfortunately, his view was obstructed by those registering, only catching a glimpse of their robes. The disciples of Qingyang Gate donned long robes of azure, while those of Daluo Gate wore garments of yellow. The disciples from Wanjian Gate were adorned in pale blue robes, and those from Hahuan Gate dressed in violet attire. Finally, the disciples of Xuanzhou Gate appeared in moonlight-colored garments. Hey, little ghost, would you like to register? If not, then go play elsewhere and don't delay others. Just as Song Qing peered inside, a sudden bellow startled him into momentary astonishment. Turning to see the city's law enforcement team, he quickly apologized twice before hastily joining the line for registration at Wanjian Gate. Prior to this, Tianlang had meticulously planned for Song Qing to enroll in Wanjian Gate. Thus, under the urging of the law enforcement team, he promptly moved to that queue. However, this thought led to a wave of discontent within Song Qing. He had initially intended to join Qingyang Gate, not only the foremost of the 5 great sects, but also renowned for its alchemical expertise, which he greatly admired. Yet Tianlang disagreed, seemingly possessing a strong preference for the sword path, and decisively directed Song Qing to register for Wanjian Gate. Ultimately, though reluctant, Song Qing acquiesced, as he still needed to rely on Tianlang in the future. The lines in front of the 5 great sects were extensive. Song Qing had arrived early, and although he did join the queue a bit late, he found himself still waiting near dusk. This time, all the registrants from Wanjian Gate were male, likely due to the scarcity of female disciples within their ranks. What is your name? When it was Song Qing's turn, a disciple from Wanjian Gate, seated at the long table, inquired while producing a wooden board from his storage pouch. I have met senior brother. I am Song Qing, he replied respectfully with a bow, stating his name. The disciple from Wanjian Gate nodded, then summoned sword energy to inscribe Song Qing's name onto the wooden board, which astonished Song Qing. Although he possessed sword energy as well, he could not achieve such a feat. Place your hand on the test artifact orb and channel your spiritual energy into it. After inscribing Song Qing's name, the disciple instructed, and Song Qing, not daring to delay, promptly placed his palm on the test orb and infused it with his energy. The orb was a pristine white, slightly larger than a bowl, and Song Qing's hand fit perfectly atop it. Green light, interspersed with a hint of azure, indicated a wood's spiritual root. Red light represented fire. Yellow, leaning towards earthy tones, denoted an earth's spiritual root, and blue indicated water. He possessed a mixed spiritual root of wood, fire, earth, and water. All right, you may proceed over there. The disciple of Wanjian Gate observed the orb's colors, reciting his findings as he recorded them, then gestured towards Song Qing. Understood. Although the disciple exhibited a certain arrogance, Song Qing bowed respectfully and followed his instructions. As he walked over, the disciple also handed over the wooden board. So it is you? 4th level of Qi refinement. Quite good. You may participate in the disciple selection competition. Here, take this token and gather here tomorrow morning. Upon reaching another disciple of Wanjian Gate, this person displayed a much friendlier demeanor. He glanced at the wooden board passed from his fellow disciple, then scanned it with spiritual awareness before presenting a dark iron token and nodding. Thank you, senior brother. Song Qing's face brightened with joy as he bowed to the individual and respectfully accepted the dark iron token, striding out with confidence, heedless of the envious gazes from others. After leaving, Song Qing did not linger in the square, aware that he would face a challenging day ahead. He reasoned that returning to the inn to rejuvenate was the wisest course. Meanwhile, the registration in the square continued in an orderly manner, undeterred by his departure. Chapter 52. A tranquil night. Upon returning to the inn, Song Qing immediately began his cultivation. Although he could not significantly enhance his skills at this time, it served as a final means of rest, allowing him to replenish his depleted spiritual energy and to aid in calming his mind. While Song Qing engaged in quiet meditation, the registration in the central square of Heian Town remained systematic and orderly. As the sun descended, a bright moon ascended into the sky, and the number of people in the central square gradually diminished, the disciples of the immortal sects having vanished from sight. At the Heian Town Lord's residence, the place remained brightly lit. The disciples of the immortal sects did not return to their respective sects, but instead took up lodging here. Thus the town lord naturally had to extend hospitality. However, due to the duties awaiting them the next day, the banquet did not last long. After a few rounds of drinks, it dispersed. Yet, the disciples did not retire to rest. Instead, they gathered together, though not all in one group. As each sect congregated separately, at Wanjian Gate, a disciple, approximately in his 30s and at the 7th level of Qi refinement, addressed his peers, brothers. As per Elder Su's earlier instructions, we must select 800 individuals from among the 900 or so here. Understood. The other 4 responded in unison. The 7th level disciple then produced a storage pouch and performed a hand gesture to initiate a spell. With a rustling sound akin to wood colliding, a multitude of wooden boards appeared. These were the records of all the registrants from earlier, now appearing like discarded refuse. First, we will eliminate all those with mixed spiritual roots. Anyone at the 4th level of Qi refinement shall be disregarded. The 7th level disciple stated again, dismissing many without a second thought. Yes, senior brother. The other 4 rose in unison, cupping their fists in respect, recognizing the seriousness of the task at hand. Now, let us all get to work. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can rest. He waved his hand, his expression softening, and the others, no longer so serious, nodded in agreement before collaboratively beginning to sort through the wooden boards. They employed their spiritual awareness, yet even that proved challenging amidst the nearly 1,000 boards, as they needed to scrutinize the inscriptions on each. Fortunately, the 5 brothers worked with clear divisions of labor, maintaining order despite the time-consuming nature of the task. After about an hour, they successfully sorted through the boards, setting aside the unwanted ones. The one with the lowest cultivation recorded them all for tomorrow's announcement of those eliminated. All noted. Shortly after, he stood and reported to the 7th level disciple. I had a glance earlier. There are still 26 individuals remaining. We must select 26 from among them to eliminate. Upon hearing the names had been recorded, the 7th level disciple nodded and issued further instructions to the group. What should be our selection criteria? One member inquired. We have established a basis for elimination. How shall we proceed now? Those with both water and with spiritual roots, but lacking either gold or fire. Those with 4 spiritual roots shall not be considered. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes gleamed with insight, and he raised his head to address his fellow disciples. This method is excellent, senior brother, truly wise. Upon hearing the words of the person at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the others could not help but display expressions of delight, each of them bowing respectfully to him. Subsequently, at the behest of the former, they resumed their selection process. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, and then 25. Along with this one, named Song Qing, which made a total of 26. Just as they were about to finalize the selection of these 26 individuals, a voice called for a halt. It was the person who had assessed Song Qing's cultivation level. Junior brotherly, what is it? Asked the Qi refinement expert, slightly furrowing his brow, yet maintaining a pleasant demeanor. Esteemed senior brother, although this individual possesses a subpar spiritual root and has low cultivation, he harbors sword qi, which I discovered during my assessment of his abilities, replied the Li surname man, bowing respectfully before the Qi refinement master and speaking in a serious tone. Has sword qi? The efficacy of our sect's sword techniques will likely be enhanced in his case. Very well, he shall not be eliminated, the Qi refinement expert muttered, nodding in agreement, thereby granting Song Qing a chance. Afterward, they selected another individual, exchanged a few words, and then took their leave, returning to their respective quarters to rest. Meanwhile, as they retreated, other sects had already returned to their abodes, while some were still deliberating. After all, each sect had its own tasks to address, and they merely arranged everything, awaiting the arrival of their seniors. As for Song Qing, he, being oblivious to the discussions among the disciples of various sects, especially considering he had nearly been eliminated, was currently engrossed in his cultivation at the inn. Eventually, he left his meditative state to rest. Not only Song Qing, but nearly everyone in Heong Town had gone to bed early, and the town was enveloped in a tranquil silence, marking a serene night. The following day, as the sun rose, Song Qing awoke with the first light of dawn. After freshening up, he promptly consumed a spirit-gathering pill, gathered his belongings, and made his way out of the inn toward the plaza. In truth, it wasn't just Song Qing. Almost everyone in Heong Town had risen early. After their morning routines, they headed to the plaza, eager to witness the disciple selection, regardless of their participation, as they could glean valuable combat experiences. In the central square of Heong Town, a throng of people had gathered, their enthusiasm surpassing that of the previous day. However, this time, Song Qing refrained from pushing through the crowd. To facilitate the participants of the disciple selection, the city lord had dispatched a team of enforcers to clear a pathway in the plaza, allowing everyone to pass through with their respective sex iron tokens. Thus, armed with the Wanjian sex iron token, Song Qing effortlessly entered the central area of the plaza and quickly located the Wanjian sect's designated space. At this moment, many had already arrived, eager to partake in the disciple selection, and Song Qing quietly stood aside, observing his competitors intently. That person is Brother Yi. He has also come to participate, Song Qing remarked inwardly, recognizing a familiar face, Yi Hua. However, he refrained from approaching, knowing that the current situation did not permit casual interactions. Chapter 53. The arrival of the founding elders of the 5 great sects in the central plaza of Heong Town. There was an area designated for the Wanjian sect, where Song Qing was patiently awaiting developments. His wait was not lengthy. Within the span of a meal, the participants of the selection began to arrive in succession. Ahem, my name is Wang, and I may become your senior brother in the future, proclaimed a middle-aged man, who had emerged from among the 5 disciples of the Wanjian sect. His profound cultivation was beyond Song Qing's discernment. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself and then addressed Song Qing and the others. Due to the overwhelming number of participants in our Wanjian sect selection, I convened with my fellow disciples last night and decided to eliminate a few individuals first. I shall now announce the names of those who have been eliminated. Upon hearing your name, please surrender your iron token and depart. Upon hearing his words, Song Qing and the others tensed up, each silently praying, please, not me, not me. Lu Jie, Zhang Jinsheng, Mo Ta. The man paid no heed to the rising tension among the crowd. He retrieved a bamboo slip from his storage pouch and began to read names aloud, each utterance feeling like a death knell. Once he finished, several dozen individuals silently stepped forward, surrendered their iron tokens, and left dejectedly. Witnessing their sorrowful departure, Song Qing and the others felt no relief or joy. Instead, a sense of shared despair enveloped them. After all, the selection had yet to commence, and their own fates remained uncertain. Song Qing clenched his fists, his fingers turning pale, the palms aching. I must become a disciple of the Wanjian sect. I must. Do not fret, Shao Qing, you shall not be eliminated, came the comforting voice of Tian Lang from the Lang Xie sword, reassuring the former. Stay here. The elders of Wanjian sect will arrive shortly. After the eliminated participants departed, the man turned back to address Song Qing and the others, issuing a brief command before retreating to join his fellow disciples. Although he mentioned that the elders would arrive soon, Song Qing and the others ended up waiting for several hours. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Around midday, the sound of slicing air echoed from the direction of the Lingwu mountain range, drawing the attention of Song Qing and the others. Instantly, 5 beams of colorful light flashed into view. Those are the great cultivators of the Foundation establishment realm. They are soaring through the skies on their swords. How I long to become such an existence. As the 5 beams of light appeared, the square erupted into a clamor of awe and admiration. Even the disciples of the various sects gazed at the radiant figures with envy and longing. The 5 beams of light paid no heed to the crowd's attention. Upon reaching Heong Town, they dispersed to their respective sects areas. One of the white beams descended where Song Qing stood, landing gracefully. Sheathing his sword and drawing in his aura in one fluid motion, demonstrating his mastery over the art of sword flight. Greetings, Uncle Su. The disciples of Wan Jian sect greeted in unison, bowing respectfully as they approached the elder. Very well, I need to confer with a few fellow Taoists. Please wait here for a moment, the elder Su replied, nodding with satisfaction at the disciples before walking towards the city lord's residence adjacent to the plaza. Simultaneously, the other 4 Foundation establishment cultivators also proceeded towards the city lord's residence, indicating that they had already addressed their disciples. Tian Lang, I wish to become like them. Must I wait until I am old and frail? When will I be able to avenge my parents? Song Qing's gaze was fixed intently on Elder Su and the other 4, his fervor having dimmed, a frown creasing his brow as he felt a wave of despondency and unwillingness. Soon after, he transmitted a thought to Tian Lang. Humph, do you think I am inconsequential? With my presence, you shall break through to the Foundation establishment realm before you turn 20, Tian Lang retorted, not offering comfort, but rather expressing dissatisfaction with a cold snort. Hey, Tian Lang, please don't be upset. I was merely joking, Song Qing replied with a chuckle, seeking to lighten the mood. Song Qing smiled faintly, quickly apologizing to Tian Lang, now brimming with confidence. With Tian Lang's assurance, what was there to fear? Humph, Tian Lang responded with a cold snort, subsequently ignoring Song Qing, who wisely refrained from disturbing him further. Time passed, and after a couple of hours, the elder from the Su family and his companions leisurely emerged from the city lord's mansion, flanked by the city lord himself, who was eager to curry favor. Upon exiting the mansion, the Su elder and his companions exchanged polite bows before he approached his disciples, surveying the 80 contestants before him with a satisfied nod. The selection process for disciples was now established. Individual battles would be held, divided into 10 venues, with 8 participants in each, leading to eliminations. The first-place winner would become a disciple of the Wan Jian sect, while the others would be eliminated. The Su elder announced this to Song Qing and the others. Leaving them pale, only 10 would be accepted as disciples. However, due to limited space, our sect selection would take place third, and everyone could return to rest and prepare for the selection 3 days hence. Though the faces of the crowd were ashen, upon hearing the Su elder's dismissal, they respectfully bowed and gradually departed for their lodgings. Song Qing, amidst the throng, returned to the inn. Unlike others who were uncertain about their futures, he felt at ease. With Tian Lang's presence, although he feared exposure and could not act directly, standing out among the 8 would be effortless. Within the city lord's mansion, the 5 major sects convened in a room, this time with their foundational level elders present rather than the highest-ranking disciples as before. In the room of the Wan Jian sect, the Su elder and his companions sat in a circle, with a storage bag placed at their center. Let us begin organizing the order for the selection in 3 days, the Su elder proclaimed, surveying the group before issuing his directive. Yes, the disciples replied respectfully, then began sorting through the wooden boards containing their information. We have fewer than 10. Each of you supervise a group, while I will oversee the rest. As the Wan Jian disciples arranged the boards, the Su elder continued. Also, do not place the 3 at the 5th level of Qi refinement in the same group. Consider it a concession. Chapter 54. Observing the battle the following day, Song Qing rose early. Although he was not scheduled to participate in the selection, attending to observe would surely enrich his combat experience. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly donned his attire, washed up, and had a light breakfast downstairs before setting out towards the central square, greeted by the rising sun. Upon arriving at the central square, he found it teeming with people. However, he possessed the privilege of traversing the path cleared by the enforcement team. He sought out the optimal vantage point for observation and closed his eyes in anticipation of the selection's commencement. Shortly after Song Qing's arrival, the participants for the Qing Yang sect selection began to gather. Now that everyone has arrived, I shall explain the rules for our disciple selection. Upon seeing the crowd assembled, a disciple from the Qing Yang sect stepped forward, cleared his throat, and announced the competition rules. 80 participants divided into 10 groups, with each group engaging in elimination rounds. Next, I will announce the participants of each group. Once you know your group, proceed to your designated combat platform. After outlining the rules, he paused. then gestured towards the nearby platforms, continuing. In this central square, there are 10 platforms, typically used for dueling, now repurposed as combat arenas for our selection. In Heyong Town, private duels were forbidden, so when disputes arose, they were settled here. With the start of the immortal sect's selection, the 10 duel platforms were repurposed accordingly. As the Qing disciple made his announcement, the crowd began to move towards their assigned platforms. Once the announcement concluded, the platforms were devoid of onlookers. The duel was about to commence. Qing rubbed his hands together, scanning the 10 platforms. Among the participants, besides the 10 from the Qing sect, there was also a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner engaging amiably with 4 others. As the Qing disciples exchanged final instructions, they established an order, and the battles officially began. The central square was a bustling sea of people, even with his prime location. Qing found it impossible to navigate between the platforms to observe all the duels, ultimately resigning himself to watching from just one. On the platform he occupied, there were 8 participants, 3 women and 5 men, one of whom was a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner, which thrilled Qing. Though he had previously hunted 5th-level practitioners in the territory of the Tsang wolf demon, those were mindless beasts, incomparable to human opponents. Thus, witnessing a 5th-level cultivator in action would provide him valuable insight for the upcoming competition. With this determination, he focused intently on the battles. The duels at the Qi refinement level lacked flamboyance. They were contests of spiritual energy and spells, occasionally requiring skillful technique. Unsurprisingly, the 5th-level practitioner advanced seamlessly, becoming a member of the Qing sect. However, Qing regarded this with disdain. He had anticipated a more dynamic display of prowess and skill. Yet all he witnessed was a raw contest of energy. Seeing the practitioner accepted into the Qing sect grew tiresome for Qing. And as the sun began to set, the selection approached its conclusion. Thus, he departed for the inn, indifferent to who else might have been accepted. That day, joy and sorrow were felt in equal measure. Disheartened, many returned to their lodgings to pack before departing Heyong Town, either returning home or venturing into the outer regions of the Ling Mist Mountains for training. Meanwhile, those elated by their acceptance did not linger in Heyong Town. They were led by the immortal masters of the Qing sect to the city lord's mansion's spirit breeding grounds, where they selected a spirit bird to fly to the Qing sect. After another day, Qing once again arose early, washed, and had breakfast before heading to the central square to observe the battles. Although the previous duels had been dull, there were still many valuable lessons to glean from battles between peers. Once prepared, Qing made his way back to the central square. The crowd was as dense as ever, and upon seeing this, he instinctively smiled slightly. It appeared many shared his sentiments. With this thought, he stepped forward, traversing the path cleared by the enforcement team, arriving once more at the depths of the central square. By this time, most participants for the Deluo sect's selection had arrived. After waiting a moment longer, the crowd was complete. Similar to the previous day with the Qing sect, 80 participants would be divided into 10 groups, with the foundational level practitioners from the Deluo sect supervising 2 of the combat rounds. Alas, why are there only 3 formidable cultivators at the foundation establishment stage? With the addition of the one from the Deluo sect, that makes merely 4. Has the individual from the Qing sect already departed? Upon a casual glance, Qing noted the presence of only 4 individuals at the foundation establishment level. A flicker of confusion arose within him, yet after a slight smirk, he dismissed the thought. After all, it was of no concern to him. Subsequently, Qing made his way to a battle platform to observe the contest. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, he wisely refrained from choosing those at the 5th level of Qi refinement. His intention was merely to glean some combat techniques, for he had no desire to witness a mere display of magical prowess, which he found rather tedious. As Qing watched, the 10 battle platforms were ablaze with activity. Among them, 2 were supervised by those at the foundation establishment stage. Rather than personally overseeing the disciples, they employed their spiritual awareness to guide the proceedings, using their magical abilities to communicate. Such methods were more than sufficient for a cultivator at their level. Time swiftly passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, the disciple selection on the central square came to a close. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qing strolled towards the inn. The day had proven worthwhile. He had acquired several valuable techniques. As he made his way back, he found himself savoring the satisfaction of the day's events. Upon returning to his chamber, Qing gradually calmed himself. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his head slightly bowed, his eyes sparkled with determination. Tomorrow marked the day of his participation in the disciple selection. Observing the previous days, it was evident that the format would likely remain the same. 80 individuals divided into 10 groups, with each group narrowing down to one. Chapter 55. Qi Yubai on this day. In contrast to the previous two, Song Qing rose somewhat later. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he set off for the central square. This day marked the selection competition for new disciples of the Wanjian sect. Song Qing, wishing to conserve his energy and not needing to secure a spot in advance, allowed himself a later start. As anticipated, while the central square was bustling with people, many participants had yet to arrive, prompting a smile to grace Song Qing's lips. This was precisely as he had predicted. Having learned from his previous observations, he understood that those intending to compete often arrived fashionably late, and thus he allowed himself a similar indulgence. Navigating through the path cleared by the enforcement team, he arrived at the designated area for new disciples of the Wanjian sect. Bowing respectfully to his fellow disciples, he recognized that these would soon become his elder brothers, and it was prudent to foster good relations. "Please proceed," came the nod of acknowledgement from a Qi refinement level 7 individual, who gestured towards the line of new disciples with a smile. "Yes," Song Qing responded respectfully, then, disregarding the envious gazes of the onlookers, joined the ranks of new disciples, selecting a humble position to stand. That fellow truly has the luck of the heavens. How could I have overlooked such an opportunity? The new disciples of the Wanjian sect cast glances at Song Qing, their eyes betraying a hint of jealousy, mingled with regret. After all, the presence of several senior brothers overseeing the selection could potentially yield favorable outcomes in the future. As time passed, more participants for the Wanjian sect selection gradually assembled. "All right, let us commence," announced a Foundation establishment cultivator as he approached, signaling to his disciples. "Now, I will announce the locations for each battle. Once you know your designated area, please make your way there." The Qi refinement level 7 individual stepped forward, addressing Song Qing and the others, then retrieved a scroll from his storage bag. Unfurling it, he glanced back at the group. "I shall now announce the matchups. Please listen carefully. Battle Platform 1, Yu Jing, Li Sheng, Chun Mingquan. Battle Platform 2, and Ran, Gu Fengchang, Gu Guizheng." As the names were called, several individuals began to make their way to their respective platforms. Song Qing's gaze remained fixed on the scroll in the announcer's hands. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt entirely at ease. Battle Platform 7, Qi Yubai, Du Xiu, Zhang Huan, Song Qing. Hearing his name, a tightness gripped Song Qing's heart. He took several deep breaths before proceeding to Battle Platform 7. Accompanying him were 7 others, each sizing one another up. These were his rivals. In addition to Song Qing, there were 7 others, 5 men and 2 women. Among them, Qi Yubai stood at the 5th level of Qi refinement, a full level above the rest, and appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, drawing the attention of all, including Song Qing, who couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. The other 6 did not warrant much more than a cursory glance from Song Qing, who soon returned his focus to the porcelain-like figure of Qi Yubai. Before long, the 8 of them arrived at Battle Platform 7, where a disciple of the Wanjian sect awaited their arrival. "Is everyone here? I shall be your host for this contest. We will proceed in an elimination format, where if you are knocked off the platform or concede, you lose. Otherwise, it is a fight to the finish." The host scanned the group, then loudly proclaimed the rules of engagement, retrieving another scroll from his storage bag. "These have been pre-assigned. I will now announce the matchups. From 1 to 8, we have Qi Yubai, Zhang Huan, Du Xiu, and Song Qing." As the announcer unfolded the scroll and called out the names, Song Qing and his fellow competitors listened intently. "I am number 6, facing someone named Li Donghai. I do not yet know who it is, but whoever it may be, I shall emerge victorious." With a smirk, Song Qing murmured to himself, "Due to space constraints, only one match could occur at a time," and as the first match commenced, Qi Yubai and Zhang Huan stepped into the arena. Following the announcement, the 2 competitors swiftly entered the battle platform, which shimmered with a mystical light, forming a small array that enveloped the entire area. Song Qing watched intently. Although he possessed the protection of Tianlang and felt unthreatened by anyone present, it was prudent to understand his opponents. After all, knowledge of oneself and one's adversaries is the key to victory. "Greetings, Brother Zhang." "Greetings." Qi Yubai and Zhang Huan exchanged respectful bows before assuming defensive stances. Particularly Zhang Huan, who, recognizing his inferior cultivation, knew he must remain vigilant. Wind bullet technique, lightness technique, wind manipulation technique. Suddenly, Qi Yubai sprang into action, flicking his fingers, sending forth a streak of azure light, then swiftly forming seals as he unleashed 2 spells in rapid succession. "Is he a wind spirit root?" Zhang Huan exclaimed in shock, hastily evading the attack. His startled expression mirrored that of Song Qing and the others, who shared in their astonishment. "You cannot escape. Like lightning, Qi Yubai anticipated Zhang Huan's evasion and swiftly blocked his path. Clang! The crisp sound of blades clashing echoed as Zhang Huan, in his attempt to dodge the wind bullet, had drawn his spiritual sword, only to find Qi Yubai already brandishing his wind spirit sword. Fireball technique. Zhang Huan had been biding his time, and when he finally faced Qi Yubai directly, he seized the opportunity without hesitation. With a resounding boom, a fireball struck the magical array, sending ripples across its surface. However, as Zhang Huan unleashed his fireball spell, Qi Yubai, like a phantom, deftly evaded the attack. In an instant, he circled behind Zhang Huan and launched another wind bullet. Catching Zhang Huan off guard, the azure wind bullet struck his back with tremendous force, sending him hurtling away like a kite severed from its string. With a crash, Zhang Huan collided with the magical array, only to be expelled from the dueling platform. First round, victory to Qi Yubai, announced the expressionless disciple from the 10,000 Sword sect, his gaze betraying a hint of jealousy towards Qi Yubai, not solely due to his possession of a wind spirit root. Throughout the duel, Qi Yubai had consistently dominated Zhang Huan, dispatching him with merely 3 moves, proving to be a formidable adversary. Song Qing observed Qi Yubai, his eyes shimmering with admiration, yet an inexplicable sense of regret lingered within him. In Chapter 56, Qi Yubai triumphed over 2 obstacles, while Song Qing vanquished Wei. Compared to Qi Yubai's duel, the others paled in excitement, and Song Qing lost interest, choosing instead to rest his eyes. Meanwhile, the selection matches on the 7th dueling platform were fervently underway. The third match featured Li Donghai facing off against Song Qing. Upon hearing his name called by the disciple from the 10,000 Sword sect, Song Qing opened his eyes and saw a youth, seemingly around 18 or 19, striding toward the dueling area. This must be Li Donghai, he mused, stepping forward unimpeded through the magical array to stand opposite him. Greetings, Li Donghai said, cupping his hands in a respectful salute. Song Qing reciprocated the gesture, then summoned his magical energy, bracing himself for the encounter. Sword Qi Finger. Having witnessed Qi Yubai's battle, Song Qing understood the advantage of striking first. Without waiting for Li Donghai to make his move, he unleashed a Sword Qi Finger, then activated his agile movement technique to launch himself at Li Donghai. Lightness technique. Li Donghai also employed his lightness technique to evade the Sword Qi Finger. Drawing on his observations of Qi Yubai's combat style, he did not simply sidestep. Instead, he retreated before veering to the side. Sword Qi Slash. Given that Song Qing's speed was not on par with Qi Yubai's and that Li Donghai was prepared, he could not reach him in time. However, unwilling to relinquish his initiative, he gripped the fire spirit sword firmly, shouted fiercely, and executed a Sword Qi Slash. Upon witnessing the incoming Sword Qi Slash, Li Donghai's face registered surprise, mixed with a tinge of despair. At this moment, he could no longer evade. I concede. Boom. Just as the Sword Qi Slash was about to strike Li Donghai, an unexpected force surged forth, instantly neutralizing its power. Third match, victory to Song Qing, declared the disciple from the 10,000 Sword sect, casting a glance at Song Qing before announcing the result. The sword intent surrounding him was palpable. It was clear he had just unleashed the Sword Qi. Li Donghai, with a slight bow, left the dueling platform, his head hung low, realizing that had it not been for the timely intervention of the disciple from the 10,000 Sword sect, he might have met a dire fate. Following this, Song Qing stepped down from the dueling platform and turned his gaze towards Qi Yubai, who was also looking back at him, their eyes locking in a moment of mutual determination. Shortly thereafter, the fourth duel commenced, but Song Qing did not observe, his head slightly lowered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He felt an immense satisfaction. It seemed that venturing into the territory of the Songlong demons had indeed been a prudent choice. In truth, it was Song Qing's Sword Qi Slash that had compelled Li Donghai to surrender, primarily due to the cleverness of the attack, which rendered Li Donghai unable to evade it, even with his lightness technique. In the fifth match, Qi Yubai faced Du Shiyu. Upon hearing Qi Yubai's name called again, Song Qing quickly lifted his head to observe the dueling platform, recognizing Qi Yubai as perhaps his greatest rival, deserving of his utmost respect. Sister, you should concede, Qi Yubai said, his distinctly bright eyes locking onto Du Shiyu as he earnestly urged her, yet he remained vigilant, gripping the wind spirit sword with his right hand while forming a complex hand seal with his left. No, I will not. Come at me with all you've got, Du Shiyu declared, hesitating only briefly before summoning a spirit sword from her storage pouch with a flourish. Very well, I shall make my move. As he spoke, Qi Yubai unleashed a wind bullet, swiftly darting forward, then circling around to strike from behind Du Shiyu with another wind bullet, this time with slightly diminished force. merely knocking her out of the dueling platform. Fifth match, victory to Qi Yubai, the disciple from the 10,000 Swords sect announced, nodding slightly to Qi Yubai. If all went as expected, he would soon be a disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect, and given his talent, he would undoubtedly receive significant mentorship from the elders of the sect, which is why the disciple sought to cultivate a good rapport with him. As Qi Yubai descended from the dueling platform, he exchanged a glance with Song Qing, who also regarded him in return. In the sixth match, Song Qing faced Wei. With Qi Yubai's matches concluded, the disciple from the 10,000 Swords sect announced Song Qing's participation, prompting both he and Wei to step forward. Having observed the earlier duels, Song Qing was well aware of Wei's capabilities, as he, like Chu Nu, practiced 2 different spirit roots and wielded 4 spells: lightness technique, fireball technique, binding vines technique, and vine armor technique. As he mentally organized information about Wei, Song Qing approached the dueling platform and offered a respectful bow, which Wei returned without uttering any pleasantries, immediately assuming a defensive stance. Lightness technique, vine armor technique. Wei took the initiative, casting 2 spells in quick succession, preparing to unleash further techniques. However, Song Qing would not permit him to proceed unchallenged. Sword Qi Finger. Swiftly, Song Qing executed a Sword Qi Finger, interrupting Wei's casting, then drew forth his fire spirit sword from his storage pouch, propelling himself towards Wei using his lightness technique. Clang, clang, clang. In a rapid exchange, Song Qing unleashed a flurry of thrusts, engaging Wei in combat. Though his swordsmanship was clever, it could not overcome the protection of Wei's vine armor. Therefore, he sought to maneuver past him. Not bad, fireball technique. As he sidestepped past Song Qing, Wei seized the opportunity to cast a fireball technique, as they were now in close proximity, making evasion impossible for Song Qing. Sword Qi Finger. Seemingly anticipating this, Song Qing responded with a Sword Qi Finger, a blue glow erupting from his fingertip as Wei released his fireball. Sword Qi Slash. Yet, Song Qing clearly did not intend to relent. After executing the Sword Qi Finger, he pushed off with his foot, halting his advance. Then gripped the fire spirit sword with both hands, shouting as he unleashed a powerful horizontal slash. Vine armor technique. Given their proximity, Wei could not evade the attack and was left with no choice but to shout out, casting another vine armor technique, hoping that it would be sturdy enough to withstand Song Qing's Sword Qi Slash. Boom, boom. The sword energy struck Lu Wei without any obstruction, cleaving him in 2. And even the 2 vine armors shattered upon impact. Despite this, the sword energy still retained enough force to slam into the magic array on the duel platform. Witnessing Lu Wei's demise, Song Qing displayed no emotional shift during his training in the territory of the Tsang Wolf demons. He had already executed this move to slay countless Tsang Wolf demons, thus dealing with Lu Wei was trivial. He offered a slight smile of apology to the disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect, but made no move to leave the duel platform. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Qi Yubai, as if to imply that he had seen enough and that it would be wise for him to concede, lest he fall victim to a similar fate. Chapter 57. Yubai's Defeat. Song Qing selected next was the final match. Qi Yubai, it is your turn. After the disciple of the 10,000 Swords sect collected Lu Wei's remains, he began to announce, directing his attention toward Qi Yubai, signaling him to ascend the duel platform. Qi Yubai smiled and nodded at the disciple, then slowly made his way to the duel platform, meeting Song Qing's gaze with unwavering resolve. Respectfully, Song Qing offered a formal bow to Qi Yubai, then steeled himself. The individual before him was a significant hurdle to his entry into the 10,000 Swords sect. Brother Song, you have my respect. However, I fear this time you shall face defeat. Qi Yubai returned the bow with a hint of innocence in his smile. But after that brief moment, his expression grew serious. Sword Energy Pointer. Having observed Qi Yubai's previous 2 duels, Song Qing was not foolish enough to allow him the advantage again. Thus, as they exchanged pleasantries, Song Qing immediately unleashed a Sword Energy Pointer. Since the Sword Energy Pointer was a sword technique that only required the manipulation of sword energy to execute, while the Wind Bullet technique required incantations, Song Qing's attack was unleashed before Qi Yubai could form his wind bullets. Lightness technique. Qi Yubai, however, was quick on his feet. Realizing he had no time to cast the Wind Bullet technique, he promptly abandoned it and activated the Lightness technique to evade the Sword Energy Pointer's assault. Accept my strike. Since Song Qing had gained the upper hand, he had no intention of merely allowing a single Sword Energy Pointer to be his only move. Therefore, as Qi Yubai dodged the attack, he activated the Lightness technique to close in on him. Clang, clang, clang. The 2 exchanged dozens of blows, each maneuvering past the other. After all, as low-level cultivators, they could not sustain such high-intensity exchanges for long. Sword energy pointer. Wind manipulation technique. After they narrowly dodged each other, Song Qing turned back for another strike, a burst of azure light shooting forth, while Qi Yubai, not to be outdone, took the opportunity to cast the wind manipulation technique, easily evading the incoming sword energy pointer. Wind bullet technique. With the combination of the wind manipulation technique and lightness technique, Qi Yubai's speed far exceeded that of Song Qing's, allowing him to avoid direct confrontation and quickly form a wind bullet technique. Sword energy pointer strikes. Song Qing's sword energy pointer neutralized the wind bullet technique. But instead of feeling triumphant, he was filled with frustration. If only they had continued their clash uninterrupted. Earlier, he had launched several sword energy pointers. Yet Qi Yubai's remarkable speed had allowed him to evade every single one, leaving Song Qing in a passive position. In stark contrast to Song Qing's frustration, Qi Yubai, aside from a hint of caution, faced the duel with ease. Even his previous inability to hit Song Qing did not seem to dampen his spirits, as if he had anticipated such outcomes all along. While I may not be able to defeat you in direct combat, my magical energy surpasses yours. I can outlast you. At this moment, Qi Yubai had resolved to engage in a war of attrition. Through their exchanges and previous observations, he had concluded that he could not hope to defeat Song Qing directly, given the latter's evident strength. Sword energy pointer, sword energy pointer. Song Qing, however, had no intention of engaging in a battle of attrition. Earlier, Lang had told him that aside from providing him with that item, nothing else would aid him. Unless he was on the brink of death. I refuse to believe you can evade forever. Sword energy slash. Song Qing first unleashed several sword energy pointers to obstruct Qi Yubai's escape, then gripped the fire spirit sword with both hands, delivering a powerful slash toward his opponent. Wind bullets unleashed. Realizing he had fallen into Song Qing's trap, Qi Yubai's expression shifted as he quickly retrieved the wind spirit sword from his storage bag. With both hands glowing with azure light, he unleashed a series of wind bullets against the oncoming sword energy pointers and sword energy slash. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds echoed as the attacks clashed, while Song Qing remained highly vigilant. The aftershocks obscured his vision, leaving him unaware if his strikes had landed on Qi Yubai. Take this. Wind bullets. Indeed, Qi Yubai had managed to evade the attacks. He now unleashed a flurry of wind bullets towards Song Qing, with both hands glowing brightly. Sword energy slash. Upon seeing the barrage of wind bullets hurtling toward him, Song Qing's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He swiftly executed a sword energy slash, but did not follow up with further attacks, instead standing in place to catch his breath. His complexion had paled. He had exhausted his magical energy. Brother Song, it seems you have run out of magical energy, while I still have a little left. I suggest you concede. Qi Yubai merely watched Song Qing, showing no intent to attack. His own face had also turned slightly pale, indicating that his magical reserves were running low after the recent exertions. Oh really? Then allow me to surprise you. Song Qing showed no aversion to Qi Yubai's suggestion of surrender. Instead, he smirked with an enigmatic expression. He then sheathed the fire spirit sword and quickly formed a seal with his hands. Rejuvenation. As he completed the hand seal, Song Qing shouted loudly, and a radiant white light enveloped him momentarily. Once the light faded, his magical energy had fully restored. How is that possible? Qi Yubai was taken aback by Song Qing's sudden restoration of magical energy, rendered speechless. Not only was he shocked, but the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect who were watching also expressed their astonishment. During my training in the territory of the Tsang wolf demons, I chanced upon a magical pearl. Although it can only restore my energy 3 times, using the last charge here is worth it. Song Qing laughed heartily, proudly sharing the fabricated tale he had concocted. In truth, he had not acquired any magical pearl. His swift recovery was facilitated by Lang's assistance. Lang had not completely abandoned Song Qing. Prior to the disciple selection, he had left a seal of magical energy within Song Qing's dantian. The reason Song Qing had formed the hand seal earlier was to unlock that seal. Now, do you believe it is I who has been defeated, or you? Feeling the surge of magical energy coursing through his meridians, Song Qing once again looked at Qi Yubai, a playful smile gracing his lips. Well, I concede. Upon hearing Song Qing's question, Qi Yubai could not help but twitch his lips. It was evident what the outcome was. After a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly admitted defeat. This match goes to Song Qing. The disciple of the 10,000 Sword sect appeared momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Qi Yubai had seemed assured of victory. Yet now he had conceded. However, he understood that even if Qi Yubai had refused to concede, defeat was inevitable. As Song Qing's match concluded, the others were also nearing the end of their rounds. After some time, the selection of disciples for the 10,000 Swords sect officially came to a close, and the 10 individuals who had been chosen, including Song Qing, were gathered together, while Qi Yubai was also called over. After the defeat, Qi Yubai was on the verge of departing when he was called back by the overseer. Following their exchange, they proceeded together to join Song Qing. Chapter 58. The grand array of 10,000 swords to exterminate the immortals. His presence was unexpected, seeing that Qi Yubai had neither left nor retreated. Song Qing felt a surge of astonishment. However, he merely acknowledged Qi Yubai with a nod and resumed his respectful stance. Qi Yubai reciprocated with a nod, then stood quietly behind the 10 others, hands clasped behind his back. At that moment, the elder of the 10,000 Swords sect, at the Foundation establishment stage, commanded respect from all present. After a brief interval, whether it was the original disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect or the 11 individuals, including Song Qing, they all gathered in front of the elder at the Foundation establishment stage, standing with hands clasped, awaiting his next command. Now that everyone is present, I shall announce the results of the disciple selection. A total of 80 participants entered this selection, and ultimately, 10 were chosen to become disciples of our sect. However, due to special circumstances, I have decided to privately add one more, namely Qi Yubai. Qi Yubai, step forward. The elder surveyed the crowd with satisfaction before clearing his throat, gesturing for Qi Yubai to come forward. Obediently, Qi Yubai approached, respectfully addressing the elder as senior. This is Qi Yubai. Some of you may already be acquainted with him, while many may not. Thus I have called him forth for everyone to recognize. As Qi Yubai approached with due reverence, the elder nodded approvingly and smiled at him before turning back to address Song Qing and the others. I am aware that some of you may harbor discontent towards Qi Yubai, given that he was an additional selection for the 10,000 Swords sect. However, he is merely 12 years old and has already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, possessing a wind spiritual root. Either of these attributes alone would be enough for any major sect to recruit him. I assure you, there is no favoritism in my decision. Does anyone dare to contest this? No, we do not. Song Qing and the others replied sternly, their expressions grave. They had no grounds to dispute the elder's judgment. The elder was well aware that his inquiry was not directed solely at his own disciples, but also served to clarify to the onlookers. See, our 10,000 Swords sect does not engage in favoritism. My decision is purely for the benefit of our sect. Now, let us proceed to the spirit selection grounds. Each of you will select a flying beast, and we shall return to 10,000 Sword Mountain before nightfall. Acknowledging that Song Qing and the others had not faltered, the elder nodded again, then waved his hand and led the way to the spirit selection grounds, with Song Qing and the others following closely behind. Haha, after you, senior. At that moment, the Lord of Heong Town had been waiting nearby. Upon seeing the elder approaching, he gestured for him to proceed and then led the way ahead. Under the guidance of the elder at the Foundation establishment stage, Song Qing and the others selected a spirit bird, following the elder as he soared through the air. Qi Yubai, however, did not ride a spirit bird but was carried aloft by the elder on his sword, suggesting a certain distinction. The elder's insistence on traveling overnight was indeed justified. The 10,000 Swords sect and the other 5 major sects are located deep within the Spirit Mist Mountains, with the distance to Heong Town extending well beyond 1,000 miles in a straight line. The speed of sword flight at the Foundation establishment stage is not particularly swift, and the spirit birds, which fly even slower, would have delayed their journey. Thus, Song Qing and the others set off at dusk, not arriving at the 10,000 Sword Mountain until the early hours of the following day. It was indeed early morning, as the first rays of the sun began to rise from the east, casting golden red light upon the earth. Song Qing and the others approached the 10,000 Sword Mountain, greeted by the magnificent scenery before them. Wow, this. Song Qing found himself at a loss for words, unable to adequately describe the spectacle. It was not only Song Qing. Even Qi Yubai and the other 10 were equally speechless. Before them stood a grand mountain range, crowned with towering stone swords carved from sheer cliffs, standing upright as if myriad celestial blades were embedded in the mountain, a truly breathtaking sight. Haha. This is our 10,000 Swords sect's protective grand array, known as the 10,000 Swords Exterminate Immortals Array. It consists of 1,080 stone swords, each inscribed with symbols. When activated, even an Essence Soul ancestor would find it challenging to breach. As Song Qing and the others marveled at the 10,000 Swords Exterminate Immortals Array, the elder at the Foundation establishment stage chuckled heartily and spoke with a tone of pride. This array is the foundation of our sect. When we established the sect, We became renowned for this very array, which is also how we derived our sect's name. While the elder explained the grand array to Song Qing and the others, they had already arrived at 10,000 Sword Mountain. The mountain spanned several thousand miles, housing the 10,000 Swords sect, with numerous smaller peaks where Foundation establishment practitioners had established their abodes. Those at the Qi refinement stage, like Song Qing, resided together on the main peak of 10,000 Sword Mountain. At present, it was premature to discuss accommodations, as the elder led Song Qing and the others toward the main peak. With the elder leading the way, they faced no obstacles. Even the 10,000 Swords Exterminate Immortals array opened a passage for them, which gradually closed once they had all passed through. Uncle Wu. Shortly after following the elder named Wu, a young man clad in azure and white approached, bowing respectfully to Elder Wu before standing with his hands clasped, awaiting instructions. Take them to the 10,000 Sword Palace to meet the sect master. Elder Wu nodded to the disciple, indicating Song Qing and the others. As they entered the 10,000 Swords Exterminate Immortals array, the disciples who were heading to Heong Town bid their farewells and hastily departed, seemingly burdened by pressing matters that required their attention. Uncle Wu, why is there an extra person? The young man pointed at Song Qing and the others, offering an awkward smile before hesitantly inquiring of Elder Wu. The one named Qi Yubai is an additional recruit of mine. You may proceed to the 10,000 Sword Palace. The sect master will make the final decision. Hearing this, Elder Wu appeared somewhat displeased, yet he understood that the young man was merely fulfilling his duties. He pointed at Qi Yubai and responded curtly. Meanwhile, Qi Yubai, noticing Elder Wu's gesture in his direction, instinctively shrank back, feeling a mix of trepidation and helplessness. The young man, upon hearing Elder Wu's reply, did not press further. He greeted Song Qing and the others, and then bowed to Elder Wu before leading the way. Seeing this, Song Qing and the others also bowed respectfully to Elder Wu before promptly following the young man. Chapter 59. Master Fengjin. Song Qing and the others followed the young man through a series of grand archways. After a brief half-hour, they finally arrived at the 10,000 Sword Palace. Is this the main hall of the 10,000 Sword sect? Gazing at the majestic palace in the distance, Song Qing couldn't help but marvel, and he was not alone. The other companions accompanying him shared the same astonished expression. Before Song Qing and others stood a series of white jade steps, extending far into the distance with as many as 12 tiers, each tier comprising another 12 steps. At first glance, it appeared to stretch into infinity. Above these steps, amidst the ethereal atmosphere, stood a grand edifice, the Hall of 10,000 Swords. That is the Hall of 10,000 Swords. Let us ascend, the man said, observing the astonishment on the faces of Song Qing and the others with a sense of pride. He paused deliberately at the base of the 144 stone steps before addressing the group, and then he began to lead them up the stairs. Awakened from their reverie by the man's call, Song Qing and his companions retracted their astonished gazes and followed him, their faces reflecting a semblance of reverence as they stepped forward towards the hall. Although they were cultivators with relatively modest skills, traversing the stone steps was effortless, and soon they arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Swords. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the place was far more than merely a magnificent hall. After ascending the 12 tiers of stone steps, they were greeted by a vast plaza, approximately 100 acres in size, constructed entirely of white jade. Surrounding the plaza were colossal swords, also fashioned from white jade, standing upright like the great swords of Wanjian Mountain, serving merely as ornamental features. This location was where significant events of their sect transpired, such as the disciples' trials. As Song Qing and his companions marveled at the plaza, the man's voice resounded once more, providing them with an overview of its significance. Now, let us proceed to pay our respects to the sect leader. We must not keep him waiting. After imparting this information, the man adjusted his unwrinkled attire and led the way towards the Hall of 10,000 Swords. Not daring to be careless, Song Qing and his companions tidied themselves and followed the man respectfully towards the hall. Disciples Huang Yuan and the new entrants pay their respects to the sect leader. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall, the man bowed and announced his name, revealing himself to be Huang Yuan. Enter, came a powerful voice from within the hall, and simultaneously, the previously closed doors began to open slowly. Huang Yuan responded respectfully, straightened his attire, gestured for Song Qing and the others to follow closely, and then stepped inside the hall. Feeling the weight of meeting an entity of Golden Core realm, Song Qing refrained from any levity, bowing deeply before entering the hall with utmost reverence. Inside, the decor was minimal, with 12 towering white jade pillars supporting the structure, and a singular lotus seat at the center. Upon this seat sat an elder, his hair and beard white as snow, yet his complexion youthful. akin to that of a 3-year-old child. This must be the sect leader, Song Qing mused, noting the presence of others in the hall. He noticed 3 individuals, a man and a woman in their 20s, who appeared to be reporting to the sect leader. They paused upon Huang Yuan's arrival. Disciples Huang Yuan pay their respects to the sect leader. After Huang Yuan acknowledged the leader, he stood to the side, awaiting further instructions. As he bowed, Song Qing and the others followed suit, standing respectfully beside him. Huang Yuan, why is there an extra person? Wasn't the arrangement for 10? The sect leader inquired, scrutinizing Song Qing and the others, his snow-white brows knitting together. Upon hearing this, Qi Yubai, a small figure among them, tensed up, reporting to the sect leader. The extra is this child, taken in by Uncle Wu, who said you would approve. Huang Yuan replied with a respectful gesture, indicating Qi Yubai. Is it you? Step forward. The sect leader beckoned, glancing at Qi Yubai. Yes, Qi Yubai replied, feeling a swell of nervousness. Despite his self-awareness of his capabilities, standing before a golden core entity was an entirely different experience. Nonetheless, he gathered his courage and stepped forward. Quite well, little one. What is your name? After Qi Yubai approached, the sect leader casually examined him and nodded, inquiring about his name. Disciple Qi Yubai, he stated, knowing he had captured the leader's attention. Suppressing his joy, he bowed once more, stating his name. Qi Yubai, a fine name. You may step back now. The sect leader repeated his name thoughtfully, nodding in approval and gesturing for Qi Yubai to withdraw. Yes, Qi Yubai replied respectfully and gradually retreated. From this day forth, you all are disciples of the Hall of 10,000 Swords. Henceforth, you must assist one another and uphold the profound tenets of our sword sect, understood? After Qi Yubai stepped back, the sect leader turned to the group, his voice resonating with authority. Yes, the disciples responded with exuberance, their hearts swelling with excitement at the prospect of becoming a part of the sect. Well, I am the 28th generation leader of the Hall of 10,000 Swords, also known as the current sect leader, Taoist Fengzhen. You may address me as sect leader Fengzhen or Taoist Fengzhen. Satisfied with their enthusiasm, the leader introduced himself. Yes, sect leader Fengzhen, they responded in unison. Huang Yuan, take them down, arrange their accommodations, distribute their disciple robes, rules, and essential items. Qi Yubai, remain behind. I have matters to discuss. Fengzhen nodded to Song Qing and then turned to Huang Yuan, giving him instructions before addressing Qi Yubai one last time. Yes, Huang Yuan acknowledged with a bow, then beckoned Song Qing and the others to follow him out. Shortly after, only Fengzhen and Qi Yubai remained in the hall, alongside the 2 men and 1 woman who had yet to depart. Chapter 60. The heart of the Avenger Song Qing and his companions followed Huang Yuan out of the Hall of 10,000 Swords, gradually departing the premises. Let me first familiarize you with our Hall of 10,000 Sword surroundings before guiding you to your living quarters, shall we? After exiting the hall, Huang Yuan smiled and proposed to the group, all according to brothers' arrangements. Naturally, we would not refuse the guidance of our senior brother. Hearing Huang Yuan's suggestion, they readily agreed, with Song Qing echoing their sentiments. Good, since all of you agree, follow me. Upon seeing that Song Qing and the others had agreed, Huang Yuan felt a surge of joy. With a grand gesture, he led Song Qing and the group onward while commencing an introduction to the Wanjian men. Our Wanjian men was founded by the illustrious master Wanjian and has been passed down through 28 generations for over 1,000 years, becoming one of the 5 great sections. This is attributed to the relentless efforts of our past leaders, which I shall not elaborate on further. When discussing his own sect, Huang Yuan's demeanor radiated with pride, revealing his deep sense of belonging to the Wanjian men. Song Qing observed the palpable cohesion within the sect, pondering how such unity could inspire even a junior disciple like Huang Yuan. So, Brother Huang, what tales do you have for us? Perhaps influenced by Huang Yuan's enthusiasm, the new disciples began to engage more actively, one of them playfully raising their voice, which elicited a chorus of laughter from the group. Ha ha, let us not dwell on the past, let us focus on the present. Huang Yuan, unbothered by the playful jests, laughed heartily a few times and began to share more about their sect as they walked. While we may not be the foremost among the 5 great sects, we are by no means insignificant. Our Wanjian men occupies the entirety of Wanjian Mountain and extends its influence over tens of thousands of miles beyond. However, as junior disciples, we are restricted from many areas. For instance, we may only roam the outer courtyard and its vicinity. Other regions, though not strictly forbidden, require a pass that is rather difficult to acquire. Brother Huang, you mentioned earlier about taking us to explore other areas. Where might that be? It won't be a forbidden zone, will it? Just as Huang Yuan paused to lament the difficulty of obtaining passes, another voice chimed in, sparking laughter once more. Silence. This matter is no joking matter. Such transgressions can lead to the loss of one's cultivation and expulsion from the sect. In severe cases, it could even result in execution. Huang Yuan's expression turned serious, and he admonished the group sternly. The laughter ceased, and the individual who had jested quickly apologized. Well, considering your ignorance and the absence of outsiders, I shall overlook it this time. However, refrain from such remarks in the future. Huang Yuan wished to ease the atmosphere. And as he noticed Song Qing and the others settling down, his expression softened. He waved his hand in a gesture of dismissal and continued to share information. This time with the group listening attentively, no longer engaging in frivolous banter. Under Huang Yuan's guidance, Song Qing explored nearly every area accessible to the outer disciples. However, Huang Yuan, needing to attend to his own training, eventually led them to acquire essential items required for new entrants. Finally, he brought the group of 10 to the disciples' quarters, where he provided a few instructions before hastily departing. Rather than being merely a dormitory, the disciples' quarters resembled a bustling town, accommodating over 1,000 individuals, illustrating its vastness. Song Qing was but one among many, akin to a grain of sand in the ocean. Soon, he parted ways with the other 9, returning to his room as the sun dipped below the horizon. I should take a look at what the Wanjian men has to offer. Once back in his room, Song Qing sat at a wooden stool beside a simple table, surveying the modest surroundings, a wooden bed, a quiet study, and the living area. He couldn't help but smile. Reaching for a brand new storage pouch at his waist, he realized that all items provided by the Wanjian men were contained within. With a flourish, Song Qing activated his powers to open the storage pouch and emptied its contents onto the table. He carelessly tossed the pouch aside and began sifting through the items. Although the items were numerous, they were easily distinguishable. 2 disciple robes in a blue-white hue with dust-repelling properties, a common spirit sword, 2 vials of elixirs, 1 green. The other yellow, containing the Bigadan and Yanyuan Dan respectively, 3 rolls of ordinary bamboo slips detailing the disciples' regulations, 2 blank jade slips for spiritual exploration, 1 containing the foundational qi absorption technique of the Wanjian men, and another detailing the basic sword control technique. Upon organizing these items, Song Qing felt an overwhelming sense of joy, particularly at the sight of the jade slip containing the sword control technique. Knowing that he had been somewhat lackadaisical in his training, often finding himself immersed in the practice of the L-Ingyi sword, he appreciated the rarity of receiving such knowledge at this stage. Eager to delve into the sword control technique, Song Qing hastily returned the robes and other items to the storage pouch, clutching the jade slip and retreating to the quiet study to begin his studies. As the sun sank behind the mountains, the moon quietly ascended, signaling the arrival of night. In one of the secluded chambers, a young man sat cross-legged, oblivious to the encroaching darkness. This individual was Song Qing, who had unknowingly slipped into a state of focused training, evidently having grasped some understanding of the sword control technique inscribed on the jade slip. Of course, he was not alone. The other 10 who had entered the Wanjian men alongside him were similarly absorbed in their studies of the newly acquired sword control technique, though some were not in the outer disciples' quarters. In a different part of the Wanjian men, Qi Yubai sat in meditation, surrounded by a more ornate environment compared to the simplicity of Song Qing's quarters. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, Qi Yubai's superior aptitude ensured that he would fare well in the future. After all, had it not been for his exceptional talent, he would not have been readmitted to the Wanjian men after his defeat, nor would he have been retained by Fengzhan as Song Qing's group prepared to depart from the Wanjian Hall. This reality fueled Song Qing's determination. He refused to be surpassed by someone he had once bested and was resolute in his quest for strength and vengeance, unwilling to be defeated so easily. Chapter 61. Street market transactions. After a night of rigorous training, Song Qing felt utterly exhausted, as if he hadn't slept in 3 days. Thus, the following day, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Last night, without any foundational techniques, he had devoted all his energy to mastering the sword control technique. Otherwise, even in his fatigue, he would not feel as drained. Considering that the technique merely involved swordplay and did not absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth for replenishment. When Song Qing awoke again, the sun had already set. After a quick refresh, he realized that having consumed the Bigadan, he did not feel hungry. With a creak, Song Qing opened his door. Inhaling the fresh air deeply as he stretched and gazed at the setting sun, a smile creeping onto his face. He had intended to explore the disciples' quarters, as he had just arrived and wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings. However, Huang Yuan had not mentioned anything about the quarters during their earlier tour. perhaps believing they would gradually acclimate to their new home. "Ah, you're awake." Just as Song Qing stood hesitantly by the door, a voice called out from nearby. He turned to see another new disciple, someone he had met after the selection in Heong Town. Originally, the Wanjin sect likely believed that all of them were newcomers and easy to get along with. Thus, they grouped Song Qing and the others together. The person who had just greeted Song Qing was one of the other 9. "Hee, I practiced the sword control technique a bit late yesterday, so I woke up late," he said. Seizing the opportunity to make acquaintances, Song Qing smiled at him and shyly replied, "Haha, same here. I was also practicing the sword control technique last night, which is why I just got up a short while ago. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhao Jingji." "What is your name, brother?" Zhao Jingji approached with a smile and, as if recalling something, his face lit up with realization. After introducing himself, he inquired about Song Qing's name. "I'm Song Qing. If senior brother Zhao is willing, you may call me Xiao Qing." Since Zhao Jingji was a few years older than Song Qing, the latter felt comfortable addressing him this way, hoping to foster a closer relationship, especially since he was new to Wanjian Mountain and unfamiliar with everything here. "All right then, I shall call you Xiao Qing," Zhao Jingji replied without hesitation. After all, he had initially greeted Song Qing with the intention of making a new friend, and now his wish was being fulfilled. "Xiao Qing, where are you headed now?" After a brief silence, Zhao Jingji asked. I'm not quite sure. I thought it was still early, so I came out to familiarize myself with the surroundings, but it seems I might have to wait until tomorrow." "There's probably not much to explore right now," Song Qing responded with a hint of helplessness. "Haha, who says there's nowhere fun to go? Xiao Qing, you just don't know. I just returned from outside and found a great place. Come, let me show you." Hearing Song Qing say there was nothing enjoyable at the moment, Zhao Jingji instantly perked up, chatting excitedly and gesturing for Song Qing to follow him. "Brother Zhao, that's really not necessary. You must be tired after just coming back. Just tell me where that place is, and I can go by myself." Knowing that Zhao Jingji had just returned, Song Qing felt hesitant to let him lead the way. However, he was eager to see the place, so he proposed a compromise. "Hee, it's no trouble. Since I've agreed to call you brother, how could I not take you to see it? Besides, I was just bored alone, which is why I came back. Now I want to go check it out again." Zhao Jingji waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no bother, and added that he was also keen to revisit the place, not just to accompany Song Qing. "All right then, I appreciate your willingness to guide me, brother." Seeing Zhao Jingji's insistence, Song Qing could not refuse and nodded with a smile. "Let us go. It's quite entertaining there. You can find similar places in Heong Town, but none of them can compare to this one." Zhao Jingji beckoned to Song Qing and led the way, chatting about the details of the place. "Hee, brother Zhao, what exactly is this place you're talking about? You haven't specified yet." Following Zhao Jingji toward the courtyard, Song Qing chuckled softly and asked, "Haha, look at my memory. How to describe it? Ah, got it. Xiao Qing, have you ever seen street vendors selling goods in Heong Town?" Zhao Jingji replied, patting his forehead in embarrassment before thinking for a moment about how to articulate his description. "Of course, that's right in the central square of Heong Town." "Isn't it?" Song Qing answered, knowing well the scene Zhao Jingji was referring to. He had even contemplated setting up a stall himself, but ultimately abandoned the idea due to time constraints. "Haha, good. That helps me explain. The place we are going is similar, but unlike the central square with its myriad of vendors and activities, this place is solely dedicated to trading. And the items there are far more rare and precious than what we see in Heong Town." Upon hearing that Song Qing had seen street vendors, Zhao Jingji eagerly elaborated, speaking at length. It was understandable for him to inquire, considering Song Qing appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old, an age where, aside from disciples from prominent cultivation families, few would have the strength to enter the 5 great sections. "Oh, so we're going there. That sounds like a wonderful place. Now I understand, it will be much more convenient for buying and selling." With the prospect of visiting a dedicated trading area, Song Qing's interest was piqued. He was aware that the Wanjian sect provided resources like nourishing pills for its disciples, yet to obtain better and more resources, one must rely on personal effort, such as completing tasks within the sect, hunting beasts, and rewards from disciple trials. Often, powerful artifacts were needed, and since there were no shops like those in Heong Town, selling and trading would be necessary. Knowing where he was headed, Song Qing quickened his pace, and before long, they arrived at the trading area. Chapter 62. Bargaining. By the time Song Qing and Zhao Jingji reached the street lined with stalls, the sun was already partially hidden. Perhaps to enhance visibility for those browsing the goods, red lanterns had been hung along the street where the stalls were set up. "Xiao Qing, this is it," Zhao Jingji exclaimed, pointing to the long street before them, his face displaying a hint of awe. He had not encountered such a scene on his previous visit, and it seemed this trip was indeed worthwhile. "Yes, Brother Zhao, let us go in and take a look, Song Qing said, his curiosity piqued by the stunning sights before him. All right, let us go explore, Zhao Zhengji replied, sensing Song Qing's enthusiasm and leading the way with a wave of his hand. Unlike the central square of Heong Town, this trading area occupied a long alley, with stalls lining both sides and a narrow passageway in the center. Since it was already late in the day, there were few people browsing, with only a handful scattered along the long street, making it relatively uncrowded for Song Qing and Zhao Zhengji to stroll. As they walked, Song Qing noted the similarities between the stalls here and those in Heong Town, with coarse cloths spread out on the ground displaying the items for sale. Vendors typically did not actively entice customers or explain the benefits of their goods unless asked. Hey, how much for this Earth Spirit Shield? A voice called out, prompting Song Qing to stop and observe. Zhao Zhengji paused beside him, watching as a young man in his 20s stood at a stall, pointing at a yellowish shield and questioning the vendor. Not much, just 57 spirit stones. Upon the arrival of potential customers, the vendor immediately brightened, his previously unremarkable eyes shimmering with vitality. He straightened his posture and quoted the price of the Earth Spirit Shield. 57 pieces? That's exorbitant. How about 40? The man appeared taken aback upon hearing the 57 spirit stones demanded for the shield. After a moment of contemplation, he voiced his proposed price. He chuckled, asserting that the Earth Spirit Shield was not merely forged from black iron, but also incorporated earth crystal stones, making the raw materials alone worth at least 40 spirit stones. Do not underestimate me, brother, he cautioned, recognizing the vendor as a novice blacksmith. Noticing Song Qing's surprise at the vendor's knowledge of the shield's materials, Zhao Jingji cleared his throat and explained, Oh, it's quite simple. I've heard some seniors mention that vendors here sell their own wares. For instance, those who buy spirit materials have hunted them themselves, and those purchasing pills have refined them. This person is likely a blacksmith apprentice or a blacksmith, which explains his familiarity with the Earth Spirit Shield's components. After Zhao Zhengji's elucidation, Song Qing nodded, his expression of astonishment fading. Meanwhile, the bargaining at the stall continued, but the man seemed momentarily speechless after the vendor's remarks. Let us meet halfway. How about 45 spirit stones? He finally suggested, his face slightly flushed, revealing his discomfort. 50 spirit stones, that is my final offer, the vendor replied, exhibiting some hesitation. After a brief silence, he looked up at the man, seemingly resolute, and declared his ultimate price. Very well, 50 it is. I will take it. With that, the vendor dismissed further negotiation, adopting an air of indifference. The man, realizing he had exhausted his bargaining options and genuinely needing the shield, resigned himself to the purchase. For those like Song Qing and Zhao Jingji, it merely provided amusement as they observed the transaction. After this exchange concluded, they continued their stroll, encountering several similar scenarios regarding spirit materials, pills, and magical artifacts. With nothing pressing to attend to, they paused to watch, gaining insight into the local market and honing their bargaining skills. The marketplace stretched on, and after multiple stops, the moon hung high in the sky by the time they reached the end. Haha, it's getting late. Let us head back, Zhao Jingji remarked, glancing at the rising moon. I apologize for keeping you out so late, Brother Zhao, Song Qing responded sheepishly, scratching his head. Not at all. Since you've called me brother, it's only natural for me to accompany you, especially since we reside in the same courtyard. Now that we've become acquainted, we can look out for each other in the future, right? Zhao Jingji's expression shifted at Song Qing's politeness, and he retorted with mild annoyance, insisting it was unnecessary. Right? I was being too formal. Haha, Brother Zhao, let us return, Song Qing replied, affirming his agreement and turning to head toward their residence. With Zhao Jingji following suit, navigating the familiar path, they soon returned to the courtyard they had left earlier. Within, another resident had already returned. Although the lights in his room were still on, the door remained firmly shut, showing no intent of opening for Song Qing and Zhao Jingji. Upon their return, the two separated to their respective rooms. Song Qing, take out the sword control technique we practiced last night. I'd like to see it. Tianlang's voice echoed from the Lang Xie sword as soon as Song Qing entered his chamber. You finally decided to come out. I thought Song Qing's excitement was cut short as Tianlang interrupted. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Resigned, Song Qing suppressed his words, pulled out a jade slip from his storage pouch, and summoned it into his hand as a flash of white light enveloped him. I'll take a look and give it back to you tomorrow. For now, focus on your breathing techniques tonight. The following day dawned exceptionally bright. Yet Song Qing felt unusually vexed. He had been jolted awake from a comfortable slumber by Tianlang's incessant calling. What madness is this, Tianlang? Can't one enjoy a peaceful sleep? Song Qing yawned and complained, momentarily forgetting Tianlang's previous instructions. I called you for a reason, otherwise I wouldn't bother waking a lazy pig like you. Tianlang replied disdainfully, as if bestowing a great honor upon Song Qing by merely addressing him. Come on. Why take it so seriously? I know you have something important to say. Just go ahead. I'll see if I can catch a nap afterward. Song Qing waved dismissively, a hint of playful annoyance in his tone. Here, look for yourself. This is the revised sword control technique. If you have questions, don't come asking me, Tianlang retorted, seemingly irked by Song Qing's attitude. A beam of white light emanated from Tianlang, materializing the jade slip on his Song Qing's bed. The revised sword control technique. Let me see, Song Qing said, picking up the slip and pressing it to his forehead to read its contents with his spiritual sense. What does transforming the sword into thought mean? Tianlang. After a brief reading, Song Qing encountered a perplexing term and called out to Tianlang, but there was no response. Tianlang. After waiting a while without a reply, Song Qing grew confused and called out again. Stop bothering me. I already told you not to ask. Figure it out on your own. This time, Tianlang's response was swift, but it was not the clarification Song Qing sought. Rather, it was a warning to refrain from disturbing him. How can I not bother you? You throw these questions my way and then ignore them. Hurry up and tell me. It's beneficial for both of us. Realizing he had upset Tianlang, Song Qing chided himself for being petty. Yet, it was impossible for him not to pester Tianlang. And just as Tianlang finished speaking, Song Qing bombarded him with persistent inquiries. Transforming the sword into thought signifies possessing no sword in hand, yet wielding one in spirit. Attacking others with a sword that does not exist. At last, Tianlang seemed unable to tolerate Song Qing's incessant inquiries any longer, and uttered, no sword in hand. Yet a sword in heart? What does that even mean? Tianlang, spare us the suspense and elucidate further, Song Qing urged. Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing first repeated them softly, then proceeded to inquire further, while also imparting a gentle reminder. In essence, it refers to sword energy. However, this is merely a superficial interpretation. To articulate it accurately, it signifies a realm of understanding. Upon reaching this level, even without a spiritual sword in hand, one becomes exceedingly sharp, unparalleled by others. This realm is something that can only be comprehended internally and cannot be conveyed through mere words. It necessitates a gradual personal experience. This time, Tianlang refrained from his earlier lengthy discourse with Song Qing. Yet when it came to defining the essence of having no sword in hand, yet a sword in heart, he found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that his explanation had perhaps been overly profound. Consider, what stage is Song Qing at this moment? He is merely a fledgling in the Qi refinement stage, just beginning his journey in sword cultivation. It is far too early for him to grasp the nuances of the sword's realm. When Tianlang remarked that this understanding could only be grasped intuitively, Song Qing seemed to gain some insight, softly murmuring to himself. Isn't it akin to those times when I engaged in fights without any weapons? If I found my rhythm, I could still prevail against anyone, even if they wielded a weapon. Perhaps this encapsulates the notion of having no sword in hand, yet a sword in heart. Song Qing couldn't help but recall his past altercations in the village, leading him to feel a wave of melancholy. Thus he withheld these thoughts from being spoken aloud. Xiao Qing, do not dwell on it. You will come to understand with time. Tianlang noticed the flicker of sorrow in Song Qing's eyes, mistakenly attributing it to his confusion regarding the realm, and thus offered words of comfort. Song Qing, feeling despondent, did not argue, merely nodding in acknowledgement. All right, Xiao Qing, please finish reading the revised sword technique I have prepared. If anything is unclear, do not hesitate to ask, for I am available at this moment. Seeing Song Qing acquiesce, Tianlang smiled, then muted his presence to avoid disturbing him. Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing collected himself, pushing aside his disheartened emotions, and once again pressed the jade slip to his forehead. A flicker of spiritual awareness surged from his mind, entering the jade slip through his brow. And instantly the sword technique materialized vividly in his mind. This time, unlike before, Song Qing devoured the entire technique in one go. After approximately 45 minutes, he emerged from his mental sea, and a barrage of questions surged forth, which he directed at Tianlang. Tianlang, undeterred, methodically addressed each inquiry. Thus, another 45 minutes passed, and Song Qing remained seated on his bed, thoroughly engrossed, showing no intention of rising. That will be all, Xiao Qing. Do you have any further questions? After answering all of Song Qing's queries, Tianlang finally asked. Currently, I have none. Thank you, Tianlang. Song Qing replied contentedly, stretching and expressing his gratitude. That is good to hear. I shall return to my cultivation now. You should rise as well. Realizing Song Qing had no further questions, Tianling casually remarked before vanishing, presumably returning to his own practice within the Lang Xie sword. While Song Qing had every intention of rising, he smirked slightly at the jade slip in his hand, then set it aside and donned his disciple robes. Shortly thereafter, Song Qing was fully dressed and refreshed, yet instead of leaving his room, he climbed back onto his bed, sitting cross-legged, hands forming a sword seal, resuming his cultivation. Indeed, now that Song Qing had received the newly revised sword technique from Tianlang, how could he possibly refrain from practicing? Meanwhile, as Song Qing immersed himself in the new sword technique, a new day began for the outer disciples of the Wanjian sect. Chapter 64. The extreme shadow sword shield on the main peak of Wanjian Mountain. An ordinary day unfolded. However, as the disciples of the Wanjian sect began their bustling activities, Song Qing remained seated cross-legged in his room, diligently practicing the new sword technique. Why hasn't that person emerged yet? Did he, like you last time, stay up too late practicing and fell asleep? Zhao Jingji, observing Song Qing's room for a moment, noted the lack of movement and began to grumble. He then glanced toward another room, wrinkling his nose, before folding his arms and departing. Shortly after Zhao Jingji left, the once-closed door finally creaked open, allowing a ray of sunlight to flood the room. In that light, a figure emerged, stepping slowly into view. Though his appearance was unremarkable, his complexion was pale. He was the one who had remained unseen until now. Perhaps due to the blinding sunlight, the individual instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes. Beneath his pallid hand, a pair of eyes, akin to venomous serpents, scanned the other two rooms, occasionally flickering with a cold glint of intensity and confusion. Forget it. The figure gazed at Song Qing and Zhao Zhengji's residences, seemingly on the verge of uttering something, but ultimately fell silent for reasons unknown. After a brief pause, he lingered at the doorway, one hand resting against it while the other shielded his eyes from the sun, as if relishing the morning's warmth. Before long, a hint of color returned to his cheeks, gradually intensifying. Realizing this change, he hurriedly retreated into his room, closing the door behind him, leaving no trace of his presence, as though he had never appeared at all. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, he remained absorbed in practicing the new sword technique, oblivious to the peculiar behavior of his two neighbors. The sword technique bestowed upon new disciples by the Wanjian sect is divided into three parts: upper, middle, and lower. Although Tianlang had made revisions, the structure remained unchanged. The first part of the sword technique primarily guides cultivators onto the path of swordsmanship. Thus, even after the amendments, it merely imparts some minor techniques for sword practitioners, such as how to effectively wield their sword-like artifacts. The second part delves into the core subject, focusing on teaching sword cultivators how to refine their sword energy. However, Song Qing had already perfected the Lang Xie sword energy, far surpassing what the sword technique described. Consequently, he merely glanced at it before bypassing that section entirely. What truly captured Song Qing's attention was the third part of the sword technique. This section not only expounded upon the principles of swordsmanship, but also finally introduced practical elements, including sword seals. A piece that neglects to mention how to wield a sword for attack hardly qualifies as a true sword technique, does it? In the third part of the sword control technique, it is essential to master the sword techniques, and the 10,000 sword sect is indeed quite affluent, displaying none of the stinginess of Tianlang. They generously imparted 3 sword techniques at once. However, Tianlang promptly dismissed 2 of them. The reason being that Song Qing had already cultivated the sword chi finger and sword chi slash, rendering the alternatives unnecessary and merely a waste of time. It turns out that the sword control technique records 3 sword techniques: extreme shadow thrust, extreme shadow moon, and extreme shadow sword shield, forming a comprehensive offensive and defensive set. Yet, the extreme shadow thrust parallels the sword chi finger, and the extreme shadow moon corresponds to the sword chi slash, leading to their outright exclusion by Tianlang. Initially, upon hearing that Tianlang would not teach him the extreme shadow thrust and extreme shadow moon, Song Qing felt indignant. However, he eventually came to understand that since he had already mastered the sword chi finger and sword chi slash, there was no need to be greedy. Thus, he dedicated himself to the cultivation of the sole remaining technique, the extreme shadow sword shield. The extreme shadow sword shield, like the other sword techniques, employs sword chi for attack. However, it also incorporates a degree of defensive capability, hence the addition of the term shield. This technique creates a sword chi barrier within a radius of 3 feet around the user instantaneously. Yet, it is not merely a simple barrier. While establishing it, a forceful surge is generated, causing the barrier to transform into countless fine sword chi that explodes outward. Even if the opponent is forewarned, evasion is unlikely. Although the power of these sword chi may not be overwhelming, they still inflict tangible harm, especially since Tianlang had modified the technique, thereby enhancing its efficacy beyond previous assessments. As Song Qing was refining this singular sword technique, he required minimal time, completing it in approximately 1 hour. Thanks to Tianlang's adjustments to the subtle techniques involving sword chi, otherwise, he might have mastered it much sooner. Haha, I have finally succeeded. Song Qing exclaimed with a smile as he released his grasp on the sword technique, stretching out on his bed and loosening his muscles. With a sudden leap from the bed, he clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with joy. Xiaoqing, here, this is your chi absorption technique. I reviewed it, and you can forego practicing it. The sword control technique I taught you can also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, serving as a complete substitute for the chi absorption technique. Just as Song Qing had jumped off the bed, Tianling's voice emerged from the Lang Xie sword. And at the same moment, a flash of white light appeared in Song Qing's left hand, revealing another jade slip. It turned out that while Song Qing was cultivating the extreme shadow sword shield, Tianlang, in a moment of inspiration, had taken the liberty to examine another jade slip of Song Qing, which he now returned, simultaneously dismissing the chi absorption technique. Very well. Hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement, recognizing Tianlang as someone with prior experience, possessing insights on certain matters that were beyond his own comprehension. Xiaoqing, you need not concern yourself with how many techniques you have mastered. Even if you only cultivate one, mastery can render you invincible, Tianlang reassured him, noticing the slight despondency on Song Qing's face. No, I do not care how many techniques I have mastered or about being invincible. I merely seek vengeance for my parents. Song Qing replied, shaking his head gently, his voice steady yet laced with a hint of solemnity, his fists clenched tightly, even causing the jade slip in his left hand to emit faint cracking sounds. Chapter 65, The Outer Sect Disciples Courtyard. Song Qing tightened his fists, the jade slip in his left hand creaking under pressure, his gaze drifting to the floor, lost in thought. Xiaoqing, vengeance does not have to be pursued hastily. Your strength is still lacking. With a solid foundation, you will eventually have your opportunity, Tianlang said, his expression darkening upon hearing Song Qing's mention of vengeance. Yet he quickly masked it with a reassuring smile. What do you mean by not to rush? There will always be opportunities? Tianlang, you do not comprehend my feelings at this moment. Although Tianlang offered words of comfort, they rang hollow to Song Qing, who, disregarding all else, shouted back at him. I understand your feelings. We are the same. Tianlang, surprisingly unfazed by Song Qing's outburst, fell silent for a time before gradually responding, his expression darkening. Hey, you understand? What could you possibly comprehend? You have never experienced what I have, Song Qing scoffed, clearly unconvinced by Tianlang's claim of understanding. Do you know who I am, Xiaoqing? Tianlang's voice from the Lang Xie sword carried a hint of nostalgia, his eyes glinting with a flicker of light, yet his right hand was tightly clenched. You? Aren't you the sword spirit? The spirit of the Lang Xie sword? Song Qing, in a moment of emotional upheaval, seized the opportunity to confront Tianlang directly, a cold smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Sword spirit? Indeed, but do you know anything about my past? Have you ever sought to understand? You know nothing about me, so do not make baseless assertions. Tianlang's demeanor darkened, but he did not react with anger. Instead, he spoke softly, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Song Qing found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he knew little about the entity residing within him. Despite having trusted Tianlang for a considerable time, he was torn between confusion and fear. Could you tell me about your past? After a long silence, Song Qing tentatively inquired again. It is merely old stories. There is no need, Tianlang replied curtly, his expression growing more somber, refusing to elaborate. As the master of the Lang Xie sword, I ought to know about its spirit, Song Qing persisted, undeterred by Tianlang's refusal, deliberately emphasizing the terms master and sword spirit to underscore his point. You only need to know that I, Tianlang, am the sword spirit of the Lang Xie sword. Nothing more is required, Tianlang retorted, a flicker of irritation crossing his features, despite his typically calm demeanor. Tianlang, if I recall correctly, you chose me, regardless of the circumstances. You saved me and led me onto the path of cultivation. For that, I must express my gratitude, Song Qing stated, glancing at the jade slip in his hand before placing it back into his storage bag, reflecting on the moment he had acquired the Lang Xie sword. There's no need. Tianlang replied dismissively, transforming into a beam of white light that exited Song Qing's body, gazing coldly at him. Tianlang, your concern is quite uncharacteristic of you. However, there is no need for such worry. None of us can afford to be reckless. I still have my parents' vengeance to fulfill and have no desire to meet my end. Thus, you need not fear that I would betray you, nor should you hastily seek my demise. I am not a child of 3. I comprehend that your initial choice of me was driven by a purpose. Speak your mind now, and if it aids in avenging my family, I shall embrace death without regret. Upon witnessing Tianlang emerge from within him, Song Qing was no exception. A cold smirk graced his lips, followed by a period of silence before he addressed Tianlang once more, fully aware that he had resigned himself to a fatal outcome. The task I require of you is beyond your current capabilities, hence I need not disclose it to you. Nevertheless, I assure you, this matter poses no threat to you. Rather, it may even lead to fortuitous outcomes. Furthermore, if I truly wish to end your life, I could do so without emerging from the Lang Xie sword. Tianlang snorted, casting a disdainful glance at Song Qing, then transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the Lang Xie sword within Song Qing's dantian, simultaneously conveying a message. For now, focus solely on your cultivation. Once you reach a certain level of mastery, I shall instruct you on what to do. Is that so? Song Qing thought to himself with a cold chuckle upon hearing Tianlang's words. He acknowledged this and made his way towards the door. With both hands, he pulled open the tightly shut door, allowing a stream of sunlight to flood in. Unfazed, he stepped into the light and exited the room. Were all the doors closed? He wondered if they were present within their chambers. Regardless, he decided to explore the outer disciple-esque courtyard. It dawned on him that he had never wandered through this courtyard before. The somber expression on Song Qing's face faded as he glanced towards Zhao Zhengji and the other room that remained tightly shut. A slight smirk tugged at his lips as he turned to close his own room's door, crossing his arms as he left the quadrangle. This outer disciple courtyard occupied the entire mountain peak, comprising quadrangles like the one where Song Qing and his companions resided. Each quadrangle contained only 3 rooms, accommodating 3 individuals. However, Song Qing and his 9 peers lived together, albeit in groups of 3 within separate quadrangles. As Song Qing strolled, he soon exited the area designated for new disciples and arrived at the quarters of the senior disciples of the Wanjian sect. It was at this moment that he became acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the others, primarily due to their longer tenure in the Wanjian sect. Their cultivation levels far surpassed his own. The lowest among them was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, while some had even reached the later stages of this realm. Yet, Song Qing merely glanced at them, unperturbed. He understood that he too would reach such heights. It was merely a matter of time. Subsequently, he proceeded in a specific direction, the very place Zhao Zhengji had taken him to the previous night. Due to the haste of last night, he had the opportunity to thoroughly observe the surroundings. Thus he sought to revisit the location today. Chapter 66. The trading street with hands clasped leisurely behind his back, Song Qing made his way to the site from the previous night. He navigated around a quadrangle, passing through several white-walled, black-tiled structures, until he found himself back in the familiar vicinity. Perhaps due to the daylight and the fact that it was still morning, the crowd was significantly larger than the previous evening. Song Qing joined the throng, squeezing into the bustling flow of people. Though the space was more congested, it was also more vibrant, with an abundance of stalls lining the streets. Unlike others who leisurely strolled through the corridors in search of items, Song Qing was there solely to familiarize himself with the pathways and gauge the market prices, preparing for his future stay. After all, he would be residing there for at least 3 years and needed to comprehend the local conditions. As Huang Yuan guided Song Qing and the other newcomers through the area, he gleaned information about the Wanjian sect, particularly the distinction between its inner and outer doors. The outer door, akin to a self-sufficient existence, received less support compared to the inner door, which benefited more from the sect's backing. For instance, as an outer disciple, Song Qing received only a few pills each month, some pill of abstinence, and a single nourishing yuan pill. However, should he ascend to the inner door, he would receive not only the monthly pill of abstinence, but also 10 bottles of nourishing yuan pills or 1 bottle of gathering yuan pills. Given the current scarcity of resources within the cultivation world, there existed 3 types of spiritual pills for Qi refinement practitioners, corresponding to the early, middle, and late stages. The Qi nourishing pill, the nourishing yuan pill, and the gathering yuan pill, with the latter being intended for late-stage practitioners. Yet, despite the allure of the inner door, entry came with a condition, a triannual disciple assessment. Only those who passed this assessment could transition from outer to inner disciples. Alternatively, A breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage would automatically grant one inner disciple status, an opportunity one could not refuse. Having absorbed this information, Song Qing approached the trading street with renewed diligence. Where he had previously traversed the area in less than half an hour, he now spent over 2 hours exploring the market, emerging with a multitude of reflections. He marveled at the extraordinary treasures he had encountered, truly a feast for the senses. Glancing back at the street he had just traversed, he then turned his gaze towards another direction, reluctant to return just yet. While navigating the trading street, he unexpectedly discovered that such streets were not limited to just this one. There were 3 others in existence. It turned out that due to the multitude of outer disciples, the disciple courtyard was divided into 4 trading streets, north, south, east, and west, to enhance accessibility for both vendors and buyers alike. With this newfound knowledge, Song Qing resolved to explore the other 3 trading streets, not only to gain insight into their specific circumstances, but also to better understand the entirety of the outer disciple courtyard, a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Now was the time to venture into the other trading streets. With his decision made, Song Qing wasted no time, striding purposefully towards the northern trading street. Residing in the eastern area of the disciple courtyard, he was closest to the eastern trading street. Following the main pathway through the courtyard, he would inevitably reach the northern trading street. Is that not Xiao Qing? What brings him to the north? Just as Song Qing departed, another figure emerged from the trading street, observing Song Qing's retreating silhouette. This individual was Zhao Jingji, a fellow resident of the same quadrangle. Zhao Jingji, intrigued yet puzzled by Song Qing's departure, chose not to call out to him. Instead, he watched as Song Qing gradually disappeared into the throng, shaking his head as he turned and headed back towards his own quadrangle. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, he continued his path towards the northern trading street, navigating through countless individuals and quadrangles. After nearly half an hour, he finally arrived at the northern trading street, where a completely different scene awaited him. As Song Qing wandered through the eastern trading street, he quickly discerned that it primarily offered various magical artifacts. While other items such as elixirs and spiritual materials were also present, their quantity paled in comparison to that of the artifacts. This sparked a curiosity within him, though he had no evidence to substantiate his thoughts. Thus, he refrained from drawing any hasty conclusions. Now, having arrived at the northern trading street, his suspicions were further solidified. If the eastern trading street boasted a plethora of magical artifacts, the northern trading street seemed to overflow with spiritual materials. At that moment, Song Qing yearned to swiftly explore the northern trading street, yet he restrained himself, regardless of whether his conjectures were accurate. A cursory glance would lead him to regret his hasty exploration later. It is worth noting that Song Qing had spent 2 months in the death forest of the Spirit Mist Mountain, primarily hunting the Azure Wolf demons, although he had also slain other mystical beasts. While he had already sold the pelts of the Azure Wolf demons in Heyong Town, his storage bag still contained numerous spiritual materials harvested from the beasts. For this reason, despite his eagerness, he meticulously examined the northern trading street. Indeed, his diligence bore fruit. He gained insight into the general pricing of spiritual materials from mystical beasts. Within the outer disciples' courtyard, all materials were priced according to the beast's ranks, corresponding to the 3 stages of the Qi refining realm: first, second, and third tiers. The first tier spiritual materials, due to their varying practical uses, were priced between 5 to 15 spirit stones. Similarly, second-tier materials ranged from 15 to 25 spirit stones, while third-tier materials were priced between 25 to 35 spirit stones. Elated by this newfound knowledge, Song Qing felt a surge of excitement and silently acknowledged his thoughts. He then resumed his leisurely stroll, heading towards the western trading street, where he calculated his path would eventually return him to his residence. Chapter 67. Setting up a stall. Today has truly been exhausting. A long sigh echoed from within a courtyard in the disciples' quarters of the Wanjian sect, as the fiery sun had given way to the luminous moon. The outer disciples were either engrossed in their cultivation or resting, rendering the courtyard exceptionally tranquil. Thus, the deep sigh stood out distinctly. However, Song Qing paid little heed to the sound. After releasing his breath, he sat up from his bed. Indeed, that noteworthy sigh was his own creation, and as the instigator, he was unconcerned. Despite traversing over 100 miles and enduring a long day, he felt it was worthwhile. Not only had he explored the entire outer disciples' quarters, but he had also familiarized himself with the 4 trading streets and pinpointed the best location to sell spiritual materials for mystical beasts. Now, it was time to organize and sell the surplus materials. Seated on his bed with a hint of joy on his face and a gleam of determination in his eyes, Song Qing devised a plan. With a newfound resolve, he contemplated sorting through the spiritual materials in his storage bag. However, just then, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to pause. He recalled Tian Lang mentioning that a cultivator could achieve better results in their practice when fatigued. Although he had never tried it before, he decided to give it a shot. Pondering over last night's events, he felt a flicker of regret. His impulsive emotional outburst had not been his true intention. From the moment he acquired the Lang Xie sword, he had been aware that Tian Lang was leveraging him. Yet, who could obtain benefits without being exploited? Apologizing to Tian Lang now, however, was beyond him. Before long, Song Qing settled into a meditative position on his bed, forming hand seals as he entered a state of cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, as he persevered through his fatigue, Tian Lang within the Lang Xie sword nodded slightly and resumed his own cultivation. After about an hour, Song Qing finally emerged from his meditative state, slowly withdrawing his energy. Upon opening his eyes, a flicker of joy crossed his features. Indeed, Tian Lang's assertion was correct. This method of cultivation yielded far better results than usual. Though not comparable to consuming a nourishing elixir, it was still remarkable. It seemed he should adopt this approach more frequently. With a long exhale, he savored the fruits of his recent practice, mentally resolving to continue this path. Little did he know, this method of cultivation was only suitable for lower-tier cultivators. Once a practitioner reached a certain level, it ceased to be effective. As their cultivation progressed, their physical form strengthened, making it increasingly difficult to reach a state of exhaustion. While this posed no issue for those with immense willpower, the subsequent condition was fatal: immunity. After prolonged practice in this manner, a cultivator would become immune to such states, rendering this method ineffective, much like how excessive consumption of the same elixir leads to immunity. Unaware of these intricacies, Song Qing reveled in his newfound practice. After concluding his cultivation, he jumped out of bed and approached his table. With a swift motion, he retrieved his storage bag and, channeling his energy, released a cascade of azure light. With a clatter, various spiritual materials spilled onto the table, covering its surface and even the floor around it, though none of these were medicinal herbs or ores. This oversight was understandable, as Song Qing had little knowledge of medicinal herbs. Even if he passed by them, he would mistake them for weeds. As for the ores, he recognized a few types, such as the 5 elements and the 3 wonders spirit stones, but he had yet to encounter them. After emptying the materials, Song Qing busied himself with pricing and categorizing them, ensuring he would have a smoother experience when setting up his stall the next day. Time flew, and soon the next day dawned bright and clear. Song Qing rose early, completing his morning rituals before stepping outside. On his way, he encountered Zhao Jingji and exchanged greetings, then proceeded directly to the northern trading street. This individual remained shrouded in mystery. Despite his extended presence, Song Qing had yet to see him. Nevertheless, he was eager to reach the northern trading street and secure a prime spot. Just as he approached the courtyard door of their shared residence, he paused, glancing at the still closed door, a flicker of curiosity arising within him. Yet, he quickly dismissed it, prioritizing his journey to the northern trading street. Within the northern trading street, a youth of around 16 or 17 years was setting up a stall, presenting a stark contrast to the older men, all over 20, who typically operated stalls. This discrepancy drew a crowd. Some sought bargains, while many were simply intrigued by the sight of such a young newcomer to the Wanjian sect. Dear seniors, if you would kindly make way, I still have business to attend to. As Song Qing observed the multitude gathered before his stall, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He then clasped his hands together and addressed the crowd with a measured tone. Dear junior brother, I too am a buyer. Do present the items you wish to procure, so that your senior sister might see if any catch her fancy. Just as Song Qing finished speaking, a woman standing at the forefront covered her mouth with a laugh. The female disciples of the Wanjian sect were few, making her presence quite conspicuous. Upon seeing the woman, Song Qing felt his cheeks flush, not out of affection but rather a fleeting moment that he quickly suppressed. He understood that he could not display any such emotions at this time, as it would invite scorn from others, thus jeopardizing the sale of his spiritual materials. The woman was quite attractive, and her words sparked a chorus of responses from the crowd, which soon became quite noisy, causing Song Qing to feel overwhelmed. Very well. If you wish to see, I shall show you. Song Qing interrupted the clamor and retrieved his storage bag from his waist, channeling his energy with a hand gesture. A beam of azure light spilled forth from the bag, spreading across a coarse cloth laid on the ground. Various spiritual materials were neatly arranged before the onlookers. As Song Qing displayed the spiritual materials, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding crowd. They marveled at his precise control over his magical energy. and were taken aback by the realization that such a young boy could hunt down so many magical beasts. Their initial condescension had vanished. Take a look. See if any of these spiritual materials meet your needs. If so, do not hesitate to speak up. The prices here are certainly fair. But beware. Should anyone dare to take advantage of my youth, I, Song Qing, am not to be trifled with. Song Qing surveyed the crowd, unfazed by their astonished expressions, and seized the moment to issue a warning. Hee, junior brother Song, you jest. We are all here to purchase what we need. How could we possibly make things difficult for you? But do tell, did you truly hunt all of these yourself? The female disciple responded lightly, unfazed by his warning, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed, all of these are my own handiwork. Is there a problem? Song Qing replied, his brow furrowing slightly at the undertone of disdain in her words. Truly impressive. Even I could not achieve such a feat, remarked one of the Wan Jin disciples, astonished that Song Qing had so confidently admitted his accomplishments. Although they were more skilled than him, they could not fathom undertaking the task of slaying so many magical beasts in one go. Junior brother Song, did you hear that? It is not that I look down on you, but your ability to hunt such a number of magical beasts is truly astonishing, almost unbelievable, the female disciple said, her bright eyes glimmering with intrigue as she faced him. Apologies for the misunderstanding, she continued with a playful smile, not surprised by the crowd's admiration. Hearing their praises, Song Qing smiled sheepishly and clasped his hands in acknowledgement, saying, no worries. I am but a newcomer to the Wan Jin sect this year, still unfamiliar with its ways. We are quite united here, unlike other sects rife with intrigue. The female disciple chuckled lightly, sharing the merits of the Wan Jin sect. Though she did not finish her thought, regardless of the camaraderie she spoke of, it was built upon a foundation of strength. For low-ranking disciples like them, notions of unity were hollow, and the upper echelons of the sect reveled in this dynamic, as it fostered the emergence of promising talents. If that is the case, then I must have misjudged. However, do not merely stand around. See if there is anything here that piques your interest. I assure you, the quality is exceptional and the price is reasonable. Upon hearing the female disciple's words, Song Qing seemed to take her advice to heart. He bowed slightly in apology, then began to call out to the crowd gathered at his stall. Good. Someone responded affirmatively, and soon the crowd began to peruse the items laid out on the stall. Before long, a few individuals expressed interest in certain magical beast materials, inquiring about their prices. Song Qing had predetermined his prices, and upon being asked, he calmly quoted them without hesitation. Having spent the day surveying the trading street, Song Qing was well aware of the prices of various items. However, he did not simply match others' prices. Instead, he offered slight discounts on nearly every item. Consequently, those interested were filled with delight. And bolstered by his earlier show of confidence, none dared to haggle. They left satisfied with their purchases. After this round of transactions, Song Qing managed to sell off a substantial portion of his materials. Remarkably, he sold out his entire stock before the sun dipped below the horizon, transforming him into a little fortune maker, especially after the earlier acquisition of spiritual stones from the wolf demon's pelt. Congratulations, junior brother Song, on your grand success. Just as Song Qing wrapped up his sales and prepared to pack up, a melodious voice rang out. He looked up to find the same female disciple approaching. Oh, it is you, senior sister. I apologize for any offense caused earlier, he said, scratching his head and smiling sheepishly as he reiterated his earlier apology. Not at all. Junior brother Song, there is no need for concern. Oh, by the way, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Lian Min, a disciple from the previous cohort of the Wan Jin sect, Lian Min said, tucking a stray hair behind her ear and looking at Song Qing with casual ease. She then seemed to recall something and straightened her expression, formally introducing herself. I am Song Qing, having just entered the Wan Jin sect this year. I look forward to your guidance, senior sister Lian, he replied, cupping his hands in respect. Although Lian Min was already aware of his identity, certain formalities could not be overlooked. No need for such formality. I am not much older than you. As for guidance, I dare not presume to offer it. However, I do have a matter I would like to ask for your assistance with if you are willing. Lian Min smiled, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy as she spoke. Oh, please, senior sister Lian, do share your request. If it is within my power, I shall certainly oblige without hesitation, Song Qing replied with determination, having already committed to his earlier words. It was too late to backtrack now. In fact, this matter is quite beneficial for you as well. I just need more participants, and thus thought of asking you. Have you heard of sect missions? Lian Min seemed to sense the regret etched on Song Qing's brow and smiled reassuringly. She then posed her question. Sect missions? I am indeed familiar with this matter. As disciples within our sect, apart from the regular cultivation resources distributed monthly by our school, we have two additional means to acquire resources such as spirit stones. The first is through personally hunting demonic beasts, collecting spiritual herbs, and concocting elixirs and magical artifacts. The second method involves undertaking tasks assigned by our sect to earn rewards. Upon hearing Lian Min inquire about sect tasks, Song Qing furrowed his brow in confusion, yet he subsequently explained the tasks in detail. Indeed, what I wish to request your assistance with pertains to a sect mission that I, along with several senior brothers, have undertaken. We are to hunt the azure demonic eagle located not far from our courtyard, but we currently lack one member. I wonder if Song Qing would be willing to join us. Chapter 69. Undertaking a mission to hunt the azure demonic eagle. What I wish to seek your help with is indeed related to a sect task that I have taken on with a few senior brothers, which involves hunting the azure demonic eagle near our courtyard. However, we are short one person, and I am uncertain if Song Qing would be interested in joining us. After listening to Song Qing elaborate on how to acquire cultivation resources within the Sword 10,000 sect, Lian Min nodded in agreement. She then expressed her request for his assistance, noticing a hint of hesitation in Song Qing, as if he had some concerns. Lian Min quickly reassured him. Fear not, Song brother. I invited you precisely because I witnessed your ability to hunt numerous demonic beasts alone. With you joining me and the others, we will have sufficient strength to complete this task. Haha, senior sister Lian has misunderstood. My concern is not about my capability to hunt the azure demonic eagle, but rather that as a recent entrant into the Sword 10,000 sect, it seems I am not permitted to accept such tasks. Upon hearing Lian Min's explanation, Song Qing did not feel anger, but rather chuckled heartily. He then voiced his concerns. So that is the matter at hand. You need not worry, Song brother. While the sect does prioritize the safety of newly admitted disciples and has implemented measures to restrict them from taking on such tasks, it has not prohibited them from participating in missions alongside senior disciples. Upon hearing Song Qing's worries, Lian Min stifled a laugh. She then clarified, though she seemed to forget that new disciples can undertake tasks, provided they do so with trusted companions, such as those from the same family or close friends. Very well. Senior sister Lian, when shall we embark on this mission? After a moment of contemplation, Song Qing finally nodded in agreement. After all, he was eager to undertake this task. Hunting the azure demonic eagle, a tier 3 demonic beast equivalent to the later stages of Qi refinement, was an opportunity he had yet to encounter. Wonderful. Now I need not worry about insufficient manpower. Let us set off 3 days hence. Here, take this information regarding the azure demonic eagle around our courtyard. It will be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with the situation beforehand. Seeing Song Qing finally agree, Lian Min smiled and handed him a bamboo scroll while speaking. Indeed. I shall review it. Where shall we convene 3 days from now? Song Qing accepted the scroll, raising it in his hand with a smile before adding. At the east gate of our courtyard, which is conveniently close to the azure demonic eagle's nest. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave now to inform the others. Lian Min sensed the farewell in Song Qing's words and did not linger, instead stating the meeting place for 3 days hence before finding an excuse to depart. Very well, I shall return to examine this scroll. Song Qing replied with a smile as he tucked the scroll into his storage bag. He then waved goodbye to Lian Min and turned towards his residence. Lian Min stood at the spot where Song Qing had set up his stall for quite some time, until he vanished into the crowd, prompting her to turn away. At this moment, the glimmer in her eyes suggested she was deep in thought. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, who was oblivious to Lian Min's musings, he had already returned to his room, closed the door, and sat on a wooden stool. With a single clap of his palm, he retrieved the bamboo scroll from his storage bag and began to examine it closely. To his surprise, he discovered that there were not just one, but 2 azure demonic eagles, both fully grown and equivalent to the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refinement. They resided less than 100 miles from the outer disciples' courtyard, which prompted the Sword 10,000 sect to issue this mission. Due to the unique nature of the eagle's lair being located in a narrow cave on a steep cliff, only 4 individuals could undertake this mission, neither more nor less. Consequently, few dared to accept this task within the outer disciples' courtyard, and it was Lian Min who ultimately stepped forward to take it on. After reviewing this information, Song Qing could not help but reassess Lian Min. Given that this was merely the outer disciples' courtyard, the cultivations of its inhabitants were relatively low, with very few reaching the later stages of Qi refinement. Even Lian Min, whose cultivation he could not discern, was likely only at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, as he had heard that the highest cultivation among the disciples here was limited to that level. Having pondered this, Song Qing felt a sense of admiration for Lian Min. To take on such a challenging task with her cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement was commendable indeed. After thoroughly reviewing the scroll, Song Qing gained a deeper understanding of the task to hunt the azure demonic eagles. Though excitement coursed through him, he also felt a newfound caution and a slight pressure. For these would be the most formidable demonic beasts he had yet to face. As a result, upon finishing the scroll, he promptly returned it to his storage bag and proceeded to lie down on his bed, seating himself cross-legged to commence his cultivation practice. Following the fallout with Tian Lang, he was aware that while the latter would not allow him to perish, it remained uncertain whether he would lend him any power. Thus, even though he understood that his last-minute efforts might yield little, he surmised that it was better to try than to do nothing at all. In the midst of Song Qing's fervent cultivation, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 3rd day, Song Qing arose early, quickly groomed himself, and then opened the door to leave the courtyard, heading towards the eastern gate of the outer disciples' courtyard as previously arranged. Upon arriving at the east gate, he found Lian Min and 2 others already waiting there. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, senior sister Lian," Song Qing said, hastening towards them and clasping his fists in apology. "Could it be? The Song Qing you mentioned is him?" As Lian Min remained silent, one of the female disciples beside her exclaimed in disbelief, looking at Song Qing with incredulity. She clearly found it hard to believe that her trusted senior sister would allow a mere 4th layer Qi refinement disciple to accompany them on a mission against the azure demonic eagle, a task that could easily cost them their lives if they were not careful. "Xiao Ting, cease your nonsense. I trust him," Lian Min replied, her expression shifting as she admonished the girl. Then, turning to Song Qing, she added with a smile, "Apologies for her lack of understanding." "No worries," Song Qing replied with a smile, nodding to convey that it was of no concern. He understood his own low cultivation level and could not fault others for it. He would prove himself in future encounters. That's the spirit. Let us not allow misunderstandings to mar our camaraderie. Allow me to introduce you. This is Jiang Ting, at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and this is Qiu Quan, also at the 6th layer. From now on, we shall form a team until we have hunted down both azure demonic eagles. Upon encountering Song Qing, Lian Min did not pay much attention and proceeded to introduce others, her gaze shifting towards the outside of the courtyard, her eyes inexplicably filled with determination. "Then, let us set off now." Chapter 70. Undercurrents. Song Qing followed Lian Min and the other 2 as they exited the eastern gate of the outer disciples' courtyard, embarking on a grand journey towards the nest of the 2 azure demon eagles. These 2 creatures were indeed peculiar. They had only appeared a few days ago in the 1,000-foot ravine, without any prior warning. It was unfortunate that they had chosen to settle so close to their location. Otherwise, their journey would have been much less troublesome. Jiang Ting continued to grumble, occasionally tearing off a twig from the roadside and waving it around aimlessly. However, before she could fully vent her frustrations, Lian Min interrupted her. "Xiao Ting, refrain from complaining and focus on the journey." Lian Min's tone was stern, and she continued onward, disregarding Jiang Ting's objections. Song Qing observed the unfolding dynamics, sensing an underlying complexity to the situation. "Senior sister Lian, why can't we speak freely? Is it not because of that fool? How else could we be in such a predicament?" Jiang Ting, thwarted by Lian Min's reprimand, let out a cold huff and voiced her discontent. Noticing Qiu Quan's intent to intervene, she waved him off dismissively. "Enough, shouting. It is true that the nest of the azure demon eagles is the closest to our courtyard, and thus it is our responsibility to eliminate them. I volunteered for this task, so please refrain from further complaints. Let us expedite our journey to resolve this matter and return to our cultivation." Lianmin paused, turning to Jiang Ting with a hint of exasperation, her expression tinged with an inexplicable resentment. "Fine, I shall remain silent, but this is entirely your burden to bear." "That person is truly despicable," Jiang Ting retorted, tossing the twig aside, her words still laced with a desire to vindicate Lian Min, though the identity of the individual she referenced remained unclear. "Senior sister Lian, I have no intention of prying into your affairs. I merely seek a deeper understanding of the task at hand. Might you enlighten me?" Song Qing, having absorbed the conversation between Lian Min and Jiang Ting, found himself puzzled. Although he recognized that it was not the appropriate moment for inquiries, he could not resist seeking clarification, especially since he was also involved in this mission and did not wish to be left in ignorance, vulnerable to potential schemes. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, as he posed his question, Qiu Quan's eyelids flickered momentarily before he regained his composure, his demeanor towards Song Qing noticeably less amicable than before. Since you have asked, how could I possibly conceal the truth? You must be aware that our Wanjian sect comprises more than just our outer disciples' courtyard, correct? Lian Min smiled slightly at Song Qing, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, within our Wanjian sect, due to the diverse array of outer disciples, it was decided to establish a separate courtyard in each of the 4 cardinal directions centered around the main hall. Thus, there are a total of 4 outer disciples' courtyards. I am curious how this task relates to them, Song Qing replied, demonstrating his understanding of the Wanjian sect structure. Correct, what you say is accurate. But perhaps you are unaware that the mission to hunt the Azure Demon Eagles was originally open to disciples from all 4 courtyards. However, due to certain complications, it has fallen upon us, the closest courtyard, to undertake it. Upon hearing Song Qing articulate the details of the outer disciples' courtyards accurately, Lian Min nodded slightly and proceeded to elaborate on the current assignment. Humph, it is merely a consequence of that person pursuing senior sister Lian and being spurned, leading to this act of retaliation. The number of proficient cultivators in our courtyard is already limited, and after that individual's intimidation, no one dared take on this task, leaving it to senior sister Lian. Jiang Ting, seemingly more emotionally invested than Lian Min, interjected immediately after Lian Min's explanation. Although she refrained from naming the instigator, it was evident that he possessed some influence within the Wanjian sect. Thus, Song Qing was taken aback by this revelation. He merely wished to hone his skills without attracting trouble, especially since he was only at the 4th level of Qi refinement, a relatively low level. It was prudent to maintain a low profile in the absence of strength. What? Are you afraid, Song Shidi? If so, you may return. We are still not far from our outer disciples' courtyard, and there is still time to reconsider. Qiu Quan, who had remained silent until now, noticed Song Qing's apprehension and scoffed, labeling him a coward. Following Qiu Quan's remark, both Lian Min and Jiang Ting halted, gazing intently at Song Qing. Regardless of their motivations, they wished for him to stay. However, if he chose to leave, they could not compel him, as even with their superior cultivation, they could not domineer others. Seeing Lian Min and the others pause and direct their attention towards him, Song Qing came to a standstill, his gaze lowering to the ground, where a flicker of determination sparkled in his eyes. After a lengthy contemplation, he lifted his head to meet Lian Min's gaze. At that moment, both Lian Min and Jiang Ting felt a sense of anticipation, while Qiu Quan smirked, seemingly having anticipated Song Qing's response. I apologize, senior sister Lian. I am merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. What assistance could I possibly provide? Moreover, I truly do not wish to provoke the individual you mentioned. Although you have not disclosed his identity, I am aware that he must hold considerable sway within the Wanjian sect. Song Qing spoke with a calm, yet somber demeanor, causing both Lian Min and Jiang Ting's hearts to sink, confirming their fears. Meanwhile, Qiu Quan's smile widened at Song Qing's words. However, since I have already committed to you, senior sister Lian, I shall not retract my promise. I will not abandon this endeavor midway. Just as Lian Min and the others believed Song Qing might withdraw, he paused momentarily, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes suddenly radiating resolve. Excellent. As long as you stand firm. Should that individual dare to pursue you in the future, I shall provide you with support. Hearing Song Qing's commitment, both Lian Min and Jiang Ting were elated, with Lian Min even directing a knowing glance towards Qiu Quan. Senior sister Lian, it is unnecessary. I can handle certain matters on my own. Following Lian Min's gaze towards Qiu Quan, Song Qing began to grasp the broader context. Jiang Ting and Lian Min were inseparable friends. While Qiu Quan appeared to be an agent of the person in question, for how could someone enamored with Lian Min allow her to come to harm? Chapter 71, 1000-Foot Ravine. After Song Qing assured that he would not withdraw from the mission, Lian Min and the others proceeded peacefully, continuing their journey towards the 1000-Foot Ravine. This time, for reasons unknown, Jiang Ting spoke far less. In a short while, the 4 arrived at the designated location, the nest of the Azure Demon Eagles, the 1000-Foot Ravine. The sound of rushing water filled Song Qing's ears, and soon his vision expanded dramatically. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a sizable lake not far away, with a magnificent waterfall cascading from the heavens, soaring 1,000 feet high, adorned with a rainbow, a breathtaking sight. This must be the 1000-Foot Gorge, he mused. Reluctant to tear his eyes away from the stunning scenery, he turned to inquire of Lian Min and the others. Indeed, junior brother Song, look over there. That is the nesting site of the 2 Azure Demon Eagles, Lian Min replied, lightly nodding her head while gesturing towards a specific direction with her delicate hand. Following the direction indicated by Lian Min's graceful arm, Song Qing noticed a cave obscured by the trees growing on the sheer cliffs. It would be easy to overlook if one were not attentive. Have you been here before? Qiu Quan, who was nearby, exclaimed in surprise. Unable to contain his curiosity as he directed his question towards Lian Min, keep your voice down. Do you want the Azure Demon Eagles to discover us? Before Lian Min could respond, Jiang Ting admonished Qiu Quan, who immediately realized his error and hastily muttered an apology, falling silent. Indeed. But do I need to announce my whereabouts to you? Or to that person? Lian Min retracted her arm, shooting Qiu Quan a disdainful glance as she spoke casually. For Song Qing was already aware of the general circumstances here and required no further concealment. No, it's just that your actions are perilous. Qiu Quan replied with an awkward smile, attempting to explain himself, but Lian Min interrupted him before he could finish. Whether I am in danger is none of your concern. Moreover, having accepted this task, we must familiarize ourselves with this area. As the one with the highest cultivation here, who else would take the lead if not I? With that, Lian Min disregarded Qiu Quan, turning her attention back to the 1,000-foot gorge. Given that it was daytime, it seemed the two Azure Demon Eagles were out hunting, leaving the area unusually quiet save for the sound of flowing water. They should not have returned yet. We will lie in wait here, and when night falls, we will launch our surprise attack. Additionally, according to my previous reconnaissance, one of the Azure Demon Eagles appears to be injured. When we attack, we will focus on that one first. Once it is slain, we will turn our full strength against the other, Lian Min stated, her clear eyes shimmering with resolve as she outlined her battle plan based on her earlier findings. Understood, Song Qing replied, casting a look of approval towards Lian Min, who he thought was indeed exceptional, certainly worthy of the admiration of the senior disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect. As he reflected, Jiang Ting and Qiu Quan also nodded in agreement, although Qiu Quan's gaze towards Song Qing was increasingly hostile. Very well, let us rest here and regain our strength. Then we shall act once darkness falls. Lian Min smiled upon receiving their consensus and motioned for Jiang Ting. The two women swiftly leapt away, vanishing among the trees, mindful of the inconveniences their presence might cause. Heh, you must be Song Qing, Qiu Quan remarked with a smile that lacked sincerity shortly after Lian Min and Jiang Ting departed. Indeed, Song Qing replied coolly, sensing the malice behind Qiu Quan's words, and turned his attention back to the 1,000-foot gorge, feigning disinterest. I will remember you. Be cautious when we return to the courtyard. Lian Min cannot always protect you. While our sect forbids loss of life, let me assure you, making you unable to rise again is within our capabilities. Qiu Quan's eyes flickered as he spoke, a cold smile creeping onto his face before he too turned to gaze at the gorge, dismissing Song Qing entirely. Is that so? I shall await your move. Song Qing responded, a slight smirk playing on his lips, before directing his focus once more to the gorge, anticipating the onset of night. As Song Qing and Qiu Quan watched the gorge, the sun in the sky grew increasingly crimson, descending slowly towards the horizon. Under this blood-red hue, the 1,000-foot gorge lost its vibrancy, appearing as if stained with blood. Suddenly, sharp calls echoed from the distant sky, causing Song Qing and the others to tense up, their bodies rigid as they fixated on the heavens. Moments later, two dark shapes appeared, drawing nearer. They're back, Song Qing thought to himself, glancing at Qiu Quan. Since the latter had been assigned to protect Lian Min, his strength must be formidable. Though Song Qing was unaware of Qiu Quan's true capabilities, he was certain that he was at least a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. They've returned. Everyone be alert and ready to strike. Remember, our priority is to eliminate the injured one. Just as Song Qing contemplated Qiu Quan's strength, Lian Min's voice reached his ears, employing her communication technique. Heh, junior brother Song, do put in some effort, Qiu Quan remarked, noticing Song Qing's gaze, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Likewise, Song Qing replied coldly, before once again focusing on the Azure Demon Eagles in the sky, his eyes glinting with intensity. At that moment, the two dark shapes in the sky grew larger, revealing their true form, each of vibrant blue, resembling ordinary eagles but 3 times their size. Ah, so this is the Azure Demon Eagle, a creature equivalent to a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. I have finally laid eyes upon them. Song Qing marveled quietly at the sight, his palms instinctively clenching and unclenching, not out of fear, but from excitement. What is this? Are you afraid now? But even if you regret it, it's too late. Observing Song Qing's fidgeting hands, Qiu Quan assumed he was frightened, sneering derisively before focusing intently on the Azure Demon Eagles, his eyes betraying a sense of caution. Chapter 72. Ambush on the Azure Demon Eagles. Unaware of Qiu Quan's thoughts and indifferent to his words, Song Qing remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on the Azure Demon Eagles, unwilling to let down his guard for even a moment. The cries of the Azure Demon Eagles echoed through the air like a signal. They circled above the 1,000-foot gorge, seemingly assessing whether there were any threats present. Witnessing their cautious behavior, Song Qing felt a weight of anxiety settle in his heart, prompting him to conceal himself even more carefully. At this moment, even Xiao Quan ceased paying attention to Song Qing, fully engrossed in remaining hidden. Once more, the sound of bird calls rang out, and after a brief period of circling, the two azure demon eagles descended into their nest. Get in, get in. As Song Qing watched this unfold, he felt a surge of tension, his hands clenched into fists, silently urging the eagles. Sure enough, the two azure demon eagles flapped their wings a few times before finally entering their lair. At this moment, the sound of Lian Min echoed in Song Qing's ears once more, and he beheld two graceful figures darting forth from the dense forest, already making their way towards the nest of the Qing Yao eagle. Let us go. Noticing Lian Min and her companion had taken action, Xiao Quan did not dare to delay and immediately followed suit, calling out to Song Qing. With a nonchalant grin, Song Qing paid little heed to Xiao Quan, merely chuckling as he also sprang into motion. He swiftly tapped his storage bag with one hand, and in a graceful motion, a fire spirit sword emerged. As he drew the sword, he glanced up and saw that Lian Min and the others had already readied their magical artifacts. Lian Min wielded the fire spirit sword. Jiang Ting brandished a green whip, and Xiao Quan retrieved a golden spirit knife. Once they had all drawn their respective artifacts, they lined up before the Qing Yao eagle's nest. The two Qing Yao eagles, sensing the impending danger, squawked urgently before flapping their wings, attempting to flee their lair. Though they were the rulers of the skies, they were evidently at a disadvantage here. Do not let them escape. We have only this one chance. Realizing the danger of their flight, Lian Min urgently shouted to Song Qing and the others. Blade of Sword Qi. Song Qing understood Lian Min's command perfectly. Upon seeing the Qing Yao eagles trying to break free, he wasted no time, gripping the fire spirit sword with both hands and executing a horizontal slash. A crescent beam of blue light shot forth, aimed directly at the fleeing eagles. To his astonishment, the two Qing Yao eagles displayed no signs of fear. They were formidable beings, unperturbed by a mere sword Qi strike from someone at the 4th level of Qi refinement. One of the eagles merely flapped its wings, effortlessly dispelling Song Qing's attack. Everyone, pay attention. The other Qing Yao eagle is injured. Let us focus our attacks on it. In a fleeting moment, Lian Min identified the wounded eagle and declared to her companions, charging towards the one that had not countered the sword Qi strike. Almost simultaneously, Jiang Ting also rushed towards the injured eagle, leaving only Song Qing and Xiao Quan to contend with the unharmed one. You hold it here. I will assist Lian Min and Jiang Ting, Xiao Quan declared, and after observing that the two women were struggling to defeat the wounded eagle, he swiftly leaped towards them. Damn it, how is this possible? That beast is akin to a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner. Song Qing cursed silently as he watched Xiao Quan act without his consent. Although he understood that Xiao Quan was deliberately toying with him, he had no choice but to grip his fire spirit sword tightly and approach the Qing Yao eagle with caution. Xiao Quan, what are you doing here? Song Shidi cannot face the Qing Yao eagle alone. Lian Min exclaimed angrily upon seeing Xiao Quan's arrival. It's no trouble. Just a little longer, and we will slay this Qing Yao eagle. Then we can help him. Xiao Quan replied with a carefree grin, seemingly unfazed by her reprimand. This could lead to disaster. Jiang Ting chimed in, her anxiety palpable. Yet, unlike Lian Min, she refrained from scolding Xiao Quan, opting instead for a more measured tone. Though she held no particular fondness for Song Qing, she did not wish for his demise, as they were fellow disciples, and if he were to perish, they too would face repercussions. Fear not, I will manage. After all, I do not wish to be implicated, Xiao Quan replied, momentarily subdued by Jiang Ting's concerns. While Xiao Quan devised a plan, Song Qing found himself in a precarious situation. The Qing Yao eagle, a formidable opponent on par with a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, was far beyond his capabilities as a mere 4th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Even merely preventing its escape proved to be an arduous task. With his left hand, Song Qing unleashed a barrage of sword Qi strikes, each unleashing a cloud of dust, yet he could not halt the eagle's advance toward the exit. Curse it! One more strike. Blade of Sword Qi. Having hesitated to use his most potent attack earlier due to uncertainty about Tian Lang's support, he resolved to unleash the sword Qi strike now, knowing he must act swiftly to prevent the eagle's escape. Boom! Within the confines of the nest, his sword Qi struck the Qing Yao eagle without obstruction, producing a thunderous sound that even left Song Qing and the others momentarily dazed. The moment his sword Qi struck, amidst the swirling smoke, the Qing Yao eagle screeched and charged at Song Qing like a battle rooster. Extreme Shadow Sword Shield. Realizing the eagle was undeterred by his previous attack, Song Qing was taken aback. Without further thought, he activated his newly learned technique. A remarkable scene unfolded as a barrier of blue sword Qi enveloped him. The Qing Yao eagle approached, head raised to peck at him, but as it did, the sword Qi shield surged forward, colliding with its menacing beak. Boom! The fierce beak of the eagle struck with tremendous force, and at that moment, the sword shield around Song Qing burst forth, resulting in a resounding clash. Though the eagle's attack was formidable, even as Song Qing activated the extreme shadow sword shield, he was pushed back several steps, yet the eagle's assault was momentarily halted. Blade of sword Qi, Song Qing shouted once more, gripping the fire spirit sword tightly and lunging at the Qing Yao eagle. Despite being momentarily staggered and with his magical energy nearly depleted, he recognized that this was not the time for complacency. As he regained his footing, he leaped forward, attacking the eagle again. Point of sword Qi, another azure ray shot forth. Understanding that a single sword Qi strike would not suffice to deter the eagle, he employed his sword Qi to create distractions while simultaneously advancing. Boom! Just as Song Qing had predicted, the Qing Yao eagle merely flapped its wings a few times, effortlessly dispelling the sword Qi strike and scattering the distractions. Kill! With a roar, Song Qing charged forward, wielding the fire spirit sword without regard for technique, attacking the Qing Yao eagle with reckless abandon. Each seemingly random strike grew increasingly powerful, overwhelming the eagle with a relentless barrage. In that moment, Song Qing suddenly grasped something profound, his heart whispering revelations. Yet he remained relentless, continuing his assault. With each slash, stab, and chop, he inched closer to understanding that elusive sensation. As if just one final step remained to fully comprehend it. The shackles. The azure monster eagle issued a ferocious cry, for it was a third-tier beast and had never before been treated with such disdain by a mere human, equivalent to a second-tier creature. Consequently, after its initial call, it grew even more violent, spreading its massive wings wide and abandoning its previous cautious defense. It lunged at Song Qing with pecks and talons, attacking fiercely. In an instant, Song Qing engaged in a fierce exchange with the azure monster eagle, having imbued himself with the lightness technique, which granted him exceptional speed. Not only did he evade the eagle's assaults, but he also managed to strike the creature a couple of times. However, as a being equivalent to one in the late stages of Qi refinement, the eagle was not so easily subdued by Song Qing. Despite landing a few blows, the creature's formidable defenses rendered them ineffective, and the sheer force of its counterattacks left Song Qing's hands numb. Cursed be the situation, he thought, as he realized that the azure monster eagle had abandoned its defense, and he still could not harm it. Yet, he pressed on, for the eagle relentlessly assailed him. Should he falter even slightly, he could be torn to shreds in the blink of an eye. Thus, he continued to employ the lightness technique while engaging the azure monster eagle, his seemingly erratic attacks gradually becoming more refined through the crucible of battle. Although he remained unaware of this transformation, acting purely on instinct. Meanwhile, his comrades, including Lian Min, began to assault another azure monster eagle. Even Xiao Quan was notably more serious, for they understood that any lapse in concentration could cost them dearly, not only the life of Song Qing, but also the success of their mission. Despite their differing positions, they united in their efforts against the common foe. Yet, the azure monster eagle was no easy adversary. Though it bore wounds, its ferocity remained undiminished. Realizing it was in dire straits due to the combined attacks from Lian Min and the others, it ceased its retreat, charging recklessly towards them, causing the trio to scramble in disarray. In the confined space of the azure monster eagle's lair, two battle circles emerged around the two beasts. However, Song Qing faced a far more perilous situation, contending with a fully intact azure monster eagle. Although his mission was merely to delay the creature, it proved a formidable challenge for one at the 4th level of Qi refinement. At that moment, Song Qing felt his arms, wielding the fire spirit sword, growing increasingly numb. Yet, this was not the gravest concern. More pressing was the fact that his magical energy was nearly depleted, and Tian Lang showed no signs of replenishing it. A wave of despair washed over him as he contemplated his fate. Would he truly perish here? As he engaged the azure monster eagle, his thoughts drifted, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, disaster struck. The eagle, sensing his lapse, unleashed its massive wings, sending Song Qing flying through the air. What just happened? He rolled along the ground, finally halting at the entrance of the lair. However, as he attempted to rise, he was shocked to find his body utterly numb, seemingly unable to move. Caw! After casting Song Qing aside, the azure monster eagle did not pursue immediately, but instead flapped its wings, letting out a triumphant cry, seemingly mocking the audacious human before it. Then, with a powerful flap, It awkwardly took flight within the narrow confines of the cave. Swoosh. Once airborne, the azure monster eagle wasted no time, diving towards Song Qing with deadly intent. Be careful, Lianmin shouted, disregarding the eagle before him as he rushed to aid Song Qing. Xiao Quan followed suit, but their speed could not match that of the monster eagle. They were already too late. Am I truly going to die? Song Qing gazed at the rapidly approaching beak of the azure monster eagle, his heart sinking into a void of despair. His numb hand grasped the fire spirit sword, his eyes reflecting a flicker of defiance. No, I cannot die. I must survive. I have yet to avenge my parents. How could I succumb so easily? A voice within him cried out, awakening him. His grip on the sword tightened as determination ignited in his eyes. Boom. At that moment, a sudden surge resonated within his spiritual sea, and a new light flickered in his gaze, the previously vague feelings becoming strikingly clear. A slight smile crept upon his lips, after months of striving. He had finally attained enlightenment. Chapter 74. The seventh wave of thousand tides. Though Song Qing sat limply at the cave's entrance, his spirit soared to the edge of an endless ocean, where towering waves crashed violently, thundering against the rocky shore. He watched as the stones crumbled like decayed wood under the relentless onslaught of the waves. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he focused intently on the towering waves. A spark of inspiration coursing through him. Returning to reality, he saw the azure monster eagle drawing nearer. A smirk creased his lips. Channeling the last remnants of his magical energy, he surged forward, no longer retreating but charging at the beast. If I must perish, I will at least take you down with me. With this resolve, he lunged at the azure monster eagle, this time wielding his sword with one hand. Moreover, he felt his magical energy replenishing rapidly, filling him with renewed vigor, and his momentum surged. Thousand tides, seventh wave. In a moment of clarity, Song Qing perceived the eagle's vulnerabilities, 7 in total. Without questioning how he came to this realization, he shouted and thrust the fire spirit sword at the 7 points of weakness. His first strike held back, exerting only 70% of his strength, while the second increased to 80% and the third to 90%. By the final blow, he unleashed a full 13-fold power, a feat beyond ordinary capability, augmented by the sword's aura and his magical energy, striking fearsome terror. Caw! The azure monster eagle could no longer withstand the onslaught and let out a pained shriek, blood oozing from its wounds and azure feathers littering the ground in a dismal display. Just as Song Qing wounded the creature, a distant call reached his ears. It was Lianmin, who, seeing that Song Qing was relatively unharmed, returned to assist Jiang Ting, for another desperate azure monster eagle still loomed. Cursed be the situation. While Lianmin sighed in relief, Xiao Quan couldn't help but exclaim in frustration before also retreating. Hurry up and finish it. I have only one more strike left. Disregarding the jeers directed at Xiao Quan, Song Qing merely called out to Lianmin. Although his magical energy had fully recovered, and he had even conjured the 7th wave of the 1,000-fold wave, he chose to remain cautious, as this approach could yield no benefits for him, yet could certainly avoid adverse consequences. All right, junior brother Song, hold on for a little longer. In another battlefield, Lianmin lightly nodded her head and addressed Song Qing, before unleashing her magical energy to its fullest extent. Witnessing this, Xiao Quan felt a jolt of surprise. He recognized the scene before him. While the concept of burning magical energy lacks a precise definition, it is widely acknowledged that when a practitioner exceeds a certain limit in their magical exertion, leading to excessive consumption, it is termed as burning magical energy. Xiao Quan, I suspect your strength surpasses what you have demonstrated thus far. I shall proceed as I am. You should unleash your full power as well. Lianmin smirked at Xiao Quan, dismissing his astonishment with a cold laugh. Very well. Since junior sister Lian has chosen this course, I shall not hold back. After pondering Lianmin's words for a moment, Xiao Quan raised his head and addressed her, at which point his aura surged dramatically until it reached a certain threshold and then halted. You have indeed reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. Lianmin exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing the true extent of Xiao Quan's cultivation. She had anticipated that Xiao Quan's abilities might rival her own, yet she had not expected him to attain such a level. Humph, if it weren't for my urgent need for a foundation establishment pill, do you think I would heed the commands of that spoiled brat? Xiao Quan huffed in dissatisfaction upon hearing Lianmin's exclamation, secretly resenting the circumstances. I apologize for the earlier incident. After understanding Xiao Quan's predicament, Lianmin hesitated for a moment before expressing her regret. You are not at fault, nor am I. The blame lies with this wretched world. Xiao Quan retorted dismissively, then urged, enough talk, let us swiftly eliminate this azure demon eagle. Otherwise, if that lad is truly killed, it will spell great trouble for us. Qiu Quan harbored no belief that Lian Min had erred previously, merely cursing under his breath as he darted toward the injured Azure Demon Eagle. The Azure Demon Eagle, already wounded and having risked its life in previous attacks, was now on the verge of succumbing, as Lian Min and the others joined forces to defeat the injured creature. Song Qing found himself once again embroiled in battle with another Azure Demon Eagle, this time with his magical energy fully replenished and having comprehended a new combat technique. His fighting prowess far surpassed his earlier capabilities. Yet, the Azure Demon Eagle was no mere foe to be trifled with. After initially being caught off guard by Song Qing's seventh wave, it quickly regained the upper hand, pressing him steadily toward the entrance of its lair. Had it not been for Song Qing's earlier counterattack, he might have already allowed the creature to escape. Thousandfold wave, seventh wave. At a crucial moment, Song Qing shouted once more, charging forward against the Azure Demon Eagle. This time, he observed 7 openings on its body. Just as he was about to strike, the Azure Demon Eagle suddenly shook its body, and Song Qing only managed to land 3 hits, 2 of which were within the first 3 strikes, rendering his attacks rather ineffective. Damn it, this creature dodged again. Has it developed intelligence? Frustration welled within Song Qing as he cursed silently, realizing this was not the first time. Nonetheless, he had at least managed to push the Azure Demon Eagle back a bit, though this was not the outcome he truly desired. Meanwhile, as Song Qing and the Azure Demon Eagle engaged in a war of attrition at the cave's entrance, Lian Min and her companions had finally reached a conclusion. Given that each of them was either burning their magical energy or unleashing their full power at the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage, it was difficult for the battle to drag on. With a swift motion, Jiang Ting ensnared the Azure Demon Eagle's talons with her Azure Whip. Lian Min pierced its heart with her sword, and Qiu Quan delivered a decisive blow to its head, swiftly dismembering the creature. Aware that Song Qing could not hold out much longer, they wasted no time in hastening toward him. Finally arrived, upon seeing Lian Min and the others approach, Song Qing's face brightened, and he called out to them, "Junior brother Song, you must be nearly exhausted. Step aside to recover. We shall handle this." As Lian Min and her companions joined the fray, they encircled the Azure Demon Eagle. Noticing Song Qing's pale complexion, Lian Min smiled and reassured him. "Very well." Acknowledging Lian Min's words, Song Qing nodded and promptly exited the battle circle, seeking a clean spot to sit cross-legged. Placing the fire spirit sword beside him while gripping a piece of wood spirit stone to meditate and recover. The rich spiritual energy of the stone aided in replenishing his magical energy, which was why he chose to do so now. During the tense battle with the Azure Demon Eagle, he had lacked the opportunity. Moreover, due to his habitual dual wielding of swords, he found it difficult to spare a hand for the spirit stone, especially since Tian Lang had previously supplemented his magical energy during moments of exhaustion. As for the Azure Demon Eagle, it paid no heed to Song Qing's retreat. Under the joint assault of Lian Min and the others, it found itself at a disadvantage. Jie, however, upon witnessing the demise of another Azure Demon Eagle, the remaining one let out a mournful cry. No longer attempting to flee the cave, it became frenzied, launching a desperate attack against Lian Min and her companions, exhibiting extreme ferocity that rendered them unable to suppress it. "Do not hold back. Burn your magical energy." Recognizing the dire situation, Lian Min furrowed her brows and instructed Qiu Quan and Jiang Ting. At this moment, she was the only one actively burning her magical energy, while the others were still attacking the Azure Demon Eagle at their normal capacity. Understood. Without hesitation, Jiang Ting nodded in agreement. And soon she was enveloped in Azure spiritual energy as she began to burn her magical energy. Burning magical energy accelerates its consumption. Should they fail to slay the Azure Demon Eagle before their energy runs out, they would be in grave peril. Yet, there was a sense of reassurance in numbers. Unlike Jiang Ting's immediate agreement, Qiu Quan hesitated. He was not one to act recklessly, but seeing Jiang Ting's determination, he hesitated before finally responding, "Do as you wish." Lian Min shot an annoyed glance at Qiu Quan, ready to voice her thoughts, but she seemed to reconsider, silencing herself with a huff. As Jiang Ting had already ignited her magical energy, the Azure Demon Eagle no longer fought with the same ferocity as before. However, Lian Min and her companions still did not gain the upper hand, as the crazed creature continued its relentless assault, proving difficult to subdue. Meanwhile, Song Qing remained unconcerned by the unfolding events, seated nearby, focused on meditating with the wood spirit stone in hand. "Shao Qing, swiftly immerse yourself in the battle. Assistance is on its way, and the tension has eased compared to before. This is a rare opportunity for you to reflect on the sevenfold waves. Do not let it slip away." However, as Song Qing focused intently on his cultivation, An unexpected voice disrupted his restoration of magical power, conveying the message that such an opportunity was indeed rare and should not be missed. Tianlang. Upon hearing this voice, Song Qing was momentarily incredulous, whispering a question, but soon recollected the sudden resurgence of his power, realizing that Tianlang was not abandoning him, but rather seeking to strengthen him through this situation, allowing him to grasp the essence of the thousand-fold waves. This sensation had not manifested since their encounter in the deathly forest, much less such a profound insight. Understanding the situation, Song Qing's heart swelled with joy, and he promptly acknowledged the call, rising to rejoin the fray with renewed vigor. Junior brother Song, have you fully recovered? If not, prioritize restoring your magical energy. We can manage here. Lian Min expressed her concern upon seeing Song Qing arrive. Despite not probing into his condition with her spiritual sense, as she was certain he had not fully recuperated given the haste of the situation. However, her complexion had also paled significantly, a sign of her waning magical energy. No worries, although I have only partially restored my power. It suffices to deal with the blue demon eagle. We can replenish my energy after its defeat, Song Qing replied, feeling warmed by Lian Min's concern. Even though Tianlang had indeed restored his magical energy, he chose not to disclose this, knowing the brevity of time would render others skeptical and invite suspicion. Just don't hold us back. In contrast to Lian Min's supportive words, Qiu Quan coolly remarked, clearly underestimating Song Qing's arrival as beneficial, having forgotten that it was Song Qing alone who had previously held the blue demon eagle at bay. Rest assured, Song Qing retorted coldly, disregarding Qiu Quan's venomous gaze as he charged towards the blue demon eagle. With Song Qing's arrival, the group no longer attacked in a clumsy three-pronged assault. Instead, they spread out to encircle the blue demon eagle, with Song Qing positioned in the east, Lian Min in the west, Qiu Quan in the south, and Jiang Ting in the north. Thousandfold waves, sevenfold waves. Song Qing had come primarily to refine his understanding of the thousandfold waves, and now, with everyone in their designated positions, he began experimenting on the blue demon eagle, striking 5 out of 7 vulnerabilities. The odds were too slim. Thousandfold waves, sevenfold waves. Clearly dissatisfied with hitting only 5 vulnerabilities, Song Qing grimaced, attempting the sevenfold waves once more, again striking 5 out of 7. This is unbelievable, he thought, gritting his teeth and gazing fiercely at the blue demon eagle. Thousandfold waves, sevenfold waves. 7 vulnerabilities, 5 strikes. Thousandfold waves, sevenfold waves. 7 vulnerabilities, 5 strikes. Thousandfold waves. Sevenfold waves. This time, he struck 6 vulnerabilities, which brought him joy, yet he pressed on with renewed determination. Thousandfold waves, sevenfold waves. At last, he struck all 7 vulnerabilities. An elation filled his heart as he stood before the blue demon eagle, which was still alive. Yet, Song Qing remained unfazed, standing resolutely. His mind illuminated with a revelation. The vulnerabilities visible in the thousandfold waves were static, but the execution of the strikes was dynamic, implying that the trajectory was alive. With this newfound insight, he felt an overwhelming joy, momentarily oblivious to Qiu Quan's watchful, predatory gaze. Chapter 76. Return to the outer courtyard. The sun rose and set. The moon followed suit, and in the depths of the 1,000-foot ravine, after vanquishing the blue demon eagles, Song Qing and his companions disregarded everything else and sat down to meditate. By then, the eastern sky had already brightened to a pale hue. After about an hour of meditative practice, they gradually restored their energies and exchanged smiles, relishing the satisfaction of having slain 2 blue demon eagles equivalent to late-stage Qi refinement, thereby completing their task. This was largely thanks to junior brother Song. Had he not held off the blue demon eagle alone and employed that extraordinary sword technique, we might not have dispatched them so swiftly, or even completed this task, Lian Min remarked, her bright eyes sparkling with surprise as she regarded Song Qing. There was an indescribable nuance in her gaze, though it was subtle enough that even Song Qing did not catch it. Indeed, Qiu Quan nodded in agreement, though he appeared less pleased, pondering the implications of such remarkable talent at such a young age. Haha, senior sister Lian and senior brother Qiu, you flatter me. I merely got lucky. That sword technique you mentioned was simply a spur-of-the-moment inspiration during battle. It is nothing significant, Song Qing responded with a hearty laugh, modestly waving his hand, inadvertently revealing a bit too much. Spur-of-the-moment inspiration? Did you intuit that technique, junior brother Song? Jiang Ting, usually more reticent, expressed her astonishment, inquiring further. It was not only her. Lian Min and Qiu Quan also gazed at Song Qing with surprise, recognizing that such insight into sword techniques at his age was indeed remarkable. Hee, It's merely a collection of random techniques for wielding a sword. Song Qing realized he had let slip more than he intended. It was too late to retract his words, so he could only smile sheepishly, brushing off the dust from his clothes as he stood. Even if they are just techniques, they are not insignificant. Well, the sun is up now. We should be on our way. Lian Min observed that Song Qing seemed inclined to return to the outer disciples' courtyard. Thus she refrained from pressing him further about the thousandfold waves, offering him a compliment instead before rising and calling to the others. All right, Song Qing quickly agreed. Although Jiang Ting appeared somewhat reluctant, she too stood up, while Qiu Quan remained indifferent, casting a furtive glance at Song Qing. Senior Sister Lian, why didn't you let me ask? I have so many questions for him. It's not every day someone so young comprehends sword techniques. Even in our Wanjian sect, Jiang Ting lamented to Lian Min as they departed the 1,000-foot ravine, walking through the woods. Humph, little girl, you know his potential is rarely matched. With his caliber, it's best not to offend him. Since he has chosen not to speak, let us give him a way out, Lian Min replied, her tone a tad admonishing. But she couldn't help but glance at Song Qing. Oh, Jiang Ting nodded slightly, ceasing her inquiries as they quietly made their way toward the outer disciples' courtyard. In contrast to the somewhat boisterous atmosphere upon their arrival, Song Qing and his companions returned in a much quieter fashion. Song Qing found solace in this tranquility, as he engaged in a conversation with Tian Lang through the art of sound transmission. Tian Lang, I sincerely thank you for your assistance this time, and I apologize for my earlier behavior. I was rather impulsive then, so please do not take it to heart. After expressing his gratitude, Song Qing hesitated for a moment before continuing, realizing that the life he now owed to Tian Lang eclipsed any concerns about pride. Tian Lang replied, there is no need for you to dwell on that. I have not given it much thought either. We are of similar character, and I understand your feelings at that time. Song Qing was taken aback by Tian Lang's unexpected response, momentarily stunned before a smile crept onto his face. It became apparent to Song Qing why Tian Lang had chosen him in that secluded cave. Let us not linger on past grievances. Instead, let us discuss your creation, the 1,000 waves. After a brief silence, Tian Lang resumed their discussion, but the topic had shifted away from the past and focused on Song Qing's innovation. 1,000 waves? Is there an issue with it? Song Qing furrowed his brow, perplexed by Tian Lang's words. After a moment of silence, he inquired further. At present, there are 3 specific questions, the foremost being whether you regard it as a sword technique or a battle technique, Tian Lang responded, nodding at Song Qing's inquiry and casually mentioning the first challenge he would face. However, before he could elaborate, Song Qing interrupted. Wait, is there truly a distinction between sword techniques and battle techniques? Aren't sword techniques derived from battle techniques? Song Qing interjected, expressing his understanding, having recently joined the Wanjian sect and gained some insight into the ways of the sword. Indeed, there is a difference. Otherwise, how could they be categorized separately? Despite its strength, the sword technique requires one to cultivate sword energy first, which is then applied with skill to attack the enemy. Unlike the more straightforward method of directly using magical energy for attacks, Tian Lang explained, seemingly unfazed by Song Qing's sudden interruption, as if accustomed to it. Understood, Song Qing replied, glancing at the outer sect disciples' courtyard, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Tian Lang's voice returned. Though it was no longer about sword techniques or 1,000 waves. We shall discuss it later, Song Qing. With that, Tian Lang severed their connection, prompting a resigned smile from Song Qing. He suddenly wished for the journey back to the outer sect disciples' courtyard to extend indefinitely. We shall soon return to the courtyard. Let us first complete our tasks before retiring to rest, came Lian Min's voice. Noting that Song Qing and the others had no objections, she smiled slightly and led the way, utilizing her light body technique to glide toward the outer sect disciples' courtyard. It was evident that she was eager to return. Seeing Lian Min's enthusiasm, Song Qing and his companions hastened their pace, each employing their light body technique to follow suit. Chapter 77. Sword Technique 1,000 Waves. Song Qing accompanied Lian Min and the others to the Deacon Hall to complete their tasks. In this process, he found himself somewhat passive, merely trailing behind, which allowed him to gain a greater understanding of the Deacon Hall. It turned out that one could only receive tasks after spending a year in the outer sect disciples' courtyard. Prior to that, only assignments from the deacons could be accepted, and tasks were categorized into high, medium, and low levels. Within this Deacon Hall, only medium or low-level tasks could be received, with no high-level tasks available. Looking back at the Deacon Hall, Song Qing mused to himself that he had now separated from Lian Min and the others, who had already returned to their quarters. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the wealth he had acquired from a medium-level task. even after parting with Lian Min and the others. Each of them still received 3 bottles of nourishing elixirs and over 400 spirit stones. Ah, I am certainly richer now, he thought, patting the storage bag at his waist as he made his way home. Unbeknownst to Song Qing, shortly after his departure, Qiu Quan, who had previously left, reappeared, casting a dark glance in the direction Song Qing had taken before turning back toward the Deacon Hall. Upon returning to his courtyard, Song Qing did not encounter Zhao Jingji, nor the other individual he had yet to meet. Nevertheless, he was content, entering his room and shutting the door behind him. He then sat cross-legged on the bed. Tianlang, can we discuss my 1,000 waves now? As soon as he settled, Song Qing eagerly reached out to Tianlang within the Lang Xie sword. Well, is it truly necessary for you to be this impatient? Tianlang's languid voice responded, seemingly wearied by Song Qing's urgency. This concerns my future. Of course, I am anxious. Tianlang, please do not dawdle, just tell me. Song Qing urged, emphasizing the importance of the matter. Your urgency is noted, but let us proceed directly to the point. A beam of white light emanated from Song Qing, crystallizing before him as Tianlang appeared, nodding slightly at Song Qing before launching into the main discussion. I previously outlined the differences between sword techniques and battle techniques. Each possesses its own merits, reliant on personal cultivation. Now, Song Qing, have you decided whether to develop 1,000 waves as a sword technique or as a battle technique? Tianlang inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Song Qing, aware that such decisions must come from within. Sword technique. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Song Qing finally managed to articulate those 2 words. A seemingly simple choice that weighed heavily upon him, for it would dictate his future path. Even for someone like Song Qing, this decision was fraught with difficulty. But as a disciple of the Wanjian sect, he felt compelled to pursue the Lang Xie sword's teachings. Excellent. Upon hearing Song Qing's choice, Tianlang smiled approvingly. You have chosen the path of the sword, which aligns with my own discipline. This will facilitate your learning of 1,000 waves in the future. A seemingly minor skill, yet one of profound significance. Now, for the second question, what direction do you envision for your 1,000 waves? Unlike other sword techniques, it is merely a skill, or perhaps a state akin to skill. Which aspect do you wish to develop? Speed, power, or something else? Tianlang continued without hesitation, following his praise with another critical inquiry. Unhurried and unperturbed, I embrace the ebb and flow of life, akin to the relentless waves of the ocean. My reflections on the myriad currents stem from a profound awareness of the natural world, a realization born from the pressures of existence at the threshold of life and death. Yet, like the ceaseless tides, these waves surge one after another, each more formidable than the last, stretching infinitely like the vast sea. Thus, I choose not to impose a direction upon them, but instead allow them to unfold organically. This time, Song Qing did not hesitate. He gazed at Tianlang and began to articulate the journey of his understanding of the 1,000 layers of waves, alongside its distinctive characteristics, before resolutely declaring his choice. Not choosing? Tianlang exclaimed. Little Qing, you must understand that once a direction is chosen, it becomes the focus of your efforts. It will facilitate the refinement of the 1,000 layers of waves. Upon hearing Song Qing's intention to go with the flow, without dictating the direction of the 1,000 layers of waves, Tianlang was taken aback and immediately sought to persuade him. Indeed, I am aware of your points, Tianlang. Yet there is a lack of spontaneity. Should new insights arise in the future, and it becomes apparent that my current path is unsuitable, it would lead to greater complications. Thus, I believe it is best to let things unfold naturally. Song Qing nodded in agreement with Tianlang's argument, yet he held firm to his own philosophy. While he acknowledged Tianlang's theory, he was resolute in his decision. However, Tianlang persisted in his reasoning, eager to offer further counsel. Just as he was about to speak, Song Qing interjected, Tianlang, let us move on to the third question. My mind is already made up. Very well. Since it pertains to your cultivation of the 1,000 layers of waves, Tianlang proceeded to introduce the third question, which, like the previous 2, involved a choice, the classification of the levels within the 1,000 layers of waves. For instance, cultivators have distinctions in their realms of mastery, and the path of the sword encompasses varying depths of comprehension. Thus, the 1,000 layers of waves should also possess a classification, as it would inevitably become essential in the future. Seeing that Song Qing was resolute, Tianlang sighed and presented the third question, watching Song Qing with keen interest, perhaps curious to see how he would navigate this challenge, for such matters were still premature for someone like Song Qing, who had only just embarked on the path of immortality. I have already contemplated this. There shall be 3 tiers, the 7 layers, the 100 layers, and the 1,000 layers. Although I have only sensed the 7 layers thus far, I believe my future endeavors will be rooted in them. Much like the 7 stars guiding the Northern Dipper, the 100,000 are merely general references. Upon hearing Tianlong's thoughts regarding the third question, Song Qing waved his hand dismissively, casually noting that he had long since arrived at this conclusion. Before him, Tianlong's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of insight, and he subtly nodded. Although Song Qing's classification was simple, it was direct and effective, making it an excellent approach. Chapter 78. A fortuitous encounter. Upon realizing that Song Qing had already devised a plan for his self-created 1,000 layers of waves, Tianlang felt reassured and ceased to worry about Song Qing's sword technique. After offering a few more words of advice, he transformed into a beam of white light, returning to the Lang Xie sword. In that modest room, Song Qing found himself alone once more. Noticing Tianlong's return to the sword, Song Qing did not intervene. Remaining seated in meditation, his gaze lowered, reflecting a glimmer of contemplation. Thus it is settled. Beyond practicing the sword techniques of Qi finger and Qi slash taught by Tianlang, as well as the extreme shadow sword shield and sword control, I shall also focus on the 1,000 layers of waves. Although it is my creation, I still feel somewhat unpracticed, and this is merely the first layer. I must not be complacent. Before long, Song Qing had charted a course for his cultivation. Truth be told, this required little deliberation. Any perceptive individual would understand the path ahead. Yet, Song Qing sought to prioritize the 1,000 layers of waves as the cornerstone of his combat training. His uncertainty regarding its potential had caused him to hesitate for some time. Let the 1,000 layers of waves take precedence. After all, it is the first sword technique I have created and possibly the last. Furthermore, Tianlang seems to hold it in high regard, so I doubt I will be at a disadvantage. However, after much contemplation, Song Qing still found himself at an impasse. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve and decisively designated the 1,000 layers of waves as the focal point of his future cultivation. With this determination, a sense of lightness washed over him. Free from the burdens of indecision, his spirit felt rejuvenated. I shall step outside for a moment before resuming my practice. Rising to his feet, he stretched leisurely, noticing the sun's radiant glow outside, which uplifted his spirits even further. With a deep exhalation, he made his way toward the door. Creak. As he opened the door, rays of sunlight flooded the room, warming him pleasantly, causing him to instinctively squint. As his eyes narrowed, he spotted a figure clad in azure and white approaching him. Ha, little Qing has emerged. Zhao Jingji's cheerful laughter resonated from afar. As Song Qing opened his eyes fully, he saw Zhao Jingji walking toward him from the courtyard's entrance, a smile adorning his face as he waved in greeting. Brother Zhao, have you just returned from outside? Song Qing inquired, taken aback to find Zhao Jingji coming back, as it was customary for newcomers like them to remain diligently in their rooms, striving to reach the cultivation levels of their senior brothers from other halls. Few, if any, would come and go as frequently as Zhao Jingji did. I've run out of elixirs, so I went to the trading street to procure some. But what about you, little Qing? I hadn't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? Zhao Jingji explained with a bright smile, curious about Song Qing's recent absence. I've merely been cultivating in my room. Speaking of which, my elixirs are nearly depleted, and I was just about to go buy some. Song Qing refrained from revealing that he had been on a mission with Lien Min and others, as he had only recently become acquainted with Zhao Jingji, and their rapport was not yet deep enough for such confidences. Well then, if you're heading to purchase elixirs, do go ahead. I must return to my cultivation as well. After hearing Song Qing's words, Zhao Jingji nodded slightly and made his way back to his room, waving goodbye to Song Qing. As the door closed with a thud, revealing no trace of Zhao Jingji, Song Qing couldn't help but smirk. He glanced back at the door, where a spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes. To be honest, even Song Qing could not fully discern the enigma that was Zhao Jingji. This air of mystery compelled him to conclude their conversation. Nevertheless, he found himself in need of some nourishing elixirs and hoped to acquire some gathering elixirs as well. Perhaps he had begun taking the nourishing elixirs earlier than others, as he now seemed to have developed a tolerance. Fortunately, this immunity was not yet strong, or he would have had to abandon the nourishing elixirs in favor of gathering elixirs or spirit-replenishing pills. Having made his plans, Song Qing stepped outside, not merely to bask in the warmth of the sun. He closed the door behind him and departed the courtyard, casting a glance at the third room, which remained tightly shut. This fellow is truly peculiar. I have yet to see him despite being here for several days. Upon encountering the still tightly shut door, Song Qing could not help but ponder to himself, though it was merely a fleeting thought. He then stepped outside and made his way towards the trading street. Within the outer disciples' courtyard, there existed 4 trading streets, each primarily dedicated to the sale of magical artifacts, spiritual materials, medicinal pills, and talismans. Song Qing was heading towards the street that specialized in medicinal pills. The pills there were not only affordable, but also abundant, allowing him to swiftly procure the nourishing Yuan Dan and the gathering Yuan Dan he required. However, instead of returning to his residence, he took a detour towards the disciplinary hall. Prior to this, Song Qing had been unaware of its location, rendering him powerless even if he wished to visit. Now that he was aware, he felt compelled to explore it in detail. The disciplinary hall, unlike the quadrangle where the outer disciples resided, stood as an independent grand hall. Though not particularly large, it appeared quite magnificent amidst the multitude of courtyards. It was indeed a remarkable place for task assignments, and Song Qing found himself admiring it, his face reflecting a sense of longing. Who is this country bumpkin? He should just roll along and not embarrass himself here. Just as Song Qing finished his admiration, an out-of-place voice reached his ears. Upon hearing it, he frowned and turned to see three men approaching, one stout, one slender, and the one in the middle possessing a rather handsome demeanor. The voice had belonged to the stout man on the left, junior brother Xiong. Upon witnessing the stout man's command directed at Song Qing, the man in the middle seemed taken aback, quickly admonishing the former. He then clasped his fists before Song Qing, saying, "Junior brother Xiong tends to be rather impulsive. I hope you will not take offense." "Not at all," Song Qing replied, also returning the gesture. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Since the man had already apologized for his companion's behavior, Song Qing saw no reason to be petty. Moreover, all three were his seniors, their cultivation levels surpassing his own. If he were to insist on holding a grudge, it would likely be he who suffered in the end. Thus, after the apology, Song Qing immediately smiled and expressed his understanding, which led the man to regard him with a dismissive glance, thinking him not as formidable as Chiu Quan had claimed. "Junior brother, I heard you mention that you would also be receiving tasks at the disciplinary hall in the future. May I inquire why you cannot do so now?" The man, having formed a plan in his mind, turned back to Song Qing with a smile, adopting an air of refinement. "Yes, I only entered the Wanjian sect this year, so I am not yet qualified to undertake tasks." Song Qing nodded and candidly shared his situation, believing there was no need for concealment. "Oh, I see." Upon hearing Song Qing's words, the well-groomed man appeared to have an epiphany, though a subtle smirk flickered across his lips unnoticed by Song Qing, who remained oblivious. Meanwhile, the other two men beside Song Qing exchanged knowing glances, their expressions revealing a hint of malicious amusement. At that moment, Song Qing began to sense that something was amiss. "Since you currently lack the qualification to receive tasks, yet wish to undertake one for your own growth, I shall assist you in obtaining one. This will also serve as an apology for my friend's earlier behavior." Suddenly, the man's eyes brightened, and he addressed Song Qing with a smile, gesturing towards the stout man beside him as if to justify his offer. "No need for that." Having discerned the ill intentions of the trio, Song Qing resolutely refused the proposition, despite his inner yearning. "Haha, do not be modest, junior brother. I am quite familiar with the individuals in the disciplinary hall. It would be no trouble at all. Come, let us select a suitable task together." The man, unfazed by Song Qing's rejection, laughed heartily and waved his hand, leading the stout and slender men directly into the disciplinary hall. "Very well, I shall comply," Song Qing thought, realizing that if he did not follow them in, they would undoubtedly make things difficult for him later, likely in a much harsher manner. By accompanying them, he could at least choose the task he wished to undertake, and if it did not suit him, he could refuse it outright without fear of repercussions. Thus, despite knowing the potential dangers, Song Qing ventured forward, willingly stepping into the den of tigers. "Senior brother Sima, is there anything you require?" Upon entering the disciplinary hall, Song Qing overheard a disciple addressing the Sima man with respect, and he felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the Sima man would hold such a high position, as those overseeing the disciplinary hall were typically inner disciples of the Wanjian sect. "Just help him find a suitable task," the Sima man remarked, noticing Song Qing's arrival. He pointed at Song Qing, his voice carrying a weighty tone that hinted at something more, while discreetly signaling with his eyes, suggesting deeper implications. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother. As I have only just entered the Wanjian sect this year, I cannot receive tasks myself, which is why I must trouble senior brother Sima." Song Qing pretended not to notice the subtle shift in the Sima man's demeanor. He approached the disciple in charge of the disciplinary hall, respectfully clasping his fists. Who would have thought this young lad would offend senior brother Sima right upon entering the sect? Alas, it seems his good fortune has come to an end. Upon hearing Song Qing's explanation, the two disciples guarding the disciplinary hall exchanged glances, understanding each other's sentiments. Let us assist this young man as best we can without defying senior brother Sima's wishes. The farther we can keep him from trouble, the better. The two brothers had developed a sense of compassion, which was not surprising, given that they too endured the Sima man's oppressive presence. However, the latter's formidable background deterred them from openly challenging him. Leave this matter to us. Having recognized their shared intent, one of the brothers assured Song Qing, and both promptly began to sift through the bamboo slips on the table, searching for an appropriate task. Found it. Soon, a man lifted his head to gaze at the gentleman bearing the surname Sima, seemingly elated as he uttered a phrase to the latter. Following this, Song Qing, along with the Sima gentleman and another disciple in charge of the affairs hall, turned their attention to the individual. It was indeed a task concerning the oversight of mineral resources, a lowly rank assignment involving merely a copper mine of scant value. Yet it demanded the task-bearer to oversee it without regret for a span of 3 years. The man pointed to a specific section of the bamboo slip in his hand, offering it to the Sima gentleman, and then turned to explain to Song Qing. Well, at least this would allow that bothersome mosquito to vanish from my sight. The Sima gentleman cast a cursory glance at the bamboo slip and subtly nodded in agreement. He then turned to Song Qing, only to find him in deep contemplation, so he refrained from interrupting, having already reached a conclusion in his mind. I wonder if this task will delay the minor trial 3 years hence. After a considerable pause, Song Qing finally raised his head and inquired of the two disciples overseeing the affairs hall. This might indeed cause a delay. But this task will not hinder the grand trial held every 5 years. One of the two pondered for a moment before affirmatively nodding at Song Qing, only to add, Very well, this shall suffice. I am grateful for senior brother Sima's assistance. May I know your name, so that I may repay your kindness in the future. After a moment's reflection, Song Qing accepted the task, and then turned to the Sima gentleman. Though uncertain of his thoughts, he outwardly maintained a respectful demeanor. Sima. Chapter 80. Departure for the copper mine. Sima. Thank you, senior brother Sima. Upon learning the name of Sima, Song Qing softly repeated it, firmly etching it in his memory, and then solemnly clasped his fist in gratitude, expressing his appreciation. It is nothing, it is only to be expected. Seeing Song Qing still thanking him at this juncture, Sima felt an undeniable satisfaction swell within him, and he smiled, waving his hand. Though his final words seemed laden with hidden significance, Song Qing silently scoffed, choosing to disregard Sima from that moment on. He proceeded to hand over the task to the two disciples overseeing the affairs hall and departed directly from the hall, aware that he was not yet capable of contending with Sima thus opting for patience. After Song Qing's departure, Sima and the two others shared a subtle smirk. Even the two disciples accompanying him wore smiles. Hey, senior brother Sima, I reckon that lad is nothing but a fool. There is no need to concern ourselves with him. The leaner individual beside Sima observed the direction in which Song Qing had left, a smirk playing on his lips, before bowing to Sima. Indeed, no need for senior brother Sima to fret over him. The plumper one chimed in, echoing the sentiment, his face reflecting disdain. Had I known that boy was such a simpleton, I wouldn't have taken the trouble to personally intervene. It seems those who gain Shou Quan's recognition are not of remarkable caliber. Sima curled his lip, casually tossing the bamboo slip to the two disciples overseeing the affairs hall, holding Song Qing in contempt. Senior brother Sima, how could someone as foolish as him provoke you to such lengths? One of the disciples hesitated for a moment before disregarding his companion's caution and inquiring with a bow. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. It pertains to the task of eliminating the Qing Yao eagle. He audaciously disregarded my claim to it. Moreover, according to Chiu Quan's report, he seems to possess considerable potential. Otherwise, I would not deign to trouble a newly initiated disciple. At this moment, Sima appeared to be in high spirits, unperturbed by the question, and he laughed heartily as he divulged the various reasons behind his actions. Is that so? Upon hearing Sima Yi's words, the disciple's expression darkened, and not just him, but even his companion who had earlier signaled him shared the same sentiment, though they managed to mask their reactions well. Sima, engrossed in his own amusement, failed to notice their change in demeanor. So that was the reason. Truly shameless. The two disciples overseeing the affairs hall silently chastised, aware that they were not mere spectators, but victims of that very incident. Sima had leveraged his father's influence to force this task upon the external disciples. Otherwise, even the outer disciples would not have dared to accept it, and they would not have had to linger in the external disciples' courtyard for an extended period due to an unfulfilled task. It was worth noting that both were disciples of the late-stage Qi refinement realm, diligently preparing for the grand disciple trial slated for 3 years hence. unbeknownst to Song Qing, who was oblivious to the changes occurring within the affairs hall. Even if he were aware, he would merely scoff in derision. At present, Song Qing had no intention of returning to his residence. Understanding the extensive duration of the task ahead, he resolved to visit the trading street. For the supplies he had previously acquired were only sufficient for a short while and would not sustain him for 3 long years. This time, Song Qing visited 3 out of the 4 trading streets, excluding only the one primarily dealing in magical artifacts. As he currently possessed the Fire Spirit Sword and the spiritual sword bestowed by the Wand Sword sect, hence he was not in need of magical artifacts. The talismans had been adequately purchased, and fortunately, the prices for the Water Escape and Earth Escape talismans were relatively low, allowing him to allocate funds for medicinal materials. Song Qing patted the storage bag at his waist, reflecting that he had not only procured the talismans, but also secured the necessary elixirs. He was now headed towards the trading street where he had previously purchased spiritual materials. Subsequently, following the annotations on the bamboo slip, Song Qing hastily acquired several medicinal ingredients at the herbal stall before returning to his dwelling. In the courtyard, all 3 doors were tightly shut. Observing this, Song Qing instinctively smirked, then pushed open the door to his room and, after closing it behind him, made his way to the modest quiet room, his first time utilizing it. As he had previously been accustomed to meditating on his bed, though the quiet room was small, it was exceedingly tranquil. Song Qing settled upon the cushion, retrieving several storage bags from his waist to commence organizing his belongings. A Fire Spirit Sword, a spiritual sword from the Wand Sword sect, several talismans he had previously acquired, namely the Water Escape and Earth Escape talismans, along with a couple of Gold Shield talismans. Strangely, he possessed an abundance of elixirs, over 100 vials, though the majority were gathering yuan pills, with nourishing yuan pills constituting merely a third of the total. Beyond these, there were only clothes, spiritual materials, bamboo slips, and other minor items, among which a modest alchemy furnace stood out prominently, leaving one to wonder when Song Qing had acquired it. Once he had meticulously organized his belongings, Song Qing methodically stowed them away, then rose to survey his room. This was not to say he felt any attachment to the place, as he had not resided there for long. Rather, he merely sought to ensure he had not forgotten any items before embarking on a 3-year journey. And even upon his return, there was no guarantee he would reside there again. For Tian Lang had once proclaimed that, with his assistance, Song Qing could break through to the Foundation establishment realm before turning 20, and Tian Lang was certainly not one to make empty promises. Confirming that he had left nothing behind in the room, Song Qing shook his head, pulled open the door, stepped out, and closed it behind him, departing from the courtyard where he had only recently taken residence. Throughout this process, he did not encounter Zhao Zhengji or any others, which he found rather agreeable. After leaving his dwelling, he made his way directly to the spirit management field of the outer disciples' residence. Given the considerable distance, traveling without a spirit bird would consume an inordinate amount of time. Even though Song Qing could afford to wait, the task at hand did not permit such delays. Each of the 4 outer disciples' residences possessed its own spirit management field, and Song Qing's was no exception. After inquiring from various individuals, he finally discovered the location of the spirit management field and proceeded there without incident. Upon explaining his situation to the inner disciple overseeing the field and presenting the bamboo slip detailing his task, Song Qing was granted permission to select a spirit bird. Shortly thereafter, a snow-white crane ascended into the sky, hovering above the courtyard for a moment before flying off in a specific direction, with Song Qing seated atop it. Chapter 81. An Unexpected Encounter. A lost butterfly. The Spirit Mist Mountain Range is home to 5 major sects. The Qingyang sect, which specializes in alchemy, the Deluo sect, focused on artifact forging, the Wanjian sect, dedicated to swordsmanship, the Hehuan sect, known for illusion and enchantment techniques, and the Xianjiu sect, which excels in formations and talismans. Each of these 5 sects has its own strengths and is situated on different peaks within the Spirit Mist Mountain Range: Qingyang Mountain, Tianluo Mountain, Wanjian Mountain, Zisha Mountain, and Jiulong Mountain. However, it is not to say that no other territories exist outside of these 5 peaks. They are merely scattered and often require traversing through the domains of other sects, which is why they are seldom mentioned. For instance, the Wanjian sect, aside from Wanjian Mountain, possesses numerous other territories, most of which necessitate crossing through the realms of the other 4 sections. Were it not for the mineral resources found in these territories, the upper echelons of Wanjian sect would likely have abandoned them long ago. Given the abundance of minerals, it is natural for disciples of the sect to oversee them. To encourage active participation, Wanjian sect issues tasks, categorized into 3 levels: low, medium, and high, based on the value of the minerals, allowing for appropriate selection of individuals to manage them. Indeed, the task that Song Qing was to undertake was to oversee the mineral resources of the Wanjian sect, albeit at the lowest level. He was aware that the mineral in question was merely a small copper mine, yielding very little copper, had it not been for the occasional production of copper essence. Wanjian sect would have likely abandoned it long ago. Upon passing through Qingyang Mountain and flying for another 100 miles, he would soon reach the copper mine. Perched atop the snow-white crane was a youth clad in pale blue attire, none other than Song Qing himself. He gazed ahead at the dense clouds and mist, pondering silently. In an instant, a gentle breeze parted the clouds, revealing the crane in all its splendor, along with a magnificent green mountain that emerged simultaneously. Wow, is this Qingyang Mountain? Truly spectacular, Song Qing exclaimed, marveling at the grandeur of the mountain. Unlike Wanjian Mountain, which exudes a fierce aura, Qingyang Mountain emanates an air of Taoist serenity. The wisps of blue smoke drifting from its peak do not signify the presence of mortal concerns, but rather imbue it with a sense of ethereal beauty. Who dares to trespass upon my sacred ground? Just as Song Qing was lost in admiration of Qingyang Mountain's beauty, an incongruous, delicate voice pierced the air, accompanied by a streak of azure light shooting toward him from the nearby mist. What is it to you? Realizing that someone was approaching, Song Qing deduced that it was a disciple of Qingyang sect. Not one to shy away, he stood firm, hands on his hips, ready to respond to the insult of being called a thief, for he too was a disciple of Wanjian sect and would not tolerate such affronts. Hurry up and move, you little thief. I can't stop. As the azure light drew near without any intention to halt, Song Qing furrowed his brow in confusion. Do not approach, stop. However, knowing the difference between wanting to dodge and the ability to do so, Song Qing felt confident he could evade on solid ground. But given their current aerial position, he was powerless. Thus, he shouted desperately, hoping the approaching figure would cease their advance. Song Qing's shout only served to further disorient the one riding the azure light, causing them to lose control. In that moment, they collided directly with Song Qing. Bang! Song Qing felt a soft impact against his chest, followed by a wave of dizziness washing over him. Instinctively, as he began to lose consciousness, he wrapped his arms around the figure in front of him. Whoosh! The azure light, now devoid of its rider's control, dissipated. Yet Song Qing was propelled off the crane's back, and the two figures merged, plummeting towards the forest below under the influence of inertia. Though the forest could provide some cushioning, a fall from such height would still likely spell disaster for Song Qing. Alas, I must intervene. Within the Lang Xie sword, Tian Lang observed the unfolding situation and sighed. He swiftly formed hand seals, causing the remnants of the Lang Xie sword within Song Qing's dantian to emit a dazzling white light. In a grove at the foot of Qingyang Mountain, Song Qing gradually regained consciousness, a beam of sunlight streaming into the corner of his eye, prompting him to squint. Hey, have you finished your embrace? Just as he was enjoying the warmth of the sun, a shy voice emerged from his arms, causing him to startle and remember that he was still holding someone, specifically, the very person who had just been riding the sword. Without regard for the sunlight in his eyes, Song Qing quickly released his grip and stood up hastily. I do not require your protection. The girl stood up as well, adjusting her clothing while murmuring that it seemed she had interpreted Song Qing's prior embrace as an act of protection. Hearing her words, Song Qing scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly, for his embrace had been purely instinctive, a desperate act of survival rather than a chivalrous rescue. However, upon gazing at her countenance, he found himself momentarily entranced. The girl before him was exquisitely beautiful, her delicate features, porcelain-like skin, and graceful figure adorned in azure robes made her appear as though she had descended from the heavens. What's wrong? Keep staring, and I might just poke your eyes out. After a brief moment, she finished adjusting her attire and, noticing Song Qing's captivated gaze, curiously inquired. However, it seemed she recalled something, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she turned to admonish him. Yes, Song Qing quickly averted his gaze, fully aware that he did not know her temperament. Should she be one prone to sudden mood swings, he could find himself in grave danger, especially given her status as a foundation-building cultivator. Who are you? What brings you to the Qingyang Gate? Upon hearing this inquiry, Song Qing turned his head at the behest of the individual before him. Gradually, the person's cheeks regained their pallor, and Song Qing found him quite amusing. Adopting a demeanor of maturity, he questioned the latter. I am Song Qing, a disciple of the Wanjian sect. I merely chanced upon this treasure-laden locale while on a mission to oversee the area not far from here, with no ulterior motives. Noticing the earnestness in Song Qing's response, the individual became serious as well. He performed a slight bow and proceeded to elucidate his identity and the purpose of his presence. Presenting the token that represented his status and the bamboo slip that recorded his task, thus validating his words. Chapter 82. Arrival at the Red Copper Mine. Song Qing, a fresh disciple of the Wanjian sect, was en route to a small red copper mine situated 100 miles away to execute a 3-year oversight task. The individual regarded the token and bamboo slip in Song Qing's hand, softly murmuring to himself, indeed. Now is there any issue? Upon hearing the murmurs, Song Qing nodded in affirmation and attempted to engage the individual once more. No, all is well. Here, I return these to you. The individual lightly nodded and handed back the token and bamboo slip, their fingertips brushing against each other, which brought a subtle joy to Song Qing's heart. Although he felt a flicker of happiness within, Song Qing maintained a composed exterior as he stowed the bamboo slip back into his storage pouch, standing still before the individual. Song Qing? The person regarded him for a moment before calling out his name. Yes. Upon hearing his name, Song Qing felt compelled to respond respectfully, raising his gaze to meet the individual's eyes. However, he quickly averted his gaze after just a fleeting moment. Is it enjoyable there? The individual seemed to hesitate before inquiring. Excuse me? Taken aback by the unexpected question from someone of the Foundation establishment realm, Song Qing was momentarily at a loss. Lifting his head again to gaze at the person with a look of confusion. The place where you will be executing your task. How dull of you. Observing Song Qing's bewilderment, the individual believed he had misunderstood, prompting a reminder, albeit accompanied by a playful critique of Song Qing's understanding. I wouldn't know, as I've never been there myself. Song Qing, taken aback, disregarded the latter part of the individual's remark since he already grasped the essence of the inquiry. Astonished that someone of such capability would pose such a question. To his surprise, not only did the individual possess the appearance of a youthful girl, but she also bore the spirit of a mischievous child. As Song Qing respectfully answered her question, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Influenced by the Foundation establishment figures he had encountered in Heian Town, he had assumed all such beings were elderly. I can't fathom it. 3 years is quite a stretch. I found a year of confinement under my father's watch suffocating enough. You are to venture into an unknown place for 3 years. Upon learning that Song Qing was unaware of his destination, a look of astonishment crossed the individual's face, as disbelief lingered in her expression. Ah well. There's no helping it. A task is a task. At that moment, Song Qing regained his composure, realizing that the girl before him was not an ancient relic, as he had initially assumed. However, her words cast a shadow over his spirit. Go on then, I must return. She sensed Song Qing's despondency and simply nodded slightly. Watching as his spirit crane flew over. With a swift gesture, she summoned the fallen spirit, sword from the earth. Wait, what is your name? May I be informed? As the girl prepared to depart, Song Qing felt a surge of urgency within him, as though a voice was urging him not to let this opportunity slip away. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ventured to ask her. My name is Duanwu Yaoer. She turned back, smiling, and revealed her name. With a graceful wave, she transformed into a streak of azure light, swiftly ascending towards Qingyang Mountain. Duanwu Yaoer, I wonder if fate will allow us to meet again. Watching the retreating azure light, though still unsteady, Song Qing felt a gentle tug at his heart, involuntarily murmuring, What? Have you taken a liking to that girl? Just then, an inappropriate voice echoed in Song Qing's mind, the voice of Tianlang from the Lang Xie sword, who had witnessed the entire exchange. Where's the evidence? Startled by Tianlang's voice, Song Qing instinctively shouted, regardless of the presence of others, before leaping onto the spirit crane and soaring into the distance. Haha, if you like her, then pursue her. Seemingly finding amusement in Song Qing's predicament, Tianlang laughed heartily, encouraging him. Get lost. Song Qing shouted again, shaking the very clouds above. Yet, in his heart, he grappled with a different thought. She was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and he was urged to chase after her. Of course, this was merely a fleeting episode on Song Qing's journey to the Red Copper Mine. After departing from Qingyang Mountain, he found himself merely 100 miles from the mine. The speed of the spirit crane was not to be underestimated. In less than 3 hours, he reached his destination. Before him loomed a low mound, and as he gazed at it, a slight curl of his lips betrayed his discontent. Indeed, this was not a favorable assignment. Song Qing could distinctly sense that apart from a scant amount of golden spiritual energy, there was barely any other spiritual essence present. In such an environment, even with 3 years of dedicated cultivation, how much could one truly hope to achieve? While grappling with this discontent, Song Qing guided the spirit crane to the low hill. Haha, a disciple of the Wanjian sect? Upon noticing Song Qing's arrival, The previous guards of the red copper mine appeared to be quite pleased. Before Song Qing could land the spirit crane, one of them cheerfully inquired, "Indeed, I am Song Qing, dispatched here for oversight." Though troubled internally, Song Qing maintained politeness, responding with a smile. He then produced the token that affirmed his identity and the bamboo slip that validated his task, tossing them towards the Wanjian sect disciple. "Oh, so it's junior brother Song. It is quite rare for a first year to undertake such a task." The individual briefly examined the token and bamboo slip before grinning at Song Qing, a hint of condescension evident in his tone. He was well aware that new disciples were typically prohibited from accepting tasks, and even if they did, such assignments were not common unless they had offended someone within the sect. Haha, please forgive my brother for any oversight. I haven't yet inquired about your esteemed name." Unfazed by the condescension, Song Qing accepted the token and bamboo slip, casually asking for the individual's name. "I am Dai Yong. Please step inside. I will provide an introduction to the particulars of this place." Dai Yong disclosed his name while gesturing for Song Qing to enter, and together they ventured into the red copper mine. Chapter 83. Matters concerning the copper mine. Under the guidance of Dai Yong, Song Qing entered the copper mine. Contrary to his initial expectations, the surroundings were not filthy or murky. Rather, they were remarkably straightforward. After passing through the towering wooden walls encircling the mine, he was met with rows of small houses. Most of these houses, save for a few occupied ones, were either vacant or used for storing copper. These were the residences of the miners, but due to the scant number of workers, many remained uninhabited. Noticing Song Qing's perplexed expression as he gazed at the small houses, Dai Yong cleared his throat and began to explain while continuing to lead him deeper into the mine. "Brother Dai, why are there no people around?" Song Qing instinctively nodded at Dai Yong's words, but after observing for a while, without seeing anyone, he turned to Dai Yong and inquired, "Oh, haha. It's dinner time now. They are serving food," Dai Yong replied, seemingly recalling something and chuckling shyly, then gestured ahead to indicate a direction to Song Qing. "Ah." Following Dai Yong's arm, Song Qing glanced into the distance, where he finally discerned some indistinct figures moving about. Gradually, the sounds of chatter reached his ears, prompting him to nod in understanding. After walking a few more paces with Dai Yong, they arrived at a spacious square where approximately several dozen individuals were gathered. Their clothing was tattered and dark, and they were either squatting or standing, each holding one or two steamed buns and a bowl of porridge. "Brother Dai, you're back. Oh, is this the new person sent to take your place?" Upon seeing Dai Yong and Song Qing arrive, 3 individuals from the crowd approached them. They first clasped their fists in greeting to Dai Yong, and then, upon noticing Song Qing, a mere boy of 16 or 17, they all furrowed their brows in confusion. "Haha, I am Song Qing, here to take over for Brother Dai. I hope you all will look after me in the future," Song Qing responded with a bright smile, clasping his fists toward the 3. Although he was unaware of their identities, he recognized their garb as disciples of the Wanjian sect. "Hee, brothers Li, Yang, and Zhang. You all keep an eye on these miners. Once they finish dinner, escort them back into the mine, then come to the meeting hall," Dai Yong instructed, his eyes narrowing slightly as he noted Song Qing's eagerness to speak. "Understood," one among the 3 acknowledged, nodding slightly at Song Qing before returning to their duties. "Brother Song, this way, please," Dai Yong gestured again, and the 2 of them proceeded in another direction. "Brother Dai, I heard you mention sending those miners back into the mine. Isn't that rather harsh? After all, they may be mortals, but they are still human, aren't they?" As they left the square, Song Qing furrowed his brow and posed the question. Being a mortal himself, with family and loved ones, he found Dai Yong's treatment of them somewhat distasteful. Yet he hesitated to express his discontent outright. "Haha, Brother Song is unaware. These miners are captives from the defeated nations of the mundane world, even outside of here. They are but slaves. How can they be compared to us?" Dai Yong inwardly scoffed at Song Qing's naive question while maintaining a cordial demeanor as he explained. Captives and slaves. This seemingly encapsulates the adage of the strong prevailing over the weak, with power reigning supreme. Reflecting on Dai Yong's response, Song Qing felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, yet suddenly, an epiphany seemed to dawn, and a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. "Brother Song, please step inside." Just as Song Qing was deep in thought, Dai Yong's voice broke through as they reached the meeting hall. "Please, Brother Dai," Song Qing quickly responded, mirroring Dai Yong's gesture as they entered the hall side by side. The meeting hall, though dubbed so, was rather modest, consisting of merely a long table and a few chairs. Had Song Qing not known it was the meeting hall beforehand, he might have mistaken it for a dining area. "Make yourself comfortable." Once inside, Dai Yong gestured for Song Qing to take a seat and casually pulled out a chair for himself. Song Qing, seeing Dai Yong's relaxed manner, felt no need for formality and likewise took a seat. Brother Song, from now on, you will take charge of overseeing this copper mine. I will now outline a few important points to ensure you do not neglect any significant matters pertaining to our sect. As Song Qing settled in, Dai Yong cleared his throat and began to address him. Although he harbored some reservations about Song Qing, he felt it necessary to relay certain information. Firstly, the copper mined here is quite scarce, yet our sect has maintained possession of it for a reason. At unpredictable times, a piece of pure copper may manifest within. Our role as overseers is to seek out these rare specimens among the common copper. Secondly, as you can see, aside from myself, there are 3 others here who are on temporary assistance duties. Thus, many tasks can be delegated to them or directly assigned to them. However, one task cannot be entrusted to anyone else. The search for the pure copper must be conducted solely by you. Upon your return to the sect, you must personally deliver the pure copper to the Hall of Elders. Your contributions will be assessed based on the specimens you provide, which will also determine your rewards. Thirdly, Dai Yong continued to elucidate the matters requiring Song Qing's attention in the meeting hall, while Song Qing listened attentively, unaware that twilight had gradually descended. Brother Dai, we are ready. Just as Dai Yong concluded his instructions, a voice from outside the door announced, followed by the entrance of the other 3 disciples of the Wanjian sect. All right, you may sit. Let me introduce you all. This is Brother Song Qing, who has come to take my place. They are Li Chang, Yang Ku, and Zhang Song. We are all external disciples, so let us not be too formal with one another from now on, Dai Yong said, his demeanor brightening as he acknowledged Li Chang and the others. Upon hearing Dai Yong's introduction, Song Qing smiled and nodded at Li Chang and the others. He realized his 3-year task at the copper mine had officially begun. Chapter 84. Dai Yong's farewell reminder. With a smile, Song Qing greeted Li Chang and the others, alleviating any initial awkwardness from their first meeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Chang and his companions pulled out chairs and sat down. Now that Brother Song has arrived, it means I will be returning to Wanjian Mountain tomorrow. From now on, the affairs here will be in your hands, Dai Yong said, looking at Song Qing with an earnest expression. Having already conveyed essential information earlier, he merely reiterated his parting words. Rest assured, Brother Dai, I will manage well. After all, this is my responsibility, Song Qing replied confidently. Although Song Qing was already aware that Dai Yong was merely speaking offhandedly, he still pretended to nod in agreement to spare the latter's feelings. Li Shidi, Yang Shidi, Zhang Shidi, although you 3 have not been here long, your time spent here can still assist Song Shidi. After all, he has just arrived and is not yet familiar with the matters here. Upon seeing Song Qing nod in acknowledgement, Dai Yong could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction and secretly smirked, though he maintained an outward appearance of righteousness. He then turned to Li Chang and the others to relay a few instructions. Very well. Rest assured, Brother Dai. Upon hearing Dai Yong's directives, Li Chang and the others responded without hesitation, though a flicker of understanding briefly crossed their faces. Naturally, Song Qing observed all of Dai Yong's actions, contemplating that this place was not as simple as it appeared. Nevertheless, he feigned ignorance, even putting on an expression of deep gratitude towards Dai Yong. All right, let us conclude this discussion. Soon, we shall host a banquet to welcome Song Shidi and also to celebrate my own endeavors. What does everyone think? Seeing Song Qing's grateful demeanor, Dai Yong felt a surge of delight, but he could not express it openly, feeling somewhat constrained. Having already conveyed the necessary instructions, he found himself at a loss for conversation. After a prolonged silence, he finally broached a topic with Song Qing and inquired about their opinions. Very well, thank you. Brother Dai? Naturally, Song Qing and the others would not refuse Dai Yong's proposal, especially since they had all consumed the fasting pills, rendering food tasteless to them. They were quite weary of it and could hardly oppose the idea of a banquet. Since everyone agrees, I shall make the arrangements. Please wait here. Once he saw that Song Qing and the others were in agreement, Dai Yong stood up, addressed Song Qing, and then walked towards the door. Brother Dai, I will accompany you. Just as Dai Yong rose, Li Chang also stood up and said this to him, following him as they walked towards the plaza. After Dai Yong and Li Chang departed, Song Qing exchanged smiles with Zhang Song and the others, and their conversation resumed. Yang Ku and Zhang Song seemed intent on probing into Song Qing's background, but Song Qing, being somewhat naive, concocted a flimsy excuse about coming here for training, managing to evade any revealing information. Instead, he inadvertently disclosed details about the copper mine, mostly aligning with what Dai Yong had said, lacking any additional substance. Ultimately, when the 3 realized they could not extract any useful information from one another, They gradually ceased their discussions and waited for the banquet to commence in the assembly hall. As for the banquet, it marked the first occasion for this copper mine. While there had been rotations of supervision over the mine, it had merely involved handing over duties without any celebratory feasts. The previous overseers returned to Wanjin Mountain, and the newcomers began their tasks without the need for such an extravagant gathering. Additionally, given the mine's scarcity of resources, even if they were to host a banquet, there would be little wine to offer and scant dishes to prepare, making the feast merely a formality. However, following the banquet, Dai Yong did not rush back to Wanjin Mountain, but chose to stay another night at the copper mine, planning to return the next day. The following day, as dawn broke, Song Qing rose early. After a brief wash, he opened his door and stepped outside, scanning the surroundings as if he were the only person in the vast mining area. At that moment, although the miners had been released, they were likely still resting, as none had yet awakened, including Li Chong and the others. It really is quite tranquil here, Song Qing mused as he gazed at the empty plaza. Just then, a voice called out to him, halting his thoughts. Song Shitty, I didn't expect you to rise so early. Turning at the sound, Song Qing saw Dai Yong approaching and nodded in acknowledgement, greeting him with a morning salutation. Hee, I had intended to leave quietly, but it seems that is no longer possible. Dai Yong approached, smiling at Song Qing, and jokingly reached for a storage pouch at his waist. Brother Dai, are you leaving now? Noticing Dai Yong's remark, Song Qing expressed surprise and inquired, unperturbed by the latter's gesture towards the pouch, which he suspected contained the copper essence Dai Yong had mentioned the previous day. Well, since you are already here and there's nothing for me to do, it would be better to return early to avoid any prolonged uncertainties. Dai Yong nodded and casually remarked. That sounds good. Allow me to escort you, Brother Dai. Hearing Dai Yong's words, Song Qing nodded slightly, aware of the preciousness of the copper essence, and sincerely offered to accompany him. Haha, that's unnecessary. I can manage alone. However, I must advise you that while this place appears simple, it runs deeper than the ocean. You should be cautious. Recognizing that Song Qing had offered to walk with him, Dai Yong realized he might have misspoken. He chuckled and waved his hand in refusal, knowing Song Qing meant no harm. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his voice to issue a warning. With that, Dai Yong took his leave, striding away and soon soared into the sky on a spirit crane, returning to Wanjin Mountain. Is it really that deep? Watching the spirit crane and Dai Yong recede into the sky, Song Qing murmured softly. He then surveyed the copper mine once more, feeling an unusual sense of stillness, distinct from before. Chapter 85. The unseen struggle for power. Song Qing surveyed the copper mine, which seemed unusually tranquil. Standing before his door with hands clasped behind his back, he faced the rising sun in the east, waiting patiently. He was unsure how long he had waited. It felt like the blink of an eye when, from the rows of low buildings, individuals began to emerge. They were all sturdy men, though their clothes were tattered and their expressions grim. Observing their condition, Song Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that these were the miners, or rather, slaves, of the copper mine. He had been too hurried the previous night to take a closer look at their plight. As the miners stepped out of the low buildings, they caught sight of Song Qing standing with his hands behind his back, and a flicker of fear crossed their faces. Almost as if on cue, they approached the small plaza in front of him and lined up, standing there with their hands bound. Song Shitty, up so early. A somewhat languid voice broke the silence. Looking towards the source, Song Qing saw Zhang Song approaching. You are also quite early, Brother Zhang. We're Li Shitty and Yang Shitty. Song Qing smiled and nodded at Zhang Song, greeting him while glancing around for Li Chong and Yang Ku, who were still absent, prompting him to inquire further. They are currently washing up and will be here shortly. Zhang Song seemed to shrug helplessly, then gestured towards the house behind him while speaking to Song Qing. Just as he finished speaking, Li Chong and Yang Ku emerged side by side. It was unexpected that Song Shitty had risen so early. Li Chong and Yang Ku casually greeted one another as they approached, casting a glance at the miners in the square, seemingly taking a head count. Yes, everyone is here. Song Shitty, we can instruct old Yuan to prepare the meal now. Shortly thereafter, Li Chong and Yang Ku completed their count and exchanged nods, confirming that everyone had arrived. Li Chong then turned to Song Qing and remarked, Yes, that works. But how many miners do we have in total, brotherly? And who is that old Yuan? Noticing that Li Chong and the others seemed to have the intention of usurping the kitchen duties, Song Qing furrowed his brow slightly. However, being unfamiliar with the specifics of the situation, he chose to acquiesce for the moment, nodding in agreement, but adding a pointed inquiry towards Li Chong. Haha, rest assured. Song Shitty, with the three of us here, we will manage this copper mine well, so you need not worry. Upon hearing Song Qing's words, Li Chong chuckled heartily. patting his chest in assurance, while Zhang Song and Yang Ku also smiled and nodded at Song Qing. At that moment, Song Qing realized that Li Chang and the others had already conspired against him. However, he recalled that De Yong had mentioned such trivial matters were typically handled by Li Chang and his companions, making their current power grab somewhat perplexing. All right, I have heard from Brother Dai that you have been managing these minor affairs previously, so it seems you may continue, Song Qing said, though he could not fathom the reasoning behind it. Yet, he could not allow Li Chang and the others to dominate him. Thus, while agreeing, he emphasized the word minor deliberately and discreetly released his spiritual awareness to ascertain the number of minors present. Very well, I shall instruct old Yuan, he declared. Hearing Song Qing's significant remark and noticing his spiritual awareness probing the count, Li Chang's expression darkened, but he could not express his displeasure at the moment. He merely said, "All right," then turned to a nearby grass shed where a large pot was set up, and a stooped figure was standing there. Upon seeing the stooped individual, Song Qing recognized him as old Yuan, as described by Li Chang. The man appeared disheveled, clad in tattered, loose clothing, with unkempt hair cascading down, making it difficult to discern his age or even his gender. Li Chang seemed to harbor a deep disdain for old Yuan, unwilling to approach him, standing a few paces away as he hurriedly issued some instructions before quickly returning. Just as Li Chang returned, old Yuan began to stir within the shed, preparing breakfast. Lighting a fire, adding water for porridge, and soon, wisps of smoke began to rise. After what felt like a meal's time, the porridge was finally ready, and old Yuan, somehow procuring a number of steamed buns, the miners began to form an orderly line, each receiving a bowl of porridge and 2 buns before finding a corner to squat down and devour their meals hungrily. Watching this scene, Song Qing's brow furrowed further. He turned to Li Chang and the others, who appeared unperturbed by the sight, and he sensed a hint of scorn on their faces. Song Shitty, once these wretched souls finish eating, we can drive them into the mine. Noticing Song Qing's gaze, Zhang Song smiled at him, then glanced at the miners, making the comment. Both Li Chang and Song Qing had consumed the fasting pills, unlike the miners who ate grains. Thus, they merely observed as the miners devoured their food. Did you all treat them to meals like this before? Song Qing inquired, still frowning while observing the miners, hesitating for a moment before directing his question at Zhang Song. How could these wretched souls possibly enter the mine on their own? They must be driven in, Zhang Song replied, nodding as if it were obvious. He then explained. Though his inherently kind nature was evident, had it been Li Chang or Yang Ku, they would merely scoff without such patience. No, I meant to ask if you all have always fed them like this. Realizing Zhang Song had misunderstood his intent, Song Qing waved his hand, half explaining and half repeating his question while gesturing towards the miners' breakfast. What else could it be? We are in a place of scarcity. Providing them enough to eat is already a blessing. What more could they possibly demand? Zhang Song's response was unexpected, his eyes widening in confusion as he looked at Song Qing, clearly puzzled by the seemingly naive question. Oh, acknowledging Zhang Song's words, Song Qing nodded in understanding, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He glanced at the miners as they ravenously consumed their meals, a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. Could they truly fill their stomachs? In Chapter 86, The Signs, Song Qing silently calculated that less than a quarter of an hour had passed when Li Chang and the others began driving the miners into the mine. As for the earlier mention of resistance by Zhang Song, it indeed appeared futile in Song Qing's eyes. Before long, Li Chang and his companions had ushered all the miners into the cavern, and under Song Qing's watchful gaze, Li Chang naturally assigned tasks to Zhang Song and Yang Ku, leading Yang Ku into the mine. However, seemingly wary of something, they did not enter. Song Shitty, why not accompany me outside for a patrol? It will be quite easy. Observing that Li Chang and Yang Ku disregarded Song Qing, Zhang Song chuckled helplessly, then waved his hand invitingly towards Song Qing. All right. I would like to familiarize myself with the surroundings, Song Qing responded after a moment of silence, smiling and nodding in agreement. He understood that even if he remained there, he would only serve as a decoration, and it would be better to accompany Zhang Song to gain a clearer understanding of the situation. Moreover, Zhang Song did not seem to pose the same level of difficulty as Li Chang and Yang Ku. Thus, he was more than willing to accept the offer. There is really nothing much to learn here, Song Shitty. You will see for yourself, Zhang Song remarked cheerfully, adopting a teasing tone as he led the way outside. Oh, is that so? Song Qing replied casually, following Zhang Song through the rows of low houses, dismissing the latter as seemingly playful comment without much thought. Song Shitty. You arrived in the evening yesterday, so it's understandable you couldn't see clearly. Once we exit this village, you will understand, Zhang Song noted, observing Song Qing's skepticism. Yet he merely laughed, continuing to lead the way without further clarification. Not necessarily, Song Qing thought, casting his gaze at the front-running Zhang Song. His eyes glinting with a secretive brilliance, as he remained unconvinced while keeping pace with Zhang Song toward the towering wooden walls that formed the village's perimeter. The inhabitants here rarely venture out, and even when they do, it is typically from above. Thus, we too must exit from that vantage. Upon reaching the wooden wall, Zhang Song suddenly halted, turning to explain to Song Qing while gesturing towards the top of the wall, indicating that they should proceed from there. Very well, let's go, Song Qing replied, glancing at Zhang Song's outstretched arm before nodding in agreement. After all, he possessed the lightness technique, so scaling such a modest wooden wall was hardly a challenge. Once Song Qing consented, Zhang Song nodded in return, then executed the lightness technique, propelling himself off the ground with remarkable agility, swiftly reaching the top of the wooden barrier. Junior brother Song, do hurry up. Zhang Song did not leap over the wall directly. Instead, he turned back, waving his hand and calling out to urge Song Qing, who remained at the foot of the wall. All right, Song Qing replied casually, then activated his own lightness technique, nimbly gliding up the wooden wall in a few effortless motions until he stood beside Zhang Song. Impressive. Your mastery of the lightness technique is on par with mine. Junior brother Song, Zhang Song exclaimed, marveling at how easily Song Qing had ascended. Not at all, senior brother Zhang is merely being modest. However, given the low height of this wooden wall and our small group of 4, wouldn't it be troublesome if someone were to intrude? Song Qing responded with a bow, though he did not dwell on such matters, instead furrowing his brow as he gazed at the wooden wall beneath him and inquired of Zhang Song. Haha, you worry too much, junior brother Song. Let us not forget that our Wanjian sect is one of the 5 great sects of the Lingwu cultivation realm, and few would dare to encroach upon us. Even if someone were to attempt it, they would not seek to invade such a barren place as this. Zhang Song laughed heartily, displaying his indifference to Song Qing's concerns, then gestured proudly towards the modest copper mine before them. Indeed, perhaps I have been overly cautious. Senior brother Zhang, where shall we patrol? After hearing Zhang Song's spirited words, Song Qing found merit in his reasoning and dismissed the seemingly far-fetched thoughts, turning to inquire about their patrol duties. There is no fixed location. We shall simply wander around and observe. Previously, it was just Yangku and me, and we typically separated. However, since you are new here, it is best if you accompany me. It's easier for you to familiarize yourself with the routes and offer support should any issues arise. Zhang Song surveyed the modest hill and casually recounted their past patrols. Very well, let us patrol together. Senior brother Zhang, please guide me along the path. And in a few days, I shall explore on my own. Song Qing appeared to embrace his role in the patrol, nodding in acknowledgement of Zhang Song's words, though his hands, concealed within his sleeves, were tightly clenched. All right, let us proceed. Zhang Song nodded, and, uttering a brief statement, both leaped towards the area beyond the wooden wall, landing solidly on the ground before gesturing towards the nearby woods. As Zhang Song had indicated, the hill was indeed unremarkable, lacking any extraordinary features. They strolled leisurely, and Song Qing mentally noted the general characteristics of this small hill. Time flew by, and before long, the sun began to set, casting a golden hue across the evening sky. Junior brother Song, it is time for us to return, Zhang Song remarked, observing the sunset. Turning his gaze towards the copper mine, he silently reflected, having completed his tasks, wondering about the others. All right, senior brother Zhang, let us depart. Song Qing replied and tossed aside a branch he had been absent-mindedly waving, beckoning Zhang Song, who appeared lost in thought. Oh right, we should head back. Zhang Song was roused by Song Qing's call, promptly responding and making his way towards the copper mine. It seemed this matter was far from straightforward. Following closely behind Zhang Song, Song Qing cast a glance toward the copper mine, then turned to Zhang Song, his eyes gleaming with insight as he began to piece together the situation. Chapter 87. The plan upon returning to the copper mine with Zhang Song. Song Qing found Li Chang and Yang Ku distributing dinner to the miners. Song Qing recalled hearing Dai Yong mention that the miners received 2 meals a day, which now seemed to be breakfast and dinner. Haha, junior brother Song and junior brother Zhang have returned. Upon seeing them, Li Chang immediately approached with a respectful gesture, expressing his gratitude and acknowledging their efforts. Yang Ku, occupied with overseeing the miners, merely nodded at Song Qing and Zhang Song. Senior brother Li and senior brother Yang, you two have worked hard, Song Qing responded with a courteous bow, surveying the square until he spotted a multitude of copper ingots gleaming under the sunset's glow. Haha, these are the copper ingots mined today, quite a decent yield. Take a look, Li Chang said. Noticing Song Qing's keen interest and pointing towards the ingots while subtly exchanging glances with Zhang Song. No need. With senior brotherly overseeing, I have complete confidence. Song Qing replied, waving his hand dismissively. This was not due to negligence. He had already been informed by Tian Lang, who had used his spiritual sense to assess the ingots, confirming their lack of the precious copper essence, thus negating the need for further inspection. Thank you for your trust. Junior brother Song, may I assist you in the future? Li Chang expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply, and suggested his help. Of course, that would be welcome. However, I must return to my cultivation now, as I haven't practiced after patrolling all day. Senior brother Li, once the miners have finished their meals, please ensure they return to their quarters. I shall head back to cultivate. Song Qing responded readily to Li Chang's suggestion, glancing at the miners before retreating to his room. Very well, junior brother Song. Please return to your practice, Li Chang acknowledged, making way for him. Once Song Qing had distanced himself, Li Chang shared a meaningful smile with Zhang Song. Song Qing nodded towards Yang Ku in the square, then leisurely returned to his room, seemingly accustomed to the actions of Li Chang and the others. However, once he closed the door, his tightly clenched fist slammed against the wall. How goes it? Do you require my assistance, Xiaoqing? A voice echoed in his mind shortly after, that of Tian Lang, hidden within the Lang Xie sword. No need. This time, I shall deal with them myself, Song Qing replied, his eyes flashing with determination as he swiftly dismissed the suggestion, his voice laced with resolve. Xiaoqing, you must ponder carefully. Even the weakest among them possesses the cultivation of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the most formidable, known as Li Chang, is on the verge of breaking through to the 7th layer. Yet you are merely at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Do not overestimate your capabilities. Witnessing Song Qing assert his intention to confront Li Chang and his associates personally, and seemingly without the need for his own involvement, Tian Lang was taken aback and promptly cautioned Song Qing about the disparity in their cultivation levels, urging him not to act foolishly. Hey, do you not believe in me? Even you, Tian Lang? Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. I am not so foolish as to undertake such a task without a plan. After all, we are fellow disciples, and this matter cannot be resolved solely through strength. It also requires intellect. Song Qing's gaze lowered, a cold smile curving his lips as he directed his attention toward the door, which faced the square outside. His eyes narrowed slightly, sparkling with a hint of brilliance. Pointing to his head, he conveyed telepathically to Tian Lang that this issue must be approached with cunning. Very well, but should your method prove inadequate, I will intervene forcefully. At that point, do not blame me, for your life is not solely your own. Recognizing Song Qing's determination, Tian Lang understood that he could not forcefully dissuade him. After a prolonged silence, he eventually nodded in agreement, though he offered one final reminder. Got it, Tian Lang. Is it necessary for you to keep bringing this up? Song Qing casually communicated, voicing his complaint as he turned to lie down on the bed, assuming a cross-legged position to begin his meditation. However, he was momentarily caught off guard by Tian Lang's next remark. Indeed, Tian Lang replied casually, yet he promptly severed their mental connection, displaying signs of nervousness. Meanwhile, after Song Qing entered his meditative state, Li Chang and his companions were not idle. Once the miners had finished their meals, they herded them back to their quarters and activated the sealing talismans on the doors with their magical powers. These talismans would remain in effect until dawn, when the rising sun would dissolve them, effectively confining the miners for the night. All of this transpired as usual, but after sealing the miners in, Li Chang and his companions did not return to their individual practices as they typically would. Instead, they gathered together. Zhang Shidi, has that fellow Song Qing exhibited any unusual behavior? Once the three of them were assembled, Li Chang eagerly inquired of Zhang Song. Both he and Yang Ku closely scrutinizing Zhang Song, fearing any peculiar actions from Song Qing. Haha, rest assured, there is nothing amiss with that boy, in my opinion. He must have offended someone within the sect to be assigned such a task. We merely need to avoid causing too much trouble, as he is the rightful overseer here. Observing the concerned expressions on Li Chang and Yang Ku's faces, Zhang Song chuckled heartily, glancing towards the direction of Song Qing's room before quietly advising Li Chang and Yang Ku. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Otherwise, how could someone of his age and cultivation find themselves in such a place? It is hard to believe this is merely for training. After hearing Zhang Song's words, Yang Ku nodded vigorously in agreement, voicing his thoughts. Regardless, we must remain vigilant. Tomorrow, Zhang Shidi will lead him on a stroll. We must carefully observe whether he displays any unusual behavior. Although no red copper essence was extracted by that group of rascals today, perhaps tomorrow will be different. Li Chang also nodded in concurrence with Yang Ku and Zhang Song's perspectives. However, being inherently cautious, he pondered for a moment before addressing Zhang Song, sharing the day's findings. While Yang Ku subtly nodded in agreement, indicating that Li Chang spoke the truth. Do not worry, I will take care of that boy. With Yang Ku's agreement affirming Li Chang's assertions, Zhang Song felt assured, especially given the unique bond he shared with Yang Ku. He promptly patted his chest in assurance. Chapter 88. Perception in the blink of an eye. A night had passed. Song Qing awoke early once more, welcoming the rising sun and assessing his cultivation. A faint smile graced his lips as he sensed he was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. After gauging his progress, Song Qing turned his gaze towards the rows of lowly houses. At that moment, beams of sunlight streamed down, precisely illuminating the talismans on the doors. With a crackling sound, the talismans encountered the sunlight and emitted wisps of black smoke, gradually loosening their grip. Before long, the seals on the doors were undone. It turned out that these talismans were dispelled by sunlight. What a marvel! Witnessing this spectacle, even Song Qing could not help but exclaim, as he finally understood why Li Chang and his cohorts did not seal the miners within the mine during the day, opting instead to oversee their activities personally. As the seals were lifted, the doors began to creak open, revealing a cadre of pallid yet robust men who stumbled out of the houses. Upon noticing Song Qing, they were initially startled, then numbly made their way to the center of the square. Though their formation was haphazard, they stood in a cluster, seemingly resigned to their fate. "Haha, Brother Song is up early again." As the miners assembled, a cheerful voice rang out, and Song Qing turned to see Li Chang and his 2 companions approaching. "Well, since there's nothing pressing, I thought I would come take a look," Song Qing replied casually, glancing at them with a smile. "Indeed, it can be quite leisurely here. But Brother Song must not let this lead to complacency and neglect of his cultivation," Li Chang remarked, nodding sagely while casting a casual glance at the miners in the square, feigning concern as he admonished Song Qing, with Yang Ku and Zhang Song also smiling in agreement. "Brother Li speaks wisely. It is indeed my oversight," Song Qing acknowledged, seeming to awaken from a stupor as he clasped his fists towards Li Chang, earnestly expressing his realization, his face betraying a mixture of nonchalance and regret. "Haha, just be mindful, Brother Song. The spiritual energy here is quite lacking, alas. Fortunately, you have ample time. While overseeing, you can also cultivate, without the need for the meticulousness we must adhere to." Li Chang waved his hand, laughing heartily, though he sighed upon mentioning the spiritual energy of the place. Suddenly, a thought struck him, illuminating his eyes as he turned to Song Qing. This might not be permissible, right?" Upon hearing Li Chang's remark, a hint of hesitation crossed Song Qing's face. Although he contemplated such an action, he hesitated, as he was the legitimate overseer of this red copper mine, unlike Li Chang and the others who could leave at any time as hired laborers. "Haha, Brother Song, you worry too much. This place is inconspicuous. It would not matter even if you were not on patrol." Yang Ku, seemingly understanding the situation, chuckled heartily as he noticed Song Qing's hesitation and reassured him. "Well, at worst, I will exert more effort while on patrol. Nothing will go awry." Zhang Song chimed in, noting Song Qing's lingering uncertainty. Initially, the 3 had not conferred on this matter, yet they now appeared in perfect agreement, demonstrating their remarkable synergy. "All right. Since all 3 of you believe this course of action is sound, I have nothing further to add." Song Qing seemed to hesitate for a moment, then resolutely nodded, his gaze shifting towards Li Chang and the others, a glimmer of gratitude evident in his eyes. "This is for the best, Junior Brother Yang. Please instruct that old servant Yuan to prepare, for those fellows appear as if they haven't eaten in days." Upon hearing Song Qing's agreement, Li Chang expressed great delight, nodding in response before turning to Yang Ku to convey a message. As was customary, old servant Yuan prepared breakfast, which was then distributed to the miners. Before long, Li Chang and the others ushered all the miners into the mine. Ultimately, Li Chang and Yang Ku remained behind to oversee, while Song Qing set off with Zhang Song to patrol the mountains. However, as Song Qing turned his head, a cold smile briefly graced his lips, only to vanish before Zhang Song noticed. "Let us depart." Facing the wooden wall, Song Qing spoke to Zhang Song, his tone as friendly as the day before. Yet a sense of wariness had already taken root in his heart, for Zhang Song was allied with Li Chang. "All right." Unaware of Song Qing's unease, Zhang Song nodded in response, and together they employed a light body technique to leap over the wooden wall and emerge outside. "Brother Zhang, do you know of a suitable place for cultivation in these mountains?" As soon as they landed, Song Qing turned to Zhang Song with a question. Since Li Chang and the others had offered such generous benefits, it would be remiss of him not to accept. Haha, are you that eager, junior brother Song? I do know of a location. Compared to this place lacking in spiritual energy, it possesses a modicum of it. Let us proceed there. Zhang Song, not surprised by Song Qing's impatience, responded casually with a smile, glancing around and noting the absence of spiritual energy, his brow furrowing slightly. The place was one he had painstakingly discovered, but now, in pursuit of the bronze essence, he had no choice but to share it. With a decision made, Zhang Song no longer hesitated, leading Song Qing in a determined direction. As they traversed through the trees, Song Qing felt a surge of excitement within him. Indeed, he had agreed to cultivate while patrolling as a ruse to placate Li Chang and the others, yet deep down, he genuinely yearned to grow stronger. For only then could he thwart Li Chang's schemes, exact revenge on the scheming Sima Yi, and avenge his parents. Just as Song Qing's heart swelled with anticipation, rays of sunlight broke through the trees, and with a leap, they stepped into the light. Before them lay a breathtaking vista, accompanied by the soothing sound of flowing water. This is the place I found previously. Though it lacks fire, gold, and earth's spiritual energies, the water and wood energies here are quite decent. As Song Qing admired the enchanting scenery, Zhang Song's voice broke through, prompting him to nod in agreement, though his eyes remained fixated on the stunning view. A waterfall cascaded down the mountainside, adorned with a spectrum of colors, while below lay a crystal-clear pool teeming with fish and lotus flowers. Coupled with the unique spiritual mist of the Lingwu mountain range, it resembled a celestial paradise. This spot is perfect. This is an unnamed mountain gorge I stumbled upon earlier. Junior brother Song, what do you think of this place? Zhang Song surveyed the captivating scenery. Although it was not his first visit, he remained in awe. Nonetheless, he quickly refocused on their purpose for being there and asked Song Qing earnestly. This is excellent. My cultivation technique aligns with the wood element, making this place particularly suitable for me. Song Qing finally shifted his gaze from the scenery, nodding toward Zhang Song with a smile, contemplating that perhaps being usurped by Li Chang and the others was not entirely bad. This would not only free up his time, but also compel them to devise ways to keep him from neglecting his practice. That's good to hear. Then, junior brother Song, you may begin your cultivation here while I patrol. I will return to call for you when it is time to head back. After hearing Song Qing's words, Zhang Song nodded, glancing at the gorge once more before speaking to Song Qing. He could have chosen not to call Song Qing back, but to prevent any chance of the latter discovering their plot prematurely, he felt it necessary to say so. Very well, I shall leave everything to you, brother Zhang. Song Qing replied with a smile, scratching his head in a feigned display of bashfulness, a guise he wore convincingly. All right, I shall take my leave. Observing Song Qing's demeanor, Zhang Song felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to himself that this approach was indeed effective. However, he maintained an amiable facade, waving goodbye to Song Qing before swiftly disappearing into the dense forest with a light body technique. Humph, let us see who is truly plotting against whom. Once assured that Zhang Song had departed, Song Qing turned to watch the direction in which he had vanished, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he muttered under his breath. Shortly thereafter, Song Qing descended from the tree branch and cautiously approached the gorge. Unleashing his spiritual sense, he was aware that Li Chang and the others would not dare to kill him, just as he would not do the same to them. However, being lured here raised concerns about potential traps or ferocious beasts, and even in the absence of such threats, he preferred not to be under anyone's watchful gaze. Thus, upon entering the gorge, he released his spiritual sense, determined to ascertain whether any surveillance mechanisms were in place. Nothing. Tianlang, can you discern if there are any monitoring formations or the like here? After a considerable duration, Song Qing opened his eyes, incredulous as he stared at the clear waters before him, still reluctant to believe that there were no traps or beasts, and not even any monitoring formations. After furrowing his brow in contemplation, he sent a message to Tianlang to investigate for any traps. Sigh, Xiaoqing, you are being overly sensitive. There are no monitoring formations here. Not only are you incapable of setting up such formations, but even those three would not venture to do so, as it requires foundational cultivation. For now, focus on your cultivation and observe the unfolding events. Tianlang sighed at Song Qing's insistence on searching for traps, explaining patiently, emphasizing the importance of foundational cultivation. All right, I will find a place to cultivate properly. Upon hearing Tianlang's words, Song Qing felt a wave of realization wash over him. Acknowledging that he had indeed been overly cautious, he casually remarked before moving about, scanning his surroundings for the most suitable spot for cultivation. Xiaoqing, you should position yourself beneath that waterfall. I can sense that the spiritual energy there is more abundant than in other areas. Just as Song Qing continued his search fruitlessly, Qianlong's voice echoed again from within the Lang Xie sword, guiding him to a location rich in spiritual energy. Beneath the waterfall? How could one possibly cultivate there? Song Qing glanced at the cascading waterfall, his lips involuntarily twitching as he waved his hand dismissively at Tianlang, having already ruled out that area in his mind. Cultivating beneath the waterfall can hone your will and strengthen your body. It is a perfect opportunity. Why not cultivate there? Tianlang firmly disagreed with Song Qing's opinion, immediately outlining the advantages of cultivating under the waterfall, suggesting that he must have had prior experiences there, given his familiarity with the concept. However, if that were the case, wouldn't my clothes be thoroughly soaked? After hearing Tianlong's words, Song Qing, although he had begun to accept this form of cultivation, hesitated slightly. He glanced at his pale blue attire and stammered, "Isn't that a problem? That's easily resolved. Why not simply remove your clothes?" Tianlang suggested. "No way." Song Qing immediately protested. Though he was at a loss to articulate why it was unacceptable, his face flushing slightly. "What is the issue? We're in the wilderness. No one will come by. And I'm not asking you to strip completely," Tianlang remarked nonchalantly, oblivious to Song Qing's reddening cheeks. "All right," Song Qing conceded after a moment of contemplation, and having given his agreement, he shed his hesitation. He harnessed his inner energy to walk on water and soon arrived at the base of the waterfall. Casting a glance at the cascading waters, he instinctively smirked and then, with a sense of practicality, removed his disciple's robe, placing it in a storage bag tied to his waist with a floral cord. Ouch! I didn't expect the water to be this painful. As he stepped under the waterfall, a cry of discomfort escaped his lips, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, gradually immersing himself further beneath the deluge until he found a smooth stone to sit cross-legged upon. How else would I claim that this waterfall toughens the body? If it were any larger, you would be suffering 100-fold, Tianlang scoffed upon witnessing Song Qing's reaction to the relatively small waterfall. Nevertheless, a flicker of approval shone in his eyes, for Song Qing was merely a mortal, incomparable to him in any regard. "Are you satisfied now?" Song Qing retorted, somewhat disgruntled by Tianlong's admonition. He then closed his eyes, beginning his meditation. Tianlang, observing Song Qing's determination, chose not to pursue the matter further. Thus, in a nameless ravine not far from the copper mine, the waterfall plunged fiercely, crashing against the massive stones below and sending sprays of water several feet high. Within this tumultuous scene sat a young man in meditation, Song Qing. Chapter 90. The calm before the storm. By now, it was past midday, and Song Qing had gradually acclimatized to the waterfall's fierce torrents, no longer enduring the pain as he had before. He had entered a state of cultivation, though his resolute brow occasionally furrowed, betraying the immense suffering he endured. Throughout the morning, Song Qing had scarcely made any progress in his cultivation. Instead, he had focused solely on adapting to the waterfall's impact, striving to calm his mind. While this did not yield any tangible advancement in his abilities, it nonetheless bore significant results. Even Tianlang, residing within the Lang Xie sword, could not help but marvel at Song Qing's potential, recognizing him as a gem in the rough destined for greatness. Now, Song Qing was able to cultivate amidst the waterfall's onslaught, something he had previously deemed unimaginable. Tianlang, though astonished, remained diligent, extending his spiritual awareness to survey the surroundings. The sun in the sky continued its relentless cycle, rising from the east, reaching its zenith, and gradually descending towards the western hills. Meanwhile, Song Qing was entirely absorbed in his cultivation beneath the waterfall. Though his brow remained tightly knit, he no longer allowed it to disrupt his mental focus. "Shao Qing, quickly conclude your practice. That fellow Zhang Song is arriving." Tianlong's voice resonated within Song Qing's mind as the sun dipped lower in the sky, indicating Zhang Song's approach. Already, with a surge of sword energy enveloping him, Song Qing promptly concluded his session. He gazed at the waning sun in the west, murmuring his reluctance, yet he rose and deftly donned his disciple's robe. Thanks to Tianlong's subtle manipulation, the water on him had completely evaporated. "Haha, junior brother Song, it's time to return. What have you been up to?" A hearty laugh echoed from the woods as a shadow darted forth, only for Zhang Song to pause, taken aback by Song Qing's appearance. "Haha, senior brother Zhang. I was practicing my control over spiritual energy. My reserves are still limited, so I must refine my precision," Song Qing explained, a hint of surprise evident in his tone. He quickened his pace, moving gracefully towards the riverbank, as if he had genuinely been engaged in his cultivation. "Are we returning now?" Noticing Zhang Song's lingering surprise, Song Qing inquired, a tinge of regret lacing his voice. "Yes, junior brother Song. Let us continue tomorrow. It's already quite late," Zhang Song replied. snapping back to reality as he gestured towards the setting sun. Very well then, Song Qing acquiesced, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment. He waved to Zhang Song, and together they activated their lightness techniques, gliding into the forest as they began their return to the copper mine. As before, upon their return to the mine, Li Chang and Yang Ku were overseeing the miners' evening meal. Song Qing was not surprised. He exchanged greetings with the two before retreating to his room to continue his cultivation, for no copper essence had been extracted that day. The following day, Song Qing rose early and, unexpectedly, accompanied Zhang Song on his patrol, though it was primarily Zhang Song who traversed the mountains. Song Qing remained in the nameless ravine to cultivate. When Zhang Song came to summon him back, Song Qing was already walking on water, claiming he was honing his control over spiritual energy. The two then returned together. After a day of exertion, Song Qing had neither the time nor the inclination to engage in idle chatter with Li Chang and the others. He simply greeted them before heading to his room. Days turned into weeks, and eventually, Song Qing began to acclimate to the routine, perceiving Li Chang as the overseer of the copper mine. Initially, Li Chang and the others harbored concerns, but they gradually adapted to the situation, their initial guilt fading entirely. However, during these weeks, Li Chang and the others toiled in vain, while unbeknownst to them, Song Qing's cultivation progressed steadily. He had begun to sense the impending threshold of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, he felt a newfound strength coursing through his body, and even his previously untapped spiritual awareness had begun to expand. According to Tianlang, this was a result of training amidst the waterfall's relentless assault. These revelations filled Song Qing with astonishment, deepening his trust in Tianlang's guidance. Each time he ventured from the copper mine, he longed to return to that nameless ravine, and upon arriving, he wished to hastily dismiss Zhang Song to commence his cultivation. Such fervor elicited bemused smiles from Zhang Song and the others, who privately dubbed Song Qing a cultivation fanatic. Even when Song Qing was nearby, they would speak of him thus, to which he would merely respond with a knowing smile. Regarding the appellation of cultivation maniac, Song Qing was utterly indifferent, for he had been similarly dubbed by Yi Hua and others at Lingjiao Lake. Thus, the days passed peacefully, and Song Qing found himself increasingly desiring this tranquil existence, as it not only enhanced his cultivation, but also spared him the worries associated with the red copper mine. Yet, fate often defies one's wishes. What must come will inevitably arrive, whether sooner or later. On a particular day, Song Qing, as was his custom, ventured into the mountains with Zhang Song, entrusting the oversight of the miners to Li Chang and Yang Ku. The two swiftly traversed the dense forest using their light body technique, arriving first at an unnamed ravine. After exchanging a few brief words with Zhang Song, he commenced his patrol, while Song Qing eagerly made his way to the base of a waterfall to cultivate. Having undergone continuous training over recent days, Song Qing had grown accustomed to the waterfall's force and no longer cried out in pain as he had during his initial encounters. He seated himself cross-legged beneath the cascade, fingers forming the sword tactic as he began his practice. His cultivation was not the rudimentary sword technique of the Wanjian sect, but rather the Lang Xie sword method imparted to him by Tianlang. Though it was merely the first chapter of a mundane text, its practice heightened his sensitivity to the external world. As the sun began to set, Song Qing sensed a sharp, golden aura approaching him. Since he cultivated the wood element and gold counters wood, he found himself unable to continue his training. It seemed that what was destined to occur had finally arrived. Looking towards the direction of the red copper mine, the source of the golden aura, he realized, even in his naivety, that it signified the emergence of red copper essence. In the time since his arrival at the red copper mine, Song Qing had found himself with ample leisure, devoting his days solely to cultivation. For someone eager to elevate his prowess, this was indeed a delightful circumstance, prompting him to temporarily relinquish his authority over the mine. If all went as he anticipated, he would likely forsake his oversight of the mine permanently, for it was a thankless task. Yet, as fate would have it, the very event he wished to avoid, the golden aura, came to pass. While others might not have sensed it, Song Qing, devoted to the Lang Xie sword method and attuned to the wood element, could detect even the faintest trace of the golden energy. He had not come to merely oversee the red copper mine. That was merely a facade. His true purpose was to locate the red copper essence among the thousands of red copper ores. He was now nearly certain that the golden aura emanated from the red copper essence. Tianlang, can you perceive the mine? Is the golden aura indeed released by the red copper essence? Though Song Qing was confident that the golden energy originated from the essence, he hesitated to assert his certainty, aware that his spiritual awareness was still too weak to discern events at the mine. After a moment's contemplation, he sent a message to Tianlang. Oh, I did not expect your sword technique to have progressed to such a degree, little Qing. Were it not for the gradual nature of this technique's breathing method, you would likely be at the late stage of qi refinement by now. Indeed, a piece of red copper essence has been extracted, and it is rather sizable. Although Li Chang and Yang Ku have already discovered it, it seems they intend to claim it for themselves. Tianlang, rarely amused, chuckled at Song Qing's inquiry, initially offering praise before his expression darkened at the last revelation. I anticipated today's outcome. Upon hearing Tianlang's confirmation, Song Qing could not help but smile with delight, dismissing the latter part of Tianlang's statement. Oh, what about your earlier intentions? Tianlang, curious about Song Qing's thoughts, probed further, though he had an inkling of what was on his mind. Had I not feigned ignorance, we would likely have reached an impasse with them. Even if I had triumphed, I would merely reclaim my burdensome task, not enjoy the current pace of cultivation. Thus, when Dai Yong informed me of the depth of the waters here, I began to plan my pretense of ignorance. As Tianlang expressed curiosity, Song Qing turned his gaze towards the direction of the red copper mine, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he began to articulate his intentions to Tianlang. Oh, I see. Little Qing, are you not concerned about biting the hand that feeds you? Upon hearing Song Qing's decision, Tianlang chuckled heartily, before querying once more, with a hint of amusement in his voice. I have no such habit, Song Qing replied without hesitation, prompting Tianlang to regard him with newfound respect, exclaiming, I like that. Now we await Zhang Song's arrival. Song Qing gazed at the red copper mine, murmuring softly after a prolonged silence, his eyes gleaming with determination. It was evident he had made up his mind. Looks like there's no need to wait. Zhang Song has arrived. Just as Song Qing's words fell, a voice emerged from the Lang Xie sword, and he seemed to sense it. Turning towards the sound, a shadow darted from the forest. A swift figure, Zhang Song, arrived to summon Song Qing to the red copper mine. Junior brother Song, why are you not practicing that peculiar method of controlling your energy? Zhang Song, landing gracefully nearby, noticed Song Qing had not engaged in his usual water technique and expressed mild surprise, having regarded Song Qing's water walking as a form of cultivation in itself. My mastery of energy has reached fruition, thus, I have no need for such practice anymore. Brother Zhang, shall we return? After hearing Zhang Song's query, Song Qing chuckled softly, providing a plausible explanation before promptly changing the subject to inquire about Zhang Song. Indeed, it is already dusk, we ought to return. Zhang Song nodded, gesturing towards the setting sun in the west. Although puzzled by Song Qing's inquiry about the time, he ultimately feigned ignorance. Very well, we should return. Matters concerning the red copper mine need resolution. Song Qing nodded in agreement. Yet a mysterious smile graced his lips as he uttered an enigmatic remark, before activating his light body technique and darting towards the mine. Resolution? Zhang Song pondered Song Qing's seemingly casual statement, activating his own technique to follow suit. His eyes glimmering with curiosity, the two traveled in silence and soon arrived at the red copper mine, where they crossed the wooden fence and approached the square. As usual, the miners had finished their evening meal and settled into corners to devour their food. Beside the thatched shelter lay numerous baskets of raw red copper stones, still unrefined, displaying a mix of hues amidst the vivid red. Brother Yang, you two have worked hard these past few days. However, let us discuss the matters of the red copper mine today. However, Song Qing did not cast a glance in that direction, but instead walked directly toward the area where Li Chang and Yang Ku were located. He nonchalantly waved his hand at them, seemingly uttering a casual remark. Junior brother Song, is there something wrong with the copper mine? Isn't everything normal now? Upon hearing Song Qing's unequivocal statement, Li Chang furrowed his brow, then looked at Zhang Song, who shook his head in a gesture of ignorance, prompting Li Chang to turn back to Song Qing, his expression tinged with curiosity but already displaying a hint of hostility. Brotherly. The two seniors present must be aware, right? Do you know who the true overseer of this copper mine is? Indeed, I am here to address that matter. Noting that Li Chang still pretended to be oblivious, Song Qing could not help but let out a cold laugh, speaking fearlessly as he scanned Zhang Song and Yang Ku. From the events of recent days, Song Qing had discerned that Li Chang was the mastermind behind this affair, while Yang Ku and Zhang Song were merely followers. Therefore, it was essential to win over the latter two. Li Chang's cultivation was far superior to his own, and the addition of Zhang Song and Yang Ku would complicate matters further if the two ceased to aid Li Chang. Even if they could not provide substantial assistance to Song Qing, his chances of success would increase significantly. What is this about? At that moment, Li Chang's gaze toward Song Qing became increasingly hostile. Just moments ago, He and Yang Ku had discovered the precious copper stones among numerous copper ores, and before he had even warmed them in his hands, Song Qing had raised the issue of settling accounts regarding the copper mine. Although Li Chang was unaware that Song Qing had learned about the precious copper, he had no intention of relinquishing the position of overseer to him. Convinced that Song Qing lacked the ability to command respect. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? I am the appointed overseer by the Hall of Elders. Do you dare defy their orders? Noticing Li Chang's increasingly unfriendly demeanor, Song Qing smirked and questioned him. While he was not afraid of Li Chang, he nevertheless invoked the authority of the Hall of Elders, subtly excluding Zhang Song and Yang Ku in his statement. I would never dare disobey the orders of the Hall of Elders. However, if I am not mistaken, you did not arrive here of your own volition. In that case, as long as I ensure your survival, I doubt the Hall of Elders would hold me accountable. Li Chang let out a cold laugh, channeling his magical energy, seemingly prepared to take forceful measures against Song Qing. Yet, his tone revealed an undercurrent of uncertainty, as even he could not be sure whether Song Qing had been manipulated into coming here. Then you may give it a try. Song Qing met Li Chang's gaze without a trace of fear, his lips curling in a defiant smile, while he quietly summoned his own magical energy. He understood that private skirmishes resulting in serious injury to fellow disciples were considered a grave sin, and Li Chang would not dare go that far. But he remained cautious nonetheless. Brotherly, do not act impulsively. Brotherly, what harm is there in granting him the position of overseer? After all, As Li Chang and Song Qing seemed poised to engage in conflict, Zhang Song and Yang Ku hesitated, both urging Li Chang to reconsider. However, Yang Ku appeared hesitant, as if hinting at something. Humph, is that all it takes for you to be satisfied? Song Qing, you merely rely on the orders of the Hall of Elders. What else do you possess? Observing that both Zhang Song and Yang Ku were intimidated and attempting to persuade him, Li Chang snorted coldly, clearly indicating to Song Qing that it was far too soon to expect him to yield based on mere words. In addition, he did not miss the opportunity to challenge Song Qing, aware that private disputes leading to severe injury among peers were a grave offense. Is that so? Do not think that just because your cultivation surpasses mine, you have the upper hand. Even I could easily defeat you. Realizing that he had achieved the desired effect, particularly as Zhang Song and Yang Ku were evidently wavering, Song Qing decided to ease the pressure on Li Chang, offering him a way out while still presenting a facade of strength to avoid raising any suspicions. Is that so? Such bravado. Yet you are merely a coward relying on the Hall of Elders. Upon hearing Song Qing claim that he could defeat Li Chang through his own strength, Li Chang burst into laughter, regarding the statement as a grand joke, and looked down upon Song Qing with disdain. Very well, shall we make a wager? If I lose, not only will I inform the Hall of Elders about this incident, but during my 3 years here, you shall be the overseer. How does that sound? Do you dare? Song Qing appeared incensed by Li Chang's contempt, pointing a finger at him in fury while laughing, disregarding the situation entirely as he proposed the wager. Yet he failed to mention what would happen if he were to win. Fine, what are the terms of the wager? Seeing this foolish young man rashly agreeing to a wager in his anger, Li Chang was delighted and immediately consented without a second thought. That is well. However, you must not disclose this bet, or your recent occupation of the copper mine will be enough to get you into serious trouble. Sensing that his plan was coming to fruition, Song Qing smiled slightly, his eyes glinting with brilliance as he warned Li Chang. Very well, regardless of whether I, Li Chang, win or lose, I shall not disclose the matter of the wager to anyone, as I am involved as well. What about you, Zhang and Yang? Noticing the slight smile on Song Qing's lips and hearing his unmasked threats, Li Chang felt something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. Yet he knew he had to maintain an imposing demeanor before Song Qing. Thus, he unhesitatingly agreed, and, in the end, turned to Zhang Song and Yang Ku, his tone less than friendly toward the two who had evidently turned against him. You need not worry. I will not divulge the events here, including the wager. Yang Ku, having detected the hostility in Li Chang's tone, coldly replied, aware that he was also at the 6th level of Qi refinement, not inferior to Li Chang, and felt no need to tolerate his demeanor. Moreover, he had long harbored grievances against Li Chang. In recent days, Yang Ku had suffered in silence, and even after they had discovered the precious copper stone, Li Chang had merely made a statement without consulting him, directly placing the precious stone into his storage bag, treating him as if he were subordinate. Everyone has their dignity, especially someone like Yang Ku, who was equally capable as Li Chang. Zhang Song, who had been listening to Yang Ku, nodded in agreement, having come to understand through recent interactions that Zhang Song and Yang Ku shared a close bond. Otherwise, Why would Zhang Song willingly lead him on a mountain patrol while allowing Li Chang and Yang Ku to find the precious copper stones in the copper mine? Well, since I have already stated the price for my defeat, brotherly, it is time for you to show some sincerity, is it not? Noting that Li Chang had thoroughly offended both Yang Ku and Zhang Song, thus shattering their alliance, Song Qing did not hesitate to stoke the flames further, promptly turning the conversation back to Li Chang. I lose. I will lose. Upon hearing Song Qing demand that he articulate the consequences of his defeat, Li Chang looked at him incredulously. Nevertheless, Song Qing merely regarded him coolly, maintaining an expression of indifference. This demeanor frustrated Li Chang greatly, and finally, he gritted his teeth and dismissively declared, "Once I am defeated, I shall grant you anything within my means, provided I possess it. What do you think? Yet, this hinges on your ability to secure victory." This seemingly simple statement revealed Li Chang's immense confidence. Really? Song Qing appeared skeptical, thus probing for confirmation. Indeed, Li Chang sensed the disdain emanating from the relatively inexperienced young man before him. Very well, I demand the red copper essence stone you just acquired. Upon hearing Li Chang's assurance, a smirk crept across Song Qing's lips, revealing his fangs, which startled Li Chang. Not only Li Chang, but even Zhang Song and Yang Ku were taken aback. How did you know? Chapter 93, Conflict 2. How did you know? At that moment, the expressions of Li Chang, Zhang Song, and Yang Ku, directed at Song Qing, were filled with astonishment, with Li Chang soon displaying a look of realization. It was no wonder he chose to mention the red copper mine now. It turned out you had planned this all along, junior brother Song. Li Chang glared at Song Qing from a distance, his teeth clenched as he spoke, seemingly wishing to tear the latter apart in his fury. What do you say? Dare you wager that red copper essence stone? In the face of Li Chang's seething anger, Song Qing remained unfazed, his smile unwavering. Noticing Li Chang's prolonged indecision, he incited him once more. Fine, I may not know how you discovered the extraction of the red copper essence stone, but what of it? Li Chang's gaze remained locked on Song Qing, his silence stretching before he confidently declared his commitment to the wager. After all, he was on the brink of reaching the late stage of qi refining, while Song Qing had only recently broken through to the middle stage. However, Li Chang failed to notice that after their initial surprise, Zhang Song and Yang Ku exchanged glances filled with a glint of coldness. The red copper essence stone did not solely belong to Li Chang, and they had a stake in it too. How could they not be incensed at Li Chang treating it as a mere trifling wager? While Li Chang remained oblivious to Zhang Song and Yang Ku's transformation, Song Qing keenly observed their reactions and felt a surge of joy at the success of his scheme, even enhancing his smile. Very well. Let us first confine these miners back to their quarters. Should they seize the opportunity to flee, the consequences would be dire for us all. Witnessing Li Chang fall into his trap as planned, Song Qing wasted no time in agreeing, but then glanced at the miners in the square, who were feasting ravenously, and altered his statement. Agreed. Following Song Qing's gaze, Li Chang noticed the miners, who, though devouring their food, occasionally cast glances their way, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Observing this, Li Chang had no objection to Song Qing's suggestion. Although Li Chang was not the overseer of the red copper mine, he was tasked with a mission, and if the miners were to cause chaos, he too would bear the consequences. After reaching an accord with Song Qing, Yang Ku and Zhang Song raised no objections, as they were not foolish. Thus, not long after, amid the disappointed gazes of the miners, Song Qing and the others confined them back to their quarters, unbeknownst to them. However, the old servant Yuan was lurking nearby, secretly observing. In that modest square, Song Qing and Li Chang stood facing each other, with Yang Ku and Zhang Song positioned between them, both appearing particularly hesitant. They hoped for Li Chang's victory. As he was wagering the red copper essence stone they also had a claim to, yet simultaneously, they wished for his defeat at Song Qing's hands, given their recent fallout. However, if Zhang Song and Yang Ku were indecisive, Li Chang's expression darkened. Regardless of the outcome, it was unfavorable for him. Humph. So you two conspired with one calculating and the other betraying, all while feigning seamless cooperation. Yet I shall not let you off easily. If the red copper essence stone cannot be claimed, it shall be confiscated. As for you, while I cannot kill you, inflicting severe injury is within my means. And then I shall concede and return, for I have long wished to depart this place. Li Chang cast a cold glance at Song Qing from a distance. Having already made up his mind, his earlier use of the red copper essence stone as a wager was not merely a reaction to Song Qing's provocation. It had been a premeditated strategy. Let the battle commence. I shall show no mercy. Gazing at Song Qing, Li Chang discerned the latter's cultivation level, qi refining stage 4, prompting a smirk to play upon his lips. This battle was destined to be a complete rout. He began to suspect that Song Qing had intentionally proposed this wager to provoke him. Well, we shall see who shows mercy first. Song Qing's lips curled into a smile once more, as he simultaneously cast a lightness spell upon himself and drew forth the fire spirit's sword from his storage bag. He was not merely employing some trivial provocation. Vine armor technique. As Song Qing initiated his lightness spell and unsheathed the fire spirit sword, Li Chong wasted no time. He cast the vine armor technique upon himself and lunged at Song Qing, brandishing a golden spirit blade. Sword Chi strike. Unfazed by Li Chang's aggressive advance, Song Qing unleashed his signature move, a streak of azure light shooting forth from his fingertips, charging forward in response. Clang, clang, clang. Perhaps due to the disruption caused by the sword Chi strike, Song Qing gained the upper hand upon closing the distance, seemingly suppressing Li Chong entirely. How is this possible? A mere Qi refining stage 4 can dominate senior brother Li, who is at Qi refining stage 6. Yang Ku and Zhang Song, witnessing this scene, were astounded, their initial condescension evaporating entirely. Curse it, I only allowed you 3 moves, and now you dare to overstep. Li Chong was seething with rage, especially incensed by Zhang Song and Yang Ku's exclamations, prompting him to roar in fury. His aura surged, and his golden spirit blade gleamed even more brilliantly due to his augmented power. Clang, clang, clang. Although Song Qing initially held the advantage, being merely at Qi refining stage 4, he was soon overwhelmed by Li Chong's relentless assaults, forcing him to retreat step by step. I never anticipated Li Chong to be this formidable. He must have reached the late stage of Qi refining. As Song Qing felt the force of the fire spirit sword reverberating through his hands, his palms throbbed painfully, as if they might shatter. In his hasty retreat, he couldn't help but feel disheartened. The gap between Qi refining stage 7 and Qi refining stage 6, though seemingly slight, was indeed monumental. As the breakthrough from mid to late Qi refining not only enhanced one's cultivation, but also significantly strengthened the practitioner's physique. Seeing Song Qing continuously forced back, Li Chang's heart soared with delight. He gripped the golden spirit blade with both hands and swung it at Song Qing, a hint of the shadow moon technique emanating from his strike. Witnessing this, Song Qing felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the trouble he was in. Yet a smile graced his lips, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he too clasped the fire spirit sword firmly. Let us see whether the shadow moon of the 10,000 sword sect is mightier, or if my sword Qi prevails.